auntie the other day, and that my auntie said I wasn't going to give birth. So I don't know if my auntie is responsible for this. I've had people who have said, I visited Nigeria when my child was, a year, and then by 15 months, my child I was talking stopped talking. So I had to go to the pastor. So pastors are picking up a lot. But I just want to use this medium to also speak to pastors. They need to get awareness on this. I'm a Christian, I'm a spiritual person. I work a lot with morality. I believe there is God, and I believe, what you give is what you get. I believe don't harm your neighbors and all that. But at the same time, I'm also very practical. So I feel like pastors should engage in, awareness and know more about this when they're advising parents. Instead of saying, come bring the child for prayers every Tuesday, every Wednesday, also encourage the parents to take the children for intervention. Like I said to parents, whatever intervention plans I put in place for family members, so encourage them to take the children for intervention. The reason I say that is early intervention is key.
Yes, yes.
It's just like if you have a hot iron, right? You can bend it to any shape you like, innit? But once it starts getting cold, it's difficult. And it's the same with intervention. When the child is young, especially under age 5, when you put in therapy, definitely, because I always tell people, when you say autism, Down syndrome, ADHD, whatever it is skills deficit. So these are milestones that, there are children who come from heaven, they are hitting their milestones, bang, bang, bang. And then other children are saying, no, mommy, you need to calm down, hold my hands, and guide me. And that's where autism and other, childhood related disorder come in. Just give that extra time, and definitely they will blossom.
Yes.
That's very interesting. And, she's spoken about how schools in Nigeria are very segregated. There's no proper inclusion for children. So from where you stand, what will an inclusive school or society look like?
Okay, so when we say schools, it's not just in Nigeria, but I must say that.
Okay.
If you've lived abroad, they also have it. I had a recent case where a set of twins was brought to me for assessment. They were given birth to in the UK. Mom and dad lived over there, even up to grandparents. So, with the UK, because the government is picking up the bills, there's a long waiting list. So these children, they were brought back to Nigeria for therapy. They were receiving therapy. And then they got a call from the UK that there's a space. They have spaces for both of them. They're twins. That they have spaces for both of them. They should be brought back for, an assessment meeting. Of course, the parents got on the plane, flew back, and traveling can be so stressful. That's another section of, managing children on the spectrum. For neurotypical children, they can deal with the stress. But for children on the spectrum, when you have to travel, that's another episode altogether. So they flew with the children and, got to the UK. Of course, they were tired and everything. The next day morning, the appointment was for the next day morning at 9 a.m. They didn't sleep properly. After all the stress, the night before, traveling from one continent to another, and then they had to wake up early because they had to get them early to meet the 9 o'clock appointment. Of course, they got there because they were so tired and exhausted. The behavior was something else. And guess what they were told? Oh, I'm sorry, we thought we had a space. There is no space, actually. This was in the UK. Do you know what I mean? So people don't want to take responsibility. It is not an easy task.
It's not.
I have worked with a lot of, if you come to Pat Silver during the summer, most of my students are international students. So this happens everywhere. Just by, display of some negative, challenging behavior, you see the way we would sit and carry our clothes up as Africans, like, we're gonna make sure we get the child out of this. They don't do that in the Western world. They'll just tell you, sorry, it's affecting other children. We're gonna have to withdraw the child for now. So when you say inclusivity, and then let me come back to Nigeria, most schools here would say, oh, to carry you, deal with you, teach you. I don't know your learning style. I don't know how you learn. I can't assess and tell how you learn, but come in. I need extra numbers. And the parents are thankful. While inclusion, on the other hand, is come in. I have a place prepared for you. Mom was talking about a room for children with autism. So they should have like a room for like a calm down place when they're feeling overwhelmed. Because when you say they don't want to be around other people, it's not because they are being proud or snobbish. There's what we call sensory. Children with autism, they get a lot of, sensory overload, especially with a lot of activities, noise, overbearing peers. You know how children can be overbearing, like on your face, and they don't want that. They want the calm and relaxation. So if you say you're running an inclusive school, you should have a space where if the child with autism is feeling overwhelmed, first of all, they start to, those stimming behaviors, they start to stim, then they cover their ears to sounds, okay.
Even lights,
if the
get
light
irritated.
is too much, you see they're beginning to get frustrated and they're affected. You pull them out. There's what we call pull out. So you pull them out. When you pull them out, is there a calm, safe space prepared for them that you can take them to where they can continue learning? Do you understand? So that's inclusion. And then your curriculum. Do you run differentiated curriculum? So for example, the other children are copying notes from the board. They're copying 10 lines. Oh, you, Enoch, you must copy 10 lines.
And
no,
he cannot.
He doesn't have to copy 10 lines.
He cannot.
So that's what we call accommodation and modification of the curriculum. Is your school doing that? I have worked with a child in a school before where the child has a lot of sensory issues. He can barely sit in the class. The proprietor said, well, my rule is you have to do that so that you can learn.
Okay.
You have to sit in the class. They're doing like 16 subjects. I said, ma'am, can we modify it? Some of these subjects, we all know why the subjects are there. It's not like they really need it. Can we modify it? Just the important subjects only. Those other languages and extracurricular subjects, we can munch them out so that the child concentrates on the ones that, like those languages, extracurricular subjects, you don't really have to write them in external exams. We know why we're adding them to the school to fill up the day and the rest. So can we take that out so that the child has extra time for reinforcement of what has been learned in the classroom? No, we don't do that. All our children, by the grace of God, because I pray to God, and in the school, every lesson has what the Bible says about that lesson. Their notes are usually, so I just look at it, I'm like, can we do this every time you advise?
No.
So, but she has a lot of children on the spectrum in the school.
And she's not giving out what they need.
So that's what I call integration. Do you understand? And a lot of schools tend to do that. But some is out of ignorance, some is, don't tell me what to do. It's my school.
It's my school. If
You
you want to go and make it.
Exactly. So that's why, when I see TV stations or, any media house, that shows interest in this, because I know whether you like it or not,
It's there.
even if it's 10 people that watches this program, they would pick up something from it. And God will touch their hearts and they will go and implement within their capacity as well.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
So, our viewers, we've heard the stories, we've heard the struggles, the triumphs, and the triumphs rather. and the wins. It's now time for us to get to meet the star of the story. We go on a quick break now. When we return, you'll be meeting the star of the story. Stay with us. Welcome back. We're still talking, seeing the spectrum, love, support, and autism in focus. And now we have the star of the story who just joined us. I'd like him to introduce himself to us. Hi.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Enoch.
Mm-hmm.
Enoch Diego Finu Obande.
Okay. Tell me about Diego. Is that also your name or is it a nickname?
It's a nickname.
Where from where?
Mostly before, I always like the name because of one of my two favorite cartoons
Okay.
that I used to watch. One is Ice Age. The tiger is named Diego.
Diego.
Then
Oh.
another one is Dora the Explorer. Her brother is
Oh.
Diego. And
Okay.
he likes animals too.
Oh. Okay. So that's why you got.
I like animals.
Yes.
Hmm. You see, very expressive and creative. So let's see some of the things you've been drawing. I hear that you love cartoons.
Yes.
Yep. So you want to show?
This
And
is one of them.
okay, what is this about?
This one is Pikachu. I always like it because him and his friend are always together.
Pikachu. Okay. Okay, so Unity.
Yes.
Hmm. Okay. Another one. Let's see. Let's
This
see.
one I've named quite
This is
Chris and Martin from Wildcats. They
okay.
are two brothers that really like animals.
Okay. Sounds like you really like animals.
Yes, I
Tell us
do.
about the animals you like.
Mostly it's lions, domestic animals. I like them too, and wild animals because they are both of them. They are unique
Okay.
in their own way.
Hmm.
Do you
Okay.
like dinosaurs?
Yes, but most of them I don't like. But I know a lot about them. Like the way T-Rex normally used to want their prey. And also the super clock.
Okay.
That is a oldie. That's the biggest clock before in in those times, in dinosaur period. It can the super clock can jump, it's bigger than its length from here to that wall
Wow.
or longer.
Hmm.
And even its jaw, it used to pull other dinosaurs from the water, from land into the water,
Hmm.
just like it. But now they're extinct.
Okay.
They can only be found in museum.
Oh. Okay.
So how do you know all this?
Mostly it's through documentary or wildlife
Oh.
Oh,
Okay.
good.
So,
or cartoons or movies.
hmm.
That's
So you spend a lot of time watching cartoons and documentaries.
yes.
Okay. So tell me about your favorite animal. Which is your favorite animal?
My favorite animal
Or
is
you can't
mostly
pick one.
I cannot pick one
Okay,
because I
so
like all
mention
them.
three.
Okay, mostly the one that like domestic animals is dog
Dog. Okay.
Okay.
because of the way they are, the way they can track anything down because of their strong nose.
Okay. Okay.
Then seconds, lions and cheetahs.
Cheetahs.
Yes, cheetahs are the fastest animals.
Hmm.
They can run up to 80 kilometers faster than a Ferrari,
Oh.
but they
Wow.
cannot run for long distance.
Okay. Okay. So after a while, they have to slow down.
If not, they will die
Oh.
Wow.
Wow.
because
I didn't
of
even know this.
Oh, wow. Okay. So I know you draw lots of cartoons, and I'm thinking from the top of my head that if you had a chance, you'd invent a superhero. So if you could do that, what would that be?
it will be.
Mm.
There's
Or
there's
just tell us
one.
about the kind of powers you'd like your superhero to have.
Number one is super speed.
Super speed. Okay.
Yes, and mostly to talk to animals.
Mm. Okay.
Super speed. Then you also have some gadgets that can use to defend the be help and another. Because if nobody is helping, just like some animals, there was dodo birds before now,
Mm.
very curious animals, and they're not scared of human being. They're like giant pigeons.
Okay.
They're closely related to pigeons. But because of the way we saw them and they are not running away, we now hurting them
Oh,
to
we're hurting
exist.
them.
Yes, but now
Oh.
they're no more existing.
Hmm.
So if we don't help anybody, if we don't help each other, who will help us except for our God?
Mm. And if we don't protect
And
as well.
if we don't protect each other,
Do you have a friend, Enoch?
yes, but I don't have any friend else. I don't have much friend outside my family or church.
Okay, but you have friends
You
in
have
church.
friends in church?
Yes,
Okay. Can you give us like two names of?
Luca.
Okay.
Oh, Luca.
How old is Luca?
Luca should be 17 or then PJ.
PJ.
PJ. That one he's in his
4.
level
No,
4.
he's 4.
He's 4.
Oh.
Okay, PJ is a male or female?
He's a
Male.
boy.
He's a boy.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's 4.
Where does Luca live?
He lives around town, but I'm not sure. I'm
Oh,
not that sure.
Okay. So where did you two meet?
We meet in the church because that he's good with fashion design.
Mm.
I
So
like fashion.
he draws. So while you draw, he designs. That's a
Yes.
powerful duo.
Seriously. Do you think he's a good person?
Yes.
Okay. Why do you think he's a good person?
Because to me, he's kind and he's caring.
Oh, okay.
And we're always, even though he's busy, he always make time for us to talk.
Oh,
So he understands you.
Yes.
okay. Now that you've mentioned kindness and you just spoke about bullying as well, I want you to speak to viewers, people who are watching, mommies, daddies, uncles, aunties, everybody. In fact, those people who you know bullied you, they'll be watching this too. So what is that thing you'd like them to know? What would you like them to do to be kinder people, to be better people, to be good people? I like that show. He came out.
It's better for us to be united because if we're united, all these wars, everything will stop and all of us will enjoy it. Just like the way they are saying kidnappers and everything, and people are bullying each other. If we are united, all of this will never even. It's very to cease,
Mm,
and it will benefit not only us but animals and other people.
okay. So,
Because people that know that will need the help, it can even be your neighbor or somebody else that you have been passing that you know for a long time, and something will tell you. But if we are united, everybody will be recognized and be helped, no
Amen.
matter their situation.
Yeah.
Yes.
you're very smart and we are all proud of you.
Yes.
Seriously.
We're
I'm
very
just looking at him in admiration. Like,
Yeah.
wow.
Handsome, smart,
Yeah.
everything together. Well, so I like you to share with Madam Herlin and Mommy. Maybe Mommy doesn't even know this one, but I want you to just tell her now. What is that thing that makes you really happy?
Mostly, it's the way I draw and the way me and my mom used to be together.
Oh, does she know this? Mommy, do you know this? Okay. When you draw and when you spend time with Mommy,
Yes.
it makes you happy.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh,
So
that's good.
that's very good. So at least we now know the things that make you happy. But I'm also your friend now, right?
Yes, we're friends.
Friendship tie. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. So let's go back to our experts. What's okay? I'll come back to you.
You okay?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
you'll be fine. I know it can get emotional sometimes. It is. So, what would you like parents of neurotypical children to know? What message would you like them to, take on from here?
Okay, so like I always say, autism is not a disease. It is not contagious. Down syndrome is not a disease. It is not contagious. ADHD is not a disease. It is not contagious. So just because your child mingles with children with autism, children with Down syndrome, children with ADHD, it doesn't automatically mean that your child will become autistic.
Mm.
So, parents with children with special needs, parents with children with autism, they don't have bad parenting skill. So when you see them in churches, in public spaces, what they need is they don't need your sympathy.
No,
Mm.
no, no,
They
no,
don't
no.
need your sympathy.
No.
What they need is empathy.
Yeah.
Always ask, how can I help you? How can I be of assistance? Because just imagine a child having a meltdown, they throw themselves on the ground, they are crying non-stop, and then you're giving the mother a scornful look.
Mm.
That doesn't help. What you
Yeah.
should be doing at that time is, how can I help? you know what helps the child when the child is like this, because at that point, just like mom is emotional now, at that point the parents might become emotional. So you don't look at them and say, oh, you were a weak mom, you didn't train your child properly, now your
Mm.
child is misbehaving in public and you were crying. No, they're not crying because they're weak. They're
Mm.
crying because they're overwhelmed. So
Yes.
what they need from the public at that time is empathy and support. Don't judge parents of children with autism. The children didn't become autistic because the mother cheated when she was pregnant.
Mm. Those are some superstitious
Yes,
beliefs that people
yes,
hold.
because I've had a parent before whose husband left because he claimed that when the mother was pregnant with the child, she cheated on him.
Mm.
That's why the child turned out that way. No, it is not possible. That's not one of the causes of autism. As I speak to you right now, no one even knows the causes of autism. Whatever we have out there is speculation. Genetics, the environment, and some say heavy metals.
Mm.
So we don't have a full knowledge of the cause of autism right now.
Yeah.
So when you say, oh, look at you is because you cheated, look at you is because you bewitched your husband and then God paid you back. All those are hurtful things to say to, you know, parents, especially mothers, because they
Mm.
are the ones that bear the brunt the more.
Yeah.
It's easy. I'm not judging the other gender, but it's easy for the other gender to just walk away. But the mother will never
Yes.
walk away.
Yeah.
No.
I
Mm.
have met hundreds of parents. So when I say this, I'm saying this from an evidence-based point of view. Stories I have heard, a lot of mothers have sat across my table at the office. So whatever I'm saying to you is what I have heard parents say to me. So it is not because they cheated, they tried to bewitch the man, and then because the
Mm.
man had this charm, the thing fell back.
Fall
No,
back.
it's nothing to do with that. So that's not the cause of autism. So just be kind, be empathic, and just show support whenever you come across, you know, a child with autism, and also the parents. And then school as well. Some schools will not take children with autism because neurotypical mothers would withdraw their children. I
Yes.
have personally experienced this
Yes.
when I tried to place children.
Yes.
So, Pativa Therapy Center is like a gap school. The purpose, the mission of the school is to prepare children with autism and other related childhood disabilities with the skills they need to thrive in a mainstream environment. And then when it's time for us to place them in mainstream, we're getting a lot of excuses like, oh, the last time I tried it, I lost a few parents, and the reason they cited was because of the child. Because children, they go to school and say, "Ah, mommy, there's this boy in my class or this girl in my class. He doesn't talk, he doesn't speak, he's constantly crying, he's
Mm.
closing his ears," and then parents just pick on it, and the next thing they, withdraw their children from school. I want to beg parents of neurotypical children, autism can happen to anyone.
Yes.
It does not choose the parents, it does not choose the family. It can happen to anyone, and it's not anyone's making. It's not what anyone did wrong. God just said, okay, autism is a special mystery,
Yes.
and you're the special mother I'm going to pick
To take care
experience
of
the
the
special
child.
mystery. That's what it is. So just be empathic and show support.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And I'm back to you, Madam Pat.
Thank you.
I know you're emotional.
Yeah.
I'm
Thank
just happy.
Yeah.
I'm just happy because the truth is that it's a long journey, but God has done it. Because the truth, we are not to be pitied. No, we are strong.
Exactly.
We are strong, and our children are strong.
Yeah.
And I thank God for it's because of Him we are here today.
Yes.
Of course.
If He was not, he does not have autism, I don't think we'll be on air.
Yeah.
So it's a privilege because God wants to use him
Yeah.
to be a blessing to somebody.
Sure.
So I'm just happy that this is coming up now. And I'm happy.
It's fine.
It's okay.
It's fine. It's okay. Thank you.
This were all I know is that let government do more.
Yeah.
Most of the school that they say is autistic school, most parents can't afford it. Let government do more. Let them pay more attention. Because these children, as you see them, what they know is even beyond our imagination.
Yeah. Of course.
Because
with the right support.
They're
with
very
the right
creative.
support,
Yeah.
he has been using a very small phone. It was a gift, somebody gave him a before, but before that phone even came him, give him any device, he will operate. How did he get all those knowledge? He has been homeschooling, self-schooling. I will not even say homeschooling, self-schooling for over 4 years now. For whatever he knows now is because God wanted him to be a voice.
True.
Yeah.
That is why God gave him that knowledge of knowing things. A lot of us watch things on TV and we cannot even remember what they say at the next 10 minutes. But he can give you details. That's how autistic are very unique. They don't forget the details, especially this is what God wants them to give out.
Yeah.
They don't forget details. They will give you details of everything that they have seen or read or come across there. So let governments, let individual, I'm begging owner of schools, please create room. All of us cannot be teachers. All of us cannot be proprietors. God has given us different gifts.
Yeah.
As we are, we have different gifts. And let God use our gift to be a blessing to somebody.
Yes.
Just as we are in this studio now, we are not paying any dime. The owner just pick interest in him and say, okay, let me feature him. We are not paying any dime. And he's trying to be as a reach out to people to create more awareness for autism. Let all of us do our own parts. Please. Let's do our own part. Let these children come and let them fulfill what God has brought them on this earth to do.
Thank you so much.
Thank
You know,
you
when
very
you spoke
much.
about advocacy, I want you to even speak to parents. We have parents who are shy or ashamed of their children, of owning up to their autistic kids. So I want you to speak to them.
See, a problem is solved when you know that you have a problem.
Okay.
When you don't even know you have a problem, that's what happened between me and my child. If I've known earlier on, I could have sought out help before now. I got to know about autism like 4 years ago. That's a very late time. But because God wanted him to be a voice, I knew late and I came up to say, yes, this is it. It's not a death sentence. The only thing I know they need is love. They want you to, like from time to time, he will go and come and say, Mommy, you know I love you. I say, I know. He will still come back again, you know I love you.
Enoch is
They just
smiling.
want you to know that you love them and you will need to say it. All they know is love and attention. And that's just it. Dealing with autism is very hectic, but the truth is that if you know their weakness, most of the things they do, it will not be a burden anymore. It will become more of a fun. There's somebody that at his age, at his age now, give him building block. He will sit down 3-4 hours on that building blocks.
Yeah.
And he will not even bother you. He will not even ask for anything. He will build, dismantle, build, dismantle. As far as he's happy, everything is okay.
Yeah.
He doesn't even know whether there's a father somewhere or there's no. All he knows is that mommy is everything. And if you are fortunate and you are both parents there, you can do more than a single parent. Because if the love comes from all sides, like as they are now, we can't trust, not that we don't trust them with people, but it's just that it's not everybody that can accommodate them, even your own relative.
Yeah.
They can't. Because when they start, not that they will do anything to themselves or harm anybody, but that space, a person that you say, okay, stay with this person, let me go somewhere and come, or let me go to this, they cannot cope. Because when they need their space, they need their space.
Yeah.
There's nothing you can do about it. And there are times that if their yes is yes and their no is no, if they say they are not going to do this, there's nothing you can do. Whether they are big or small, there's nothing you can do. You force them to do it, you end up doing it yourself because their mind is not there. They only do things that they want. So parents with autistic, try more, be patient. They outgrow it. There are things now, like the way I was stressed years back, like 10 years, 15 years ago, I'm no more.
No.
I learned to live with it. I learned to learn more about it. Then I learned to move ahead and know what he wants. Knowing that, okay, this is what he wants, I try as much as possible. And thank God, God is helping that he get favor. They're always attracting attention to them. Even without anybody noticing them, God will make somebody say, you need this, take this. Please, patience goes a long way for parents with autism. And the truth is that don't see your child as is the evil child. No, it's a blessing. Because without him having been autistic, I will not be here. I will not be talking to anybody. I don't even think if I come to meet the presenter, she will even, Madam, what do you want? But because God wants to use him as a voice, that's why he gave him to me. And I'm so proud of him, because the truth is that when he talks, I will just be imagining, is it this boy that was playing with toy just now that is saying all this? How did he even know them? And really, I can't even explain how he draws. I don't know. But the truth is, I know that I have a unique child, and I'm so proud that anywhere he goes, they don't see that child that I was battling with alone. They see a very unique and a special, talented child. And I thank God for that. So see your child as a blessing. It's just a phase. It's just a phase. They outgrow it. The symptoms reduce. As they grow
so
older,
now that
it
you have
reduces.
said that, I'm sorry. You said they outgrow it. The symptoms reduce as they grow older.
Yes.
So I just want to use this opportunity to tell parents. I've heard some parents say, their children got cured from autism because it is not a disease. There is no cure.
Yes.
So, like what mom said, with time and age and the right support, the symptoms minimizes.
Yes.
Coping strategies are built over time, but it's not cure.
No.
So that parents are aware of it, because I think it's that word cure that parents who have children with autism use that also make neurotypical parents of neurotypical children think that
it can be cured.
It can be cured,
yes.
or it's a disease. It is not a disease,
it's
so it cannot be cured.
Thank you very much.
Sorry.
Okay.
Let me make just what she said. For example, why I say they outgrow it, just like the self-harm of trying to pinch their body.
Okay.
He has stopped it. How did he stop it? When he take off his clothes, because as old as he is, do take off his clothes. I say this. He say, Mommy, don't say it. I've stopped it. And I even wish I can get something that will clear this scar on my body. That's to tell you that as they grow older, they know that there are certain things they cannot do to themselves.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Enoch, do you
you.
want to add anything? Any last words?
The other thing I want to add is that I know that there are some children that are lonely.
Are lonely, okay?
Yes.
They are lonely, that they don't know how to make friends very well. Like me, it was my toys.
Oh,
They're mostly cartoons.
Yeah.
To the extent that even this is one of them. They are
okay.
to the extent that I even try making a 3D robot that I want to even try
Oh,
making. Like a
okay.
throwback.
Oh, you
Now
want
talk,
to add a
yes.
talk back?
Yes.
That's so creative.
So that's if they are lonely, if they are children with or that are autistic that are lonely, they should try much to make friends with their toys,
Yes.
because he do talk to his toys.
You do?
Yes, he talk to his toys very
Yeah,
well.
one of the signs is preferring inanimate objects
Yes.
to humans.
Because they are calmer.
Yes.
Because inanimate objects will not put pressure on you. When you talk, they don't give you the pressure of talking louder than you. They don't give you the pressure of, yeah, okay, I've said this thing, so you say that. You talk at your pace.
Yes.
You communicate with inanimate objects at your pace. But when you communicate with humans, they tend to put pressure on you. Asking so many questions.
And they don't like questions.
They
They don't like
Just
questions.
putting pressure.
They don't
But
like
you see
it.
those inanimate objects, they don't do that.
Yes.
So that's why most of the time, that's a better companion than
Than
Yes.
human.
humans.
Okay.
Yeah.
Enoch, are you done? Do you want to say something else? Okay. So thank you so much for being our superhero, aka
you.
my
Thank you
Diogo.
for being my own superhero.
Oh, that's so thoughtful. Thank you. Thank you. So another shakes. Thank you so much. All right. And thank you so much, Madam Evelyn, for all you do at the Pat Silver
Yes.
Foundation, for being a voice, for being an advocate and a channel to help
Thank you.
children, special children around the world, and our superheroes mom.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for being there for us.
Thank you.
Thank you very
All
much.
right. So today's conversation reminds us that every child with the right support and the right space and the right system is capable of doing everything. So I want you, as you watch this, go back, be that voice, learn, ask questions, be that hope, be that support system that mother, that special child needs to thrive in this world. Until I come your way again, my name is Chinatu Oji, and this has been Ideas TV special feature. Have a good day.
Ever wondered how the aroma of freshly baked bread fills up your kitchen, or how a drop of ink spread through water? Welcome to Science on the Street, a fun-filled program that takes science from the lab to the streets. I am Okeme Chubiojo, and today we will be learning about the fascinating world of diffusion. I am very sure you are curious to know what that means. Join me as we ask this question on the street of the popular area 2 just beside the National Library to find out who knows what we are talking about. Stay tuned. I want to test your scientific knowledge a little. Do you know what diffusion means? Diffusion.
Yes, many years ago, I know what's diffusion, where
Okay.
something is being diffused. I think in the primary understanding, when you say diffuse, that means you are diffusing something for something else. So,
I want to test your scientific knowledge a bit, right?
All right.
Do you know what diffusion means?
Diffusion?
Diffusion, yes.
No,
Like scientific diffusion.
I don't know what it means.
I want to test your scientific knowledge a bit. Do you have any idea what diffusion means?
No, I do.
You have no idea.
No.
I want to test your scientific knowledge a bit. Do you have any idea what diffusion means?
Diffusion?
Diffusion, yes, diffusion.
Yeah, I think it's a chemical word for having two components changing to become something, a reaction that is happening, a kind of a reaction that is happening chemically that is going to change a particular substance to another substance or something like that.
I want to test your scientific knowledge a bit. Do you know what diffusion means?
Diffusion
Diffusion.
is a topic in biology,
Okay.
but
Just try. I'm very sure you know it somewhere in the corner of your head. Try. What is diffusion?
I don't.
What is diffusion?
Please, you can ask my sister. She can bail me out.
No way. I refuse to believe that nobody remembers what diffusion is. I will definitely try again. Let's try again. What is diffusion? How will a layman understand diffusion?
Okay, how am I going to put it? Okay, whenever gases react,
Okay.
they do so in volume and in a simple ratio.
Okay.
Okay, so for instance now, the lower the molecular mass of a gas, the higher the diffusion.
Okay.
Good. So if I'm operating the world of science like you said, so what I mean by molecular mass is, for instance now, when you understand the definition of an atomic number, in which define the proton of an element, are you following?
Okay.
Good. So when you add the, okay, let me use CO2 and then methane for instance. Both of them are gaseous in nature. So when you calculate the molecular mass of CO2, it will give you 44 grams per mole. And when you calculate the molar mass of methane, it's going to give you 16. So you could see that 16 is lesser, and then the molecular mass of CO2 is higher. So the diffusion rate of methane will be higher than the carbon 4 oxides. So diffusion is telling you in this state that the lower the molar mass or molecular mass of a compound, the higher rate of diffusion.
Oh, thank you very much. What is diffusion?
Diffusion is the process where particles move from a more concentrated area to a less concentrated region or surface or something like that. Yeah.
He got it! High five! So I want to test your scientific knowledge a little. What is diffusion?
Diffusion is a chemical reaction based on my own understanding.
Okay.
It's like, let's take example of artesunate injection. That's the injectable one. You understand? Is in two form, like the powder and a liquid form, which you use in dissolving the powder form. For my knowledge, that is what they call diffusion.
Okay,
Yes.
so the process of the dissolving of.
Yes, it's a chemical reaction on its own. You even see it the way it's forming and all that.
Okay, so that is diffusion.
Yes,
Thank you very much.
you're welcome.
I want to test your scientific knowledge a little. Okay. Do you know what diffusion means?
Yes.
Okay.
Diffusion is a process by which fluids move from a higher surface to a lower surface. Okay.
Okay.
That's all.
Okay. That was a nice attempt. A movement of molecules from a higher level of concentration to a
lower level of concentration.
Exactly. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome to the quiz segment of Science on the Street. I am still your host, Okebe Chibioja. We are still talking about the absorbing world of diffusion, and today here with me is Mr.
Benjamin Joshua.
And
Mr. John Kennedy Ozuluke.
Okay, so as usual, I will be testing your knowledge on this vital topic. So, Mr. Ben, can I call you Mr. Ben?
Yes, you can.
Yes. So, Mr. Ben here is a returning guest. He was here in one of the episodes and he had a great time. I can say that because he said so, that he had fun and he learned something, right?
Yes.
How do you feel being on the show again?
I feel excited, and I think I would give my best.
This time around.
Yes.
Okay. Now, he said that because he's yet to redeem himself. The last time he lost. Okay, so for the sake of our viewers, can you do a brief rundown about yourself, your educational background?
Okay, I'm Benjamin Joshua from Kaduna State, Zango Katef, and I studied at Federal University of Technology, Mina, mathematics, and I'm currently a core member.
Okay, he's a core member. How about you? Can I call you Mr.
John,
Kennedy?
Yeah, Mr. Kennedy is fine.
Okay.
All right, so I am John Kennedy Ozuluke from Anambra State. I studied geology from the University of Nigeria and Nsukka, and currently I'm a core member as well here in Abuja.
Two core members. Let's see who is going to shame their institution here today.
How about?
You have implicated your institution because you just called where you schooled. Okay, so before we delve into the quiz segment, on this particular topic, diffusion, we were on the streets of Area 2, Abuja, here in Abuja, just beside the National Library. And to my greatest dismay and shock, a lot of students did not have any idea about diffusion. They have not been taught or they have forgotten the topic. I sincerely cannot say. Now, whenever we go out for Science on the Street program, of course, we meet people of diverse age range, people in their early 40s, sometimes late 40s, even early 50s, and also the young people like students, teenagers, and people in their early 20s, late 20s. And one thing is peculiar about all these people we meet. It's so surprising to see that people who are already advanced in age remember some of these, scientific concepts, their meaning, their definition, while young people who are students, they don't remember. Like, I'm surprised. It wasn't impressive at all. So I'll start with you, Mr. Kennedy. What do you think the problem is? Is it our educational institution or our students are distracted? What is actually happening to you from your perspective? What's wrong?
Okay, so personally, I think it's not just about the educational system.
Okay.
Yeah, educational system play a major role, but if we understand that whatever we learn is for ourselves and not just to pass exam or for the teachers, perhaps we might put in more, more effort into understanding instead of cramming. So back to your question, I think the way some of the teachers teach, I won't say all, because the fact that you still met people who still understood and who still remembers this thing, given that they've actually been out of school for a long time, means that, yes, knowledge was passed. And those people, as you mentioned, have not passed the age of teaching, meaning that, their sites are also teachers, meaning that they could have actually been teaching students the concepts, possibly, or maybe they're teaching them in such a way that they just don't understand. But at the end of that, I think it's a combined effort of both the school and the students. If the students pay more attention and also go further to understand better and learn better, perhaps they will be able to retain more. And if the teachers find practical ways of teaching beyond abstracts, then perhaps they will also understand more. Because this particular topic, I can clearly remember in SS1 when we were taught how the teacher used some experiments, and that is why I can still remember them till now. Yeah, thank you.
From your perspective, Ben, what do you think the problem is?
Yeah, from my own perspective, I think some of the children or some of the students are not giving the attention, like they are not paying attention to what they are being taught in school.
Okay.
And some actually pay attention because there are other students too that you ask these same questions and they will give you the right answer. So I feel most problems are actually from the children. From the students in my own perspective.
Okay. Because at some point I would want to think that because of how the world is evolving, there are already, you know, better ways to convey education, to teach, and to get the attention of students. And a lot of schools have embraced this innovative way of teaching and learning, so that students don't feel bored, you know, about learning in the classroom. So
Perhaps that's why I think that it's a combined effort of both the teachers and the, because if you find innovative ways of teaching, I mean, to be honest, for probably 13-year-old or 12-year-old, telling them about diffusion without like making them really understand is it's not going to be easy, because they have to like try to understand some concepts. That you're going to hear concentration, you're going to hear gradients and all those things. And if they don't understand, if they don't break it down in such a way that they actually understand what you're talking about, that it's simply the movement of gaseous or maybe water or liquid molecules from an area of high concentration to the lower concentration, you don't understand it, it will be hard for them to remember. It is not like ability to do work that everybody will just not forget.
Wow, yeah,
So
I don't think I would ever forget that one.
exactly. So I think it's also the way they actually teach. That's why I wouldn't want to entirely say it's the fault of the students or the fault of the teachers, because if you meet 20 students and none of them can remember it, when it may have been taught, I wouldn't say it has been taught, but let's assume that it may have been taught to, let's say, 15 of them, then there's something wrong. At least 2, 3 should remember. Let it be that the teachers are trying, but some of them are playing. But if none of them can remember, it means that something is wrong with how, that the education was carried out. That's my opinion.
Let's delve into the quiz proper. So this is how it works.
Okay.
I have 15 questions here and a tiebreaker. So you both have the opportunity, because I can decide to call out any question for you, but you have the opportunity to pick any number. I read out the questions and their options. Then you tell me what you feel or you know the answer is. How about that?
I think
that works.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, that's fine. So question 1 is usually a general question. So now the question here is, what is diffusion? I will start with Mr. Ben. What is diffusion?
Okay, diffusion is the movement of molecules from a region of higher concentration to a region of lower concentration.
Okay, so what about you? What is diffusion?
Okay, just like you said, diffusion is primarily the movement of gaseous molecules, sometimes liquid molecules, from a region of higher concentration to a region of lower concentration due to the concentration gradients. That's due to the change or difference in the concentration of the two endpoints in question. Thank you.
So who goes first? Who picks a number first?
He started, let him continue.
Okay, so you continue.
Yeah, I'll go with question 2.
Question 2, okay. What drives the process of diffusion? Option A says energy from the sun. B says the natural tendency of particles to distribute evenly. C says external forces. And D, the temperature of the environment.
Wow.
Tough one.
Yes.
Okay.
The option again.
Okay, the options.
Yes.
Option A, energy from the sun. B, the natural tendency of particles to distribute evenly. C, external forces. D, the temperature of the environment.
Wow. I think I will go with the temperature of the environment.
The temperature of the environment. Okay. That's option D. Okay. That was a very good attempt, but the answer is option B. The natural tendency of particles to distribute evenly.
Oh, God.
Oh, but that was a nice attempt. You have a lot of time to redeem yourself.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so number what?
Oh, you said 3.
3. Okay. It decided to go in order. That's fine. Okay. What happens when you add a drop of ink to a glass of water?
Okay, what happens is the ink diffuses evenly over a given period of time in such a way that the concentration of the water becomes evenly distributed based on the ink.
Okay. Over to you, Mr. Ben.
Question 5.
Why did you skip 4? Do you feel like it's one tough question, one easy question, so you skipped 4? Okay, that's fine. Does diffusion require energy? Option A says yes, it requires a lot of energy. B, yes, it only requires a small amount of energy. C, no, it occurs naturally without energy. D, only in some cases.
Oh, God. Well, I would say only in some cases.
Only in some cases. What about you? Have a contrary opinion?
Well, actually says C. It does not require energy.
Okay, C says no, it occurs naturally without energy.
Energy, yes,
So
that's
it's
what
just
I
a
think.
natural thing.
That's what I think.
Okay, so the answer is actually C. Yes, the answer is C. No, it occurs naturally without. So what number will you go with?
Okay, do 4.
4. Okay, sorry to take us back. That's fine.
Let's move on.
In which of the following scenario does diffusion occur?
Okay.
I take that again. In which of the following scenario does diffusion occur? A, nutrients traveling in cells. B, fragrance filling a room. C, A and B. D, none of the above.
C, A, and B.
You didn't even want to you didn't want to think it through, like.
He said A is nutrients
Traveling in a cell.
traveling in a cell. B is fragrances filling a room. I think both of them are correct.
Both of them are correct.
Yes.
What if I told you
That one of them is wrong.
that both of them are actually correct?
Obviously, yeah, I could argue it.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Mr. Ben. Question 6. Okay, so we're going back to following the order of things. What is the end goal of diffusion? I take that again. What is the end goal of diffusion? A, to create pressure. B, to establish equilibrium. C, to increase temperature. D, to decrease volume. Tricky.
I think I'll go with the B. I think I'll go with B.
Why do you think so? Why? Because
option B is what again? Sorry.
To establish equilibrium.
To establish equilibrium.
Because I remember you said the diffusion, when you drop a ink in the water, it spreads evenly.
Yes.
So I think I'll go with the equilibrium.
Option B is correct.
Okay.
Okay, so question 8. Okay, following the other things. How does diffusion relate to a cell function?
Okay.
How does diffusion relate to cell function? A, it helps cells grow. B, it allows nutrients and waste to move in and out of the cell. C, it has no effect on the cells. And D, it changes the shape of the cells. The options again.
Yes.
Okay. Option A says it helps the cell grow. B, it allows nutrients and waste to move in and out of the cells. C, it has no effect on the cells. And D, it changes the shape of the cells.
Okay. I'll go with option B.
B,
It
okay.
allows nutrients and waste moving.
Yeah, I agree with him.
You go with him.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the answer. The answer is B. That's correct. Oh, Mr. Ben is finally decided to step up. Okay, so over to you.
Number 9.
Number 9. Okay. Which scientific field study diffusion? Which scientific field?
Field.
Like
okay, yeah,
field.
sure, yeah. Area of concentration.
Study diffusion. A, chemistry. B, biology. C, environmental science. D, all of the above.
All of the above.
Do you even want to think about it?
So I don't get confused. Yes, all of the above.
Okay, all of the above is correct.
Yeah, thank you.
You're going with 10. Oh wow, that's fine. What do we mean by high concentration? Concentration. High concentration. A, a large number of particles in a small space. B, a small number of particles in a large space. C, particles that are not moving. And D, particles that are too hot.
Concentration. I will go with particles that are too hot.
Okay. A large number of particles in a small space. Mr. Ben! Mr. Ben! Okay, Mr. Kennedy, over to you. Question 11.
Yeah, let's go in order.
What effect does temperature have on diffusion? That's almost, similar.
Okay.
What effect does temperature have on diffusion? A, it slows down diffusion. B, it has no effect. C, it speeds up diffusion. And D, it stops diffusion completely.
C, it speeds up diffusion.
Really? Is that your final answer?
The effect of temperature, right?
Yes, the effect of temperature on diffusion.
I said C.
C is the answer. It speeds up
Diffusion.
Okay. 12. Why is diffusion important for environmental conservation? I take that again. Why is diffusion important for environmental conservation? A, it helps in energy production. B, it influences how pollutants spread. C, it has no relevance. And D, it creates new substance. Why is diffusion important for environmental conservation?
Options again.
A, it helps in energy production. B, it influences how pollutants spread. C, it has no relevance. D, it creates new substance.
Let's go with option A.
A, it helps in energy production. Are you sure is that one you want to? Before you jump,
I'm not saying anything. Did I say anything?
Okay.
I mean, he could be right. Who knows? But I
so
didn't
it
say
helps
anything.
in energy production. Oh, it helps in energy production.
Diffusion, importance. Let me see. Option B is what?
It influences how pollutants spread.
Okay, yes. I think I'll go with option B.
B.
Yes.
He's now like
pollutants spreads.
Okay, what about you?
Yeah, I agree with him.
Oh,
It's,
you agree with
yeah,
him?
it influences how
Because that's actually
pollutants.
correct.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have question 13 since we have decided
Yeah,
to go
in
with
order. Yeah, in order.
Okay, so when substance mix due to diffusion, what are they seeking? A, reaction. B, separation. C, equilibrium. D, concentration.
C, equilibrium.
Equilibrium is the end product.
Yeah.
And you also agree with that. Okay, so yes, it's correct. Okay. Equilibrium, correct. Question 14 for you.
Yes.
What can diffusion teach us about medical treatment? Okay. I go again. What can diffusion teach us about medical treatment? A, how to dissolve pills. B, how drugs distribute in the body. C, how to mix chemicals. And D, how to increase blood flow.
I think I'll go with how drugs dissolve
in the body.
System. Yes.
I agree with him. B.
Okay, so why?
Because I feel how will I say it? When you take drugs, it dissolves just like the way cube of sugar does it, and it spreads easily to every system, to all to your systems.
Okay.
Yes.
So you're like, oh, how drugs distribute in the body. Oh.
Because once you take it, it will definitely dissolve in your body.
And to reach that place, especially the one we take for painkillers.
Yes.
Okay.
I think I'll go.
That's like the closest one I can think of. So that's why you have decided to choose that option. What about you?
And it's also in the medical part.
Okay.
In the medical part. Okay.
I think, just like you said, so when drugs dissolve, obviously at the point where when you swallow it in your stomach in question, it becomes very concentrated, the content, and so it begins to seep out to different parts of the body. I think that's why I think it will make sense that that is why they use it in medicine.
Okay, that's fine. It's actually correct. So, question 15 goes
Yeah.
to you.
Yeah.
What happens to particles during diffusion over time? A, they become solid. B, they disappear. C, they spread out evenly. And D, they create pressure.
See, they spread out evenly. Yeah.
Okay, and that's also correct.
Thank you.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow. I must say,
We are
guys have really
we are smart people, don't worry. Our schools are trying.
Oh, yes. I would say that. Oh, you want to give accolades to your school now?
Please, thank
Won't you take some?
I try, shall, but I think, I don't know.
Okay, that's fine. That's beautiful. Mr. Ben, how do you feel?
Yeah, I lost again, but I think sometimes we win, sometimes we lose.
So this is just one of those ones you have to be like,
We try again.
but at least what was the experience for you?
Yeah, it was okay, fantastic.
As usual, of course. That's why it's Science on the Street quiz segment.
Quiz segment. Yeah.
Okay, and Mr. Kennedy, how do you feel?
It's cool. I mean, it just brings back memories, of those days, and it's nice. It's cool. Yeah, that's how I feel.
This is learning with a touch of nostalgia. Do you understand?
Exactly. It's a reminder, nostalgic feeling. Yeah.
Oh, wow. So in the spirit of sportsmanship, you shake the
Yes,
winner for today's quiz segment.
Congratulations.
Thank
It's
you.
not easy.
It's not easy. Yeah.
Thank
But
you.
I'm glad you both had
we
great
had
time.
fun.
You
Yeah.
had value for your time. And I'm very sure our viewers also had a great time listening to both of you go on and on about diffusion. I am sure they have learned something new.
Yes, sure.
Hopefully.
Right?
Exactly.
So I would say thank you so much for being on the quiz segment of Science on the Street.
Thank you for having us.
You're welcome. And that's all on this quiz segment of Science on the Street. I am still your host, Okebe Chibioja. Stay tuned. Well, that's a wrap on today's edition of Science on the Street. I hope you are excited about the science behind diffusion and its impact on our world. Do well to follow us across all social media platforms to watch this episode and more. Till I come your way again next week, I am Okeme Chubiojo. Do not forget, science is for everyone, so keep exploring, asking questions, and stay curious. Bye for now.
IP, intellectual property, is extremely important and is a very important tool for economic development and for innovation. First of all, you have to have creativity, the idea, and this we have in abundance in Nigeria. But innovation is really mind to market, the idea and getting it into market quick and fast. And so you need R&D, your research and development, to build on ideas that come up. And the good thing about intellectual property is at that idea stage, how first of all to build on an invention, if it's an invention, or inventivity, the intellectual property system through the patent system has the facilities and the mechanism for providing huge, almost limitless technological information, very often free of charge. So you have an idea very quickly of the state of the art in a particular field of technology you might be working on, or a particular area of creativity, and the beauty of intellectual property is that, as it says, it's the creation of the mind, the property of the mind, intangible property. So you can also protect yourself. You don't want a situation, as we say in Nigeria, monkey they walk, baboon they chop. Somebody has all the creativity, somebody else takes it and makes a lot of money out of it. So the intellectual property system gives you that framework for protection also, so that you can move with it and develop it, and eventually getting it into the market space, while all the while creating your proprietary rights, and you have different mechanisms also that's provided for you to decide as you go along with your ideas. If you want to protect it through the patent system, or if you want to, protect it through trade secrets and other aspects of intellectual property, and then of course that also gives you some tangible assets that you can also negotiate with, because very often when you go into the market space, especially if you're not an entrepreneur and you just have the ideas, you're probably going to have to go into partnership with those that have the financial resources and all that. So licensing and those kinds of things, and to know whether there are potential competitors in the market and those kinds of things. So when you now go from the mind and then getting into the market, the intellectual property system gives you the protection all through, so you have some tangible assets that you can then formally protect, either through having a patent granted or any other industrial designs or trademarks registered, and also to know gauging the marketplace and whether to launch it and all that. So for Nigeria, it's extremely important because very often you find that a lot of people have very, very, very creative and coming up with great ideas, and obviously these are not being exploited for the economic benefit of the country. And then also, intellectual property is not just about necessarily inventions and so forth, but you also have in the area of cultural industries, like copyright, protection of music, and the film industry. And we've seen how Nigeria is also extremely very rich in that area, and how that has played a role in when the decision was taken to rebase the methodology for gauging Nigeria's GDP. Nigeria was able to overtake South Africa and become the number one largest GDP in Africa, taking into account the cultural industries, intellectual property also. So the potential is enormous in that area, in Nigeria and for Africa, and that's really what, we're in a knowledge-based world economy at the moment, and it's no longer about bricks and mortar and natural resources like oil and all these other things, but it's now really about knowledge, how to monetize that knowledge, and how to develop based on that knowledge and the knowledge economy. And this is where Africa really needs to get into. And we see that, moving from raw materials to adding value and intellectual input to what we find already, assets we have already in the country. Okay, the first one, and I would call it almost, not the crown jewel, but the core of it, is really a business matching mechanism. I looked at Nigeria as a country full of entrepreneurial people, and saw as a big challenge that we should not be just about looking for attracting foreign direct investment, although that's very important. But one also saw a lot of obstacles in the way of business people, be they custom, we're trying to get their goods out of Nigeria. And, I, in a number of fora, advocated for other countries, possible partner countries, to look into the issues of a lot of Nigerian, especially agricultural products, not being allowed into certain markets, because of quality and things like that, So wanted to have a one-stop shop where any Nigerian business person could upload whatever it is they have to sell. So it's a market access tool, to access markets anywhere around the world through a one-stop shop. So setting up a portal where it will be possible, but of course with all the necessary, checks and balances to ensure that the credibility of this portal is maintained, and of course the credibility of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and all that, and to upload, for each person to be able to upload all the information about what they produce, and then to have and train trade officers in all our over 100 permanent missions, embassies around the world, to also follow up in each country in which they're represented with the chambers of commerce, with the retail sector and all that, to draw their attention to this portal. So in whatever country it is, in Europe, in Asia, or whatever, anybody can go to the portal, see what these Nigerian businesses have to offer, and then they can meet themselves in this digital space, market space, and then do business and whatever, So that was one of it, and also it worked the other way around with once these foreign entities, know about it, also upload if they are looking for Nigerian business partners, they can all meet there. So it's a business promotion tool, foreign direct investment promotion, and export promotion. And in addition, while we were in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, one of the frequent challenges were Nigerians having problems all around the world. And, you read all kinds of things about not being abandoned by the government and so on and so forth. So we also wanted a call center, 24/7, where any Nigerian anywhere in the world could call the number and meet somebody in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It could be, pushed up if needed and acted upon immediately. So a direct response to that. We also were looking at, trying to get Nigerians brain gain, Nigerians in the diaspora coming back to work in Nigeria and not just leaving, japping from the country. And so wanted also a database of, Nigerians who were interested in coming back, their profile, their skill set and all that, and then trying to make that available to potential employers in Nigeria. So also a kind of a market for recruitment, as you might call At the origins, essentially, is COVID.
Right.
During the COVID, what we saw was nobody knew the direction in which COVID would go, how long it would last, and what the challenges would be in terms of finding, vaccine for it. Now, everything was fast-tracked, and even the approval process for vaccines, all that had to be sort of leapfrogged and cut short. And when different vaccine models came on stream. Now, those countries that produce the vaccines didn't know what their needs, the limits of their needs, how long these things would go, how many people will need to be vaccinated, and so on. So you had a lot of hoarding of these vaccines by those countries that were producing them. And, And so Africa is the only continent, more or less, that did not have any countries that produce vaccines in them, were 100% dependent on, the outside world. And then we started to experience what was referred to as vaccine nationalism, of countries, which is understandably in a way, hoarding for themselves, not knowing how many years this thing would be with us for and so forth. And so the vulnerability of Africa was manifest, clear for all. And so there were a number of international summit meetings of presidents that took place, and this now came to the forefront of global discourse or health discourse, and it was there that it was decided, the industrialized countries, to help Africa build a capacity for vaccine production on the continent. Some countries were identified: South Africa, Rwanda, Kenya, Senegal. We had to sort of fight to have Nigeria added to the list of hubs that we created in Africa. So money was promised by some of the foreign donors, and the African Development Bank also took a lead in this. So the result was the creation of this African Pharmaceutical Technology Foundation, African Pharmaceutical Technology Foundation, yeah. So with headquarters in Rwanda, Kigali, and as you say, the ADB, or AFDB, African Development Bank, sort of midwifed it in a sense, and so they created a board of eminent persons and then a board. The eminent persons board was sort of people like the former Chancellor of Germany, Angela Merkel, President of Rwanda, Kagame, the African Development Bank President, and Director General of WTO, Director General of WHO, and a Brazilian representative and Indian representative, and then a board, which I then serve, and then as well as the European Investment Bank, which is putting in some money, and the German government, which is putting in some money, and one of an intellectual property professor, and a member of ADB is also on that. Well, two members of the ADB are on that board. So so it's been inaugurated. It's now a regional organization, and a meeting was held. There's a host nation agreement with Rwanda, and it's now being rolled out. Obviously, you can imagine to develop this capacity, it's going to be multi-sectoral. You're going to have to engage with governments to put in the regulatory mechanisms, the laws to support pharmaceuticals. It's going to involve the various stakeholders, pharmaceutical companies themselves, the medical establishment, and so it's a huge undertaking, and so that's where we are at the moment, about to produce a work plan for I would say, I don't know, when I went to school in those days, science was something that most students dreaded, and when scholarships were awarded in those years, it was only mainly liberal arts subjects and things like that. But I would try to get young people interested in science and technology and innovation. I mean, I think that should be our priority. And I think you see that in some Asian countries. It's, when I was at school, I just remember, maybe it's also, I don't know if I can say it's innate, but they seem to be, all the students that one, started with, were always more into the science field, chemistry, physics, and those kind of things. And you can see the benefits now in the economies of the various countries around the world. So I would just say to young people that it's just that it is interesting, it's not boring, and it should not be intimidating. When you're young, usually nothing is intimidating. Young people are easily open to things. So it's probably the parents and policy makers that one should actually advise that, scholarships, if it were me, I would say scholarships to study abroad or anywhere like that would only be given science areas. If you want to do law, history, or even geography, fantastic. Yeah, it's good to study, whatever your interests are, but the government should prioritize science and technology. And yeah, just try to get young people to know how exciting it could be. Look at the other day was the eclipse, and astronomy, the whole world out there, the whole world in the ocean, the whole issue of climate change that you raised, and the science of all that, and everything we are and our environment is all about science, and we should really prioritize that. Otherwise, we will be forever at the mercy of the outside world, as we're showing with vaccines now. They are not enough, but obviously, which is what is so good about an STI idea, to also add another plank to that. But you're absolutely right. I think the media, it doesn't play enough of a role, doesn't give enough priority to science, technology, and innovation. And that's what we really have to prioritize more and more. And when I was with the World Intellectual Property Organization, we worked through the government in all the countries. For many years I was in the Africa Bureau, so even with Nigeria, I used to come here and I helped to set up or to develop Nigeria's, innovation policies and IP policies, and you can see the underfunding of of R&D institutions in Nigeria, and it's just so sad, because very often you will see the good human resources that are there, but unfortunately just the support and the environment, and the incentives.
Everything around us, from the chair you sit on to the twinkling stars in the sky, is made up of tiny building blocks called atoms. They are the unsung heroes of the universe, and today we are diving into their fascinating world. Welcome to another interesting and exciting edition of Science on the Street, the program that takes science from the lab to the hearts of the street, asking simple questions, making science fun and easy to understand. I am Okemechi Biojo. And today we are on the vibrant street of the popular AYA Bridge, Abuja, Nigeria, to explore the incredible world of atoms. Atoms are the basic unit of matter and the foundation of everything we see and touch. Each atom consists of a nucleus made up of protons and neutrons, surrounded by a cloud of electrons. It's this unique structure that gives each element the distinct property. It's amazing how something so small can have such a significant impact on our world. Let's find out if someone out here can share more information or shed more light on the role of atoms atoms in our everyday lives. Atoms are everywhere, and they're in the air we breathe, in the food we eat, and even in our bodies. Without atoms, we won't exist. It's incredible how atoms are involved in everything around us, from the simplest substance to the complex organism. Let's talk to some people to see if they remember what atom is. What are atoms?
I don't know.
Okay, I would assume you did not do sciences.
Yes.
Okay. What is said to be the smallest part of an element? What is an atom? Do you know what an atom is?
I don't know.
What is an atom?
Atom, I know it's physics, but
Exactly. I like the fact that you're laughing because it's supposed to make you feel nostalgic.
I know it's physics, but I can't really say.
Try to place it. It's somewhere in the corner of your head.
An atom. I just know that it's physics, so. I just know that it's physics, but I can't say.
Okay, so what is the tiniest part of an element that takes place in a chemical reaction?
Yeah. Tiniest molecule.
It's the tiniest part of an element, and it takes place in a chemical reaction.
Honestly, I don't know.
The minutest volume of matter that occupies space.
What is an atom?
An atom is the smallest enzymes in the body.
Atoms are the basic unit of matter and the foundation of everything we see and touch. Each atom consists of a nucleus made up of protons and neutrons, surrounded by a cloud of electrons. It's this unique structure that gives each element the distinct property. It's amazing how something so small can have such a significant impact on our world. Let's find out if someone out here can share more information or shed more light on the role of atoms in our everyday lives. Atoms are everywhere, and they're in the air we breathe, in the food we eat, and even in our bodies. Without atoms, we won't exist. It's incredible how atoms are involved in everything around us, from the simplest substance to the complex organism. Let's talk to some people to see if they remember what atom is. What is an atom?
Is what? Atom.
Atom, yes.
Atom is the smallest. Is the smallest particles.
Okay.
Yeah. Smallest particle now of an element.
She got it. High five.
The most tiny. I don't know how to put
The
it.
tiniest part of an element that takes place in a chemical reaction. That's what.
That is an atom.
Correct. What is an atom?
An atom.
Yeah, atom.
Shit. An atom is like the smallest particle of a matter. Yes.
It is the smallest indivisible particle of an element.
What is an atom?
An atom is the smallest indivisible particle of an element.
Atoms are essential for the formation of molecules, which makes up everything from water to DNA. They are the building blocks of life. Coming next is the quiz segment of the program. Stay tuned. Hello and welcome to the quiz segment of Science on the Street. I am your host, Okebe Chibiojo. We are still talking about the fascinating world of atoms and the crucial role they play in our universe. Joining me today is Mr.
Paul Great.
The confidence, and Mr. Okay, I have two young men with me here today. just like some viewers have said, that the quiz segment is their favorite part of Science on the Street. And so today we're talking about atoms. Before we start, or before we delve into the quiz proper, Mr. Paul, can you tell us about yourself, your background, educational background, and a little about what you're doing now?
Okay, well, presently I'm a co-op member.
Okay.
I'm also I'm an artist.
Artist.
I'm also the CEO of Big Dreams Wears.
Oh.
Yes, one of the biggest clothing brand in Abuja.
Wow.
So that's that for now.
You have a lot going on for you. That's good.
Yeah.
Okay, so can I call you Mr. Hero?
Yeah, sure.
That name is unique. Okay, so let's get to meet you.
Okay, I am a physicist and a core member and also a broadcast engineer presently.
Oh wow.
Yeah, then I schooled in FUTMI now, Federal University of Technology.
Okay, what did you study?
Studied physics. I'm a physicist.
Oh yeah, you said that. Sorry, it was
I
you.
studied computer science.
Computer
from
science.
Bingham University.
Bingham University. Oh wow. Okay, that's beautiful. So, like we do on the quiz segment, we get to talk about the street segment where we meet people, get to ask them about the topic for the day and know if they still remember. So we were on the street of the popular AYA bridge, or roundabout, like they will call it, in Abuja, and a lot of people did not remember what atoms are. And to my greatest surprise, there were a lot of funny definitions. Trust me, there were a lot of funny definitions, and I was just thinking, if it was, you know, more difficult, heavy scientific terms or, you know, scientific topics, I wouldn't be surprised that people do not remember. But for a thing as common as atoms, you know, they're around us, they're within us, they are in us, and people don't even remember. It's just like asking, where is your esophagus? And somebody's like, it's in my stomach. Okay, so I'll start with you, Mr. Hero. What do you think the problem is with people not remembering some of these little things?
Okay, yeah, to me, I would say science is like 1/10 of what people study. So I feel like asking someone that studied accounting about his esophagus is like diving away from his field. That's one. Two, I'm like, in this country now, let me use the language, people heard the hot.
Okay.
So like people are hustling, people are going about their business.
Mhm.
So probably you ask the person tired from his office, coming back at 5 o'clock, and he's just trying to go home and eat. And you're like, where's my esophagus? For me to see, the person might just say it's in his leg. Because he's heard the hot.
Abi?
So I would say that's my own reason why I think people cannot define basic things.
Okay, but for a topic as basic as atom, these are some of the things we were taught in secondary school before going to study maybe accounting or whatever they studied in the university. So,
For someone that's 40 years old, secondary school might be at 15. That was like 25 years back.
okay.
Obviously, the human brain works with what it sees and hears every day. So probably this person is not into clothing, like my bro said, he's into clothing. All he's doing is my design, my patterning, size, medium,
Okay.
small. All of a sudden, atoms.
Yeah, we get a lot of
Yeah,
that
that's
nostalgic reactions.
So, but there are people that are in this field and like they're in the field presently. So asking them atoms, like, for me, is a cheap question for them because that's what they do that's their everyday lifestyle. So, and I also say not everybody is education inclined. Some people are like into other things. Some people are into buying and selling. People are into different things. You understand? Then all of a sudden you're asking what he did in his JS3. What's atom? Even secondary school students, I mean to say in SS3, you might ask them what's an atom and they'll say nonsense.
Yeah.
It's not their fault somehow. Because all fingers are not equal.
Wow.
So that's my reason for
Mr. Paul, do you have anything to add to that?
It's just as you said. I feel like it has to do with timing too.
Timing.
Yeah. So once a long period of time has passed, there are certain things that we as humans, like naturally, we can't like understand or tend to remember some certain things with
Okay.
time. Yeah. So I feel like time plays a major role in remembering some of all this. things.
Okay, so adding to what Hero said, so you actually, from what you said, you don't believe that if students do not remember some of these basic things, even when they are science students, it doesn't mean or translate that there's something wrong with our educational system.
The thing is, I would say the educational system in Nigeria still needs a lot of work.
Okay.
Obviously, everybody knows. But then, it still dives back to, I don't know, Nigerian students are at 16, at 17, they're already looking for money because of the way the country is. Something that is supposed to be their parents' responsibilities. Children are now. So, whereas one thing about the child's brain, I think you cannot focus on a lot of things at the same time. So, if this particular head is into money, into business, into this, into that, into having fun, I think his education we are all like all the word that we lack.
We lack. Okay. So that means you do not believe that there are distractions, like other vices kind of distraction, aside the fact that currently in the society or in Nigeria, young people are thinking about making money. You don't think that the gadgets we have, phones, internet, are distracting them from studying?
For me, I would say these gadgets are here to stay.
They're here to stay. So
Yeah,
we have
there
to
is no-
we have to find our balance. We have to navigate through it and find balance. Okay, that's okay. So as usual, we have 15 questions. 14 questions, each person has 7 questions to answer, and 1 tie question. That is if there is a tie. The last question is a tiebreaker, right? So we'll delve into it immediately. So who goes first?
I let my chairman go first.
Oh, CEO, you're not calling him your chairman.
See you have chairman now.
Okay.
Chairman.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll go with you.
I did not agree.
You didn't? Oh my God. Okay, so you're supposed to pick a number.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Oh my God. Rock, paper, scissors. Like seriously? So what you're supposed to do is pick a number. I read out the questions and the options, and you tell me what you think or know the answer is. So you do not want to start. So Mr. Paul, we're back to you. So what number are we going with?
Okay, let's start with number 1.
Number 1. Okay. What are atoms primarily known as? I go again.
Okay.
What are atoms primarily known as?
Okay.
A. Molecules. B. Fundamental building blocks of matter. C. Cells. And D. Particles of light.
Okay. I'm not really sure, but I will go with D, particles, because I know that atoms are particles. But I'm not sure, but I'll go with D.
D says particles of light.
Of light.
Light, yes. Probably you didn't hear the light part. Particles of light.
And then B says?
Fundamental building blocks of matter.
I think about molecules.
Atoms are primarily known as?
Yes, among the options.
Molecules, that's A. Option A says molecules. Okay. B, fundamental building blocks of matter. C, cells. D, particles of light.
Okay, so I'll just go with B.
B, fundamental building blocks of matter. And that is absolutely correct.
Wow.
So you have a point to yourself. Mr. Hero.
Smart.
Number 2. Okay, we're going in order. Okay, number 2 says, in what process do atoms play a crucial role in our bodies? In what process do atoms play a crucial role in our bodies? A, chemical reactions. B, physical reactions. C, spiritual healing. And D, none of the above. Chemical reaction. Are you sure? Okay, that's fine. Chemical reaction is correct. Okay.
That's easy.
Let's see what happens. Okay. Mr. Paul.
Okay.
What number are you going with?
Number 4.
Oh, all the way to 4. He skipped 3. Are you scared of 3? Okay.
See?
4 says atoms are essential for the repair of what type of tissues? Atoms are essential for the repair of what type of tissues? A, nervous tissues. B, damaged tissues. And C, all types of tissues. There are just 3 options.
Okay.
So we have A, the nervous tissues,
Yeah.
B, damaged tissues, and C, all types of tissues.
I'll go with A.
A, nervous tissues.
Nervous tissues.
Okay, and you're sure A is the answer?
I'm not sure, but we'll go with it.
Okay, that's wrong. The answer is B, damaged tissues. Okay, over to you, Mr. Hero.
I'll go with number 3.
Number 3, that's fine. What do atoms transform food into? What do atoms transform food into energy? Our cells. Okay, sorry. What do atoms transform food to energize our cells? Okay, sorry, the word was energize. What do atoms transform food to energize our cells? A, vitamins. B, protein. C, energy. D, water. What do atoms transform food to energize our cells? A, vitamins. B, proteins. C, energy. D, water.
Cannot be proteins. Cannot be. A was.
Vitamins.
Cannot be vitamins. I'll just go with energy.
Energy.
Sugar or glucose or something.
Okay. So you will go with energy.
Well, energy is not a word. Cannot be protein. Energize.
Yeah, energize.
Energize. I'll go with. The D option is what?
Vitamins, protein, energy, water.
I'll just go with energy.
Energy. Okay. Now that was a little bit tricky, but it's correct. Energy is the right answer. Absolutely right. Okay, over to you, Mr. Paul.
Okay, so number 5.
Number 5. Which of the following is a product of atomic transformations in the body? I take that again. Which of the following is a product of atomic transformations in the body? A, carbon dioxide. B, energy. C, oxygen. D, all of the above.
So repeat the options.
Carbon dioxide is option A. B, energy. C, oxygen. And D, all of the above.
I'll go energy.
Energy.
Yeah.
Okay. If you say energy, you are right.
Hey.
If you say carbon dioxide,
yes,
you are right. If you say oxygen, you are right, because the answer is all of the above.
Oh, no be lie. I'm still wrong.
Okay, so all of the above is the answer. So you're 2 points down. You're just running on 1 point, and you have answered 3 questions, right? So over to you.
So wait, sorry, I did not get that one.
The answer is all of the above.
But it's still inside now.
Energy is inside, but the answer is all of the above. Carbon dioxide, oxygen,
yes,
you know, all of that. Okay, over to you.
I'll go with number 7, the magic number.
Oh, wow. You think 7 is magical?
Okay, 7 is a magic number.
To you?
To everybody.
Wow, okay. Which device are mentioned as examples of technologies driven by the study of atoms? I take that again. Which devices are mentioned as examples of technologies driven by study of atoms? That is to say, after research have been conducted on atoms, what has that study on this particular topic have been able to help, you know, birth some kind of technologies, right? Technology. So A says television and radio. B, smartphones and supercomputers. C, cameras and printers. D, refrigerators and microwaves. Whoa, so you see why people should know atom. Like, these are gadgets and stuffs we use almost every day. Okay. Televisions and radios, smartphones and supercomputers, cameras and printers, refrigerators and microwaves. Tricky.
I would say mentioning telephones and computers and televisions, and they are all the same thing.
Okay.
I'll go with option
D.
Different from the rest.
It looks different from the rest. Refrigerators and microwaves. Okay, that's nice. I wouldn't question your choice. But the answer is actually smartphones and supercomputer, because you could see the excitement when I was talking about it. Like, we all have smartphones and people don't know what an atom is. So the answer is B. Smartphones and supercomputers.
Another option is televisions and radios.
Mm-hmm.
Still atom.
Of course. But which of these?
I will not question you.
Well, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, so over to you.
Okay, so number 8.
Fine, that's okay. Let's not forget that we skipped number 6. So number 6 is still available. So number 8, the study of atom has led to breakthroughs in which field? Chemistry and physics is option A. B, music and art. C, literature and philosophy. D, history and geography.
I'll go with A.
I was easy.
Like that question.
Physics and chemistry. That's fine. It's actually right.
Of course.
So over to you.
I go with question
6. Okay, so he skipped 6 for the magic number, which he
number.
eventually did not get.
The one that thought the magic number, I got it.
Okay.
What's magic?
Okay, so 6 says, what do the arrangement and behavior of atoms in different material form the foundation of? Sorry, I take that again. What do the arrangement and behavior of atoms in different materials form the foundation of? Option A says historic events. B says modern technologies. C, artistic expressions. And D, natural landscape. Modern technologies. Okay, that's fine. Correct. You got it. You got it. Absolutely right. So, oh, actually, 9 is the next number.
Oh, that is the
you
next
answered
one.
8.
Oh.
So, 9 is next.
9.
Okay. Atoms are compared to which universal force? Atoms are compared to which universal force?
Okay.
Right? So, A says friction, B says magnetism, C says gravity, and D, electricity. Atoms are compared to which universal force?
Okay, options again.
Friction says, option A says frictions, B says magnetism, C says gravity, and D says electricity.
I'll go gravity.
Gravity, that's option C. Gravity is correct. You've leveled up. Oh,
I was very sure of that one.
Oh, wow, that's cool. Over to you, Mr. Hero. 10. Okay. What do atoms form that is described as foundation language of existence? Right? Did you get that? Okay. Option A says chemical formulas. B says the periodic table. C says connections in the universe. And D, biological systems. Okay. What do atoms form that is described as the foundational language of existence? Foundational language of existence. A says A says chemical formulas. B says the periodic table. C says connections in the universe. And D says biological systems. Existence. Biological systems? Biological systems. And that is wrong. Connections in the universe. Yeah, existence. So, atoms, connections.
What's the answer?
The answer is C. Connections in the universe.
Wow. If I was given another option, I would not pick it.
Oh, really? You didn't even, like, you don't even want to think about it being the answer. Wow. Okay, that's fine. So we still have a few more questions to go. We're on from 11 up until 14 is free.
Okay, so number 13.
Number 13. Why did you skip
I don't know.
11
My
and
mind
12?
just says I should just go there.
Okay. What does the ongoing exploration of atomic structure continues to inspire? A. Fear. B. Apathy. C. Awe and discovery. D. Confusion.
What does the repeat it again?
What does the ongoing exploration of atomic structure continue to inspire?
Okay.
Fear, apathy, awe and discoveries, and then we have confusion as the last option.
I want to get the question B, the option B again.
Okay, so the option is like people, inspiring people not to look towards that direction, not to want to get themselves involved in the field.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So fear,
apathy, awe and discovery is option C. Then D, confusion.
Okay, so C.
C,
Awe
and discovery.
Yeah.
Woo! That is awesome.
Of course.
The answer is C. You were absolutely correct.
Of course. My mind
So,
chose the number.
over to you.
Never wrong.
11 is available. Okay, so number 11 says, which aspect of atoms does... Sorry, I have to take that again. Which aspect of atoms highlights the relations to life? Which aspect of atoms highlights relation to life? Option A says their size, B says their behavior, C says their transformation, and D their colors. Stuff. What aspect of atoms highlights the relation to life, or its relation to life, right? So we have their size, their behavior, their transformations, and their colors.
I just take size, smallest unit.
And so you can relate it to life because it's small and indivisible. A bit tricky. So you're going to stick to size.
Other options are
A says size, B says their behavior, C says their transformations, and D their colors.
transformations, behaviors, size, they are all properties of the atom.
Okay, so which of them relates to life?
Relates to life.
Yeah.
Life. Transformation, reaction. I just take chemical reaction. Is it chemical reaction or just reaction?
Their transformations. There's no chemical reaction here, just
B
their
is what?
B is their behavior.
I just take the transformation.
Okay, you take transformation. Okay. I gave you a little bit of time to brainstorm because transformation is actually correct.
Congrats.
He's saying congrats. Okay, so we have question 12 and question 14. So, who's taking 12? You taking 12 or 14?
I'll take 12.
12, okay. What intersection is highlighted in the study of atoms? What intersection is highlighted in the study of atoms? A, art and science. B, time and space. C, the minute and the magnificent. D, past and future.
B.
Time and space?
Yeah.
Okay. If you say B, then B is wrong.
Shit. So what's the
minute and the magnificent?
What's that one? What's the meaning of that?
Okay, so it shows, or it talks about how atom can be this tiny indivisible part of an element, and then within minutes it can transform into something magnificent when a chemical reaction takes place, right? So that's why it's the minute, the magnificent, and the magnificent. Okay, so question 14 apparently goes to Mr. Hero. Atoms are described as what type of architects? Right? A, we have visible. B, we have noisy. C, we have quiet. And D, we have colorful. Visible. B, noisy. C, quiet. And D, colorful. A. They're visible.
Yep.
Visible type of architects. Okay. That's fine, but it's wrong. The answer is quiet.
Okay.
Yes, they are quiet type of architects. And that brings us to a total of 7 questions each. You got 4 correctly, and you got 5 correctly. So that makes him the winner of today's quiz segment. So before we wrap up, how do you feel, Mr. Hero?
I still have some things to go and read about.
Okay.
I heard some things that I don't believe.
Wow.
So that's personal.
Okay, you can bring your argument on. I'm all here. How about you, Mr. Paul?
So we learn every day, so I will still go and learn some things that I just heard today.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
so in the spirit of sportsmanship, give him a handshake.
Of course, congrats. Congratulations.
I hope to have you again on the quiz segment. But thank you so much for doing this quiz segment with me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
And that's all the time we have on today's edition or the quiz segment of today. I am Okeme Chubiojo. Bye for now. Well, that's a wrap on today's edition of Science on the Street. I hope you've enjoyed our exploration of atoms and their crucial role in the universe. Do not forget to follow us across all social media platforms displayed on your screen. And always remember that science is everywhere, and every question is a step towards understanding more about the world around us. So keep exploring, asking questions, and stay curious. Until next time, I am Okeme Chibiojo. Bye for now. Hello and welcome to Science on the Street, a fun-filled program that brings the knowledge of science right to you. Taking science from the lab to the streets. My name is Okeme Chubioja, and today we will be learning about photosynthesis on the bustling street of the popular Wuse Market, Abuja, Nigeria. Do you remember that topic in biology class? How well do you know it now? Well, let's find out. Photosynthesis is a big word, but it is happening right now in the leaves of plants all around us. Photosynthesis begins in the leaves of plants, where a tiny structure called chloroplast resides. This chloroplast contains chlorophyll, the green pigment that captures sunlight. Think of chlorophyll as nature's solar panel, absorbing light and converting it into energy. Sunlight is a superstar in this story. It gives plants the energy they need to turn carbon dioxide from the air and water from the soil into glucose, a type of sugar that plants use as food. And guess what? This process also releases oxygen, which means photosynthesis is why we can breathe. The overall equation of photosynthesis can be simplified to carbon dioxide plus water using sunlight equals glucose plus oxygen. This process takes place in 2 main stages: the light-dependent reactions and the light-independent reactions, also known as the Calvin cycle. In the light-dependent reactions, sunlight is absorbed by chlorophyll and is used to split water molecules, releasing oxygen and generating energy-rich molecules. This energy is used to transform carbon dioxide into glucose. So next time when you see a lush green forest or a blooming garden, remember that photosynthesis is at work,
turning light into life and filling our air with fresh oxygen. It is nature's incredible way of keeping everything in balance. Pretty amazing, don't you think so?
What is photosynthesis?
I don't know. It has been long I read my book.
What is photosynthesis? Have any idea?
No, sorry.
Do you by any means know what photosynthesis means?
Photosynthesis, right?
Yeah, photosynthesis.
Yeah. Man, I know. Should I say no? I don't know.
Okay. Do you know what photosynthesis means?
That's a very long-standing question.
Okay.
It's all about taking of water from where to where, from the top to the bottom. I think that's what photosynthesis talks about.
Are you sure that is photosynthesis?
Well, I don't want to bring the definition of the old school days, but I know it's talking about the water coming up from the top.
Do you know what photosynthesis means?
Well, from the knowledge of I had during my secondary school days,
Okay.
I could say it's a way of using plants, using the water and carbon dioxide for energy and oxygen. Yes. So,
You know what they call photosynthesis?
Yes.
You know?
Yes.
Okay, tell us. Please tell us. She knows it. She knows. Wow, wow, wow. From all indication, not everyone remembers what photosynthesis means, but no. I won't give up. There has to be someone. Now let's try again. Do you know what photosynthesis means?
Yes.
Okay, can you say it?
Yes. Photosynthesis means growing green plants with sunlight.
What is photosynthesis?
I'm not sure, but I do recall it's a process whereby plants draw energy or manufacture fruit from the sunlight.
Wow, okay, that's good, that's good. High five. Thank you. Do you have any idea what photosynthesis means?
Not really, but I can try. Okay, I know it has to do with plants and getting sunlight for the plant to grow. That's just the basic knowledge I have about it.
Wow. Okay, that's basic enough. Do you know what photosynthesis means?
Yes.
Okay, how to do it?
Yeah, in a layman understanding, a photosynthesis is a process in which plant manufactures its own food through the process of sunlight.
Wow, he got it. Do you have any idea what photosynthesis means?
okay, photosynthesis is a process when plants produces its food from the sun.
Okay, he got it. Do you have any idea what photosynthesis means? Look at the camera.
Partially.
Okay.
I know. So photosynthesis, based on my knowledge, is maybe we are talking of plants. The plant, you have the plant that you keep, maybe you preserve a plant that you keep that it should have a reflection of sun.
Okay.
So that is for now, that is little I could say about the photosynthesis.
Okay. What is photosynthesis?
It's where green plants manufacture their own fruits or food.
Okay.
When green plants manufacture their own food or fruits whatsoever.
There's a key element that is missing. Remember, you've tried, okay? You're like 75% done.
By the help of sunlight.
Yay! He got it. High five. Welcome to the quiz segment of Science on the Street. I am still your host, Okebe Chibioja. we're still talking about one of the most fascinating processes in nature, photosynthesis. And with me today is Mr.
Corporal Emmanuel.
And
Benjamin Joshua.
okay, Mr. Emmanuel. Can I call you Mr. Emmanuel? What do you do?
Okay, currently I'm a final year student of Nile University of Nigeria, Abuja.
Okay.
I'm studying electrical and electronics engineering.
Oh, wow, wow. What about you?
I'm currently a core member.
A core member, okay.
In Abuja here, and I study mathematics.
Mathematics.
Yes, at Federal University of Technology.
Oh, wow, okay. We're about to have a robust and well-informed quiz segment. Sorry about that. Okay, so we were on the streets of Wuse Market, Abuja, and the turnout wasn't really nice. Not everybody remembers what photosynthesis is, and it wasn't impressive at all. It wasn't impressive. So what do you have to say about that, Mr. Ben?
In my own opinion, I feel they don't have interest in anything science. Most of them like editing arts and
art. Okay, so they do not have interest in science. What about you? What do you have to say about that?
In addition to what he said about interest, I also think it boils down to an interest in that particular topic in practice, like in everyday life. Wow. So most people only need the knowledge because they want to pass the class. So once they're done with that particular class or that particular time in their life, they just leave knowledge behind because for them all the use has been, there's no more use for that particular information.
Okay, I think I connect with that. Because back in uni, what mattered was passing the exam. So there's this popular saying, la cram, la pour. So you just, cram everything, put it on your head, and once you get to the exam, you just want to, pen down all you have in your head, and then after that, you discard the information because you feel it's no longer important. So I connect with that. So right now we're about to find out if the both of you remember. It's not about saying people read and discard the information. We're about to find out if both of you remember what you learned about this particular topic back in the days, right? So with me here is, we have 15 questions. You both get to answer 7 questions each, right? That's a total of 14. And the last question is a tiebreaker. That's if there is any tie. So you get to pick a question from 1 to 14, right? I read out the questions and their options, and you tell me what you feel or you know the answer is, right? Okay, let's get right into it. Who goes first?
You can start.
He can start. Oh, it's the boldness for me. He can start. Okay, so Mr. Benjamin, right? What number will you go with? Wow. Why did you choose number 1? Right from the top. Yes. Okay, let's see. Okay, number 1 says, what is the primary pigment in chloroplast that captures sunlight? Should I take that again? Okay. What is the primary pigment in chloroplast that captures sunlight? Okay. We have chlorophyll as option A. We have hemoglobin at option B, and xanthophyll at option C.
I'll go with chlorophyll.
Chlorophyll. Why did you choose chlorophyll?
Chlorophyll is, let me say, it's how will I say it? It's a green pigment in chloroplast.
So that means you are sure that it's chlorophyll?
I'm not that sure, but
somewhere in the whole photosynthesis equation, there's something called chlorophyll inside. Okay, chlorophyll is the correct answer. Okay, so over to you.
Can go with number 2.
I do not expect this flow. Like nobody wants to jump the gun, Okay, that's fine. Where number 2 says, where does photosynthesis take place in plants? I take that again. Where does photosynthesis take place in plants? Option A says roots, B says stem, C flowers, and D leaves. D. So you're going with option D.
I'm going option D,
leaves. Okay. Option D is the correct answer. Leaves. Okay, that's nice. I'm impressed. Okay, so over to you. No, 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 no. There's something wrong somewhere. No, no, no. I refuse to. Please jump the gun now. Go for like maybe question 40. Do you think the first ones are the ones that are easy?
I'll go question 10 then.
Now you are talking. You're speaking my language. Okay. Now we're at question 10. Question 10 does not have options. So you were led to pick question 10. So we'll go with that. What is the main sugar produced by photosynthesis? The main sugar. Tough. It's not tough. There's a smile on your face, so definitely not a tough one.
I'll go with glucose.
You will go with glucose. I did not call options, so it's either you're telling me it's glucose or I think it's glucose.
I think.
Oh, you think, because you're not sure.
I'm not sure.
Okay, but you think it's glucose. Okay. Glucose is correct. Glucose is correct. What about you? What number are you picking? 7. Why 7?
It's there. It hasn't been picked and it's there. So.
And it's there. Okay, okay. Okay, so 7 says, what type of energy do plants convert sunlight into during photosynthesis? I take that again. What type of energy do plants convert sunlight into during photosynthesis? Option A says thermal energy, B electrical energy, C says chemical energy, and D kinetic energy.
So the answer will be chemical energy.
Will be or is?
The answer is chemical energy.
Okay, because will be is like, I'm guessing, I'm not sure, I'm in between balance. So you're going for option C, chemical energy.
Yeah, that's right.
And that's correct. Nobody wants to fail my quiz, oh. Well, we're still getting there.
Yes.
So over to you, sir.
I'll go with question 5.
Question 5. Okay. In which stage of photosynthesis is oxygen released? I take that again. In which stage of photosynthesis is oxygen released? Option A says Calvin cycle. B says light-dependent reactions. C says cellular respiration. D says photosystem. The options again, okay?
Yes.
Option A says Calvin cycle. B says light-dependent reactions. C says cellular respiration. And D, photosystem.
I think I'll go with
Calvin
Calvin cycle.
cycle. Okay. And that was wrong. The answer is, do you want to try?
I'm not certain of the answer, but I think I have an idea.
Okay, which is?
I'm thinking it's cellular respiration.
Cellular respiration. So if this was a tie question, none of you would have gotten it. The answer is light-dependent reactions. Yes, light-dependent reactions. Okay, so over to you.
Okay,
Number 9. Okay. The Calvin... Oh, no. No. Okay. The Calvin cycle is also known as which type of reaction? The Calvin cycle is also known as which type of reaction? We have light-independent reactions. We have aerobic. We have... Sorry, I didn't call there. So A says light-independent reactions. B says aerobic. C says light-dependent reactions.
So I'll go with light-independent reactions.
Light-independent reactions. Why did you choose light-independent reactions?
Well, because I know from the previous question that it can't be light-dependent reactions, so I just recommend to.
Oh, now this is you trying to... Okay, so that's correct. He's 1 point ahead of you. So it's time to redeem yourself. What number are you going for? 12. All the way to 12. Okay, let's see what number 12 has for us. Okay. Which part of the plant is primarily responsible for taking in carbon dioxide? I take that again. Which part of the plant is primarily responsible for taking in carbon dioxide? A says flowers, B leaves, C roots, and D stems. The stems. Final answer. Final answer. The stems. The stem is wrong. Oh my god. Okay, so the answer is leaves. Yes, leaves. Wow. Okay. Back to you. Number four. Number four. We're traveling down to number four. Okay. What does number four have for us here? Okay. What are the two What are the two raw materials needed for photosynthesis? I take that again. What are the two raw materials needed for photosynthesis? A. Glucose and oxygen. B. Carbon dioxide and water. C. Sunlight and chlorophyll. D. Soil and air.
Carbon dioxide and water.
He's just smashing it like with so much confidence. Like, carbon dioxide. Okay, that's absolutely right. So, final question, sir. Question 3. I thought we took 3 the other time. Oh no. 3 says, I am vacant, I am here, I am here. Okay, so which of the following is not a product of photosynthesis? I take that again. Which of the following is not a product of photosynthesis? Option A says glucose, B oxygen, C carbon dioxide, and D water. A product. I think I gave you a little hint there. Carbon dioxide is correct. And you?
Question 11.
Question 11. Question 11. Where is question 11? Are you vacant? Are you still there? Are you unanswered? Let's see. Okay. What role do chloroplasts play in photosynthesis? I take that again. What role do chloroplasts play in photosynthesis? A. Absorb nutrients. B. Transport water. C. Capture sunlight. And D. Releases carbon dioxide.
Chloroplast captures sunlight.
Are you sure?
Because pigments in chloroplast, chlorophyll is responsible for trapping sunlight. So chloroplast should be for capturing sunlight.
That's cool. That's correct. Like, I think you should look at becoming a professor. Like, after you're done with your degree, you go for your masters, you go for your PhD, and become a lecturer. Are you looking towards that?
Well, that's an option, but we have to see what are the options on ground then.
Oh wow. Okay. That's all right. Let me take one final question. You, and then I'll go back to him too. Pick a number. 14, all the way to 14. Okay. Why is photosynthesis important for the balance of life on Earth? There are no options. I know, right? There are no options. Why is photosynthesis important for the balance of life on Earth?
It's my own opinion. I think it helps in giving out oxygen. So humans, animals, and plants.
That's all.
That's
what you know. Do you have anything to add?
Well, it's basically correct for the most part. I think it's basically regulates the amount of carbon dioxide and oxygen in the atmosphere, and also produces nutrients for plants.
Okay. So let's take in this question.
Question 6.
Question 6. I have been waiting for who will just tell me, I want to answer question 6. And question 6 you want, question 6 you will get. What is the simplified equation of photosynthesis? We have 6CO2 plus 6H2O equals 6 equals okay, sorry. I'll take that again. Option A says 6CO2 plus 6H2O, right? Equals C6H12O6 plus 602, sorry. Now, option B says C6H12O6 plus O2 equals CO2 plus H2O, right? Then option C says, I'm taking it gradually so you can follow. Okay, so option C says CO2 plus H2O equals O2 plus C6H12O6, right? And then finally, we have option D, which says O2 plus glucose equals energy.
So the answer should be option A, 6H2O plus 6CO2 to give 6H12O6 plus 6O2.
Ah, God. I need to get this young man a trophy because the intention was to confuse you, but you played out that you actually know your game and you understand the whole thing around photosynthesis and the numbers here. And I must say, it's a good one. Thank you very much. I'm so happy the both of you showed up here and we have a winner. Please, in the spirit of sportsmanship, can you just give him a handshake? Wow. I would really love to have you again for the quiz segment because right here is a champion. It shows that in as much as you believe that people read and discard the information once they're done with school activities, well, you still have your A game, right?
More or less.
More or less. Okay. Thank you so much. How do you feel?
Well, happy to say the least. Winning is always a good thing. So
Oh, all right. I know that feeling, right? Winning is always a good thing. How about you, Mr. Ben?
I'm happy, but it's not an easy thing to lose. But at least.
Did you really lose? Because to me, I feel you both got value for your time, right?
Yes. So,
He helped you remember some of those equations and stuff about photosynthesis. Okay.
it's a win-win.
It's a win-win. That's what I want to hear. Thank you so much. And that brings us to the end of the quiz segment of Science on the Street. I am Okeme Chubiojo. Bye for now. That's all the time we have on today's edition of Science on the Street. Hope you learned something new. I did. Join me next time for another interesting and educating edition. Until then, remember that science is for everyone. So keep exploring, asking questions, and stay curious. I am Okeme Chubiojo. Picture this. Every time you throw a ball, jump in the air, or simply stay grounded, you're experiencing something. It feels like an invisible hand keeps pulling you or the object you throw down. If you are fascinated by this amazing process of nature, then this is the program for you. Welcome to another exciting edition of Science on the Street, the program that takes science from the lab to the heart of the community, asking simple science questions, making science fun to learn and easy to understand. I am Okeme Chubiojo, and today we are on the vibrant streets of Lugbe, Abuja, Nigeria, to explore the force that's both familiar and mysterious. I am talking about gravity. Gravity is a fundamental force of nature that attracts two bodies with mass towards each other. It is what that keeps us grounded on Earth and governs the motion of celestial bodies, such as planets, stars, and galaxies. The strength of gravity depends on two factors: the masses of the object involved and the distance between them. The more the massive an object, the stronger its gravitational pull. For example, Earth's gravity is what keeps us and everything on the surface. Let's find out who remembers what gravity is.
I don't know this one. I don't know this one that they talk.
Do you know what gravity means?
Gravity, yes.
Okay, let's hear it.
Gravity is just like, I don't know how to explain this.
Okay.
It's a force.
Okay, okay.
It's a force on a particular things.
Okay.
Like, exactly they say the gravity, like, it's something that is a prover and it's the force of. It's a prover to me because I got to understand that gravity is a force. They say what's like example they say what goes around surely comes back around.
I don't know.
But you have heard of the law of gravity?
Yes.
Okay, what's the law of gravity?
Seriously, I don't know.
Pulling an object down from the maybe a falling object. Yeah.
Gravity is something we all experience, yet many of us may not fully grasp how it influences our world. Think about it. Without gravity, we wouldn't have oceans, mountains, or even the atmosphere. Everything from our morning coffee to the moon orbiting Earth is tied to the fundamental force of gravity. And I refuse to believe that nobody knows what gravity is. Let's hit the street and try again. What is gravity like? Gravity to you now.
The absence of force.
Gravity is the absence of
The
force.
presence of force, sorry.
Okay, the presence of force.
Yeah, gravitational force that pulls you down, yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
It's a force that brings down everything that is being thrown up to the floor. Yeah.
Gravity is a force that pulls you back to the initial position.
Okay, it's a force.
Okay.
And it's most intense at the center of the earth.
Okay, it's a force and it's most intense at the center of the earth. So what does this force do?
It pulls everything down.
Okay, it pulls everything down.
To itself rather. It pulls things towards itself. So since it's down in the earth crust in the middle, so we feel it's pulling us down because it's actually, yes.
Do you know what gravity is?
Gravity? Yeah, I have an idea about it.
Okay.
Well, gravity is a force. Let me just say, it's a force, that push things downward.
Gravity is a pull towards the center of the earth.
Gravity is a force, as in physics, that allows, how do you prove it, that can suspend something that must come down.
Gravity means like center of earth that pulls any object from going up. Instead of going up, it will pull it to come down. And it's what makes things don't float in earth.
What about you? Do you have any idea about gravity? Okay.
Gravity is something that does not make object to float on earth.
It is wonderful to see so many people connecting with the concept of gravity. It is a reminder that science is not just something we learn in school. It's part of our everyday lives, shaping our experiences and the world around us. All right, up next for a more elaborate session is the quiz segment of Science on the Street. Stay tuned. Welcome to the quiz segment of Science on the Street, and I am still your host, Okewe Chibioja. We're still talking about the fascinating force of gravity, an essential force that keeps the world stable and steady and also keeps everything around us. And with me today is Mr. And okay, so today's quiz segment is going to definitely be an elaborate and wonderful quiz segment, I must say, because we have two returning guests. Mr. Emmanuel here is here to defend his title because he won in one of the editions or episodes we had some time ago. And Mr. Kennedy here also is here to defend his title because he also won in one of the episodes we held way back. So how do you feel, Mr. Emmanuel? You're here to contend with another champion.
Oh, may the best man win.
Oh, wow, wow. What do you have to say about that, Mr. Kennedy?
I am happy, and like I said, may the best man win.
Okay, so I will say, let he who the cap fits wear it. The cap of the champion. Okay, Mr. Emmanuel, for the sake of our viewers, can we get to meet you again?
Right, my name is Okokwara Emmanuel, a final year student of Electrical and Electronics Engineering in the National University of Nigeria, Abuja.
Okay, and Mr. Kennedy?
I am John Kennedy Uzluke. I graduated from University of Nigeria. I studied geology from the University of Nigeria, so currently I'm a core member here in Abuja.
Okay, so we have a final year student and a core member. Interesting. Let's see what's going to happen after the quiz segment. But of course, before we delve into the quiz segment proper, today we're talking about the force of gravity, the fascinating world of gravity. And we were on the streets of Lugbe, Airport Road, Abuja, Nigeria, and it was quite an impressive one, though. We met some students who, at the first sight of them, I did not believe that they would know or remember what gravity. I should say no, because I felt they were too young to know what gravity is. But they blew my mind. I think they are siblings. I wouldn't know, but I think they are siblings. I would like to think they are siblings. Okay, and they really did well, and I was impressed. Right? While we met another person who believes that the law of gravity says, or gravity is what goes around comes around, and I'm like, okay, I'll leave that to my guest on the quiz segment to do justice to that. So, Mr. Kennedy, was that in your textbook? What goes around comes around is part of gravity.
Not exactly. I don't know the textbook where he got it from, but I think the person had the idea. What goes around comes around.
Okay.
I feel like he wanted to say what goes up
comes down.
Exactly. So
Are you?
I'm just trying.
It was the confidence the person used to say what goes around comes around for me.
Well, what goes up comes down.
And what goes around surely comes around. So to you now is the same thing.
It is not to
I just want you to pick a side.
Okay, no, it is wrong to say what goes around comes around when you are describing gravity.
Okay.
That's my stand. I just try to make sense of what the person said. Try to be lenient.
Okay. And assume the person wanted to say.
Idea, but just communicated it wrongly.
Okay. Well, that could work. What about you, Mr. Emmanuel?
Gravity, or as you call it, the force of gravity. In fact, even calling it a force is actually disputed in physics because, by definition, Newton is the one that actually called gravity a force. He described it as the force of attraction between any two bodies. So what really means, like when something goes up and comes down, is just the force of attraction between the object and the planet.
Okay.
So Einstein, on the other hand, described gravity as the curvature of space-time. So to explain it better, so imagine you have a rubber sheet.
Okay.
And on one part is flat, and on that part is a body on it that's pressing on it. So on the part that is flat, if you, for example, roll a marble, it's going to go straight on it. But the part where, let's say, you have a bowling ball pressing
Yeah,
on it,
yeah.
if you have a marble on it, it's going to keep on rotating towards the center, downwards. So he explained in context, like, so now stars, planets, they're like the big bodies pressing on space,
Okay.
causing gravity, and whereas in free space, that's why sometimes you might tend to say that there's no gravity in space. So
Yeah.
his definition explained gravity in that context as not as a force, but rather as a reaction to bodies actually impacting the fabric of space and time.
Okay. So it means it's not what goes around comes around.
No.
No, but it's possible now. You just give an illustration that the marble will just keep going around. So maybe that's the going around and coming around. I wouldn't know. Okay. So like I would always ask, of course, like I said, for this particular topic, I was impressed by some students, and their response was absolutely correct. But like I would always ask on the quiz segment, for those students that cannot remember some of these topics, something as common as maybe matter, gravity, things like this, because science evolves, right, on daily basis. But what's important is the fact that we live science every day. Science is around us and we cannot dispute the fact. So some of these simple concepts, that are so common and we see them around us, there are things I feel we shouldn't forget, and most especially the younger ones that just fresh out of school, or they're still in school and they don't remember these things. And I'm like, what is the problem? How do we help these people? Because at every point, it is my wish that our teenagers, our students, can be at par with their contemporaries in other parts of the world. So what is happening? What have we not gotten right, Mr. Emmanuel?
Well, I tend to say, like, sometimes studying, people learn in different ways.
Okay.
And I feel it's easier for someone to learn something if they can relate it to something else, something they can see, like, on a daily basis. Like for gravity, for example, now, if you just explain it in terms of the books and everything, people might just want to get the knowledge, write the exams, and go. But if you can relate it to someone, like, okay, if you, every day, why don't you, when you jump, you don't continue going upwards, why you must come down? So something as simple as that. So even if the person can't really explain it technically, they can still understand the concept because they can relate to it. So sometimes it's just, instead of trying to, let's say, getting knowledge for the sake of writing exams, it's more of related to day-to-day activities or basically events in your daily life. So that's why I feel.
Okay. Mr. Kennedy, what do you have to say about that?
So what I have to say, I mean, I think he has said a bulk of it all, but I also would love to think that there's something called individual differences.
Okay.
So yes, I'm happy you said a lot of the students impressed you, due to the fact that they understood what everything was about. You might not really understand all the rudiments or the nitty-gritty of it, but at least they understood what you asked them. While some others may not remember, they might not understand it, and sometimes it goes beyond just the teaching. Sometimes people, I don't know how to put it, but it's a fact that we are not all going to be smart. Let me put it that way. I think that came out wrongly.
Okay.
But people are different. Some people will remember, some people will forget.
Okay.
And like you said, I feel like the more you relate it to what they do every day, maybe they may be able to now remember it. But I think at the end of the day, you might still relate it and all, and they might still understand it. But then eventually back and they will still forget. So
Over
I don't
time.
really know what exactly is wrong. The fact that some understood means that teachers have thought, but the fact that others don't, it could be other things. It could be the fact that they don't have as much retentive memory as these ones that did. That's my opinion.
Wow. Okay. So talking about retentive memory, you just took me back. I feel nostalgic hearing retentive memory because growing up, it was part of our morning prayers. Oh, this morning, Lord, as I'm stepping out, give me retentive memory. So hearing that right now just gave me a quick flashback. But I think, adding to what you just said, it's a different dimension altogether. There is something called brain power. Okay, how to test the IQ of a person to ascertain their level of assimilation. And I think that is lacking in our schools because everyone has different way of assimilating things. And I think, oh yeah, that's right. So if we have an institution where all teachers and instructors, lecturers are made to understand how the IQ of each student works, I think it would help them in relating or conveying the message to them. And parents, I think, also have a role to play. When you have kids, growing up, I don't know, but it's always in every family where there's one smart kid where your mom is not like, can't you be like your brother? Be like your brother. He knows everything. He's always coming first position in class. And you're like, maybe you're the second to the last person. You're not a grade A student. So I feel parents also have a role to play by knowing the IQ level of every child and I think their assimilation level, their assimilation strength, to know that, oh, if today I teach this child A is for apple, if I ask this child what is A for tomorrow, he'll just tell me A is for apple. But then I have child B that I have to tell him A is for apple today. I come back tomorrow, tell him A is for apple. I come next tomorrow, tell him A is for apple. And then the fourth day when I ask him A is for what, he just tells me, Mommy, A is for apple. Right? I think this will also work by people understanding how their level of assimilation works or how they assimilate things. It would help us so that we'll know, oh, this child that went to school today, they taught this child gravity. He doesn't know it yet though, until he has a home teacher to school him further, tell him what gravity is today, tell him what gravity is tomorrow. By next tomorrow, you ask him what gravity is, he'll be able to.
Adding to that also,
okay,
learning is also not a one size fits all, because there are some people, there are something called a kinesthetic learner. So some people learn better when there's an activity tied to it. So maybe they are moving or they learn through visually. So
yes,
sometimes to teachers if it's possible for teachers to find out, okay, which way does this particular student learn better, because some people have no problem learning the way we're normally taught in school. It's just orally and you have been given a note to go and read by yourself.
Yeah.
Other people, they learn when there's an activity tied to it. So maybe for people like that, may prepare things like audiobooks.
Okay.
And so maybe when they are running or something, they could be listening to the lectures. Yeah. So even the one size fits all style of teaching also might not be doing some people favors, because not everybody learns the same way. Some people remember better if an activity was tied to it, or some people remember better if they can picture it. So if you can explain it visually. So once they see, they don't forget it. So some people, that's why you have some people, they are very bad with names, but they are very good with faces.
Faces, yeah.
So some people learn better when they can see it. Some people, they are okay if they can hear it. So sometimes even finding how people learn better and trying to help individually, it might actually make things easier for people going forward.
Yeah, true.
And like
concrete.
The parents, like you said, I think parents, they are very pivotal when it comes to these things, because I can understand from the teacher's perspective. I mean, I was one who started the idea of, they might not be, all the same in terms of learning, but I also feel like in as much as we are not all the same, I mean, we have to find an environment, and such environments most times are created by parents, where we can actually evaluate the students like that. Because I mean, come to a class, you have 50 students and you have one teacher. So if she is to subject every person to a different method they're going to learn from, I don't think they're ever going to make any progress, because they will be in one topic. So like we rightly pointed out, people's retention differs, and it is important that parents in particular, I keep saying parents because it's important they understand their kids and know what works best for them. Some parents could have to choose two kids and decide that one will go to a technical school, one will just go to a normal secondary school, because they feel like, oh, this one understands more when he does things with his hands and all.
Yeah.
So these are things that parents should also look at too.
Yes, very valid point. Thank you very much. I hope that our viewers will be able to understand and imbibe some of this we have said today, because it's really important. It will help our students. It's not just we sitting back to say that we have dull kids or dull students who don't have retentive memories, or they play a lot or they're distracted. It could not be that. Okay, it could be that their assimilation level is not different, and they don't catch up as fast as others, and then before they are done with one particular subject, the term is over, and then we have like 5 or 6 more. So what happens to the remaining 6 or 5 of them? So it's a very, very valid point. Okay, so we'll move into the quiz segment proper. As usual, I have 15 questions and one tie question. I just feel that this tie question today, we'll ask this tie question because I have 2 defending champions here. So as usual, you get to pick a number. I read out the questions and their options, and you tell me what you feel or you know the answer is. So, of course, as usual, question 1 is a general question, which says, what is gravity? So, I will start with you.
Okay, so gravity, according to Newton, is the force of attraction between any 2 bodies. It can be explained as, or it can be gotten as, a direct proportion to the masses of the bodies and inversely proportional to the distance between both bodies. So, or simply, it's just the force of attraction between 2 bodies, or the force that pulls a body towards another body. So on Earth, it should simply be the force that's pulling anything towards the center of the Earth, towards the surface of the Earth.
Okay.
So if you jump up, what makes you come down is the force that's pulling you back towards the Earth. So that would be gravity.
Okay. I would have made a joke out of that, but no, I'll pass. What about you, Mr. Kennedy?
Okay, I think you have said it all. Gravity is, there is gravity and there's gravitational force.
Okay.
Try not to mix them up. Gravity can be said to be an acceleration that is impacted on a body due to, should I say, the effect of another body that is placed either within its, could be within its field, as the case may be. So gravitational force is, like you said, just the force of attraction. When it comes to Earth, we said that it's a force of attraction that pulls a body towards the center of the Earth, towards the surface of the Earth, like he clearly pointed out.
Okay. So the beautiful thing about this topic today is we have Einstein, we have Newton. So let's dive in. So who goes first? You will?
Yeah, I'll continue. You started already.
Okay. So question number
5.
Question 5. All the way to 5. Wow. Okay. Which celestial body influences ocean tide due to its gravitational pull? Did you get the question? Option A says the sun, B, Mars, C, Venus, D, the moon.
The moon. But technically, the question is not accurate because the tides are affected largely by the moon and to a lesser extent the sun also. So, but if it's the one that has the greater force,
yes, the gravitational pull.
It's the moon.
It's the moon.
Yes.
The moon. And you were sure it's the moon.
Certain.
Okay, yes, the moon is correct. I said it. Okay, so over to you, Mr. Kennedy. What number?
Number 7.
7. Okay, we're not following the other things today. Okay. How does gravity affect the motion of planets in our solar system? A. It pushes them away. B. It keeps them in the orbit. C. It has no effect. D. It causes them to spin.
D. Keeps them in orbit.
It keeps them in orbit. Do you agree with that?
I agree with him.
Okay, that it keeps them in orbit.
Body in orbit.
Okay, option B is correct. That's what you get when we have 2 defending champions. They're here to defend their educational title. Okay, that's fine. Over to you.
Question 3.
Question 3, all the way to 3. Okay, let's go to question 3. What does gravity keep us anchored to? That's like a walkover. I'm in. Okay, so what does gravity keep us anchored to?
The Earth.
The Earth. Yes, actually, it doesn't have option because I feel like, it's a walkover. Okay, so question 3 is gone. Over to you. 5 is gone. 3 is gone. 7 is gone. 2. It's 2. 2, where are you? Okay. Who first described the law of universal gravitation? Who first described the law of universal gravitation? A. Albert Einstein. B. Isaac Newton. C. Jonas Kepler. Yeah, Kepler.
B.
Isaac Newton.
Yeah, I know Kepler founded the law of universal gravitation.
Okay.
Planetary motion.
Planetary motion, rather.
Oh, wow. Okay. I said it. Oh, please.
But I'm going with
B, which is Isaac Newton. What about you?
Law of universal gravitation is Isaac Newton.
Okay, so that's correct. Please can we move forward? I'm loving this.
Question 4.
Is question 4 available? Let's see. Yes, it is. Okay, so it says, what effect does gravity have on falling objects? Oh, it's a walkover, for Christ's sakes. What effect does gravity have on falling objects?
So gravity is what actually causes objects to fall by pulling them towards the planet, towards the surface of the planet.
Okay.
So it makes them fall at a constant rate of about 9.8 meters per second.
Okay, that's all right. Absolutely correct. Over to you.
Question is who again?
From 6 downwards.
Okay, 6.
Okay, number 6. What would happen to life on Earth if gravity did not exist?
Am I supposed to answer without options?
Let's give it a try.
Okay, if gravity didn't exist, perhaps man will be floating. Perhaps there will be no life on Earth.
Okay.
Because gravity influences almost everything around Earth. That you keep this seat and it's sitting here, it's standing here, because of the effect of gravity on the seat. And I don't know. You can read the options.
Maybe I would also will be floating.
You'll be floating, possibly. Although floating is not entirely due to the absence of gravity.
Gravity, okay.
Sometimes it could also be actually the entirety of gravity.
Oh.
So if the only force acting on an object is gravity, the object is bound to be on free fall, like what you find out there about they say people are floating. It's not because there is no gravity, it's because research says because the only force that's actually acting on the object is entirely gravity.
Okay, so the options here says it will thrive. That's talking about Earth.
What happened to
Earth,
okay.
yeah. Said it would. A says it would thrive. B, it will struggle to exist. C, it would become stronger. D, it would float freely.
I think I'll just go with D.
It will float freely.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what will happen to Earth. To just be floating. And I'll be up there, I'll be like, hey, Mr. Kennedy. Okay, but the answer here says it will struggle to exist.
The reason for that is also because gravity keeps the Earth in orbit of the Sun. So there's no gravity, like the Earth will actually move further from the Sun. And without the light of the Sun, a lot of things actually can't exist. A lot of plants won't grow.
Okay,
so gravity is not only just about the motion of, or the lack of motion, should I say, of bodies on the planet. Even some plants require gravity to grow. It's called gravitropism. Wow. So without gravity, a lot of things actually won't work on the planet.
Okay, so we'll go with it would struggle to exist, which actually is the answer. So that's what will happen to life on Earth. So should I say that's a -1?
That's a minus. I obviously have a reason why I picked what I picked, but like I said, there are a lot more. And although I don't think that the answer is entirely wrong,
yes,
I mean both of them could go. But from my point of view, I picked that one because that's what I felt.
Yes, but when you didn't have options, you were on and on about, you know. But
yes, I said everything will not survive. That's the thing. The option makes it confusing. I said nothing.
Because the option is actually also not wrong.
Yeah.
Because if you consider gravity in terms of motion, everything will float because only gravity is acting on the bodies, they will constantly be floating. So
that's why I said I'll be up here saying hi,
Emmanuel. I don't exactly think it is wrong wrong.
Yeah.
The answer I picked.
It's just not entirely correct.
It's just not
Entirely
Even
correct.
the other one is not entirely correct. Yes.
Okay, so that's up for debate. We'll pass it on to the next available secondary school to debate on. How about that? Okay, so what question are you going with?
8.
Okay, yeah, because 7 is gone. Let's say, okay, so question 8 says, which of the following best describes the relationship between mass and gravity?
Right.
A. More mass means less gravity. B. More mass means more gravity. C. Mass has no effect on gravity. And D. Gravity acts only on small objects.
Mass has no effect on gravity itself. Okay, actually it depends now, because gravity and gravitational force are different, because gravitational force, the more mass there is directly proportional to the masses. So the more mass, the more gravitational force. But gravity on this one doesn't really act on mass, because regardless of the amount of gravity present, the mass of the body doesn't change. So gravitational force actually, so the more there's the mass, like the higher the mass, the higher the gravitational force acting on it, because of the 4 naturally occurring forces, gravity is the weakest. So it requires a body that's, shall I say, heavy enough for gravity to act on it.
Okay.
So in the context of the question, I'll say the more mass, the more gravity on it.
I would say that gravity does not have effect on mass. I mean, what he explained is absolutely correct. But the question wasn't asking about gravitational force. It was just about gravity.
You say which of the following best describes the relationship between mass and gravity?
Yes.
The relationship between mass
between
and
mass
gravity.
and gravity. There's no relationship between mass and gravity.
Okay.
But
So
there's a relationship between gravitational force and masses.
and mass. Okay. That's all the time we have on today's edition of Science on the Street. Hope you've enjoyed our exploration of gravity and its profound impact on our lives. Remember, science is everywhere, and every question is a step forward to understanding more about the universe around us. Do well to follow us across all social media platforms to watch this episode and a lot more. The handles are being displayed on your screen. Until I come your way again, remember to keep exploring, asking questions, and stay curious. I am Okemeche Biojo. Bye for now.
Hello and welcome to Science on the Streets. My name is Cynthia Bassi, and today I am on the streets of Nyanya. So for the longest, there has been debate about the authenticity of herbal medicines and orthodox medicines. We've heard that herbal medicines are alternative medicines, while so many other people think that orthodox medicines are better options. So, herbal medicines or orthodox medicines, which do you prefer? Join me as I hit the street to find out what people think.
Before we ask the public what they think about herbal versus orthodox medicine, let's take a closer look at how these two forms of treatment actually behave, starting with a simple science experiment. Today, we are asking, what happens inside your body when you take herbal medicine versus when you take orthodox medicine? And we will demonstrate this using something simple: water, medicine samples, and time. These two glasses represent the human body. Think of them as your bloodstream or your digestive system, where the medicine travels and gets absorbed. First up, we've got a standard orthodox medicine. This is a lab-tested tablet or capsule. It contains a precise amount of active ingredient with binding agents and coatings that control how quickly it breaks down and is absorbed into your system. See that? It dissolves evenly. This is what scientists call a controlled release. It is engineered to work fast or slow, depending on what your body needs. The dose is exact. Too little and it won't work. Too much and it could be harmful. So, orthodox medicines are heavily regulated. Now, here is a herbal option. Crushed leaves from a medicinal plant. This could be neem, guava leaves, bitter leaf, or even roots like ginger or turmeric. These are often boiled, chewed, soaked, or ground into powders. Notice how this one behaves. It's natural, yes, but not very precise. Some parts dissolve, others don't. The active ingredients are there, but the dosage, that's the tricky part. Here's the science. When you take medicine, your body breaks it down in your liver and digestive tract. The medicine then travels through your bloodstream to where it's needed. Orthodox drugs are tested in labs to make sure they dissolve at the right rate, hit the right targets, and leave your body system safely. This is called pharmacokinetics, how the drug moves through your body. With herbal medicine, it's harder to predict. Some herbs contain powerful compounds, but the strength depends on how the plant was grown, harvested, stored, and prepared. That means you might get too little or too much, and sometimes plants carry harmful chemicals if not handled well. This test strip shows concentration. Notice how orthodox medicine distributes evenly, while the herbal mix is all over the place. That's the challenge with unrefined herbal remedies: inconsistency. Now, don't get me wrong. Many modern drugs actually come from plants. Aspirin was inspired by willow bark. Quinine, used to treat malaria, came from tree bark. But the key difference is research, testing, and measurements. So, what does this tell us? Not that herbal medicine is bad, but that how it is prepared and used matters. Just because it is natural doesn't mean it is always safe or effective. And just because it is synthetic doesn't mean it is dangerous. It's all about science, safety, and dosage. Alright, now that we've set the stage with some science, let's see what people on the street really think.
Orthodox medicine is medical, like all these medical tablets, syrup, injections, all of that put together. But herbal medicine are medicine from roots or from leaves of plants.
Herbal medicine is just like simple combination of herbs like leaves, veggies, like that, for treatment. While orthodox medicine is a combination of, let me say, different elements, compounds for treatments. Yeah.
Well, to me, I've told you before, I like spiritual God. I believe in God, because Bible says that is the Lord, is Him that healeth. Even the doctor says we care, but God heals. So, and then coming to herbal, Even the orthodox medicine got their source from the herbal. So only that the herbal is raw materials. And where I believe in natural things is that our body needs natural things. The chemical we are taking is affecting you. Are in those days there is nothing like kidney failure, but today because of the chemical, people take drugs anyhow, and even the doctor themselves, you will see some mistakes and all those things. So I prefer herbal, and that's why I was born of my mother. Even weekly, there is one medicine he gave us. We vomit all those dirty things out, not what's it called, orthodox, and we live fine. I never visited hospital until my mother's death. That is when I saw myself in the hospital, because I don't know much about how they prepare it.
Sing are those ones that are made from herbs, roots, and all that from plants. Maybe you explain to me. That is drugs. Oh.
Prefer orthodox medicine because my reason is that it's not that traditional medicine is bad, it also is good, but there is no a measurable prescription because or you bought drugs when they give you, they will give you the number or the measurement that you will take, and they will test the sickness that it can work exactly. But the herbal medicine, they don't have running equipment that can run and see that. For example, if you have malaria, it cannot. They never test the medicine and know that it can work for a malaria exactly. They assume, and it may not be exactly, and it can have a side effect to another the sickness in the body.
I prefer the herbal medicine. Yes, I prefer.
Which one do you run to first?
The orthodox, because the problem with herbal medicine is because we don't know the quantity to take, and when you take too much of it, that is when it affects our liver. So since the other one we already know the quantity, we already know the dosage, that is why I will first of all go for that one. But the herbal medicine is more effective if you know the quantity to take, the dosage to take.
I prepare the both sometimes, but herbal medicine is the one that used to heal fast very well. But the orthodox medicine you're talking about is like you need it for urgent, you give it. But the herbal medicine, like you go and get to the farm and go and prepare the medicine and come and give it to the person that is sick. But orthodox medicine, you just go to the pharmacy nearby and buy it and give to the person. So that's what I want.
Because I think that one is more easier for me and is more helpful. Yes.
So if you are sick, which one do you first run to?
Well, I first run to the orthodox medicine.
Okay. So which one do you think cures faster?
It's the orthodox medicine.
Prefer the English one, because when you talk about the herbal drugs of a thing, you don't really know what they use in preparing it. So when you talk about the English one, at least you know definitely with all this there are guarantees for the people who produce it and they are well enlightened. But you talk about this agbo of a thing, I cannot really predict, because a lot of people goes using dirty water to prepare it and the rest, and when you finish consuming it, you cause damage to your health instead of having changes, and that is what I think there.
Herbal is just like a food supplement you are taking. The orthodox are just chemical extracted from those things, and the chemical extracted has some adverse effects. So it's just like you are eating food supplement. That's what those Chinese are doing now, supplement, and that's where we are going to. Even the white men are going to this herbal something, because even what's it called, these bitter leaves, they are medicine. All these scent leaves, they are medicine. So that's what I still believe in, taking this herbal.
Orthodox medicine.
So tell us why you prefer it.
Because that one, yeah, really sure. Like now, I'm a science student. Now I know what they use to do it, and yeah, sure. And they have particular measurement they used to use But herbal medicine, they don't even just you put this one, you put that one. They don't even have particular measurements, nothing.
From the way I've seen things, the way I like to see things, I feel like the herbal medicine is better off. You know why it's better off? Because I feel it's natural. I feel I'm safer. I feel like I'm safer because I know where it's coming from. But the orthodox, I don't really know what is. But everybody says it's safe. But for me, sometimes I can just take, in the morning, I can take garlic. I cannot take garlic. And I'll feel like my body has been refreshed.
I prefer the Oyibo medicine, basically because that's what we grew up with. So I'll go with the orthodox medicine.
All right, that's it on today's episode of Science on the Street. So we've heard diverse opinions and answers from people on the street, young boys, girls, mommies, daddies, about their preferences on orthodox medicine and herbal medicine. So you there, what are your preferences? Is it herbal medicine or orthodox medicine? Which do you prefer? See you next time on Science on the Street. I'll leave you with this to ponder.
Across Africa, innovation is rewriting the future. From the skilled hands of artisans to the bold visions of entrepreneurs, creativity meets enterprise in groundbreaking ways. Welcome to Innoventure, where we celebrate Africa's ingenuity. Welcome to Innoventure, where we celebrate Africans' ingenuity. I am Cynthia Bassi, and today we step into the engine room of modern mobility, bringing you a story that combines technology, local innovation, entrepreneurship, and smart thinking in the automotive industry. In this episode, we look at how science and technology improve how we service and repair vehicles. We're visiting a company making vehicle diagnostics faster, smarter, and more accurate, using tools and systems common in developed countries, but still new to many parts of Nigeria. We'll go behind the scenes to learn how the founder of Bright Auto Tech Diagnostic Limited, Bright Omez, is transforming the traditional workshop into a smart tech-based service center, redefining the automotive systems, training others along the way, and showing what's possible when knowledge meets vision. Cars have long been more than just machines. They are companions on our daily hustle, tools of trade, and for many, a lifeline. But in a country like Nigeria, where over 70% of vehicles are imported as used, popularly called tokumbo or second-hand motors, maintenance isn't a luxury, it is survival. According to the National Bureau of Statistics, Nigeria had over 12 million registered vehicles by 2022, with Lagos alone accounting for nearly 2.5 million of them. And behind every vehicle that runs smoothly is someone who ensures it does. Let's meet the Nigerian auto technician applying science and data to car repairs and building a successful business while doing it.
My name is Dr. Bright Umezuriko Nyebuchi Bright, popularly known as Obama. the CEO of Bright Autotech and Diagnostic Limited. Now, if I'm to start by how I started this journey, it's a whole lot of story, but I'll make it a little bit short in the sense that I'm a pharmacist. I studied pharmacy in University of Jos. So I never intended to, but you know when your parents always want you to get to something, that let my son be a pharmacist, my mom wants you to be a doctor. We followed the trend. But along the line, when I came out, I never had a job for 6 years. I was just trying because I never wanted to go practicing. So, but I love cars right from times. I've been into cars. So I seldom intend to go into automobile. So along the line, I decided to go study mechanical engineering in Federal University, Nasarawa here. So while I was doing that, I deemed it fit that it's important I should start practicing too. So when I started practicing, that's when I have to open up a workshop, a mini workshop to start with. So along the line, the mini workshop was moving, but I discovered that, yes, I'm learned. I can read, understand what the terminologies of electricals are. But the problem is that solving the problem becomes an issue because it boils down that we go in by trial and error. And I noticed that there's what we call diagnostic machines, but we don't have access to it back then. So I made a little more effort to see how I could get through to solving some of these problems. I was lucky I traveled to China. So when I got there, though I don't really know my direction, I just went for greener pasture. That is just the truth. So, but when I got to China, along the streets of China, where I normally go in Guangzhou precisely, so I keep seeing that flair of automobile industry is still in me. So when I pass by, I see some of these Chinese guys working on vehicles, but I keep seeing them using system and diagnostic machine. I was like, why? What's the business? What connection does this have to do with the car? So when I became more curious. So when I now find out, asked them a little more, they now told me that they use this to solve these problems that they have in a vehicle. So I said, no, I want to be more interested in what you guys are doing. So they keep doing it, but all platform in Chinese language. I don't understand China. So I had to enroll for 2 weeks to see how I could pick some of the languages, and I did. So lo and behold, when I came back to the workshop, they are running those things, and I asked them, can you change this thing to English? So when they changed some of the languages to English, lo and behold, I find out that this thing is actually communicating with the vehicle. That was where my interest picked up. So I studied it with them for a long time, 6 months, 1 year. I was with them. I got the ideas and the knowledge. So I now have to come back to my country in Nigeria. So I now set up proper. I have the knowledge of diagnostic machines, and I have the knowledge of how to fix some of those problems that we have in the dashboard, which is the fault codes and all of that, diagnostic trouble codes. So I started with that. So I discovered that it's a really good thing to also let the youth know about it. So I bring in some boys, teaching them how these things work.
This isn't your typical mechanic yard. What you'll find here is a state-of-the-art diagnostic lab. Vehicles are connected to computers that run deep system scans, identify hidden faults, and suggest real-time solutions. From SUVs to compact sedans, luxury cars to daily commuters, if it's misfiring, overheating, or underperforming, chances are Bright's team can fix it.
This is actually the face of Bright Autotech here in town, Gadua. So you can see this is the main front of the office. So let me take you through to the workshop. This one is the oven spray booth. Come, let me show you. This is where we do some of the magic, where you do your painting, buffing, polishing, and the car comes out. It looks as if it comes directly from the factory. So this is the refurbishing center. We call it the oven booth. So I'll tell you how it operates. For now, let's go through the back center where the installation is done. This is actually the machinery composure. Here you get the whole technical where the oven is installed, where the heating system is being operated from before it goes into the main boot, which is the baking system. That's what we normally call it when it comes to body restoration. This is basically for the body restoration. Then the mechanical section, this is our mechanical section here, and this is also a place where you do some of the work. Like you can see, some of the body restoration work is going on this aspect. Then if you come to this other side, these are some of the mechanical works being done here. Then I'll also take you through to the, what is it called? A finished car that just came out from the oven booth. We are doing the finishing touch here. It's practical. This other car is an accidented car, but for now, nothing. We've been working on it, trying to get the body restored back. Then after that, it continues with other activities on it. This is a finished car that just came out from the oven booth. So what he's basically doing, what he's doing here practically is finishing. So you can see we have to do a whole lot of cuts.
This is what they call OBD2, Onboard Diagnostics, second generation. It's the global standard for automotive diagnostics and maintenance, and Bright Auto uses it as the foundation for every service. With tools like these, technicians can access a vehicle's brain, its engine control unit, and detect faults before they escalate. The repair process here isn't trial and error. It's data-driven, from calibrating throttle bodies to updating firmware on vehicle models. Bright Auto technicians use information to guide every move. It's a blend of mechanical mastery and digital dexterity. And it doesn't stop at repairs. Maintenance here includes wheel balancing, including laser tech, brake fluid analysis with chemical sensors, and even preventive diagnostics. These systems help detect issues before they happen. But this innovation didn't happen overnight. Like many young Nigerians, Bright Omer started with little but had big visions. He was once a commercial transport driver. He drove passengers daily across the city of Abuja, dealing with the same vehicle issues many drivers face today. But he wanted more. He took steps further, learning everything he knows about modern vehicle systems today.
Okay, let me put it straight. I hardly tell people my challenges because when I do that, it scares some of the youth away. They'll feel they wouldn't want to even go into it at all. I came back, then I was not too strong enough to start up anything. I had a car, I was sleeping, there's this place they call in Apo Mechanic Village. Apo Mechanic Village, that's my one-bedroom flat in my car. I sleep there, I wake up there, I move. I come moving around the whole Abuja looking for who to advertise my products to. Some of them, if I get to them, they were like, my friend, this thing doesn't work. It's film, it's joke, it doesn't work. I say, okay, give me a sample of a car, we'll fix this problem. Whoever that owns the car, tell me until I fix it before he pays. I took it like that gradually, but it wasn't that easy. I have to leave the job for like 3 months. Since I have a car, I entered the street of Abuja doing kabu kabu. I know most of you know what I'm talking about. So then I don't know routes very well. If I pick up a passenger, I'll tell you, are going to Wuse 2, I say, let's go. I'll just start the car and start moving. Then there's no Google map, nothing. If I'm going the wrong way, you were like, that's not the way to Wuse 2. I say, sorry, I don't know the route, please tell me. We'll get there, anything he gives me, I take. Because I just wanted money. I don't even know how much is it then, you know. So with that, gradually, so I was determined to make sure that this thing works. Then I started gathering the money from the Kabu Kabu money that I was doing, I was able to rent a shop. In fact, this shop that I'm staying, I've been here now for 18 years. So this is the first office I rented to start up. Then there is no chairs, nothing, no table, nothing, just the place and a mat. If you come, it's a field work. I'll just go out to you, work, you pay me 10, 15, 20,000, depending on the job I'm doing for you. Then I'll pick up the cash. I only take out 1,000 naira from it just to feed. The 15 or 14,000 that I make from it, I'll buy a table, I'll buy a chair. I never collected 1 naira from anybody as I speak to you. I never collected no bank loan, nothing. I did it single-handedly and God. If you are paying me 5,000 naira, I will take out 500 naira to feed. The remaining 450, 4,500, I either buy a cabinet, or I buy a ceiling fan, or buy anything at all. I keep saving. That is how difficult it was for me to start. So in this time around, it is difficult for you to tell any youth to go it by that way. In fact, it will not even work because they wouldn't be that patient to go through all of this. So that is how the whole thing started. Well, first and foremost, we'll just say education. Because most of them, I came in this field, I met them. It wasn't my calling to be a technician. It has been that I want to be a pharmacist and all of that. But when I came into the system, the industry, and I discovered that, look, these guys are lacking a lot. Relating with the customers is even a problem. So by so doing, the customers always take advantage of them. But professionalism is not always exhibited in them because some of them are not learned. So that's why sometimes they call them roadside mechanic, but I don't do that. The idea is because these people know the practicals, but it's just to do the perfection by way of using the modern technology. That is where they find it very difficult to solve problems. But of a recent time, I have been making a whole lot of drive, which I have also been cooperating with the National Automotive and Design Development Council. So we have been running out some programs. They have been pulling out some programs that has to train some mechanics. And it's been yielding a whole lot of results because some of them, with the diagnostic machine, they will tell you for years they have not even seen it. They don't even know what it is, talking about how to operate it. So we've been making that drive, training them on how to use it. So basically, some of them are really going into it now and it's yielding a whole lot of results. Because the motorists, most of them that use any car from 2015 upwards, they are learned. You don't just come and start hitting things on their car without making verification. Even the motorists themselves now, they have scan too. They have diagnostic machines that they could use to assess their car even before taking it to a technician. So when you take it to a technician, then at that point in time, that is when you now know, this is exactly what the problem is. Not trying this side, testing this one, trying that, try and error method, wasting the person's time, wasting the customer's time, and no effective results coming out of it. But when these diagnostic machines are introduced, straight to the point, you just know what the problem is. You save time, save cost, save money, and you get effective jobs done at a limited time. So that is just the advantage of the diagnostic machines. Well, there are quite wide range of technologies that have been introduced in automotive industry. We have the diagnostic machine, then we have the softwares that can use to program keys. There are these sensor keys. Then when you talk about the disconnectivity of electronic control units too, which is the brain box, normally known as the brain box. Sometimes it fails. There are some softwares, machines that you can use to reconnect it back to the vehicle, which is called the programming. Then when the key memory also gets lost, we have the key programmers. I have a lot of sample of them like that. So we can use that to reconnect back to the car. Makes it easier. That's why you see, sometimes you see a whole lot of car parked down. You'll be wondering, why is this car not being fixed or what? It's just because the software that can ascertain to fix that car is not available. So, but once you have it readily available, it's good to go. So these are some of the technological apparatus we used in solving some of these problems. When you talk about quality, let me just put it in our terms. Good soup, na money killer. So a lot of people know when you come to a parastat or a place where you fix cars, and you see all the machineries, not just the machineries, you must have good technicians that understand how to operate those machines. It saves you time. Rather you going to a place where you waste the whole day, by chance you've not even gotten what you want because you want to pay less. But you pay good money, you get good services, you have other, because time is money. So you have other things to do with your time. So this is how I could balance that section. Yeah. Well, the skill that I think that is essential first is for them to be able to, you see that thing we call read and write. Most people just say, is it not just to read and write? You understand? It is very important because most of the technicians that are doing the real job now as we speak still don't know how to write their names. But they can deliver. Practically they can deliver. So, but when these modern vehicles now, we are still battling with our normal conventional vehicles that can easily, you see a symbols and sign in the instrument cluster, which is the dashboard. And it will indicate you maybe a brake light or a brake lining or brake fluid like that. Then the technician doesn't even know what that symbol is. Then now talk more of electric vehicle, hybrid vehicle that is already rolling in. So how do you expect them to handle that aspect? So the read and write thing is very important for them to understand how to read, understand the terminologies, and be able to apply it to either Google or whatever to be able to ascertain what the problem is. So that's basically it. Well, the future is bright to say because we're already clinching into the system as it goes. Talking about the CNG gas and all of that. Even here in my office, there is a CNG plant. We do CNG conversions too. Though most people look at it being effective in the sense of funds. But we are looking at it in the other way around, the energy ecosystem. That is the concept that we have in doing this practice. But it's good. You save fund, you save the ecosystem too, which is very okay. We have already keyed into it. We are doing conversion. We are also enlightening people, especially when it comes to electric vehicles, the batteries, and how it's being disposed, how it's being maintained. We have even started running, what's it called, the electric vehicle training, the CNG training. We are in collaboration with the National Automotive and Development Council. We just had a training last 2-3 weeks too, which we concluded from the North Central. And we also had one in Calabar. So we're already in. We are keen in already, and we are in. So what we only just expect our partners or other people that are into this system too, they don't have option than to key in because that is what the future is taking us. That's where it's taking us to now. So that is just how it is. The training program, like my company, will have an arranged training program that we do for individuals. Like we go to churches, sometimes they invite us for talks. We give free opportunity for people that want, that's youth, that wants to come into the training. We give them a month training, free. They can only access the diagnostic tools or the starter pack. We also try to see how we make some discounts if they can afford it. But that is one aspect of it. But talking about the government now, they have been doing a lot. There is this NADDC, because they are in charge of automotive sector in Nigeria. They have been doing this thing quarterly, and they do it across the geopolitical zones. So the thing here is the selection mechanism probably may be a problem because everybody wants to be in. But there is this association they always target, the National Automotive and Technician Association and the MOMTAN too. These are the two bodies that has to do with technicians in the nation. So through that, they get in people, they are members that wants to be trained, that are supposed to be trained. So, but even during that, we've also noticed that it doesn't really flow the way it's supposed to be. So that is where we always have that constraint. Some of them, the right people that are targeted, that are supposed to come for this training, will not come for it. I give you an instance. Electric vehicle and hybrid vehicles. When we were undertaking the training, I specifically mentioned it to the National Automotive Council that I will not train anybody that is less than 20 years. Because some of the elderly men that are almost leaving the system, we are talking of new trend of vehicle. You see a technician that is 70, 65 years coming for such training. What is he coming there to do? Let him bring his son to come, because it is them that will now go into the new trend of vehicles that are coming up. These are electronic vehicles, not you. You can't write your name and you are coming to take training on the maintenance of electric vehicle. It doesn't work that way. So we understand that is actually the problem that we are having. This selective mechanism is always the problem. But they've been working on it. People like us have been advocating, we've been talking. So I believe it will be changing. It's already changing, because the last training we had, the youths were my targeted points, and we actually had that. So I think they do some kind of a program. The government have been doing a lot about this thing, but sometimes online and all of that. So the population is more. So that's why it may not be so pronounced that everybody you see. What we had within last month was just 150. So you can imagine for the youths that are coming out, we're even talking about the coppers, the NYC, they are supposed to key into some of these things too. So tell me, how many coppers are we producing every 4 months? So you can imagine. So that is why it's not so pronounced to see, but they are working. I can assure you, yes. I always say with example or practical example. I have a boy, my son, from 5 years, he has already started running diagnosis on vehicle. He's in, I think, when he was in grade 2, grade 3, he has already started running diagnosis on a vehicle. So, let me compare it with what Chinese are doing now. Even at the tender age, their kids don't just go straight to grade of schools. They do practical things. That is the orientation we now need to come into Nigeria to start doing. The idea of the system of educational system they're talking about, yes, fine, but it has to be accompanied with trade, skill work. It's very important. That will now reduce a whole lot of what we are passing through now presently. So the thing I could say there is that as they are going to get the knowledge about read and write, that has always been my point, is not going to take a curriculum or module that is obsolete, that was written far back. We are talking of the trends of things now. You are bringing social study, bringing the things that, even when we talk of the physics, they are still using PNOKK. I don't know, you understand the PNOKK that was used then. All those things are obsolete. Let them follow the things that are practically happening now alongside their education system. So that is just it. The thing is, the youth we have these days are always on the fast lane. But there are still ones that are well-trained homely, because charity begins at home. They can still be very patient to be able to carry on to meet up to where the trend is going now. Everybody is in a haste. That's why sometimes if I'm being asked about my experience or how I start, I find it difficult to say, because not all of them can withstand that kind of thing now. So sometimes, if I'm training some of them, I may just give you a slight stress, just to push you. Let me see how you react. If you see the way they react to that, I would like, so if this guy had passed through what I passed through, he wouldn't have been able to. Do you understand? So the thing is it starts from the home. It starts from the home. So we encourage the parents to start talking to these kids even before they get to the level they are supposed to get to. Because any child that have grown 12, 13, 14 years and you didn't drill it, handle the kids very, you can't be talking to you, he won't listen to you. Even the parent, you'll be talking, he'll be looking at you. Well, talk more, because we used to see some of them here. I have a lot of boys working for me here, a lot of trainees. You'll be talking to some people, looking at you, he'll be sizing you first. And I'm not that kind of person. I am a disciplinarian. You must stay. You must do what I ask you to do. So, but you cannot, sometimes, when you even take such action, the parents will come back and pick the child. Say he doesn't want the child to be trained this way. My dear, if I had the opportunity to be trained more harder than the way I am now, I would have been better than the way I am today. Because it is discipline. It is not going to kill anybody. It's discipline. So I encourage them to put in more effort, be patient, and they will get to wherever their desire is. So that's it. Thank you.
Bright Auto has now become a training ground, not just a garage. With organized training and development programs, several young Nigerians pass through its automotive education program, learning the science behind the automobile systems. Modern cars are computers on wheels. An average car has over 100 million lines of code and up to 70 electronic control units, managing everything from engine timing to air conditioning. When something goes wrong, it's the diagnostic system that tells the story. What Bright Auto has done is tap into this ecosystem of tools like OBD second generation scanner, digital oscilloscopes, smoke leak detectors, TPMS reset tools, sensor calibration software. Each tool is a bridge between a problem and its solution. As Nigeria's auto population continues to grow, with projections across 15 million vehicles by 2026, the need for smart, precise, and sustainable maintenance solutions has never been greater. Innovation doesn't always look like a new invention. Sometimes it's about applying knowledge in new ways. What we've seen today isn't just about machines or mechanics, it's about transformation. Bright Umez is proving that with the right tools, knowledge, and vision, we can redefine what's possible in Africa's automotive space. Now, to you, do you know an artisan innovating in their craft? Or do you have an idea that is changing your industry? Share your story with us across our social media handles at Idea Television or via email to ideatvlimited@gmail.com. Until next time, I am Cynthia Bassi. Across Africa, innovation is rewriting the future. From the skilled hands of artisans to the bold visions of entrepreneurs, creativity meets enterprise in groundbreaking ways. Welcome to Innoventure, where we celebrate Africa's ingenuity. Welcome to another episode of Innoventure, the show that celebrates creativity, innovation, and entrepreneurial spirits in industries shaping our world. I am Cynthia Bassi, and today we are exploring how traditional fueling stations are transforming to meet the demands of a cleaner, more sustainable future. With the recent push to transition from traditional fuels to cleaner alternatives, one player stands out in Nigeria, NIPCO. They are leading the charge as a major provider of compressed natural gas solutions, paving the way for cleaner and more efficient transportation. Today, we are visiting NIPCO filling station to explore innovation in green mobility. For decades, Nigeria has relied on petrol and diesel to fuel its transportation sector. But with fluctuating fuel prices, environmental concerns, and the push for a greener economy, a major shift is happening. In 2023, the Nigerian government launched a bold initiative, the CNG Transition Program, to replace petrol with compressed natural gas as a cheaper, eco-friendly alternative. This isn't your regular fueling station. It's a hub of innovation. Here at NIPCO, engineers and entrepreneurs are redefining how Nigerians power their vehicles. Compressed natural gas burns cleaner than petrol, reducing harmful carbon emissions by up to 30%. It's also significantly cheaper, cutting fuel costs by nearly 50% for drivers. But transitioning to CNG isn't as simple as filling up a tank. It requires cutting-edge technology, specialized training, and a vision.
All right, NIPCO is into both petrol distribution and natural gas distribution as well. If you look around, most of our stations are equipped to dispense petrol and CNG as well. Typical of that is what you have here now. This station is able to dispense petrol and also dispense compressed natural gas into vehicles as well. So basically it is quite different from the other traditional petrol stations that you see out there that dispenses only petrol. So here we have the capability and capacity to dispense petrol and natural gas to the public. You understand that their natural gas is quite a safe fuel, which is also environmental friendly. But however, their equipment and technology has to come in place for this to be achieved. Here is a daughter station, right? And there are specialized equipment that has been put in place. For state-of-the-art equipment that has been put in place to ensure that natural gas is being able to be dispensed into vehicles in the safest manner as well. So all those things have been carefully harnessed and put together to ensure that vehicles are serviced in terms of refueling of both petrol and CNG as well. Yeah, NIPCO Gas Limited is first and the leader in that industry. All right, we have specialized personnel, trained personnel that is handling all those. All right, we have state-of-the-art machines here, compressors, dispensers, and other equipment, associated equipment that ensures that dispensing operations is going on unhindered or unhampered, as well as the maintenance also. So our technicians and our engineers are well equipped, okay, with the resources to ensure that those operations are going on smoothly.
The process of converting a vehicle to run on CNG isn't just about swapping parts. It's a precise blend of science, skill, and problem solving. Let's take a closer look at how it's done. Right here, they are transforming vehicles that once ran on traditional fuels into lean green machines powered by compressed natural gas.
CNG, auto CNG retrofitting, right, involves the installation of an onboard cylinders like this, all right, an onboard cylinder and some other kit components that makes it possible for the vehicle to adapt to the use of the alternative fuel. That's petrol or natural gas alternatively, all right? But typically, the onboard cylinder will have to be mounted inside the boot. That's the trunk area of the vehicle, all right? Now,
the car can use both?
yes, alternatively, yes. Okay. So once retrofitting is done, the car user now have the liberty of choosing either of the two fuel. But however, only one fuel will run at a particular point in time. So what happens is that when you start the vehicle runs on petrol, right? Then after, it's programmed to switch to gas after a few seconds. All right. So while you are driving and you run out of gas, it switches back to petrol alternatively. So what happens is that the storage cylinder is installed in the boot. All right. This cylinder is able to take about 15 meter cube of gas. However, gas is stored at a very high pressure, 200 bar. So without pressure, it's not possible for the cylinder to take a reasonable amount of gas. All right, what happens is that it is stored, then there's a tubing that will be run through the vehicle, just in the same way they run the petrol lines. Okay, it goes through parallel to the engine area where you have all the components installed. Like you can see here now, this vehicle is being installed. All right. In installation, there is no redesigning of your engine system. Your original engine system is intact. It's in place. We don't temper the engine system. What we need to do is to just introduce some basic components like the pressure regulator, as you can see in this place. This one is the pressure regulator. What this one does is to bring down the pressure from the gas is being stored. Now the gas is being stored at a very high pressure, which is 200 bar. But you can't feed 200 bar pressure into the engine. So that's what the pressure regulator does. It regulates the pressure, brings down the pressure to about 2 bar. So the 2 bar is what is being fed into the engine through the gas injectors. As you can see here, there are 4 gas injectors here, which correspond to the number of fuel injectors in the vehicle. Now there are different types of kit. There's a 4-cylinder kit, there's a 6-cylinder kit, there's the 8-cylinder kit, depending on the engine configuration. So the compatibility is selected based on their engine configuration. Like this vehicle is a typical 4-cylinder engine. So it is being installed with a sequential 4-cylinder kit. All right. Now what happens is that once this system are installed, there will be a switch that will be installed on the cockpit. The switch is able to inform the driver on the present status. Give me the switch. Give me the switch. It will inform the driver on the present status, if it's running on petrol or running on gas. The switch also will display the level of gas that you have in the cylinder. It's as small as this. Very small. Okay? It will, however, be installed in the cockpit. So this has it will have lead display to inform the driver of the current status, the current fuel that is being run, or the level of gas you have in the cylinder. So with this, the driver is able to know when it's running out of gas and when to refill, as small as it is. Right?
And once your car is ready, this is where the magic continues, the refueling station. These pumps deliver compressed natural gas safely and efficiently, making green travel as convenient as traditional fueling. But here's where it gets interesting. NIPCO didn't just stop at offering a service. They've created an ecosystem for green mobility, providing employment for young technicians, reducing urban pollution, and proving that sustainability is profitable.
I think the first thing that creates that inspiration is the fact that NIPCO Gas Limited has to come in to help Nigeria in the energy requirements of the country. All right, we have a huge deposit of natural gas which is not tapped. So the potentials is also there, and the business is also there. But we'll find out that people did not really key into this sector in the time past. All right, so that inspiration has come in for NIPCO Gas Limited to annex and to ensure that they assist Nigeria in securing in energy security, to make sure gas is available for our utilizations, even to our domestic gas for automobiles, and gas for our industries as well. Understand the apprehension with respect to the use of natural gas as an auto fuel, because of some safety concerns. Anyway, the thing is that natural gas or compressed natural gas is a very safe fuel to use, but most people will not know this. Now, it has some inherent properties, okay, that makes that to be so. Unlike your traditional petrol, which creates spools whenever there's leakage. All right, so any source of ignition, can cause explosion. But those properties are not there with natural gas. Natural gas is relatively lighter than air. So once it finds its way into the atmosphere, it disperses easily. All right, it disperses easily, and because it's less denser than air, it does not mix with air in our own human habitation. So you now discover that even if there is spark around, because the gas constantly separates itself from air or oxygen, the likelihood of explosion is not there, which is one good characteristic of natural gas that makes it very, very safe to use. In addition to that, the cylinder has been designed to withstand impact pressure. It's very thick. It's not like the traditional LPG cylinder that is very light. All right? The cylinder is very safe to use, and even in our auto vehicles, the cylinder on board is safe. So the public can be rest assured that their safety is guaranteed when natural gas is in use. Yeah, actually, CNG is part of fossil fuel. It's not as if it's different from fossil fuel. It's part of that family. But the difference is that when you compare natural gas to petrol or diesel, the harmful emissions from those gases when they combust is quite high as compared to natural gas. All right, natural gas emission is less harmful to the environment, so it's a cleaner fuel that burns with very little or minimum greenhouse gases that we know about. So it contributes significantly to a cleaner environment when natural gas is used. So when you look at the ratio of petrol-driven cars and natural gas-driven vehicles now, as at today, the range is still very, very high. But by the time people begin to migrate from petrol to CNG, you are bound to have more safety in our environment and less harmful substance being emitted from the exhaust pipes of those vehicles into the atmosphere. Our technology, they won't be where we are today. For example, there's no pipeline around this area. All right, but we are able to transport the gas from far back Ajakuta up to Abuja. All right, to make sure the gas is available for the inhabitants of this environment. Very many years ago, that is not possible. That wasn't possible. All right, but with the state-of-the-art facility that we have here, it is now possible for us to have gas dispensed to our neighboring states, even though we don't have pipelines. So technology has, in a very great way, helped in actualizing what is happening now.
Yet, challenges remain.
Many drivers are hesitant to make the switch, citing high conversion costs and the limited number of refueling stations. The government's role in expanding infrastructure and providing incentives is critical for long-term success.
We've seen that creativity and innovation in action never gets old. It is about finding new ways to solve problems, work smarter, and make meaningful products. If you know an artisan whose story needs to be told, or if you've got an idea that blends innovation and entrepreneurship, we want to hear from you. Visit our website or connect with us on social media. Thanks for joining us on today's journey. Don't forget to tune in next time. Pollution affects the air we breathe, the water we drink, and the places we live. What do you know about pollution? How does it affect you, and what can you do about it? My name is Cynthia Bassi. Welcome to Science on the Streets. Right about now, let's hit the streets to find out what people know about pollution. And still on the show, we'll find out the science behind it.
Welcome to the Science on the Street experiment segment. Today, we'll be doing a simple but powerful activity that shows how pollution, especially water pollution, can affect our environment, our health, and even the things we eat and drink every day. Many of us see dirty gutters, polluted rivers, or blocked drains and think it's just normal. But the truth is, it is a serious issue. So let's break it down using something everyone understands: water. In front of me, I have 2 containers of clean water. Imagine these are our rivers, lakes, and underground sources that gives us water for drinking, cooking, farming, and fishing. This is how water should look. Here, clear, fresh, and healthy for humans and animals alike. Now, let's talk about pollution. Pollution happens when harmful substances like waste, chemicals, or dirty materials get into the environment and change it in a bad way. This bag of soil represents things like sand and dirt that get washed into water when there's erosion or poor drainage. This plastic bag represents litter people throw on the street, and this drink can stand in for factory waste or chemicals that are sometimes dumped into rivers. Let's now simulate what happens when pollution enters our water bodies. Now, this is no longer clean water. It is brown, cloudy, and full of waste. Fish can't breathe in it, and people can't drink it. In many parts of Nigeria and the world, water that looks like this is still used daily, and that's dangerous and unhealthy. Let's say this toy fish represents a real fish. How long do you think it can survive in this water? Polluted water can cause fish to die, destroy plants, and make people sick with diseases like cholera, typhoid, and skin infections. Cleaning polluted water is not easy. It takes time, technology, and money. In some areas, we use large treatment plants. In others, people rely on boiling or simple filters. Let's try pouring some of this dirty water through a basic filter and see what happens. It helps a bit, but it's not the same as clean water from the start. This is why preventing pollution is always better than trying to fix it afterward. This experiment shows that every piece of trash we throw carelessly, every time we pour oil in our gutter, or when we fail to manage waste properly, we are harming ourselves, our families, and our future. But the good news is we can make changes. Simple actions like using waste bins, recycling, and supporting cleanup efforts can protect our water, our air, and our land. Now that we've seen how pollution can turn something as clean as water into something dangerous, it's time to hear what the public think about pollution and how it affects them.
Pollution is maybe, let's say for example, when a place is crowded, you just want to isolate yourself. Then the other way around, maybe sound pollution and all those stuff. You can be at home, you want to rest. There along the line, your next door neighbor is playing sound and all those stuff. That's why the world is very noisy, and again, you need a very cool place to calm your head. Then the person will be disturbing and all those stuff. That's a little I know about pollution.
Pollution can simply be defined as disruption of natural resources. It can be either through air, through water, or through land. That's the three major types of pollution. So that's the simplest definition I can give.
So pollution can be defined as the distortion of the environment.
In a layman's language, is the act of exposing waste where it's not supposed to be, thereby causing hazards to the environment and the people living around there.
Pollution means when you look at just cars that are moving around, the gaseous acid that are coming out from the car, it have a negative effect to human being. Because it can cause chronic health problems, something like tuberculosis, kidney problems, a lot of problems that pollution can cause. Mostly airborne diseases. Pollution can cause that. So that's why in a society here, mostly in a well-structured government, something like having what's they call it? Electric car in the developed countries, they normally have it, so that all those negative effects of human beings will not occur in the society.
The pollution when is happening now is not the pollution when government they do it. Now, example like environment. Look at the environment when we did. If they say environment for the pollution, environment is the cleaning this place. You understand? But the cleaning, they never do it. Environmental just they come pack people properties. You understand? Just they come pack people properties. If they pack people properties, you go bail them for the office. That means if you say environment, what is environment? Environment, you are allowed to clean this place. If you get the people when they do working under environment, so they working under environment. The environment, if you want to work for under that environment, you are working, you come to checking. These people when they are selling people like banana, pineapple, pawpaw, you check the people when they sell. If you dirty there for the place, pack them. But they pack. Just the people they are coming to pack this people property. You are going to bail them for that place.
I think in this parts of Abuja, what I notice most is, should I say air pollution? Because most of the area you get in, you notice that the people there, they are somehow, should I say dirty? Sorry if I might use that word. Because most of the areas are being polluted through the air. Because the dustbins there, sometimes like all these Hausa people, they don't like going to designated place to put on their dustbin. They just spray it everywhere. So by that, I think it increased the air pollution around them. Some places you notice that they just eat and then drop the plate. The flies will now perch on it. They'll still pick it up and then still use the same plate and eat. That alone, it's part of pollution. I don't even know how they will put that one. So to me, I think the pollution here in Kiriki is mostly air pollution, and then should I say what again? Air pollution in terms of gases. I don't really think we have that one here, but inside village, I think it's very, very common there.
It depends on the kind of pollution. We have different types of pollution. We have air pollution, water pollution, even gas pollution. So the one that affects us most is the air one, like all those things that people litter around, and even burning of materials. Yes, it affects the air. Yes, and when it now enters, it emits gas like carbon monoxide, sulfur oxide. It emits gas, and when the gas now enters the air, it will now pollute the air, and that's why it's called air pollution. It will now pollute the air, and when you breathe in the air, your gas level will now get contaminated. You understand? That's when you see yourself getting diseased.
Air pollution now. We have noise. And I don't know the other way around, maybe crowd. I don't know if I can classify it as pollution, because some people prefer being isolated and all those stuff. Because, for example, the market is a little bit more polluted with people much, you understand? If you remember, they said distance, COVID-19 and all those stuff. So that's one I know for now. I don't know if you know anyone that can educate me, because I'm open to learn and learn. Yeah.
We have air pollution, have especially the plastic pollution we are having now. So
It's mostly air pollution, and then should I say what again? Air pollution in terms of gases. I don't really think we have that one here, but inside village, I think it's very, very common there.
We have gaseous pollution. We have pollution by those are the Niger Delta oil producing states. All those is cause pollutions. We still have pollutions by, caused by all this dustbin that you see around. You understand? All these waste products. If it's not well coordinated, it can cause pollutions.
Yeah, about airborne pollution, we have waterborne, we have what I'll call it, I call it air and waterborne, and also there's a lot, I can say it, yes.
Sound pollution, we have water pollution too.
Water pollution, and then
Mostly, I try to dispose things at the good way, and I try to wash my hand or anything, make sure that the environment I am living is very clean. Yes.
Thank you very much. That's it. Thank you for your.
Okay, mostly I don't like dirty. So in our compound, even if you don't sweep, I'll make sure I sweep and clear up the place so that it will look tidy for others to breathe.
Okay, I could say I personally have not really been comfortable littering the environment. That has not been my nature. So even if I am with a can of water now, if I finish consuming it, you see me holding it until I see a wax bin, I will not drop it inside the wax bin. So if Nigerian could learn that habit, because if we are waiting for our government, it will take a long time to control pollution in Nigeria. So if actually we as individuals will learn that habit of controlling it by ourselves, by that little, if you take pure water, take biscuit, just put it in your bag. When you see a wet bin, you throw it, because by the time we litter it in the environment, when rain comes, it sweep it down to the gutters and it will block it. Thereby, water can't flow again. Before you know it, that's the pollution we're talking about. Yes. You're welcome.
No, the one that affects us most here now is this air pollution, because of the way people litter around and the way people urinate, especially all these our toiletries, the way they urinate. So the very first thing they need to do is to make sure the environment is clean, and make sure people don't urinate around. The way they urinate, all these are urine is very toxic, so it now goes into the air. The toxic gas that is in urine, that's sulfur. No, that one is not even carbon monoxide. It will now go into the air and pollute the air. So they should first of all stop people from urinating around, defecating around. That's the first one. And the second one again is even all these emission from cars. It pollutes the air too. All these car emission, all these smoke you are seeing emits sulfur oxide. So it now goes into the air too and causes cancer. All this cancer you're hearing these days is caused by all this emission. So we should just try.
One, industries and all these smokes that comes out from all these generators. So it has been causing some harms to maybe patients like asthmatic patients that are not well. How will I put it in English now? So it has disrupted, and also inappropriate way of disposing waste bin has also caused disruption of air flow. Yes.
I can't do anything because the world is growing rapidly and all those stuff. The only thing I can do just to isolate, let's say for example, if the place is too crowded, I'll just avoid. Any place that is very noisy, I just avoid and all those stuff. That's the only thing I can do.
Thanks for hanging out with me on Science on the Streets. Stay curious. I'll catch you next time. But before I leave you, check out this fun fact. Welcome to Science on the Streets. My name is Cynthia Bassi, and today we are talking about the weather. So Nigeria just experienced an extreme heat wave, with NIMET warning us of dangerously high temperatures. But right about now, we are slowly transitioning into the rainy season. And what does this mean for you? How is it affecting your health? How is it affecting your daily activities and even your city? Let's hit the streets to hear what people think and know about the science behind it.
To understand Nigeria's seasons, we first need to understand its location on the planet. Nigeria lies just north of the equator, in what's called the tropical zone. This location means we are not affected by the same seasonal changes as countries further north or south that tilt dramatically during the year. Instead of 4 seasons like in Europe or North America, we get 2 major ones, and it's all about wind and moisture. Let's pretend this sponge represents our atmosphere, and this bowl of water is the moisture from the Atlantic Ocean. During the rainy season, typically from April to October, warm, moist winds called the southwest monsoon winds blow in from the Atlantic Ocean. These winds carry huge amounts of water vapor. The atmosphere, just like this sponge, gets saturated with moisture. And when it gets full, what happens? It rains, sometimes a little, sometimes a lot, and that's your rainy season, especially heavy in the southern and central parts of Nigeria. Now, sprinkle a talcum powder on the sponge. Imagine the powder on the sponge is dust carried by dry winds from the Sahara Desert. Pick up a hairdryer, start on low setting, and gently dry the sponge while powder blows around. This is Harmattan, a dry and dusty wind that comes from the northeast. It arrives around November to March, and it dries out the moist air. The sponge, our atmosphere, gets dry again. The sky looks hazy, the air feels cooler, and your skin gets dry. The real driver behind all this is a region called the Intertropical Convergence Zone, or ITCZ. It's where the moist southern winds and the dry northern winds meet. This zone shifts north and south across the year, dragging the rainy and dry seasons with it. When the ITCZ moves northward, it brings the rainy season with it. When it shifts southward, the dry season returns. That's why northern Nigeria has shorter rains and a longer dry season, while the south gets more rain overall. For example, cities like Calabar and Port Harcourt in the south can get up to 200 days of rainfall a year, while up north in Maiduguri or Sokoto, you might get up to 60 to 90 days. This affects everything: how we farm, what we wear, and even our electricity and water supply. Let's do a quick recap. The sponge is our atmosphere, the water is our moisture from the Atlantic, the talcum powder is Saharan dust, the hairdryer is the Harmattan winds. When the moist winds blow in from the ocean, we get the rainy season. When the dry winds blow in from the desert, we get the dry season. Simple. Now, that's the science behind it.
Seriously, I don't actually like that raining day. I prefer dry season because dry season has a plan B, which is the fan. So whenever there is heat, I can use the fan to cover up. That is why I'm always in support of dry season.
I think I prefer rainy season because the weather is cool and then we are not worried about our body temperature and all of that. The heat, the rash, like during heat season, this one will just pass. But it was stressful for me because I rarely slept at night. I've eaten at least consistently, at least 5 times in a day.
Okay, so I have another creative and amazing Nigerian with me today. As you can see, he's drawing me while I ask him some questions.
The rainy season, actually.
Okay, so can you tell us why you prefer it?
Because physically, from my own point of view, whenever there's a lot of heat, I become so, I don't even know what to do, honestly. But when the weather turns out like this, become a lot happier and feel a lot better. As it was a few days ago when there was no rain, when I was walking the streets drawing, honestly, I almost collapsed. But right now, I feel a lot of pressure on me. I feel very, very free and happy and stronger.
I would prefer rainy season because it's cool and it gives me an environment to think well because the weather is not scorchy and it's beautiful.
Rainy season.
Okay, so tell us why you prefer rainy season.
And it's cool. Everywhere is calm. It's cool. It's calm.
Prefer dry season.
Okay, so tell us why you prefer the dry season.
Because the country, the way the Nigeria is, when we are, because the criminal, this country is too hard. When the rain is coming, they can still say there's hold up. You can't even, or they can rob you to collect your phone, all that things. So I don't prefer when the dry season. You can enter anytime, you can go anytime because there's motor. They are even wait for passenger. But this rainy season, they want to do all these things. They can delay your time so that criminal can attack you anytime.
Very interesting points.
I prefer dry season than rainy season.
Actually, I think I prefer rainy season. You know, rainy season is when like all these farmers, they can plant and cultivate and harvest more. But during dry season, you can see that most of these foodstuff, they are more scarce and they are more expensive. But during rainy season, there's no need for irrigation. You understand? There's no need for irrigation to plant or cultivate anything.
So Adiola, you like it like
I prefer dry season.
So tell us why you prefer dry season.
I prefer dry season because I know it's hard for people that do agriculture. But rainy season in some part, like some places like all those small villages that don't have good roads, like the place is messed up. Like you can't even go there. Like place that I'm staying, all those places in Papi, all those small village. The road, the government, they are not even doing it about the road. But if it's dry season, the place is dry. You only experience dust. And then and cool. But the rainy season, the place is meant. You can see it now. The place is made because it's rainy season. But if you go to those places that don't have good roads, they can't. The place is just messed up. So that's why I prefer dry season instead of rainy season.
Rainy season.
Okay, just tell us why you prefer rainy season.
The weather is always good, and I myself I don't like it, so rainy season is better.
I guess I prefer the rainy season. I prefer rainy season.
So can you tell us why you prefer rainy season?
Not only based on human. You know, when it's like rainy season time, we can also plant, and the rain also like helps the plants to grow well. So as well as human being, this rainy season can, like, you know, during the dry season, people always have like heat. So like when it comes to this rainy season, it will help to reduce the heat in human as well as the plants.
So maybe people can learn one or two tips or get one or two tips from you. So how are you preparing for the rainy season?
I think I'm going to get 2 duvets, to be honest. and then I think we need warmer clothes. You know, when rainy season is cold, but we can actually adjust to it more than dry season. So getting cooler clothes, warmer clothes, and then heaters in your room and stuff.
So how do rainy season affect your activities?
Seriously, rainy season do affect my activities. Like yesterday, I went to church. I was supposed to close around 7, but because of that rain, I have to like extend it to 8. That's why I hate rainy season.
It's cooler for him to, you know, draw in this season because he's always on the street. He's a street artist. So, sir, we want to ask, you like the rainy days, but how are you preparing for the rainy season?
Well, I prefer the only dodge out whenever the rain. But I feel, in fact, even some drips of rain helps me a lot. I'm sorry, but that's a fact. Because heat is one of my greatest problems.
So tell us, how do you get yourself prepared for this season?
During the dry season, I got myself cardigans and cap to prevent cold and catarrh.
whenever I'm going out, I make sure that I'm always available with my umbrella, and I always prepare ahead of anything that can happen.
Like, for instance, like during rain season, like if you plant your food stuff, you can keep some, like store it towards dry season. Yeah.
That's a beautiful idea. Thank you very much. So give us one tip on how you prepare for the rainy season.
I don't think there's anything because I'm always indoors, so I'm always liking the cool weather. So
That's the way. Stay indoors so you get warmer. All right. So how do they say it again? Nigerians know they carry last. So we've heard some interesting, smart and hilarious answers from people on the street. And that's how I call it a wrap on today's episode of Science on the Street. So you watching this, how are you preparing for the rainy season? I'll leave you with this to ponder. See you next time. Bye.
Across Africa, innovation is rewriting the future. From the skilled hands of artisans to the bold visions of entrepreneurs, creativity meets enterprise in groundbreaking ways. Welcome to Innoventure, where we celebrate Africa's ingenuity.
Welcome to another episode of Innoventure, the show that celebrates creativity, innovation, and entrepreneurial spirits in industries shaping our world. I am Cynthia Bassi, and today we are exploring how traditional fueling stations are transforming to meet the demands of a cleaner, more sustainable future. With the recent push to transition from traditional fuels to cleaner alternatives, one player stands out in Nigeria, NIPCO. They are leading the charge as a major provider of compressed natural gas solutions, paving the way for cleaner and more efficient transportation. Today, we are visiting NIPCO filling station to explore innovation in green mobility.
For decades, Nigeria has relied on petrol and diesel to fuel its transportation sector. But with fluctuating fuel prices, environmental concerns, and the push for a greener economy, a major shift is happening. In 2023, the Nigerian government launched a bold initiative, the CNG Transition Program, to replace petrol with compressed natural gas as a cheaper, eco-friendly alternative. This isn't your regular fueling station, it's a hub of innovation. Here at NIPCO, engineers and entrepreneurs are redefining how Nigerians power their vehicles. Compressed natural gas burns cleaner than petrol, reducing harmful carbon emissions by up to 30%. It's also significantly cheaper, cutting fuel costs by nearly 50% for drivers. But transitioning to CNG isn't as simple as filling up a tank. It requires cutting-edge technology, specialized training, and a vision.
All right, NIPCO is into both petrol distribution and natural gas distribution as well. If you look around, most of our stations are equipped to dispense petrol and CNG as well. Typical of that is what you have here now. This station is able to dispense petrol and also dispense compressed natural gas into vehicles as well. So basically it is quite different from the other traditional petrol stations that you see out there that dispenses only petrol. So here we have the capability and capacity to dispense petrol and natural gas to the public. You understand that their natural gas is quite a safe fuel, which is also environmental friendly. But however, there are equipment and technology that has to come in place for this to be achieved. Here is a daughter station, all right, and there are specialized equipment that has been put in place. For state-of-the-art equipment that has been put in place to ensure that natural gas is being able to be dispensed into vehicles in the safest manner as well. So all those things have been carefully harnessed and put together to ensure that vehicles are serviced in terms of refueling of both petrol and CNG as well. Yeah, NIPCO Gas Limited is first and the leader in that industry. All right, we have specialized personnel, trained personnel that is handling all those. All right, we have state-of-the-art machines here, compressors, dispensers, and other equipment, associated equipment, that ensures that dispensing operations is going on unhindered or unhampered, as well as the maintenance also. So our technicians and our engineers are well equipped, okay, with the resources to ensure that those operations are going on smoothly.
The process of converting a vehicle to run on CNG isn't just about swapping parts. It's a precise blend of science, skill, and problem solving. Let's take a closer look at how it's done. Right here, they are transforming vehicles that once ran on traditional fuels into lean green machines powered by compressed natural gas.
CNG, auto CNG retrofitting, all right, involves
the installation of an onboard cylinders like this, all right? An onboard cylinder and some other kit components that makes it possible for the vehicle to adapt to the use of the alternative fuel. That's petrol or natural gas alternatively, all right? But typically, the onboard cylinder will have to be mounted inside the boot. That's the trunk area of the vehicle, all right? Now,
the car can use both.
yes, alternatively, yes.
Okay.
So once retrofitting is done, the car user now have the liberty of choosing either of the two fuel. But however, only one fuel will run at a particular point in time. So what happens is that when you start the vehicle runs on petrol, right? Then after it's programmed to switch to gas after a few seconds. All right. So while you are driving and you run out of gas, it switches back to petrol alternatively. So what happens is that the storage cylinder is installed in the boot. All right. This cylinder is able to take about 15 meter cube of gas. However, gas is stored at a very high pressure, 200 bar. So without pressure, it's not possible for the cylinder to take a reasonable amount of gas. All right, what happens is that it is stored, then there's a tubing that will be run through the vehicle, just in the same way they run the petrol lines. Okay, it goes through parallel to the engine area where you have all the components installed. Like you can see here now, this vehicle is being installed. All right. In installation, there is no redesigning of your engine system. Your original engine system is intact. It's in place. We don't temper the engine system. What we need to do is to just introduce some basic components like the pressure regulator, as you can see in this place. This one is the pressure regulator. What this one does is to bring down the pressure from the gas is being stored. Now the gas is being stored at a very high pressure, which is 200 bar. But you can't feed 200 bar pressure into the engine. So that's what the pressure regulator does. It regulates the pressure, brings down the pressure to about 2 bar. So the 2 bar is what is being fed into the engine through the gas injectors. As you can see here, there are 4 gas injectors here, which correspond to the number of fuel injectors in the vehicle. Now there are different types of kit. There is a 4-cylinder kit, there is a 6-cylinder kit, there is the 8-cylinder kit, depending on the engine configuration. So the compatibility is selected based on their engine configuration. Like this vehicle is a typical 4-cylinder engine. So it is being installed with a sequential 4-cylinder kit. All right. Now what happens is that once this system are installed, there will be a switch that will be installed on the cockpit. The switch is able to inform the driver on the present status. Give me the switch. Give me the switch. It will inform the driver on the present status, if it's running on petrol or running on gas. The switch also will display the level of gas that you have in the cylinder. It's as small as this. It's very small. Okay? It will, however, be installed in the cockpit. So this has it will have lead display to inform the driver of the current status, the current fuel that is being run, or the level of gas you have in the cylinder. So with this, the driver is able to know when it's running out of gas and when to refill, as small as it is. Right?
And once your car is ready, this is where the magic continues, the refueling station. These pumps deliver compressed natural gas safely and efficiently, making green travel as convenient as traditional fueling. But here's where it gets interesting. NIPCO didn't just stop at offering a service. They've created an ecosystem for green mobility, providing employment for young technicians, reducing urban pollution, and proving that sustainability is profitable.
I think the first thing that creates that inspiration is the fact that NIPCO Gas Limited has to come in to help Nigeria in the energy requirements of the country. All right, we have a huge deposit of natural gas which is not tapped. So the potentials is also there, and the business is also there. But we'll find out that people did not really key into this sector in the time past. All right, so that inspiration has come in for Nimco Gas Limited to annex and to ensure that they assist Nigeria in securing, in energy security, to make sure gas is available for our utilizations, even to our domestic gas, gas for automobiles, and gas for our industries as well. Understand the apprehension with respect to the use of natural gas as an auto fuel, because of some safety concerns. Anyway, the thing is that natural gas or compressed natural gas is a very safe fuel to use, but most people will not know this. Now, it has some inherent properties, okay, that makes that to be so. Unlike your traditional petrol, which creates spools whenever there's leakage. All right, so any source of ignition, can cause explosion. But those properties are not there with natural gas. Natural gas is relatively lighter than air. So once it finds its way into the atmosphere, it disperses easily. All right, it disperses easily, and because it's less denser than air, it does not mix with air in our own human habitation. So you now discover that even if there is spark around, because the gas constantly separates itself from air or oxygen, the likelihood of explosion is not there, which is one good characteristic of natural gas that makes it very, very safe to use. In addition to that, the cylinder has been designed to withstand impact pressure. It's very thick. It's not like the traditional LPG cylinder that is very light. All right? The cylinder is very safe to use, and even in our auto vehicles, the cylinder on board is safe. So the public can be rest assured that their safety is guaranteed when natural gas is in use. Yeah, actually, CNG is part of fossil fuel. It's not as if it's different from fossil fuel. It's part of that family. But the difference is that when you compare natural gas to petrol or diesel, the harmful emissions from those gases when they combust is quite high as compared to natural gas. All right, natural gas emission is less harmful to the environment, so it's a cleaner fuel that burns with very little or minimum greenhouse gases that we know about. So it contributes significantly to a cleaner environment when natural gas is used. So when you look at the ratio of petrol-driven cars and natural gas-driven vehicles now, as at today, the range is still very high. But by the time people begin to migrate from petrol to CNG, you are bound to have more safety in our environment and less harmful substance being emitted from the exhaust pipes of those vehicles into the atmosphere. Our technology, they won't be where we are today. For example, there's no pipeline around this area. All right, but we are able to transport the gas from far back Ajakuta up to Abuja. All right, to make sure the gas is available for the inhabitants of this environment. Very many years ago, that is not possible. That wasn't possible. All right, but with the state-of-the-art facility that we have here, it is now possible for us to have gas dispensed to our neighboring states, even though we don't have pipelines. So technology has, in a very great way, helped in actualizing what is happening now.
Yet, challenges remain. Many drivers are hesitant to make the switch, citing high conversion costs and the limited number of refueling stations. The government's role in expanding infrastructure and providing incentives is critical for long-term success.
We've seen that creativity and innovation in action never gets old. It is about finding new ways to solve problems, work smarter, and make meaningful products. If you know an artisan whose story needs to be told, or if you've got an idea that blends innovation and entrepreneurship, we want to hear from you. Visit our website or connect with us on social media. Thanks for joining us on today's journey. Don't forget to tune in next time. Welcome to the very first episode of Innoventure, the show that celebrates the skilled hands and brilliant minds reshaping our industries with creativity, innovation, and entrepreneurial spirit. I am Cynthia Bassi, and I am thrilled to take you on a journey into the world of innovation in its rawest form. Water is essential for life, a basic necessity for health, sanitation, and well-being. Yet, in many parts of Nigeria, access to clean, affordable drinking water remains a challenge. On today's debut episode, we visit Gwagwalada in the Federal Capital Territory to meet a remarkable entrepreneur who transformed this necessity into a thriving business. Driven by a passion for providing safe, affordable water and lifting her family out of economic hardships, she shares her journey of resilience and innovation while navigating the challenges of local production. In Nigeria, sachet water, popularly called pure water, is a lifeline for millions. The pure water industry is supplying a basic necessity to communities and creating jobs at every level, from production to distribution. Today, we visit Abachini Pure Water Factory in Gwagwalada, one of the businesses powering this industry. What began as a humble idea has grown into a fully operational facility producing thousands of sachets of clean, affordable water daily. At the center of it all is Fatoumata Audu, an entrepreneur driven by purpose. Her mission is to provide clean water in her community and uplift her family's living condition.
2018, when I lost my husband, I just thought the breadwinner of the house is no more. How am I going to cope with the children he left with me? And I discovered that my salary was not much. 100,000 would not be enough, to pay school fees, to help relations. I have my father and mother and my siblings all around here. So I now started thinking, what will I do to add to my income? So I started praying. I said, God help me. I don't want to go out and beg. What will I do to add to my income? So one day I just got up and started thinking. I said, can I start with water? Water. I discovered that they buy water. So I said, how will I sell the water? So okay, let me buy cool room. So I now asked my younger sister if she sees anybody that want to sell his cool room or her cool room as second hand, because I was thinking I will not be able to buy new one. So it was my younger sister now that got somebody that wanted to sell her cool room, even with her gen and the deep freezer. I said no, it's only cool room that I wanted. That was how I got the cool room and I started selling pure water. So I started this business from pure water with 60,000 naira because the cool room was 60,000 naira. And I now, they used to go out just like my boys are going out now with water. So I now bought 10 bags. I started with 10 bags from the people selling. So the first day I started selling 600 naira that I got, and I was happy that my income has increased with 600 naira. At least if I want to go to office, I will be able to have transport. Then transport was not up to this amount now. To town, I go to work in town. That was what prompted me. That is, I wanted to cut off poverty. Don't want to beg. That's the reason. Before you start like this, you have to go to CAC, you register with CAC, and you have NAFDAC approval. So by the time you have NAFDAC approval, then you have to give sample of your water. Then, which means you have to have the equipment on ground first. So that was how we got the tanks, the machine, the machine you saw inside, and the ones, the pumping machine outside, and the 2 tanks, and the treatment plants at the back, and the connections of the pipe. So after that, NAFDA will come and assess to see the environment, whether if it's fit for the production of pure water, because it's something that you consume. So they want to see a neat and a good environment. So it was before the approval, you have to pass through the production of sample of the water that you're going to give to the general public. So they took the water to lab in Kaduna. That was where it was tested and it was okay. It was based on the approval and the acceptance of the water in Kaduna lab. Their laboratory is there. That was how they gave us approval on how to start our pure water. Now, sourcing for the material, you have to now go to, they have a particular group of body that produces leather. This Abachini, you are saying, they have a rubber stereo in their lab there where they produce leather. So you give them the name of your water. So, and all the address and whatever thing you want in your pure water. So that is how they put it in their machine. It's from the machine now, anytime we want leather, they will now produce. It's just that the leather at the back of the machine that time, it was almost finishing, but we have big one on the ground. But maybe by now he will fix it after he start the journey again. So it's from there we produce, and you see them cutting it into the shape and the size of 35 cl. I think it's supposed to be 50 cl, 50 cl. That's the size of big bottle water. Then apart from the production letter, we have this white one that we bag inside. So we buy them from Suleja. So that is how we get our material. It's from China. It's not Nigeria made, it's from China. Even though I bought it from somebody, because it was from a lecturer that retired and he bought 2. So after he bought 2, I think maybe the business was not booming for him the way he wanted, so he wanted to dispose one. Then it was my consultant that, he was also the one that consulted the team for the man, the business. So he now told me that there's a machine, because I wanted to buy a machine. He said there's a machine for sale that the man bought 2, and he wants to sell one, the one that he has not used. He's using one for now. So that was how I bought it from him. This was chassis.
From boiling water over firewood or using alum to purify it, now to large-scale purification plants, the evolution of water treatment is a testament of human ingenuity. As we walk through the production process, it's clear that innovation drives every step in Abachini Pure Water Factory.
I started this work 2011 as a bagger. So I started bagging from there. We had an operator, so it was the one putting me through for like almost 2 years. So from there, I learned how to operate. Then initially, I was learning how to fix the row. You taught me how to fix the row first. Then you give me the row, and I'll fix it through the back of the machine, and I will pass it to the front. So through that, I began to learn how to operate the machine. But I've been an operator for like, let me say, 7 years now. Yes, so I've been doing this operating work for the past 7 years, but I've started the work since 2011. Yeah.
From automated sealing machines to rigorous quality checks, every detail is meticulously managed. The team also prioritizes hygiene, ensuring the facility meets strict standards. And with their clever use of locally sourced materials and efficient energy management, they are finding ways to stay sustainable while meeting demand.
It's called jiggling machine, or you can call it jiggling packing machinery. So it's used for production of pure water, and you can as well use this for yogurt, depend on for production of yogurt, depend on the size you put it. So I don't know, this is the dragger, we call it the dragger, and this is the heater. You can also call it block. So it helps to cut the size of the machine, of this sachet. And this is the temperature. So this is what controls the heat of this place. You understand? If this place is not set, then you cannot get your work done. So you use these 2 meters here to control. This is vertical temperature, which is this one is meant for this one, and this is the horizontal, which is for this. So each of these controls those 2 temperatures. So at the back here, or you can call this place the chest. Yeah, so at the back here we have our filter. We have our filter. This is our filter. And this black wire is called carbon. So we take the water from outside down to this very place. This is the first filter. It goes like this, comes like this, goes like this, and this is what this is our UV light. Yes, so this helps to terminate any bacteria inside the water. So it goes like this and comes like this through this pipe, or you can call it hose, through this place. So, and comes down like this. So this pumping machine here is the one that helps to bring the water from outside to this place. So if I put it on, you will hear the sound of the pumping machine bringing in water. So if I put it off, the water will stop. So without this pumping machine, I can't get water here. Yes. So that is it.
The pure water industry in Nigeria is valued at over 50 billion naira annually. With an average Nigerian consuming at least 3 sachets daily, demand remains high. Many small-scale businesses and large companies have entered the market, making sachet water a widely available commodity in urban and rural areas. The challenge today is not just purification. So what are the challenges facing this business, and how sustainable is it?
Our challenge is the light issue and water issue. And the only time they really give us light is maybe they will give us from around in the night, then the next morning they give the light, and we used to produce water. It's the time we do produce the water is in the morning. So government, they will not give us light in the morning, it's only at night, and we don't have a chance to come and be doing it at night. So that is it. And the issue of water, let me say in a week they do give us water like 4 times in a week, and it's not enough for us because the company is doing very great, and then the supply is big, so we need enough water. And what I want the government to do for us is to let them work our electricity, aspect. We need light often, so that is our challenge here.
The work I normally use pure water. I'm a pure water driver. So actually the challenge we have in the pure water is that our customers always complaining that we are not coming in time based on At times we don't used to have lights, and again, apart from the light issue, then our motor used to get problem at times. Then they always complain that we are not used to supply them in times. Even as I'm even talking right now, there is not even lights. Then we have challenges of light and challenges of vehicles and stuff like that. Yeah, stuff like that. So what we want if government can help us about motor and can help us about the vehicle and other things like lights that are not stable. And that was our challenge that we have. They said no, they talk good things about the water. They said the water is good, but the only thing is that we cannot meet up. Cannot meet up to the demand based on the light issue and the motor. There are times our motor just get break at the road. So that is the challenges we are having. But if the water, they talk good thing about the water, that the water is good, is nice. They like the water. Yeah, that's the challenge that we are facing right now. At times, I used to drive from Gwagwalada to Zuba, to Kwali, and to Abaji. People call us on phone that we should bring water for them because the water is good. But the challenges we are having in the water mainly is vehicle. It's the vehicle and again the lights. Then at times we don't used to have lights. So, and again, people call us, we don't used to meet up the demand based on the light issue and the vehicle. That was the challenge we are having in the water. If for the water, but if it's the water is okay. People recommend the water that is okay. Yeah, really, we still have challenges of fuel because the fuel that take us from here to Zuba at times it costs us like 10,000 naira go come. So we have challenges of fuel, and again, if you tell the customer that this is what we sell the water, they will not be able to buy it like that based on what we are facing, based on the challenges of the fuel that we buy. So to sell them costly, they will not be able to buy it based on the fuel issue.
Like now, you people came and you made me using gen. We bought fuel for the two vehicles now, and we bought fuel for the gen. And you discover that the way you are supposed to like gather more money to put into the business, you discover that the money goes back into expenses. The expenses are much. You understand? The expenses are much more than the business. That is why you discover that some businesses have collapsed. Some businesses have collapsed because of all these challenges. Light is another one. No light. Water, we thank God, water is a little bit better. We discover that among all the bills, water bill is a little bit better. But the leather that we use in this production of water is very expensive because I think the leathers are not produced here in Nigeria. Another challenge again is that when you are selling it to meet up with the high rate of prices of commodity, you see them telling you that ordinary pure water, you are adding money. They don't know that it's not just the pure water. I was just listening that say it's not just the pure water, but the material that make up the pure water. You don't just face pure water in the cup. It passed through processes. You know, instead of like in some other places now, they are selling pure water 400, 500. But here, even if you say 300, 350, they will say, it's too expensive. Some they will not buy. You know, they prefer to fetch water from the tap now and drink. Except if they are pressed, they are far away from home, they can now buy. So you discover that the sales is not much the way we expected because of lack of money. So I think many people want to enter into business and there is lack of capital and all these challenges. Like as it is, we produce in a large quantity. At times we have 600 bags or 700 bags. Then I manage it, I count my water. And again, if you pack the water before you go out to sell, I come out to count it. So that I just want to check losses so that there will be no losses. So we count each trip, like as the carry now is 110 bags. For 10 bags, we give you 1 for leakage. We give you 1 for leakage. So, and again, how you in the open market, it depends on how your water tastes. Assuming they take my water, if my water is not good, you discover that next they will not want to buy. And again, we welcome challenges. If at all the water has any taste or leakages, because at times the sealer will not seal well, you discover some of the leathers there. You see me pack them outside there. These are all waste from production. So we pack them like that and keep them for recycling, you know. So that is how we manage. In the open market, it depends on how your water tastes and how good it is. If not, people will not buy it. They will not continue to be buying it. Yes. I started this business without even a vehicle. We're pushing the water in wheelbarrow. So thank God that now we have 2 vehicles carrying the water. And we're believing God for more expansion. How do I do it? I borrowed money from the bank, add to the ones we sell, so that I'll be able to meet up. So now I'm still believing God for another branch and also a Bachini bottled water. So money is the challenge, and also a place. You know, without a place, you will not be able to. It's either you have a place to build or you rent. I'm believing God for an expansion, and money is the key thing. We call friends to say we are selling water, and now it has even helped when somebody needs water, because our signpost is there. And again, since 2018 we have started, and people have got to know about our water, and like they call us, "Madam, we need water, let your boys bring water to us." This it has so much helped us. So many a times we just sit down. Even if they call now, I will now call them directly and say, "This person needs water, go and give to the person." You know, that is how we sell. It's just the phone we use. Phone, and maybe like our WhatsApp statue and other things. I have not advertised it in any other way. It's just the phone. Communication, you know. We communicate through phone. That is the only means we use now. My advice to anyone that wants to start business, even to the ones that don't want to, my advice is that let somebody make a move. Because without business, there's no how you can sustain yourself. Even the white-collar job outside there, the money cannot be able to sustain you. If you are just believing God for that one alone, you will not be able to meet up with standard of living and also to extend helps to others. So my advice to anyone that wants to start, and the one that are not even prepared, bear it in mind to start business, I encourage them to start business, because business is far, far better than white-collar job, just sticking on one. I remember when I was just working without doing any business. In fact, it was like you borrow, when you collect pay, you now clear the debt, you start again. So business is far better. Well, the thing is that people are afraid of starting because the fear of the unknown, and you don't know what to start. You can pray to God. God is the giver of wisdom. He will give you wisdom, and He will give ideas for the direction that you need to take. There are so many businesses outside there that one can do to be able to sustain himself and his family.
The science behind pure water production involves multiple stages, from removing impurities to balancing essential minerals. Abachini Pure Water Factory uses advanced reverse osmosis and UV treatments to ensure every drop is safe.
It's been an eye-opening experience at Abachini Pure Water Factory. Fatu Audu and her team shows us what's possible when innovation and determination meets entrepreneurship. They are not just delivering clean water, they are driving change and creating opportunities. Do you know someone who is reshaping their industry with innovation, or maybe you have a story worth sharing? Connect with us on our social media platforms at Idea Television. We'd love to hear from you. Thank you for watching this episode of InnoVenture. Until next time, keep innovating and inspiring.
Thank you very much for having me here. Well, I am a Nigerian, as you have rightly said, and I started off my education from the village and right through in Delta State and right through got my first job with FRCN in Lagos, where I worked actually as a studio manager with the Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria. I don't know if that exists anymore, but I think it's what has now been absorbed by NTA and the rest of the national studios. I then left for overseas and studied business. And after my studies, I started off in banking, in international banking, worked for banks like Chase Manhattan Bank, Chemical Bank of New York, Bank of America, and Lehman, the defunct Lehman Brothers, between Geneva and New York and London. And back to Geneva at a certain point in my career, and then joined the United Nations Specialized Agency, the International Telecommunication Union, where I spent over 24 years and now retired and starting a project that has been close to my heart in Nigeria, which we're now working on. So I have two masters, if I put it that way. One in international management and MBA, and an MBA, in addition from University of Lausanne and Cranfield School of Management in the UK. And yeah, that's the beginning or the foundation of my life at the moment. Well, put it this way, as somebody who had some technical background and before getting into the university, I have always had interest in the development sector or something that relates to development. And in this case, when the transition more from analog telecommunication system started off into the digital era, I did see the opportunities to be able to contribute in this sector, especially for the developing countries. And, you know, if I would stretch it to the point where I would say the focus on Africa. Now, having done that, I did spend time working. I moved from more business-oriented to government-driven sector and worked as the international civil servant. But the banking sector did prepare me in the sense that it gave me the opportunity to learn about I mean, things like, you know, sticking to deadlines, setting objectives, being proactive, and working more of like within an organization as an entrepreneur. So that did prepare me in terms of resilience and also to be open to new developments. So I would say it was a good background, and it was really something that I would recommend if it's still possible. But of course, there have been changes in the world at the moment, and things are going more digital, which we should embrace, and we have all embraced it anyway. Well, ITU, it's important to understand the role of ITU in global communications or telecommunications. ITU is an organization that was set up about 162 years ago, and is the oldest United Nations organization today. ITU basically works in, it's sort of setting the framework for telecommunication in all sectors, ranging from telephone to satellite. When I mean telephone, ships, aviation, radio, television, ships, and all walks of life, anywhere that frequency is being used. The most essential job of ITU is frequency allocation worldwide, and this is the reason why it is done on a treaty-based status. And then the ITU has, or the world come under the ITU umbrella to be able to discuss frequencies every 4 years, and then allocation is done, you know, to the different countries and to the different sectors in order to avoid interference. And that's why, you know, like a layman's example is why you're able to broadcast in Nigeria and you do not interfere into Benin Republic or into Niger, because there are territorial boundaries that are being controlled based on the frequencies that are allocated. So that's, you know, to say it to a layman who does not understand the ITU or who does not understand telecommunications. This is a very simple way of describing it. Now, regarding the institutions in Nigeria, the NASDA, NCC, the ministry, NIDA, even the military, will have to attend that conference in order to discuss the frequencies that they use in their respective areas of concentration. So ITU actually is more or less the bedrock of the frequency allocation that you get in Nigeria. And it is not done, you cannot wake up in Nigeria and decide that you're going to use this frequency. You need to have it reviewed by the ITU body. And when we talk about ITU, it's the member states that meet under the ITU umbrella to discuss frequencies and then to discuss how these frequencies will be used in the various areas. So you have the frequency for the military, you have frequency for aviation, you have frequency, like I said, for the different areas where frequency is being used. So that's where ITU and the Nigerian agencies interact. If you talk about, for example, when NICOMSAT launched NICOMSAT-1, they had to file for an orbital space to be able to launch the satellite at that orbital space in order to transmit. And this is one of the jobs of ITU, to study orbital space and then be able to allocate an orbital space where you launch a satellite, in the case of satellite. And the same thing goes for the other areas. The NCC is a body in Nigeria that plays a key role in terms of frequency management, although the ministry is the body that handles frequency management for the entire country. But NCC has a role in terms of commercial frequency management for, the private sector especially. Well, the ambulance helicopter services in Nigeria is something like completely outside the ITU, although it will use the frequencies. But what inspired me to do that is what I have learned over time and what I've seen and what has happened to people that I know and what I've observed, read about the management in terms of evacuation, emergency evacuation of people in Nigeria. People die in Nigeria, unfortunately, in certain circumstances that could be rescued if we have the emergency response team to be able to operate at the place and at the right time. So the idea of establishing that is to contribute to the health sector. Like I said, I'm retired and I could, just decide to sit down and watch TV, but I thought that having had that knowledge, having seen the importance, the advantage, the value that this type of service could add to the health sector, I decided that I will go into this area to be able to develop it, and we're quite open to continue the development, both with the government or with individuals who are interested. It's not money-driven. It's important for people to understand that the idea is not to turn into a billionaire, but the idea is to provide social service. Although the population will have to pay for it one way or the other because we don't have the capital to be able to handle it for Nigeria. And we're working very hard to have it. We're at the moment finalizing arrangements for the first set of helicopters to be able to come into Nigeria and then start operations. And this is going to be based on subscription, and people will subscribe for it. And we're looking at ways and manners of getting it to affordable level for the population. Well, the challenges are very simple. The challenges are, as you know, we have a very difficult business terrain in Nigeria, and we have to admit that. The biggest challenge is sourcing the funding to be able to get this, to be able to operationalize this project, because as you know very well, Nigeria is going through a tremendous sort of struggle and changes and challenges also, financial challenges in the country. And building that confidence, establishing that confidence in potential external funders is very difficult at the moment. And we hope that Nigeria will be able to go through this and then come out positively. There have been lots of promises, and we're looking at those promises to be able to help us to move this project forward. So the major challenge is funding. The second challenge is administrative hurdles and delays, and the response time is very slow. But people in the aviation sector seem to be responding. The private hospitals, I must confess, have been very, very, I would say they've been proactive in what we're doing and positive. The responses and reactions that we're getting from the private sector, not to mention anyone, have been extremely positive, I would say. Well, your question is on different angles, and I think the telecommunications sector in Nigeria should invest more. And when I mean invest in such a way that they will be able to have good coverage, less interruptions, and provide services at affordable rates. They will have to take into consideration the income level of an average Nigerian while pricing their services. As I see it today, most of the time the networks are down, and I think this is simply because they're not using updated or up-to-date equipment. I think that the private sector or the telecom sector are earning enough to be able to equip their system with a more modern equipment. That's one of the things I would say is a challenge, and it's a challenge to everyone, because when you make calls, most of the time you make calls and while you're speaking to somebody, your line is off. The same thing happens to internet, and it's important that we have something that is solid, reliable, and something that will help the small and medium-sized enterprises to grow. Now, going to the youths, we have a big challenge, and I think if I would handle it, one of the things that I would do is to include ICT in the curriculum of each secondary school. You have to learn the basics of ICT so that you don't have the fear of computer, the fear of facing. But we have to do it in a positive way, that it becomes part of the system, because today ICT, computer system, people use telephone, you do internet banking, you do basically everything with your computer or with your telephone. So it is important that the young or the youth would start getting, embracing the technology from an early stage, and then that will help them that will propel them to a higher level when they get to university and higher institutions. What we have today is that you have to get to higher institution to be able to have access to computer, even to see computers and use it and touch and feel. I think we have to drive it down to the secondary school level and create that enabling environment that will help the youth to build and to grow with the system. A friend of mine used it, he said to me one day, what did he call it? BWB. He said, BW, he said, born with computers. But then those who are born with computers have no access to computers. I know we're struggling, but I think the school system will have to address this issue at an early stage. And this is one of the reasons why I think that the telecommunications sector, they're addressing the issue of artificial intelligence, which is perfect. Now, you have to have the foundation, the fundamentals to be able to drive yourself to artificial intelligence, and because it involves coding, it involves programming, it involves lots of things. So you have to have that background to elevate, get elevated to the level of artificial intelligence. And we're doing very well. I mean, Nigerians are doing very well. One of the young men that are now the guru of robotics is a Nigerian. I think today he's the highest paid in the world in terms of robotics. But that's 1 out of 1 million. We need to have millions doing that, and we need to have all the kids, all the youths to be able to embrace this, because whether you're a medical doctor, you're an engineer, it doesn't matter which field you get into, you will need that computer knowledge in order to be able to drive your profession forward. So I would really advise not only Nigerians but Africans to embrace computer system, to embrace the ICT world and be able to live with it, because it is the future. It's already there and it will continue to grow, and I think that the youth will be the ones to carry it along. To be honest with you, Idea TV, I'm very happy that it's come to be established, and what I think is that Idea TV will continue to work and to focus, one, in the science area, second, focus on entrepreneurs, ICT, which is the driving force today, and continue to promote it at all levels, because ICT is going to revolutionize Africa, and we're already seeing it. One of the things that I would say is that Idea TV, it's an extremely good idea, and it should be made known to Africans, and it should be driven to a higher level. I would love to see Idea TV take one of the programs, or at least one of the channels, and one of the TV stations in years to come, months or years to come, in order to get it across, and also to give that, be able to contribute to this education and promotion of ICTs around Africa. Well, One of my, I don't know if it's a hobby, is to help the population where I can. You know, I do things, just been able to donate a borehole and, you know, put water in my village so people could go and fetch and help youth not to be running around looking for water from remote places. So I take hobby in assisting people if I can and where I can. And this is, I do sports, but that's another story.
Blending humor with lessons, from thought-provoking conversations to candid opinions, everything you need to know is here at your fingertip. Catch us live on YouTube or any of your favorite podcast platforms by simply searching The Idea Game Changer. There you find us anytime, any day. The Idea Game Changer, an initiative of the Innovation Television, Idea TV. Hello and welcome to the Idea Game Changer podcast. This is the podcast, an initiative of Idea TV, where we bring science, technology, innovation, entrepreneurship in a fun, engaging way to your views. And of course, we have various segments of this podcast. We have the In My Opinion segment, where we talk about expert opinions on policies, on policies, on rules and regulations. We have Science Chatterbox, we have Share Your Story, and we have the Young Einstein. On this episode today, we are having the In My Opinion, where we talk about the role of free trade in the entrepreneurship landscape in Nigeria and with extension in Africa. I am not alone today. I am here with one of top experts, if I'm permitted, one of the scholars in very knowledgeable about free trade, very knowledgeable about the African market landscape. I'm here with Dr. Olalekan Afolabi. It is a pleasure to have you, sir.
Thank you very much.
So, if you will permit me, before you introduce yourself, I will just read a little bit about your bio. So, Dr. Olalekan Olariwaju is Dr. Olalekan Afolabi, I beg your pardon, is a seasoned program manager at the ECOWAS Court of Justice, bringing over 16 years of diverse experience in program development, management, and regional cooperation. Before his current role, he served as the trade policy expert at the ECOWAS Commission, where he coordinated the development of a number of regional trade and investment policies. With a strong commitment to fostering sustainable development and collaboration among West African nations, Dr. Olalekan plays a crucial role in implementing initiatives that drive economic growth and enhance regional integration. In addition to his professional accomplishments, Dr. Olalekan is passionate about networking and empowering others. Dr. Olalekan was a master's degree in public policy analysis and a doctorate degree in mediation and conflict resolution. It's a pleasure to have you, sir. Probably from everything I've discussed, I've not said something about you personally. I would like you to introduce yourself to our viewers.
Just to say thank you for having me on your show.
It's a pleasure, sir.
I am here to discuss with you and discuss with the viewers. So thank you once again.
Yes, so today we want to talk about the role of free market in building sustainable entrepreneurship landscape in Africa. We all know how the market is right now. We all know how Africa particularly, I don't want to say Nigeria now, is taking the initiative of starting their own business, which cuts across continent. So the first question here is, how do you see free trade benefiting entrepreneurship development in Africa in the context of the Nigeria or the Africa we have today?
Thank you very much. And like you rightly said in your intro, entrepreneurship has been with us for a while and is still with us now. And who do you refer to as the entrepreneur? Is somebody that has identified a challenge or a problem
and is solving that problem, based on his ideas, and trading it out for value and for profits.
Right.
That's an entrepreneur. And looking at the landscape of the country, looking at the landscape of the continent, a lot of people are entrepreneurs either by design or by accident. There are no jobs.
By design or
Or
accident.
by accident. So there are no jobs. So a lot of people, of course, move into entrepreneurship. But in a capitalist market like like Nigeria, what you see is that the laws of demand and supply is always there. So free market involves when you allow the laws of demand and supply to determine what happens. Basically, the principles of free market evolves around freedom of choice between the buyers and the seller. So I can freely go and choose a particular product against another product. I am not being compelled by any government regulations or agency to buy a particular product as against another. So there's freedom of choice. And that brings healthy competition.
Right.
So if I come to you and your products are not within my expectations or my standard, I move into another person. So that's why you can even go into a market and see two people selling side by side, yet the price of one is higher than the other. You simply move to the other person and buy from the lower price. So there's competition, there's freedom of choice, and reduced or limited government intervention. But basically,
Sir, sorry, a lot of knowledge is going on here, but for the purpose of diverse range of audience we have, I want you to define free market in a layman term. If there's anybody here who is a medical doctor and is solely a medical doctor and is listening to us right now, I want you to explain to them what free market is, because the path you are going is more deep, and if they don't understand the fundamentals, it might be very difficult.
Okay, thank you. Well, I thought I was taking the basis, but you see, the principle of the free market simply says that demand and supply determines the market. That is what determines what happens in the market. So, and like I said, it has some basic principles, which includes free choice, between the buyers and the seller. Nobody compels you to buy or to sell. You have competition that exists in the market. You have low government intervention, self-interest. So you buy based on your own interest. So those are the principles of free market. But there is nowhere in the world where government do not regulate some aspect of the market. Yes, but whilst the government is regulating, I think what we are pushing for is that the government should not determine prices, price control for certain products, or fix certain prices. And you will see that even in recent times in Nigeria, there have been more move even towards the regulation of certain products.
Yes.
Before now, there was price control on petroleum PMS, for example. But now the government is saying we are fully deregulating. We are allowing the forces of demand and supply
to determine
the price. Government before was also regulating the currency sector. You see, and that's why the government was providing subsidy for currency sector. Now the government is saying we are removing our hands, we are deregulating that sector. So the principles of free market
is left to the people to decide.
So that is the principle of free market. And sometimes where you see these restrictions are also when government is trying to push for the use of a public product or public service. So for example, government is saying, oh, we are producing a particular product, or my country is producing a particular product, like maybe cars, for example, and I want to subsidize that. So
for the people.
When you do that, you are negating the principle of free market. You allow demand and supply, you allow the forces of the market to determine the price and the exchanges.
So speaking of these free markets now, because to me it sounds good, because that basically means that the people determine what they want currently, urgently, and what they want to say, okay, you stay, we don't need you now. Okay, it's Christmas time, we need this urgently. I think that's very cool. But what do you think are the opportunities presented by the free market for Africans, and what are the challenges? Because I don't think anything really comes freely. there will be challenge somehow, somewhat. So what are the opportunities presented? You've mentioned some part, but I want you to reiterate about it and the challenges about this free market.
Okay, thank you. You see, the opportunities are great; they are bound, and um, a lot of entrepreneurs will tell you that if you are focused on your immediate environment, in selling and in exchanging your goods and your services, then you are not into business. So one of the opportunities that free market offers you is that you are able to sell freely across wider range of people,
right?
you know, across the
No
borders,
restrictions.
across the countries. And that is why institutions and organizations like ECOWAS, which is the Economic Community of West African States, have been able to you know, come together and develop what you call the ECOWAS trade liberalization schemes that allows products of origin of a particular country to move freely into another country without paying tariff. And you can sell. So
is that within the African countries or all over the world?
No, that's within the West African countries.
Okay,
that's within the 15 West African countries of ECOWAS. And the same thing now is being done under the African Continental Free Trade Area. That's the 55 countries within the African continent.
So the AFCFTA is like a broader term of the
exactly.
ECOWAS.
It's like a broad. So the AFCFTA is a free trading area for 55 countries of Africa. So that means that you can sell your products, you can make your product available, you can market it, you can appeal to customers and appeal to you know, people that have interest in your product within the 54 countries. That's the opportunities that free market gives. And why we are able to do that is because we believe that countries in those 54 countries or 55 countries of ECOWAS, depending on who you are speaking to, have also, you know, imbibed the culture of free markets and the principles of free markets within their territory. And that's why it's easier for you now to move your goods and trade within those countries. In countries where free market is difficult or does not exist, they don't even allow you to trade your goods with them. Yeah, because government determines the price of products, the type of product and everything. So it's difficult to even trade in those countries.
Okay. The challenges what are the challenges? You haven't spoke about the challenges.
So those are the opportunities. Now you see the challenges, of course, may be lack of greater opportunities for citizens within our countries. So, for example, it's difficult for you to be very competitive from this part of the world if you are having challenges with electricity. It takes so much for you to produce products. In fact, let me just say this before I move on. It is believed that, or there is a study that shows that 50% of businesses, of startup businesses in Nigeria fails within 1 year. Within 1 year? Within the 12 months of startup. And then 90% fails within 5 years.
Wow.
And some of the reasons for the failure includes one, overtaxation. Overtaxation, you know, that the businesses are subjected to. Most of businesses
by their home country.
By their home countries. Most of the businesses in Nigeria pays between 1 to 5 taxes to different, you know, tax bodies. So
for person just struggling up.
Yeah, so that is a major challenge, you know, and major reason why businesses fail. Another major reason in Nigeria, of course, is electricity. Energy is a big issue here.
A very big one at that.
Yeah. So with that, it's more difficult for you to produce or to render a service within this country and compete favorably with countries that have electricity, constant electricity.
Yeah.
So because that will, of course, increase the cost of your production. And of course, the third you know, challenge that has been alluded to is insecurity. Which of course is a big challenge. So some of these reasons are why it is difficult, even though you have the principles of free markets you know, existing, it may be difficult for you to be competitive. Don't forget that one of the principles of free market is competition.
Yes.
Yeah. So if your cost of production is high and your product is expensive, I go for
I'll go for a
an
better
alternative.
option.
Yeah, that is cheaper or it's better.
Better for me.
So those are
So
some of the
from
challenges.
what you said now, let's say I'm the president of this country, and I put out a policy that this particular product, Nigerians should be put first, or being patriotic first. Does that mean I'm practicing free market? If I put my people first, like, okay, let's do Nigerian first before other people come in. Is that free market or it is not?
No, so and that reminds me of one of the slogan of the newly elected United States President
Donald
Trump when he was elected. In his previous administration, he always says American first. I don't know. There's a phrase he always says American first. Well, you see, what most government do is that they encourage their entrepreneurs in producing. In fact, some governments have been known to subsidize a particular sector so that the sector is more productive
and more accessible.
Yes, has more fund, is able to produce more. I know the US long time used to subsidize their agricultural products, and so they produce en masse. What typically happens is that when you produce those products after subsidy of government and you export it into another country, what may likely happen is that the product or the prices of that product will go lower than the prices in the country that is exported to, thereby affecting the entrepreneurs in those countries or the farmers in those countries.
Right.
And so that is what in trade palace is called dumping. So your government subsidizes your product, and then you dump the excess of that product in another market.
Country.
Yeah. And when you have that, the country in which is experiencing dumping can of course make appeals to we have the WTO settlement dispute settlement board can make such appeals to that. But what you can do as the president, if you are the president, of course, is to be patriotic by using your country's products. It's your choice. One of the principles of free market is also freedom of choice. As a president, I may say, I want to use Nigerian's products all around me. And when you start doing that,
that doesn't mean other people don't have access.
Yeah, everybody will also start doing that.
Yes.
When the president says, "Oh, I want to use Nigerian's products," you see that every other person follows. When the state governor says, "I want to use this product," every other person follows. But that is one subtle way of doing that.
Well, thank you very much, sir. You come from ECOWAS, and I know that ECOWAS has put a lot of planning, a lot of strategies just to make sure that there is a free flow of trade. I don't want to say free trade now. There is a free flow of trade between West African countries. Now, do you think, or what do you think government and policymakers can do to support free trade to enhance entrepreneurship in Africa? We want to make sure entrepreneurship in Africa is not just determined by the Western country. We are not following their footsteps. We want to create our own. But how do we think free trade can come in? What are the policy governments can put in place? What are the policymakers can do to make sure that this thing actually works? Because for me, I don't know, but for what I've observed so far, looking at it holistically, I think Nigerians always want to follow the white people's style. Say, okay, it has worked for them, let's follow this style. And it does not necessarily mean that's the best way. It might work, but that doesn't mean that's the best way. So what do you think the government or policymakers can do to make sure the free trade or free market enhance entrepreneurship landscape in Nigeria?
Okay, thank you. One of the important or one of the challenges to free trade is one, the legal framework, some of the policies that we have. And basically, when you go across the border, there's something called, not even only across the border, even within the states, there's something called the non-tariff barriers to trade. So the tariff barriers are the taxes, are the import duties that you pay, the excise duties that you pay. But the non-tariff barriers are more or less in terms of the procedures, the custom procedures, the papers that you fill, the forms that you need to get to be able to export your product to another country. And some of these forms or some of these certificates that you need to get, they are very cumbersome to get. Sometimes in a particular country, you may have to visit like 10, 15 agencies.
Mention Nigeria now.
Yeah, no, we're talking about Africa now.
Okay.
You may have to get you visit like 10 to 15 agencies to be able to get those
which
forms.
might be very exhausting.
So that is exhausting, that is expensive, and sometimes
frustrating.
Yeah, it makes your product even stay longer and more costly. So those are some of the things that we are hoping that government can start working on, streamline the process for getting documentations for products, for exports, you know. So that is the first thing. If the government is able to do that, then it's easier for people to access international markets, and then you know you make more money from that. And of course also trade infrastructure. We have huge deficit of trade infrastructure in this region. It's cheaper for you to export your products from Nigeria to the west than to move it from Nigeria, for example, to Kenya or even to Sierra Leone, that is within the region.
Country.
Yeah, it's so difficult, because if you are taking a ship from here to the US or to the to the west, you are taking a lot of vessels. Some of those ships also dock in some other areas and picks a lot of vessels to the west, and a lot of vessels come from the west to various parts of Africa. But when you are moving from here to Sierra Leone, for example, you may see only 2 or 3 cargoes that are going, and so it's not profitable to move a whole ship down to Sierra Leone directly. But you move it to the west, you get a lot of cargoes there, and you move everything back to Africa. So you see, the same thing even for rail, the same thing for road. Our trade infrastructure is we are in deficit of trade infrastructure. So the government needs to come together, keep working on improving that. I know a lot of work is being done in that regard, but government needs to continue.
Government of various African countries.
Various African countries needs to continue.
It's not a one country thing.
No. Needs to continue to push for that.
Okay, so let's say I want to start a business now. Let's say I want to start a business. Probably maybe I want to be a fashion designer, but I want to put this business of making locally made clothes with it. Let's say I want to start a dire, for example. And what you mentioned something about documentation. What are those things I must have in place? If I have those in place, how can I access free market as just a recent graduate who wants to start localizing our Nigerian stuff and putting it out internationally?
Okay, let me say that, like I said earlier, under the West Africa, design,
right?
If you have a local or locally sourced product, if you can tell us or you can ascertain that this product is sourced locally, there is a protocol that allows you to move that product to another country within the region, within the West African region, without paying any tariff.
Any tariff.
Any tariff.
Okay.
You're not paying any duties. You're just moving it out because it's from here. But you see, so that is within ECOWAS. Within AFCFTA, that's African Continental Free Trade. There is also some arrangement on moving some of those products to other parts of Africa with very limited tariff being paid on it, reduced up to I think about 90%, in some cases 97%. Wow. Now, how do you assess this? So one of the things we encourage businesses, entrepreneurs to do is that before you go into any business, you have to understand the market that you are going into. One of the other reasons why businesses fail is that people do not take time to know the market in which they are operating.
They think it's the same for everything.
Yeah, it's not just for me to wake up and say I have cashew nuts. I want to move cashew nuts. No,
I have cocoa.
I have cocoa. I want to move cocoa to one country. No, you need to find out how it is being done. What are the documents that you need? Where do you need to source these documents from? Who are your competitors? Right. Which market are you trying to access? Are they ready to buy your product? Are you sure that your product meets the normal standard, the minimum
Do people
standard?
actually need this at this time?
People actually need the product. So those are the information that you need to source for. When you source for those information, and where do you get them? You can. So one of the things we encourage entrepreneurs to do, look for associations. There are business associations that are already set up that are involved in that business itself.
Right.
If you go around, you'll see that you have a National Association of Adire Sellers, for example,
Yeah.
or Adire Producers.
These associations, are they the same with those local markets?
Some they have a lot of their members in the local market.
Oh right.
Yes.
Right.
You also have,
because in the market, even if you are selling crayfish,
you have associations.
You have associations.
And the associations are guided by specific rules. And the associations also provide the opportunity to know what is happening in that area.
Right.
You also have the National Chamber of Commerce and Industry in Nigeria. You have a lot of associations that can really help you, give you this information, tell you where to get things done, and that will help you as a business person to quickly advance in what you're selling.
So, if you are going to rate Africa's approach to free market, what are you going to give it at the moment?
We are still backward.
Oh wow, that was very.
We are backward, especially in terms of, one, like I said, governments trying to regulate certain aspects of the markets, which, like I said, Nigeria now is also trying to improve on that and deregulating some of the markets. Also, in terms of taxation, one of the
taxes are too much.
Taxation is one big challenge even in free markets. When you go to the free market, the taxes are well structured. You pay tax to government, of course, but well structured.
Well structured.
In Nigeria, you have various layers. The federal government will collect tax based on the Federal Inland Revenue Services. The state government will also collect its own tax. Local government will also collect its own tax. And you can collect all those taxes from one person. In fact, Nigeria has about 60 taxes, official taxes that you pay, and over 200 unofficial taxes. So that is a lot. And you can see an entrepreneur will easily be burdened with this. So the tax system has to be harmonized and simplified. And I think the Nigerian government is also doing something in this light, because there is the tax bill of 2024 that has just been submitted to the National Assembly. And let's hope when this bill becomes an act, hopefully it will help streamline the taxes in the country.
So the last question here before we call it a wrap is, can you provide examples of successful businesses in Africa that have thrived due to the availability of free trade opportunities, or a potential business that you think can thrive under the opportunities provided by the free trade market?
You're just looking for difficult. Sorry, I'm just pulling your legs. Well, but you see, in Africa and in recent times in Africa, you see a lot of businesses are moving towards digital technology.
Right.
Services is constituting a very important part of our GDP. It's making a huge part of the GDP. And in that services, you see, mostly you are looking at banking services, you are looking at IT services and stuff like that. Now, let's take the banking service, for example. Nigerian banks, based after the last recapitalization that was done by the CBN, I think during Sanusi, sorry, let me be guided. Former governor, His Royal Highness Sanusi's administration as a CBN, there was a recapitalization that was done that strengthened the bank. Moved the bank now. I think then a bank must have 25 billion naira as the capital before it can operate in Nigeria. I think this current government is also trying to even increase that. So when that was done, you see Nigerian banks now becoming very big, and they are able to access other other markets. And if you go to most of the countries in Africa, most in West Africa and the number in Africa, you would see Nigerian banks there thriving seriously.
Wow.
In fact, in some countries, Nigerian banks are even more than indigenous banks of those countries. So that's one aspect of companies thriving. Most of the Nigerian banks, GT, UBA, a lot of them.
Let's not mention names, so we don't know people. So before I call it a wrap, actually, is there a way that the free trade can actually block the border for rice importation? And because of that, we appreciate the local rice, and people start eating local rice. Before we know it, people who have not even eaten it in their life, so I say, oh, I like it too, and I think I can do with this. So somehow, somewhat, at that period that the border was closed, the Nigerian rice was appreciated more than the imported rice. But there was no free market because the border was closed. And so that was why I'm asking that question, that is there a way that the free market somehow can inhibit the growth of indigenous products in a country?
Okay, so one thing that I would like to say is that entrepreneurs are known to take opportunities from problems that arises. So wherever there seems to be a challenge or a problem, entrepreneurs are known to find a way around it and make more money for themselves. So like the example you cited, there was a closure of border, rice imported from other countries or rice produced in other countries could not be imported to Nigeria at that time. So local entrepreneurs took advantage of that, and now Nigeria within that time grew its rice self-sufficiency, I think from about 20 to 30% to about 60 to 70% as it is today. So I leave you to answer the question directly.
Okay, so sir, from ECOWAS standpoint, what would you, that's the last question, sir. Don't worry. So from ECOWAS standpoint, what would you say is the progression of Nigerian market at the moment?
Well, I think Nigerian markets, Nigeria, one, is the biggest economy in the region.
In West Africa?
In West Africa.
Okay.
Is the, in fact, it used to be
the largest all over Africa.
Yeah, it used to be the largest all over Africa, but now I think is the largest in West Africa. Currently is the 5th largest in Africa. So Nigerian market is improving. And we have also seen the World Bank, projection that there will be a growth in the market. The government is also putting in place some measures, though a bit difficult for the citizens now because of the hardship that is being experienced. But some of those measures in the long run are expected to free up cash and use those monies to develop the infrastructure of the country further and place the country in a better position economically.
Right.
But let's hope that will actually pan out very soon.
Wow. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, our audience, for joining us on this wonderful podcast. I hope you've learned about the free market and the importance in developing or sustaining the entrepreneurship landscape in Africa. Don't forget, one of the things Doctor mentioned is that if you have any business at all that you want to start, the first thing to know is your market landscape. Do they want it? Is it going to thrive? Who are your target audience? Who are your target customers? All of these things should be put in place. And don't forget the legal framework too. All of these things are what make you stand out in the competitive market we find ourselves today. Thank you so much for joining us. You are welcome. Doctor, please, if you'd like to introduce yourself again.
Thank you for having me. I would just say that take time to know how the market is, how the market operates, what are the regulatory frameworks within the markets, and I'm sure we would all succeed.
Thank you very much, Doctor. And don't forget, this is the Idea Game Changer podcast, an initiative of Idea TV. If you'd like to join us for further conversation, you can follow us across all social media platforms at Idea Television on LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, and X. Or you can as well follow us on YouTube, live stream Idea Television or the Idea Game Changer podcast. And we'd like to have you. If you have any question, shoot us a mail at theideagamechanger@gmail.com. Till next time, I am your host, Olalika Mandela.
You're offered $30 million to sell your idea. Will you take it? Like, dash me your idea and go and do something. Just go and enjoy your money.
Okay,
Will you take it?
Have I already said this business idea, or the person who is offering me this money doesn't know what the idea is?
You've already like sold yourself to let's say I am Elon Musk. You just sold yourself to me, and I'm like, I see potential. And in my head, I'm thinking, let me take this guy's idea, like turning in something for myself. And I'm like, you know what? Let me pay you 30 million for your idea. Will you take it? Yes or no? I want a straight answer.
No, I won't.
Welcome to the Idea Game Changer podcast, where innovation meets ambition. I am Dearest Mba. Today, we are thrilled to introduce a young entrepreneur who is rewriting the rules and pushing boundaries with groundbreaking ideas. In this episode, we'll dive deep into their journey, uncovering the inspiration behind his unique vision and bold step he's taking to disrupt the industry. Get ready for a conversation that's all about turning dreams into reality and changing the game in ways you won't expect. Stay tuned as we explore the world of entrepreneurship and innovation through the eyes of someone making the waves, right here on the Game Changer podcast. On that note, I'll be introducing my guest for today. He's an entrepreneur. But let me read a little bit about him before I introduce him. All right. He's the co-founder. Hello and welcome to Idea TV News Update. I am Chinatu Oji. We begin with the headlines. 8 courts deepen crisis in Nigeria's northeast as Boko Haram threat looms. Tourist Company of Nigeria Defense Board shake-up challenges SEC oversight claims. Branch launches funded with branch campaign to empower Nigerians with financial dignity. Kenya faces backlash over tough new alcohol control proposals. In health, US and CDC backs Nigeria's AI-driven detection to curb HIV-related deaths. In business, Nigeria's new fuel surcharge could generate 796 billion naira annually. In sport, Barcelona's $50 million deal with DR Congo sparks pride at the public outcry. Now the news in full. Humanitarian aid courts in northeastern Nigeria have sparked fears of renewed strength for Boko Haram, one of the world's deadliest militant group. The World Food Programme, WFP, has run out of supplies and can no longer support nearly 1.4 million internally displaced people, raising the risk of youth recruitment into extremist ranks. The impact on the ground is devastating. Survivors like Aisha Bubakar, who lost her husband and 6 children to insurgent attacks, now struggle to feed their families on media support. Medical organizations like Medicine Sans Frontieres, MSF, report that 652 children have already died this year due to malnutrition, with the clinics overwhelmed and donor supported health centers at risk of closure. The crisis deepened in 2024 when major donors, including the US, UK, and EU, slashed or halted support, causing a sharp spike in hunger-related deaths. Despite recent government acknowledgement of the malnutrition emergency, including the launch of a new nutrition board, residents say change is too slow. More militant groups continue to come just beyond Goza's Rocky Hills. Aid workers now fear for desperation that may drive civilians back into insurgents' territory. With food, medicine, and safety increasingly out of reach, the situation in Nigeria's northeast is deteriorating rapidly, leaving millions vulnerable and the region's fragile stability at risk. Moving on. The Tourist Company of Nigeria, TCN, has reaffirmed its authority to remove Chief Anthony Idigbe, SAN, Alhaji Abacha Bulama, and Company Secretary OOT Nominees Limited, in a move that has escalated tensions with Nigeria's Security and Exchange Commission, SEC. In a detailed statement released on Wednesday, TCN said the duo were never SEC-appointed directors on its board and that their prolonged stay violated the company's governance principle. The company emphasized that neither Idigbe nor Bulama held equity in TCN and alleged that the appointment stemmed solely from Nikeja Hotel PLC's nomination, not any direct action by the SEC. TCN's position comes in response to a warning by the SEC earlier this week declaring as null and void all resolutions passed at TCN's recent annual general meeting, where shareholders voted to remove Idigbe and Bulama. TCN countered that the SEC's claims of appointing interim directors were inaccurate, pointing to court records and historical letters confirming the temporary nature of the appointment, originally tied to a 2015 forensic audit at Ikeja Hotel PLC. The company further accused OOT Nominees Limited, owned by Idigbe and his wife, of obstructing board processes and manipulating AGM records to shield the directors from the standard re-election procedures required under Nigerian law.
citing Section 2894 of CAMA, TCN, maintained that its board acted lawfully in appointing Mrs. Erejuwa Gbadegbo as acting chair and suspending the company secretary for conflict of interest and misconduct. The company also referenced an ongoing federal high court case number FHC /L/MISC/760/2025 that it claims restrains the SEC from further interference. With the court stay in place, TCN asserts its right to operate independently and calls on the SEC to acknowledge the court's authority, cease regulatory overreach, and engage with the board based on facts and due process. In a move to redefine financial empowerment and promote dignity in everyday living, digital finance platform Branch has launched its new campaign Funded with Branch. The initiative aims to support Nigerians with convenient access to financial tools for both planned and unexpected expenses, offering services such as consumer loans, money transfers, debit cards, and bill payments. According to Dayo Dutali Ademola, Managing Director of Branch Nigeria, the campaign is about celebrating Nigeria's real moment with dignity while helping people remain financially responsible without fear or judgment. Funded with Brand features a creative mix of skits, explainer videos, and user-generated content to normalize seeking financial support and eliminate the stigma around it. The campaign encourages a healthy shift in mindset, moving away from viewing loans or credit as last resort. By offering digital financial services that are fast, safe, and easy to use, Branch is making itself a dependable partner for individuals looking to manage their finances with confidence and ease. Branch is also launching a short-form video series aimed at improving financial literacy among everyday Nigerians. With this initiative, Branch hopes to replace financial anxiety with empowerment, allowing users to take control of their money without stress or shame. As the campaign unfolds, Nigerians can expect a wave of engaging and educational content designed to foster financial freedom. Moving on, Kenya is facing mounting criticism over sweeping new proposals aimed at curbing alcohol consumption, including raising the legal drinking age from 18 to 21 and banning alcohol sales in supermarkets, restaurants, and public transport. The National Authority for the Campaign Against Alcohol and Drug Abuse, NACADA, unveiled the draft policy on Wednesday, describing it as a roadmap to address substance abuse among the youth. Other measures include a ban on home delivery, online alcohol sales, and celebrity endorsements. If enacted, alcohol would only be sold in pubs, bars, and especially licensed shops. The proposal has sparked fierce opposition from alcohol manufacturers, traders, and hospitality industry players who warn that the measures could cripple the economy and drive consumers towards dangerous illicit brews. The Alcoholic Beverage Association of Kenya, ABAC, slammed the draft policy as exclusionary and unrealistic, claiming that they were not consulted. Lawyer Donna Kipori warned that the move could kill the hospitality sector, arguing that tourism thrives on experiences that include alcohol. Industry stakeholders fear widespread job losses, say legitimate businesses are now being unfairly targeted. In response to the backlash, NACADA clarified that the document is not yet legally binding and will undergo a thorough review and stakeholder consultation process, while acknowledging the urgent need to tackle alcohol abuse, citing a 2020 estimate that 1 in 20 Kenyans aged 15 to 65 is addicted. Critics argue the government should focus on better enforcement and education rather than blanket restrictions. Past attempts such as limiting the number of pubs per town have failed amid protests from business owners. As the national conversation continues, many Kenyans are now calling for a more balanced approach that safeguards both public health and livelihoods. We now go on a short break. The news continues on the other side. Back. If you're just joining us, this is still Idea TV News Update. Now the rest of the stories. The U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, is supporting Nigeria's federal government and deploying AI-powered portable digital X-ray PDX machines to boost early detection of tuberculosis, TB, particularly among people living with HIV. Dr. Flora Nwagbadu, CDC Nigeria's Senior Program Specialist for TB and HIV, announced the initiative, highlighting its potential to transform TB case detection and reduce mortality. Nigeria ranks among the countries with the highest TB burdens globally, recording 467,000 new cases and 71 deaths in 2023, according to Nwagagbo. Alarmingly, 4.9% of people living with HIV in Nigeria also have TB, making it the leading cause of death among the group. The dual HIV-TB epidemic complicates diagnosis and treatment, as TB symptoms are often masked by HIV-related illnesses. To tackle this, the CDC is providing technical and financial support for AI-enabled PDX machines, which can detect TB even in asymptomatic patients or those with compromised immune systems. The machines enhance diagnostic accuracy, eliminates the need for specialist radiologists in remote areas, and cut delays in starting treatment. Officials say the devices are already yielding positive results in pilot locations and expected to expand Nigeria's TB case detection significantly. The CDC is also strengthening lab systems, offering free TB preventive treatment and training healthcare workers to integrate TB and HIV services more effectively. In business, the Nigerian government could earn as much as 796 billion naira annually from a newly introduced 5% surcharge on locally produced and imported petrol, set to take effect on January 1, 2026. The surcharge outlined in the Nigerian Tax Administration Act, one of 4 tax reforms bills signed an aviation fuel, suggesting overall collections could be significantly higher. The law authorities, the Nigerian Revenue Service, currently FIRS, to administer and collect the surcharge monthly. Despite the revenue potential, the new tax has sparked strong criticism from citizens and industry stakeholders. Many argue that it contradicts the earlier removal of fuel subsidies and could worsen inflation and economic hardship. Transport unions, fuel marketers, and civil society groups warn of likely increases in pump prices, job losses, and a shift to unsafe, illicit fuel sources. The surcharge implementation date remains subject to approval by the Minister of Finance, Wale Edun, amid growing calls for the government to reconsider the move. And now in sports, FC Barcelona will feature DR Congo, Heart of Africa, on their training kit starting next season as part of a £44 million, $50 million, approximately 4-year sponsorship agreement with the Democratic Republic of Congo. The deal aims to boost the Central African national global image with planned cultural exhibitions at Camp Nou and sports camps for Congolese youth. Sports Minister Didier Budimbu confirmed that the arrangement includes training opportunities for 50 young players and 10 coaches, as well as multi-sport camps across DR Congo, while government officials hailed the deal as a strategic move to enhance tourism and investment. Many Congolese have criticized the timing and priorities behind the lavish spending. With DR Congo's domestic football league still in disarray due to chronic underfunding and ongoing humanitarian crisis in the east of the country, critics argue the money could have been better used at home. DR Congo is also following in the footsteps of regional rival Rwanda, which has faced similar backlash for its tourism deals with top European clubs like Arsenal, PSG, and Bayern Munich. Tensions between the two nations have also added complexity, especially after DR Congo accused Rwanda of backing rebel groups in its troubled eastern region, a charge that Rwanda now denies. Though some feared the sponsorship amount to sports washing, the DR Congo government insists that global branding is vital to changing perceptions and attracting investments. And that's all we have for you on Idea TV News Updates. But before we go, here's a recap of the headlines. It cuts deepens crisis in Nigeria's northeast as Boko Haram threat looms. Terrorist Company of Nigeria Defense Board shake-up and challenges SEC oversight claims. Branch launches funded with Branch campaign to empower Nigerians with financial dignity. Kenya faces backlash over tough new alcohol control proposals in health. US CDC backs Nigeria's AI-driven TB detection to curb HIV-related deaths. In business, Nigeria's new fuel surcharge could generate 796 billion naira annually. And in sport, Barcelona's $50 million deal with DR Congo sparks pride and public outcry. Do not forget to follow us across all our social media platforms at Idea Television. I am Chidatu Oji. Thank you for watching.
Of Alugoke Accelerated Innovation, a pioneering project management company harnessing space technology via AI for Earth's applications. With an evolving entrepreneurial upbringing and strong academic background in engineering and management technology, this person has evolved into a seasoned innovation management technologist with a proven track record of driving 100+ edge-to-edge entrepreneurship development. He has established himself as a strategic leader with a unique ability to collaborate cross-functionally across industries. His expertise spans C-level management, innovation, strategy, and field-based technology project management, with a focus on leveraging AI to drive sustainable growth. Apart from being a visionary, entrepreneur, and innovation expert, he's committed to accelerating indigenous innovations, especially in agriculture, and driving positive impact through effective local partnership. And who is my guest? He's none other than Bamiyo Dada Olaoye. Good afternoon, Bamiyo.
Good afternoon, dearest, and good afternoon, viewers. It's a great opportunity to be here today.
Yeah, lovely to have you on the show today. So where do we start? Let me start simple. Let's start with the easy question.
All right. Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about yourself, Bamiyo.
Okay, like we had earlier, my name is Bamiyo Dada, from a humble background. My dad, more of an educated and engineering person. My mom, on the other hand, uneducated and only woman. You know, the full housewife package. Yeah. So that gives me a balanced orientation to life, home and work, like the work-life balance.
All right.
That's more about me.
You want to tell us more, a little bit, just more?
Okay, yeah. The opening remarks caught my attention. It's very deep to me because you said ambition meets innovation.
Yeah.
Yeah, first of all, I would say finding myself in Nigeria or being born in Nigeria, like many of us, we didn't choose it, but we just grew up here. Yeah, I had different ambitions. When I was much younger, I had different ambitions. I had different expectations from my family, different expectations from the government and of myself. But as time goes on, I think we had to adjust, you know, from applying to a school to study something. JAM did not give you admission, so you have to, you know, all of that. So I would say innovation and ambition are still on a parallel line here in Nigeria, but it's not anyone's fault. We just don't have to leave it that way.
I love that. So you talked about the government. I'm guessing they are the reason why we have so many young minds now thinking outside the box, you know, trying to excel for themselves in different industries. So it brings me to my very first question. What motivated all of this? And how did it all start?
Okay, first of all, I am a better man today because of failure. I was doing all fine until I failed. And then I realized that I had to do more for myself, not really for the people I was initially trying to impress. But when we talk about technology, entrepreneurship, or science, basically, there are three pillars that make up every advancement in a sane society: that the academia, industry, and governance. So these three pillars make up everything there is about innovation, entrepreneurship, and science. So here in Nigeria, like we all know, the industry is taking the lead because a lot of people are doing wonderful things. Most of the people you hear doing amazing things, the guys that built OP, the guys that built floater wave, I don't know, a lot of guys are doing well from the industry. But I don't know if we have had any names from government. Maybe the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Minister for Communication, Digital Economy, and some other great establishments like NASDRA, Galaxy Backbone, and the likes. They're doing fine in governance. But academia, you know, project topics, just to pass the course and get done with school, go for NYC. Yeah, so I would say industry is taking the lead in terms of innovation, science, and technology. Governance is coming behind. But academia still has a long way to go in Nigeria, from my little opinion. I'm sure there will be a lot of work being done in the background, but no, it's not having any impact yet.
Fair enough. So when did this all start? Was it in school? Were you in school thinking about it, or just like every, you know, I want to say normal, but every student in school thinking, oh, I'm going to be graduating soon, I'll go for my service, get a good job, right, and start my life. So that's like everybody's like mindset when you go to school. Oh, I'm going to go to school, come out in flying colors, you know, go for service, come out, get a job, maybe get married, start a life. So for you, what was it? Was there something that you just, was it like a nudge in your heart? You just felt like, no, I cannot just settle for that life? Or was it more like something that happened in your life? Or will I say from background, maybe your upbringing, was there an experience, or was this somebody that really inspired you to go into all of this?
Yep, the later. Somebody definitely inspired me to go into all of this. And the same person was responsible for a lot of the decisions that was made in my earlier years that positioned me to be an entrepreneur. I think you mentioned that earlier in my bio. My dad, I owe him a whole lot of everything I am today, from positioning to actually taking the step. You said a lot of people have this default system of go to school, get a job, get married. Yeah, I'm sorry, in my own case, or in our case, I'm speaking for my siblings and I had it different because we had a kind of a father whose orientation was different. He started from working, then starting his own company, and eventually consulting and being a business owner. So, and at the time I was born, my dad was already 50 years old, so I'm sure he had all of his plans out before I came into the picture. But yeah, he played a lot of important factor in positioning me for entrepreneurship. But because I could recall while I was much younger, there was a certain toy. I'm just trying to give a glimpse into how my father thinks before I now answer the main question. I have two male siblings who the first one is like 7 or 8 years ahead of me. He was born 10 years or 7 years ahead of me. Then my next sibling was born like 5 years ahead of me before I came out here. So yeah, there was this particular toy, like a bicycle, when I was young, like 3 years old. Yeah, and you hear stuff from my dad like, your elder brother used this bike, your brother used this bike, so you also use it, you won't spoil it, you're going to hand it over to a younger sibling and all of that. So yeah, that's the kind of pattern we had. Also, my immediate elder brother happens to be in the medical field. So probably when he was in 200 level and the academic result was going down, you know, disciplinarian father, family, we had a home, like this morning devotion after prayer, we had a family meeting, and you could hear Dad saying something like, when this son gets done at the medical school, I'm going to convert that my property to an hospital so that he can have an hospital. So yeah, that was like even though it eventually never happened, but at that point, the 200 level medical student, knowing at the back of his mind that his father could someday give him a fully built hospital, you know, it was kind of inspiring for him as at that point. But in my own case, I never taught the medical line. I never taught the geology line like my elder siblings. I was more into engineering. My first higher education was telecommunication engineering, and then I went to FUTA for transport management technology. So I've been more into engineering and management, so it's already entrepreneurship on its own. But my dad's nudging every point of the time kept reminding me the fact that I'm not looking for a job when I'm done with school. I'm probably going to take over from his company, or he's going to set me up in another line, something like that. So I had all that at the back of my mind 10 years ago. While writing JAM, I already knew that worst come to worst, I'm going to probably be heading one of my dad's
company.
Maybe, yeah, it could even be a small aspect, even if it's a car wash, for example. If as a student I could go home during the holiday or during the weekend to where I have a car wash and I'm a supervisor or a car wash owner, I have more money to go back to school. I'm not desperately trying to read second class lower as if you don't do. So far I know that there is a future waiting for me here. I'm only using the smallest and minimalist example in order not to sound vague and all of that. Yeah, but I realize that a lot of people lose it from that stage of final secondary school, SS3 to 100 level, yeah, because they just get lost somehow. But if, for example, you could be assured of a future as at that time, I'm sure a majority of people would even cancel the route they took. Why go to school to study engineering when you know your uncle can take you to Canada to be a doctor? So yeah, not having these assurances of the future make a lot of people to just pursue the popular things and all of that. But such is life.
You said a lot. Yeah. So you talked about your father being your biggest motivation and inspiration.
Yeah, influence, yeah.
And influence at the same time.
Yeah.
But do you have other role models?
Yes.
You know, people you looked up to, people who have done great things in life, in society, or maybe even in your school or community or among your friends. People that you've looked up to for the longest time and you feel like, oh, if this person is doing this, why can't I? Bami or do the same.
Yeah, in order not to sound too stupid.
Okay.
I would say first my original love some 7-8 years ago was Elon Musk, but as at that time he wasn't into what we all know him to be doing today. Apart from Elon Musk, there is also a man, Mr. Bamidele Ugusemoyi, who has entrusted a lot of respect and dignity for me, has given me a lot of money to try to do something. I remember I called him out of the blues and he was asking, he used to know me when I was a copper. So as at the time I was a copper in Zamfara State, I had a shop running. So most people call me Megari because there's this agricultural produce shop that we sell. I get the products from North Central, Kogi, Ekiti, Kwara State and sell in Zamfara through a lot of possibilities that made my price come down, even though the quality was good. Yeah. But as at that time, I met a man who believed so much in me. And then as at when I finished my NYC, I ran into a lot of setback. And he called me up and he was like, hey, what are you doing now? I said, sir, I'm working somewhere in Abuja. The next thing he asked me is, how much is your salary? So as at that time, I told him it's 100,000. So he told me that it's not acceptable. 2 days later, I was on a flight to meet him. As at that point, he had nothing in mind he wanted to do, but he had like 500,000 naira.
Okay.
So $1 million, he was ready to invest in whatever I was interested in. So I jumped on the flight. I went to meet him in Benin City. About 2-3 weeks, we did a lot of deliberations, and here I am managing an hotel because he saw it on some platform and he leased the hotel and made me the manager. I haven't done that before, but the man had so much trust in me and gave me a lot of money to start that. I did all of that for about a year. It was positioned along the express and a lot of tourists. I mean, these bike guys that tour Africa on bike or vehicle. So I had a lot of outsiders, foreigners, tourists coming into the hotel, and that chapter of my life was another different ball game. I never planned for it, but just one man believed in me because he noticed my track record while I was a copper. So I wouldn't really say my dad alone. And then, of course, there is also another man, Magnus Eweka. This is a man who schooled in the UK, in Wales, and spent over 25 years in the UK. But for some reasons, when he clocked 60, he wanted to come to Nigeria to start a company. He registered a tech company there in the UK, came to Nigeria. Based on referral, someone in Lagos told him about me. He flew into Abuja just to meet with me, did an interview with me. I'm sure I failed because as at that time, I didn't really know much of the technical things he was talking about in his business. But for some reason, he gave me the chance. And here I am today, 2 years later. I've was taking some salary from him and also some bonus for, you know, hitting some targets. So I really can't say most of what I learned in school got me that job. I really would not deceive you by saying that what I learned in school helped me to perform better at that task. No. All of those things were just because of my dedication and this innovative spirit that I somehow have deep down below.
Or should we call it ambition?
My ambition changed. My ambition changed, yeah.
Okay, we'll talk about all of that. So you're the co-founder of Olugoke Accelerated Innovation.
Yep. Alugoke Accelerated Innovations.
Sorry, beg your pardon.
Yeah.
Who is Alugoke?
Okay, Alugoke is a community-based initiative that started a long time ago, probably before I was born. But it became like an economic edge, an economic advantage.
All right.
More like if you are staying in central area in Abuja, in a single-room apartment. There's a little bit more prestige than somebody staying in 3-bedroom flat at Airport Road. No offense, but it's just how the city of Abuja is. So yeah, Alugoke has happened to be a brand ever before I became mature. A lot of businessmen, a lot of political power, and a lot of economic decision makers happen to have believed in that brand a long time ago. So eventually when I needed to start out in business, I just adopted that phrase.
Alugoke.
Yeah.
Because I was thinking maybe Alugoke with someone, maybe your father's name or someone.
No. It's not a personality, but it's just a concept for steady progress. Yeah, a steady progress. What it means in Yoruba, Goke means like climbing up steadily.
Okay.
Yeah, so Alu just like a group of people or similar like-minded people who come together for an initiative, and year after year they keep evolving. Everybody does that. Do you know Samsung, you know, today were not originally makers of smartphones. Samsung at some point was manufacturing heavy industries, just like Mitsusashi was manufacturing Mitsubishi. Yeah. So they manufacture engines for maybe airplanes or ships and all of that. But 10 years down the line, maybe one of the sons of the founders at that time was a successor of the company and just decided, hey, we are going this line. Dangote was doing cement at some point, but today he's doing salt and he's doing Maggi, but it's still the same Dangote name, different other CBN listings on the stock exchange and all of that. But the family name Dangote still covers and the brand still has some weight. So that's why I just decided to go in line with my ancestors.
I love that. Now speaking of Dangote, Elon Musk and all these billionaires we have today, they once started like this. They were young innovators, people who thought outside the box, people who wanted to change the course of the world. And that's what we're having now with you, Mr. Bamio.
Amen.
So now, the Alugoke Accelerated Innovation.
Yeah.
Now, you are a co-founder, meaning you have other people. So you guys came together, was it like a group? Are you guys like a group, or was it you and someone you came together and like, okay, let's start something?
Yeah, actually we are 3 in number for now.
Okay.
And the reason behind that is that Alugoke Nigeria Limited on its own has been registered. There is also Alugoke Engineering, Alugoke Nigeria Limited Engineering, that's for building information technology in Lagos, already running. But here in Abuja, where I happen to be based for now, when I wanted to go register that, because I'm more passionate about space technologies and artificial intelligence since 2019. And I've been doing some of those things on my own. But I approached NITDA. There is this ONDI. OFI is for National and Digital Innovation. Yeah, I know it's a department under NITDA. It's called ONDI, ONDI. The office is somewhere at Wuye. Yeah, so I approached the agency. After listening to my business proposals and everything I've achieved, I was advised, because it's more of a mentorship and a coaching academy for NITDA to help startups in Nigeria. So after going through all of the processes, I was informed that if I need to position myself, this space and AI and all of this, in order to enjoy some benefits from the federal government, also to enjoy some funding from NITDA, and to be on this startup portfolio, database portfolio, so that I could be connected to other people that have some things to do with NITDA and Nigeria technology landscape as a whole, I was advised to go in another direction. So registering these Alugoke Accelerated Innovations is more like a division of the original Alugoki Nigeria Limited, who has been registered for some other business sectors. But singling out this particular space project management or AI processing, whatever I want to do, in order to qualify for the mentorship and menteeship under NICTA, I had to go back to the drawing board and then position the organization in order for it to be tech enabled and in order for it to be less than 3 years that it was registered as at the time I approached Ondai. So from the guiding and counseling they gave me, I needed to re-strategize. So I needed to get partners who are specifically skilled in some areas that I will be offering business services. So the guy who is heading, the man who is heading my technical office, like the chief CTO, is a Kenyan man. Yeah.
Okay.
Priest Nick is a specialist in GIS and remote sensing. I'm sure we are familiar with what that means, geographic information science. Yeah, so the mappings, the flood water monitoring and all of that. I have some ideas about that, but I'm too busy looking for money and deals. But the guy is a specialist in that. And there's also someone from Ghana who happens to be our partnership and brand manager. She has done a lot of things in space and she's passionate about that, and she didn't charge me much. So we are a team for Alugoki Accelerated Innovations. Yep.
All right, so Alugoki Accelerated Innovation.
Yeah.
What does it stand for? What do you really do?
We are project management firm.
Okay.
But we leverage space data for our project management. So what that means is that from the beginning, we can't even take a lot of project management. We are not into construction, but there are some new fields that relates to construction. For example, location intelligence, one of my core areas. Okay, let me talk about agriculture because I'm passionate about that. Imagine if you have 10,000 acres of farmland. It's a lot of work for physically going around to inspect your farm. So what people do now, what somebody in that shoe will do right now is to buy a drone or probably partner with a drone company so they can pilot the drone using the cameras to pick information to know what they need. But that still requires an experienced drone pilot and also a data analyst to bring up all of these information and portray it for data-driven insights. But in our case, we use satellites that are in space already. We all know from our usual Google Maps, the popular OpenStreetMap, where you can just go on Google and search an address, zoom, zoom, zoom. Even right now, this studio, we can zoom down from the Google camera and see the roof, or if we are standing in the bare space, we could see ourselves depending on the quality of the camera. Yeah, so what we do is to take on space project management at Alugoki Accelerated Innovations for location intelligence, for flood or water body monitoring, and also any kind of GIS, right, environmental modeling or road construction. These days, people have to use space data to plan for a road. There are some roads that was constructed 50 years ago. It's still intact. Meanwhile, some others are constructed few years down the line, but they need maintenance work. You find out people are abusing those contractors. They use substandard materials, blah, blah, blah. It might not be the case. Usually, there needed to be a soil test or to know the kind of soil that is under those lands. Because, for example, a water area might seem dry during the dry season. So if you award a contract and somebody just constructs a road on that, it will not be his fault if during the rainy seasons the roads keep cracking up. So what we do is, by the help of my organizations, my company's partnership with a whole lot of people all over the world, we have access to some space data that can be used to get location intelligence of wherever there needs to be an activity. It could be farm for agriculture, it could be a building. Buildings close to the airport need a different kind of structural integrity test because the aircraft flying above generates sounds and wave shocks, vibrations from up where they are. So over time, you could find out a building close to the airport can just collapse because of consistent flight of airplanes over. But with appropriate space technologies, we could even detect how long that building has to go down, or we could know exactly where is the weakest pillar or beam on the building, so you can just reinforce it. Goes for bridges, dams, and a whole lot of big projects. Most of those project managers use space data to know what to do and what not to do on where and where not to do stuffs. So that's kind of strange in Nigeria because most people do not think about that.
Yeah.
Disaster recovery, now disaster mitigation. Most people don't think about that. They just think of rescue people in problem. But they do not think about, let us build something that will not even put people in problem in the first place. So yeah, we are positioned as an innovation management company, but we like to do turnkey projects. That's why we just register as a project management firm. Turnkey project means we get the scope from the customer or the client, then we handle the project and just deliver the deliverables to the customer. So it's not there telling us how to do or how not to do, because oftentimes the clients that we get do not even know exactly what they want.
Yeah.
I'll make an example of my most recent client. She wanted a website. I think she's a fashion designer. Okay. She has some branches scattered all over the city. So she just wanted a website to harness every outlet they have and all of the services that they could offer and all of that. So I sat her down and she was not even having any idea of what she wants. But based on the trust of the person who referred me to her or her to me, whichever way, she believed that I could offer something that would make a business worthwhile. But while I was standing right in her front, I had no idea what she wanted, but I know she would pay me for whatever I would do. So that makes us, that positions us on a kind of responsibility platform, because we are here talking about all of this technology, AI, space tech, and people are blown away and they don't even know what exactly we are talking about as like at the breaking down level. They have no idea, but they don't have to go through space tech, but eventually space tech has this sustainability concept from the very beginning, because even if you're looking at somebody from 3-story building, you can see the person you are looking at and any danger coming closer. Yeah, so that's the idea of the space cameras. There are cameras in space that we can get data from.
Okay.
Yeah, so we use this data to plan ahead while studying what has happened in the past.
Seems like a big project here.
I'm trying not to sound
I'm
technical.
amazed.
I'm trying not to sound
Most
technical.
nicely.
Yeah,
okay, so behind the scene, you told me that one of the biggest challenge you've encountered is keeping your mouth shut. Can you explain that to our viewers?
Okay, yeah. For a young man who is inexposed and who has a lot of enthusiasm, a friend of mine, Abubakar, always advises me to think more than I talk.
Oh,
yeah,
that's
cool.
an interesting angle to it.
Yeah, it goes both ways. But for technology, it's a very fast something that I don't even know what to call it. That's why I say something. Let me make an example. I could be in a public transport, what we call taxi, and I'm receiving a call, and I'm like, "Oh, my friend, have you signed up for okay, Pi? Yeah, Pi is this cryptocurrency that is currently trending." And I'm talking to a friend in the public transport. "Hey, bro, download that Pi app. Don't worry. Before next week, you will get $20 and all of that." I'm just talking to my friend on the call in a taxi. Another person who doesn't know me, who is seated at the back seat, could be there downloading that Pi right away. And my friend that I'm talking to, if he doesn't take action on time, could even lose that. So you see the technology world that we are now. You could mean no harm. What you say could step on somebody's toes. You could mean all the best, but end up getting the worst for the person you intended it with. So oftentimes saying a lot of things can make you lose money or can just waste a lot of potentials. Yeah, you could say the right thing to the wrong person. I could be a graphics designer, and I'm just having these great ideas in my head of how I want to make a motion picture. There's this picture that is different from a JPEG, like a GIF. Yeah, it moves like 3 seconds movement. Yeah, maybe I'm thinking and cracking my head with all of the softwares I have, trying to make a motion picture. And I just jump on a WhatsApp group or a Telegram group, and I'm talking about my challenges, and I can't do this, I can't do that, and if I can do this, probably the company will pay me 20,000 for doing this motion picture. Somebody else on the group who's just scrolling by might not really be a graphic designer. He could be a JavaScript designer, and it could be like, wow, I know I could just do these things with some line of code in JavaScript, or I could just do this with just HTML. And if I had talked too much by saying where I got the job, somebody else could just go there, submit that job.
Well, to our amazing viewers, you've heard it from Mr. Bamiyo. Like he said, think more than you talk, right?
Yeah.
So you don't find yourself sharing too many information that might just cost you a lot. we've talked about a lot of things, but let's talk about what I feel like is the most important: how you manage disappointment. I'm sure you've had people tell you, "Oh no," you've had people, even friends, even family. There are times we have ideas, right, and we share with the wrong people, and they're like, "Just go and get a job, please. Go and get a job." What are you saying? Go and get, and the idea to them it seemed like an impossible thing to do. How have you been able to overcome all of that?
I would say I'm still trying to overcome that, because not as if these circumstances you described have stopped. They are also everywhere. But the greatest challenge or setback I can recall right now is from family. Yeah, but it's no hard feelings. I had just finished NYSC. I happened to have gotten some money from my PPA, apart from the money NYC was paying us. So I was being paid salary at my place of primary assignment. So I saved up all of that for the 1 year, and I had that money, and I wanted to do something. So I called my sister. As at that time, she's not in the country. So I was like, okay, let's do this thing, jackpot, and all of those right there. And that was just
the Nigerian dream.
Yeah. So I think that took a lot of energy away from my passion, away from my innovation, and I still regret sometimes that I should have not channeled so much energy on trying to leave the country, because there is so much to do here. Even after you go, you realize that, and a lot of guys that go start up or register a company that is still doing something for Africa. And but I would say my greatest setback was when I tried to leave my business. I wouldn't say leave the country. When I tried to leave my business, because after NYC, I was already doing fine, seeing close to 200,000 naira as at 2020 from my shop. Just a shop. I had people selling stuff there. Sometimes people bring goods.
Okay, so sorry to cut you short. So I understand better. You had all of these ideas and this business idea, but then you still had a business.
No, I had business going on.
Already going on.
Yeah.
With all of these ideas still in place.
Yeah, I'm talking of like 5 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah, but because I was so promising, or let me just use a normal term, because I was so active in trying to succeed in my business, a family member who happens to be older than me and has seen life and has traveled a lot of places believed that I shouldn't waste my energy doing that. Instead, I should go for a master's or probably whatever outside of the country. So coming from somebody who has done that, it was really encouraging. So from that moment I received that call, I remember I sent money, documents, international passports. Then I didn't even have one, but I was just carried away with trying to leave the country. So I channeled a lot of energy into that. Even most of the money that I realized profits as at that time was channeled into trying to escape this matrix that we call Nigeria and all of that. Yeah, but it really turned around to bite me in very, very not nice way. But I had to drop all of my business and come to Abuja to beg and look for a job. Started with 80,000 naira job, then 100,000 naira job, then left the company to another company before I eventually got the US guys that came to me based on referral. But I just kind of believe, even though everything is coming from God, but I kind of believe that if I hadn't lost so much energy and funds as at that time, I might have transitioned better into Abuja, or probably hand over the business there in Zamfara where I did my NYC to someone before coming. But it really crumbled my world before I now had to come and start picking up myself back here in Abuja with a salary job. I mean, I've never done a salary job ever since. I never thought of it, but here I am. I needed cash and I needed to get something going.
So your business was in Zamfara before you moved to Abuja?
Yeah, as a copper. I grew up in Lagos. I was in Lagos. I was posted to Zamfara for my NYSC. I couldn't redeploy even though I tried. So during that 1 year, I had to start up a business because it's in me. I just thought about it.
So what business was that?
A friend of mine, his dad has a filling station and they no longer use the property. So there was a shop kind of in the popular part of town. There was like a building that was converted into a shop. So we just wrote our names and the business name on it: agricultural processing, produce store, agricultural produce store. yeah, it still has my name on it. So my friend and I would follow his dad's trucks, who goes to Lagos to buy the petrol and diesel. So we'll join them in the trucks, we'll go there, we'll go to my hometown somewhere in Kogi State, get goods from people in Ekiti and nearby. So we'll bring like 20, 30, 40 bags of gari, eluvo, whatever agricultural produce, plantain, palm oil I could lay my hands on. So we moved it without the transport fare because my friend's dad has drivers that are going to get their products. So, they just load our products on their truck and then bring it to us in our store. We could sell 100 naira less than the market price. Moreover, it was Southwest product, different from Northern product. So if you see the quality of the product, people appreciated that more. Moreover, it was being run by coppers. So it was really I was like a celebrity then.
You obviously were. All right, you talked about Jackpot. It seems like that's the average Nigerian dream, to run, go to a foreign land, maybe because the system works better there. Yeah. But for those who chose to stay, it's taking us to the next question. The challenges that comes with being a young, aspiring entrepreneur, right? Let me put it that way. Now, what are the major challenges you've encountered since you decided to do something great for yourself and to change the world at large?
Okay, yeah.
The challenges, like, it can be financial challenges. But what do you think? Let's equate it. Let's talk about Africa, Nigeria as a whole. What are challenges young entrepreneurs encounter that make some people just, you know what, is it worth it? Can I do this? Can I really do this?
Okay, yeah. I understand your question, but I still do not understand the reason behind why people think they need to change a physical location to impact the world.
Okay.
I mean, my Gary shop in 2020 was a big deal to people who are my age. I mean, there are people bigger than me as at that time, but they weren't making waves in that town because they're not a copper that came from Lagos, and all of those advantages was my selling point then. But now, if I'm talking to you in 2020 and I say I want to change the world just by running a garage shop or a factory, no, it's not feasible.
Sure.
But what I would say is how I'm better positioned today as a space technologist, because I work with Space Generation Advisory Council. That's more like a division of United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs. Deals with data, remote sensing, and a whole lot of scientific research. I think on my group, we're only 2 Nigerians out of like 12. Others are Indians, Singapore, and all of those guys are passionate. Their country makes them love astronomy and space and all of that. Yeah, but for me today, having a project management company, Alugoke Accelerated Innovations, I don't think I need to be anywhere to make my money. I mean, today, positioned as a global entrepreneur, I do not need to be physical. I could be in my village for what is what. My product is online. The internet is what I need to do. Just get my product onto the internet.
Okay.
So if you take a look at it, I could rent a shop in Abuja central area for ₦1 million. I mean, I rent somewhere in the plaza and I'm doing my digital solutions. We make a lot of things that people pay for. It doesn't have to be the big ideas. We could just make a map. I remember I did a map for digital challenge, something Africa, recently. I didn't check my email. We had to get the data of all of the health centers in Abuja city. Then we made a map, like it's an online map. You go to the map, for example, if I name it Idea TV, www.ideatv.com. When you get to that homepage, it shows you like a map of Nigeria. Okay. But you don't see states, you don't see Abuja, Kaduna, you only see hospitals by local government in FCT. So you see Buhari, you see Kuje, you see Amak. So if you click on Amak, for example, you do not see AYA, you do not see Gwarimpa, you don't see all of those places. You only see health centers. So if I'm a stranger or I'm an immigrant, I just got to Nigeria and I just have a heart challenge. Oh, no, heart is too serious. Yeah. Just a little medical challenge, and I have nobody. My driver doesn't even speak English. Maybe I'm from Cameroon on a UN mission and all that. I could just go to that website and search for the health center that I need to go to. It will show me the map directions and I could drive there.
All right, sorry to cut you short. I want to understand better the challenges that comes with starting that business.
Exactly.
That comes with having an idea alone. Just being able to dream, it's a lot.
Yeah.
Then putting those dreams into reality. I'm sure when Elon Musk started, it looked like an impossible thing to do. But today we see him doing great things and all. I want to know the major challenge. Would you say money not having enough money to fund it was a challenge.
No.
I want to know the challenges you've encountered.
Yeah, personally, that's why I'm telling you this story. It sounds like a story because I'm saying now after overcoming this challenge. What I'm saying basically is the positioning.
Okay.
Before I answered your question, I said I wouldn't be approaching a global entrepreneurial landscape with a gari or agricultural producing product. I'm approaching the global landscape now as a digital solution. I can offer solutions that people can access on the internet. So when I create a map for health centers, or if I create, like we have, my company just released a map, like a picture, we have a map of the farming seasons in Nigeria from NIMET, Nigeria Meteorological Agency. They released some data, but we collated this data and made it into a map. So on our website, you can just access this map. It tells you when to plant and what to plant. For example, the rainfall has been delayed by some weeks. So farmers in Niger State need to start planting from May and not April as before. So the major challenge is not even the money. The major challenge is positioning yourself to something that people can run helter-skelter to access.
Now, the reason I ask that because I've spoken to young entrepreneurs, and most time you hear them say, oh, one of the challenge we have in this part of the world is not having enough income to start.
Wow. Well,
so it makes me wonder, okay, so money is like the #1 factor you start thinking when you want to go into, when you want to really put your dreams in, make your dreams become reality. So I want to know.
I disagree with that.
All right.
Although I can say money is #2. But yeah, the positioning is #1.
Okay.
Yeah. You are a lady, for example, there's some kind of things that will sell to you by default. Even if your husband doesn't like it, your dad doesn't like it. So if I bring those products to where I can meet you, even if I borrow transport fare to get there, I know that women pass through this location and this Brazilian hair in my hand is original. I mean, even if I stand at the door of ShopRite, it's still going to sell.
All right.
So yeah, positioning. I'm only talking as regards global entrepreneurship, not some local. In some local businesses, you have to open a shop. But I, as a global entrepreneur, I would rather not pay shop rent.
Okay.
I would rather host my services on a website because I know people from all over the world can reach that website simultaneously. 10 people can be checking the website right now while I'm here. 20 people could have made an order on my website. 30 people could be, asking me questions on my LinkedIn. So I could be online doing well, but fiscally I don't even have an office. But that's what 2025 does. 5 years ago, you might need an office for people to come there and talk to you. But in 2025, they could just reach you on a video call. So positioning yourself, in my opinion, when it comes to technology, is more important than finance. I could even go to the bank to borrow money if my idea is sure. Like, I can do this. Borrow me 20 million.
Okay, I love that. I love your I love everything you're saying. I
Yeah.
love how confident you are about your business. And speaking of LinkedIn, I hope for our viewers watching this, you have a question, you want to share your insights and your challenges or everything you're experiencing right now, you can send us a message across all our social media platforms at Idea Television. All right. How do you handle failure?
I still don't know how to handle failure, but I would say I have a support system that happens to be family.
Very important.
And after family, should I say religion or should I just say religious people? Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not the best religious person in my house or among my friends, but I have people who hold me extra accountable. They are religious people.
Yeah.
Those are the kind of people that will feel bad that I didn't come to church on Sunday.
Okay.
So I have to lie to them that I was on a trip or But
Yeah.
they are people who are in high positions of authority in their individual religious establishments, Christian and Muslims, or even traditional worshippers.
All right, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine.
So support system helps me to.
Okay, let me ask you a question outside the box. Right? You're offered $30 million to sell your idea. Will you take it? Like, dash me your idea and go and do something. Just go and enjoy your money.
Okay,
Will you
yeah.
take it?
Have I already said this business idea, or the person who is offering me this money doesn't know what the idea
you've
is?
already like sold yourself to let's say I am Elon Musk. You just sold yourself to me, and I'm like, I see potential, and in my head I'm thinking, let me take this guy's idea, like turning in something for myself, and I'm like, you know what? Let me pay you 30 million for your idea. Will you take it? Yes or no? I want a straight answer.
No, I won't.
Be honest.
Yeah, the money
So
is
let me
much.
put the cards out there. You're Nigerian. You know the state of the economy. $30 million can change your life forever. You can decide not to work ever again and still be comfortable staying in Nigeria. You can even go for holidays with $30 million. So are you genuinely, are you honestly telling me that you will not take the money?
I wouldn't. Especially, I'm more convinced now because I heard what you just said to the viewers that take $30 million, you don't have to work again. I mean, that's my greatest fear. How will I not work? I have 24 hours every day. I mean, if I have all of the money, I still want to wake up to do something. Like, I wouldn't feel normal if I don't have what is making
You know,
me...
I'll throw this question out to our viewers. Would you take $30 million and sell your ideas? Let's know.
But I think the person offering the 30 million should be close by, so I would know you are really...
So because he's not stealing me money.
But I wouldn't really sell any idea that worth 30 million without being tangible yet. If an investor is willing to pay me $30 million without being tangible, I will turn that down. And I'll make it 20% tangible, then increase the stakes to about $200 million. That sounds smart.
All right, you've heard it from Bamiyo that he's going to reject $30 million because he believes in his idea. Now, you talked about harnessing space technology via AI for Earth applications.
Yeah.
Now, it takes me to my next question. How has technology, helped, and how has it helped just run me through how technology has made things so easy for people and, easy access. You think technology has made it easy for people to
Yep. That's my selling point, right from when I was a kid till university till right now.
Yeah.
If I can tell you something you've never had before, it gives me an edge, it gives me dignity, and it gives me respect. I know a friend, Shola Amuso. He has a startup. He's based in the US now, but he was my senior colleague in school. He drives a Tesla here on the streets of Abuja. But in as much as all of these frenzy about electric cars and all of that, I mean, my Egbon will be Yoruba bros, don't they drive Tesla? I mean, I feel technology is everything I need to do because I cannot imagine how the bros from Ekiti or Oshun should order a Tesla that was manufactured less than 3 years ago, have it delivered to Abuja, and he's driving around and he's interacting with his vehicle, they are discussing the weather. Your car can tell you it's hot, the AC and all of that. I mean, I feel technology gave him that access. There is no how you work for 35 years with your pension in this country and you can even afford a brand new Mercedes-Benz, man. It won't work. So technology, I've seen it. It has made people millionaires. It has given people flight tickets to go on symposium. Last year, November, at the 8th African Workshop for Space Generation Advisory Council at Nishcomsat. Yeah. I met a guy who was still in his undergraduate who flew in from Ethiopia. People came in from all over the country, the continent, just to attend the workshop. And I did here for Abuja. I see, now this program, come for, it's technology just makes everything worth it to me now. All of the sufferings, all of the family problems that I had by not obeying the usual, go to school, get married, trying to do something. I mean, every time technology gives me a hand, it lifts me up, it elevates me.
I love that. And that's why here at Idea Television, we're all about technology, entrepreneurship, innovation, and education. So it's been an amazing time having you on the show, Mr. Bamiyo.
Thank you.
And I'm sure people watching the show right now has learned a lot and can take home from so many things you've said. But before I let you go, I want you to give, what's the best advice you received as a young entrepreneur, and what can you advise our viewers?
Okay, thank you very much. The best advice I've received so far,
like in your life as an entrepreneur, or do you want to say your life as a human being?
Okay, no. In my life as a human being, the best advice I've received is, guy, go marry. I can't imagine, just go and marry.
I'm sure you marry eventually, right?
Yeah, eventually, but I mean, it's just coming from people with personal interests, like my mom, just go marry. Just because.
So do you think that's the best advice you received in life? Go marry?
Yeah, actually, because it's the only thing other than being selfish. I mean, get a job is because you want your child or your friend to be rich. That's why you want him to get a job. Travel, all of that. But the starting a family thing is not just really about the wife thing. It's just about starting the family. Once you do that, you have measured yourself up to society as someone of full value. So they wouldn't expect your wife to be treated badly by you. They wouldn't expect you to have kids without taking care of the responsibilities, the school fees and all of that.
All
So
right.
just that is just the door to something entirely of itself. But people, elders, believe that once you're at that stage, you can
should
handle
obviously
every
get
other
married.
area of your life.
All right, you've heard it. Buy me or go and marry. Anyways, as an entrepreneur.
But as an entrepreneur, what I would say I would not forget, and I'll keep hearing it, is that, guy, don't think there's a limitation. In other words, start from the end point. Like, that's how Elon Musk started. Guy, let's go to space. And I also think there's something that's limiting us, but I can't blame you, you can't blame me. We can only blame the government.
True.
Do you realize, sorry to burst our bubbles, both our viewers online, like, do you realize that we are Africans first? We are here in Nigeria. What do you think, if I would ask you, what do you think is the most single uniting force for youths? People between ages of 18 and 40.
Sport.
Great. Regardless of religion, language, and all of that. I mean, we could become friends now just because you support my club.
Sure.
But we're in Nigeria. We are 250 million people. 64 million are youths. The most cut across thing that ties us together is the pidgin English. For what is what? It's vernacular in secondary school. It's illegal to speak it in the House of Rep. It's illegal to speak this language in corporate settings of Nigeria. But I will assure you, the Bini pidgin is different from Hausa pidgin in Kaduna. It's different from somebody from Calabar. But if the Calabar person should speak his own pidgin English, you will understand as a Delta babe. I will understand as a Kogi man. Because the language itself is an innovative language. You can just join one word to the other. Only me one waka come. That's the Benin slang. You know, you don't have to know the exact words from before, but you can understand. That's one huge industry I think Nigeria should focus on. If we don't have to make Pidgin English the official language, but we could make it like an extension of our official language. The way in English you have, sorry, what's that word? Idioms. Yeah, you can't use idioms or proverbs in the normal settings, but it's not unofficial in English. Yeah. So in Nigeria, we should kind of, because if I was saying all these things I'm saying in Pidgin English, I'm sure I will hit more of my points. But because I'm speaking English, I could speak a lot of English, but the Pidgin English is the beginning of the innovation for Africans.
All right, don't worry. When I become president, I'm going to make Pidgin the lingua franca of the country.
It would really be great.
Anyways, thank you so much for being on the show with me. I'm sure the viewers have enjoyed this particular episode because I, for one, I enjoyed talking to Mr. Bamiyo. Any final words before I let you go?
Yeah, my final words, like I said, is just the words that I've been told a lot of times in my entrepreneurship journey. Start from the end point. Whatever you want to, don't think of the problems that you need to overcome to get to that point. So, for example, if I want to wear a brown shirt today on this program, and I don't have one as at yesterday night, and I've already made up my mind I need to wear a brown color shirt to this program, it's either I borrow from a friend or I buy on credit from my supplier, or whatever I need to do to be here with the brown shirt. But you know, if I was starting from the beginning, this is some kind of design thinking. I took a course on it. Okay. If I'm starting from the beginning, I have a program, what should I wear? I now ask my friend A, guy, wear blue. I ask my friend B, wear green. You know, there's a whole lot of energy being dissipated on that. But if I just have something end goal at the back of my mind, I want to make electric vehicles in 2025, I don't know when it came out, but if Elon Musk, if you had asked him 15, 20 years ago, he just had one idea, I want to make electric vehicles. I don't know if there is electric vehicle, there could be no solar for all I care, but guy, this is my goal. I want to go to space and come back, even if nobody else has gone to space. So just have that solid final goal at the back of your mind, then try to walk away. The people you meet along the line, or however God leads, you can now arrive at that destination. But if you don't have the destination in mind at the beginning, every other psychic thinking will be wired against trying this or not trying that. But if you have a goal in mind, the moment something that will not lead to that goal is happening, you can easily cut it off. If I'm going to Abuja and I'm coming from AYA, if I see a turning that goes to Kuba, that's not my road. Even if I don't know Abuja, but I see this is Kuba, no, I have to continue. So most entrepreneurs and innovators get lost along the way because they don't have that final thing in mind, exactly how God administered it to them.
All right, thank you. And this, just like we say on the show, this is a show where innovation meets ambition. And just like Mr. Bamiyo has said, instead of thinking problems, why not think solution?
Yeah, exactly.
The moment you channel your mind, to stop complaining about the problems facing the nation and think of, oh, how can I fix this? How can I do better? How can I change it? Maybe we might just see another billionaire emanating from Nigeria. All right, thank you so much, Mr. Bamiyo, for being on the show with me.
Thank you
It's
very
been a
much.
pleasure. Thank you to our amazing viewers. Hope you enjoyed this particular episode. Do not forget to follow us across all our social media platforms at Idea Television. I am Diara Stumba. Until I see you next time, enjoy your life. Bye.
Welcome to another episode of African Innovation Landscape. On this program, we delve into thought-provoking conversations with Africa's leading changemakers in science, technology, and innovation. We provide a unique perspective on the opportunities, challenges, and prospects of Africa's innovation landscape. So whether you're a researcher, an entrepreneur, investor, policymaker, or simply an innovation enthusiast, this program is a gateway to the exciting world of African innovation. Today, we will be looking at unlocking Africa's innovation potential, challenges, opportunities, and the way forward. We will explore the ecosystem that shapes our continent's future. And we have an expert in innovation management and technology transfer who will be sharing his knowledge with us. So, we're going to a quick break now. When we return, you will be meeting our guest, and we will move on to uncover the keys to unlocking Africa's innovation potential. It's good to know you're still tuned to African Innovation Landscape. Before we continue, I'd like you to meet my guest. My guest is Dr. Umar Bindri. He's a distinguished engineer and academician with a remarkable career in agricultural technology and engineering. He earned a Bachelor of Science degree with first-class honors in agricultural technology from the University of Maiduguri, followed by a Master of Science in agricultural machinery engineering and a PhD in agricultural machinery design from Cranfield University. His expertise lies in machine design and development engineering, and he has held key positions in various institutes and government organizations, including the Appropriate Technology and Community Development Institute in Northern Australia, and several directorates within the Nigerian government. From 1998 to 2000, he was the Director of Operations for the Family Economic Advancement Program. He continued to impact the nation as a Director of Monitoring and Management Information Services at the National Poverty Eradication Program, NAPEP, from 2000 to 2005. He also served as a Director of Sports in the Federal Ministry of Sports and Youth Development from 2005 to 2006. His leadership as Director General and Chief Executive Officer of the National Office for Technology Acquisition and Promotion, NOTAP, from 2009 to 2015 has been instrumental in promoting technology transfer in Nigeria. Currently, he serves as the Secretary to the State Government of Adamawa State. Dr. Umar is a registered engineer with the Council for the Regulation of Engineering in Nigeria, COREN, and a chartered engineer with the European Engineering Council. He is also a fellow of multiple professional organizations, a council member of the Nigerian Academy of Engineering, who is passionately driving initiatives to establish Nigeria's Science and Technology Parks program. He pioneered Africa's premier Science and Technology Innovation Center. He pioneered Africa's premier Science and Technology Innovation Corridor in Abuja and developed capacity-building strategies like the Technology Storyboard Project and the NOTAP Industry Technology Transfer Fellowship. Among his notable inventions are a once-over groundnut combined harvester, a coconut dehusking machine tailored for small producers in Australia and the Pacific, a solar water desalination plant for rural areas, a vegetable storage system, and a 16-bed slaughtering kit for small-scale poultry processors.
Dr. Umar Brindi's contribution to agricultural engineering, technology, and innovation continues to enhance the livelihoods of communities across Nigeria and beyond, which is why he is a perfect fit for our conversation today. Dr. Umar, welcome to African Innovation Landscape. It's so good to have you.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here.
All right. So let's just dive right in. My first question to you is, Doctor, you have very vast experience in African research and innovation. So what is your take on African research and innovation with emphasis on the challenges, the opportunities, and the progress?
Well, yeah, thank you very much. You know, this continent made out of 55 countries, and disappointingly, all the 55 countries are developing countries, an index that something is wrong. You know, the first is science comes from scientific institutions. It comes from intelligent people spending time in laboratories, in their universities, in workshops, and so on and so forth. And this country has these institutions. Nigeria has approximately 300 universities, you know, around 600 to 700 National Board of Technology Education accredited institutions, including polytechnics and monotechnics, not to talk of South Africa, Egypt, and so on and so forth. So when you look at the numbers that are supposed to cough out the required science, which probably should be transformed to solutions for our lives as technology, and then move this technology to our people to create jobs and products and create wealth, this continent is very, very rich. However, your question is asking, what is happening? Is it working or not working? I can tell you without mincing word, in any country, when such a system is working, you will see three things. The first is that you will see poverty coming down. Poverty hates good research. Poverty hates good technology. And poverty hates it when you're transferring technology to give young people jobs, to create. So poverty will start running away. But when in our countries, in this continent, poverty is relaxed, is getting fatter, it means we are not scaring it away. It means either the science is not the science we require, or we just do the science for the fun of it. It does not indicate that our science is transforming technology to solving our water problem, our health problem, our food problem, our shelter problem, our roads problem. And then certainly, because of the huge unemployment in both educated and non-educated young people in this continent, it means that that science and its technology is not creating the jobs and is not making sure that young people are engaged. So that is number one. Two, even if it works and brings down the poverty, so that every year you study the data of poverty, you see it is 60%, it's becoming 50%. It means this system is working. You move to the next level, whereby you ensure that young people sort of basic education is accessible to every child. The language that we use in this country of out-of-school children or Almajiri children or, you know, whatever children is totally an index of inefficiency. You know, so you now move to the level of everybody can go to school. They can have skills on how to do these things you do as young people, how to set up technology, how to build houses, how to repair trains, how to make sure that cars are well. These skills and competencies is what gives them jobs. And so you succeed in creating a huge middle class. Everybody is moving to do something every day. I have worked in many countries. I have not seen a you have the large pool of jobs. They're making a bit of money. They work for 5, 6, eat dinner, have shower, and then say, hey, let's go and kill some few people. That doesn't happen. When you see young people coming together to say, let us go and steal, let us go and rob, let us also carry knife, if the person resists, we kill him, is because they absolutely have absolutely nothing to do. They are totally hopeless. So now even when you quench these two, your energy in research, science, engineering, and whatever should be able to move your country to the highest level to become a knowledge economy, to become a country where you are breeding complex things and solving it. Your institutions are maturing. You don't have, your election institution is good, so that once election will come, you see what happens in America. Election will come, they campaign, no fighting, they vote, and 10 minutes after voting, they announce and everybody goes back. Matured institution. You don't have institution that is lingering, go to court and abuse this one. No. The same thing, you have the police system is working. If you do wrong, it will address you. If you don't do wrong, you are smooth. Everybody is moving very well. Police is looking very fine, and so on and so forth. So these are the three levels. Quench poverty, create middle class, and raise the profile of your country to the extent that everybody will respect you. Now, in Africa, that is not happening. We are a continent with countries that are not respected. We are a continent with countries that are literally the custodians of bad practice. Anything you're looking at, as I say, in Africa, in Nigeria, whatever, So this is the situation. But that does not mean that it is totally hopeless. The fact that you have institutions is good. The next thing is you have to try to make the institutions work for you. And what do you need to do? Number one, you need to be serious with your policies. The government has to make sure that the policies are based on numbers that are real. Even if they are showcasing that you are weak, make sure your policies will say, I need 1,000 primary schools to educate all my children. I have only 10, meaning that I need 990. So if you need 990, these are the resources you have, then it means next year I will introduce another 10 or 15. So you have a logic of moving from the level of lacking to level of prosperity. That policy must be matured. Secondly, we must also take steps to make sure that we too, our universities are very good. They are attracting the very best. The science coming out of our universities are good, not only good, but science that are relevant to develop and solve our problems. So that as you type on your smart device, top 100 universities in the world, you should see 3 or 4 from Africa. But now it is not possible. 3, we must also create what we call as the national system of innovation, meaning agencies must come together. You are working in immigration. You need data of people to give them passport. You are working in the National Identification Management Commission or Council or whatever. Then you need the data of people to make sure that you give them national ID card. You are working in INEC. You need the information of people to give them a voting card. You have a telephone. You need the information of people to make sure that their phone is not utilized wrongly. So you have their picture, you have their height, you have their eyes, and so on and so forth. How come that we have all these institutions, still we don't have data about Nigerians in one place? Meaning that we're not working together. So in countries where this is working, everybody works together such that the system, once it captures you, everybody will share the data and you find that you are using your resources very well, the data is credible, and you move forward. First, in countries where this is working, when you have raw materials, you don't carry the raw materials out and sell it and then start importing the finished product. What that means is that you're exporting prosperity, because that crude you have in Nigeria, it has kerosene in it, it has diesel in it, it has petrol in it, it has aeroplane fuel in it, it has all sorts of things. You just get it into a barrel and sell it off. Those people where the science is working, where the technology is working, where they're innovating, cracks everything, brings out petrol and brings some back to you. And then when you don't have enough, you are abusing your leaders and saying the price of this thing. After all, you have the... So when it is working, you know how to do all this. That is where the jobs are. That is where the prosperity is. And that is where the respect for your country is. And so on and so on. There are many things that you have to do. Unfortunately, in our continent, either you do one or two and you start getting better. After some time, you collapse again because the system is not smoothly coordinated to make sure that it's work. These are the challenges, but following the menu is the opportunity to actually address the challenges.
Okay, Doctor, I'm very tempted to call you Prof because of how you analyze things.
Yeah.
All right. So you've spoken so well, and I was going to ask you about intellectual property. But now that you've already spoken about it, I'd just like you to let us know why Nigerians are not making progress in that area. You've highlighted reasons why, but I want you to make more emphasis. Why is it a problem for us?
Well, it is improving now, but the generic problem in many things in our country is partnership, is synergy, is complementarity. We're very good in creating the sentimental islands. This is my place. This is my office. This is my vehicle. This is my budget. This is my mandate. And you don't want anybody. Once you continue to do that, you lose a lot of momentum. You lose a lot of energy. The spirit should be to create an innovation system, a system where everybody is talking to each other. If we can do that, you will find that we will utilize our resources more effectively, we will improve our performance, and the impact of our work on our people will just skyrocket. And you don't need to ask anybody whether it is happening or not. Once you see the poverty levels in any country, it will tell you if your policies are good, if your leadership is good, if your technology is good, and so on and so forth. The fact that our own poverty is endemic, look at out-of-school children everywhere, look at the unemployment everywhere. It's supposed to be an indicator to tell you that no matter what you are trying to do, don't praise yourself. It is not working. So this is the thing, but we have to break it. And that is why traditionally in the academic institution, there's something we call the triple helix. That is 3 points or 3 lines joined together. What are these lines? First is the government line. The government must be able to provide crispy political system, a system that is thinking about the country, wanting the country to change, wanting the country to be better, wanting the country to be respected. So you are operating at the highest level compared to anybody. 2, it must provide a very strong moral leadership. That is, don't do bad things as a leader. Don't be corrupt as a leader. Don't be stealing things as a leader. Be very sharp. Be law-abiding. Lead people to abide the law. So that moral leadership should be able to be very crispy. Third, you have to also demonstrate economic leadership. Make sure that the resources you have is working for you, is expanding, and it is effective. And then you can give the technological direction, meaning, hey, we also have to behave like other countries. We have to be creative and so on. When that particular line is working like that, it affects the second line, which is the academia. The research institutes will start looking at the policies coming out, will start respecting the leadership, supporting it with good budgets, supporting and motivating them with good services. Professors should have houses in their universities. They should be given car loans. The lecture theater should be good. There should be internet connectivity in the system so that the young people are absorbing modern things. When that is functioning, it will be producing technology, producing competent people, producing skilled young people who now will support industry. Industry will find it very cheap to find workers that are good. Industry will find technology that they can make money out of this working system. So government strand works very well, powers the intellectual system, which produces the energy for industry to benefit. This is the triple helix. So now when this is not happening, you cannot make mangoes out of neem trees. So you find the things that you are doing, you are tirelessly working, you are shouting, you are busy, but the outcome and the impact is very, very weak. Why? Because that synergy is very, very weak.
Okay. Thank you very much. Very insightful again. Now, let's go back to your time at NOTAP as the DJ. What were those indigenous inventions or innovations that you were able to successfully transfer, indigenous ones? And I mean, I'd like you to share with us those examples and how they were able to impact the society, because you did very notable things during your tenure. So I'd just like you to share with our viewers.
Well, you see, NOTAP is not a research institute. NOTAP is not a university. NOTAP is not it does not have labs and workshops. NOTAP is a soft contributor. It's literally a catalyst. It's a facilitator. The function of NOTAP actually is not this. The function of NOTAP is NOTAP stops as a policeman at the gate where foreign technology is coming into Nigeria. And I can tell you, foreign technology literally is what drives everything in Nigeria. The cameras you have here are not Nigerian cameras. The electricity bulbs here you have are not Nigerian electricity bulbs. The Maggi you eat is not a Nigerian the original food. The Indomie you eat is not the Nigerian knowledge product, and so on and so forth. All these people come into our country with their own technology to invest in our country because we have a consuming population. So NOTAP is saying that when you come with your technology into Nigeria and take a lot of money and pay for that technology out, please wake up universities and reduce this cost. We call it capital flight in our technological area. If you allow is that you are not doing anything technologically. People come with their technology to do things for you. You have to pay for the technology because their universities are good. Their research institutions are good, and that's what they're showcasing to. So what NOTAP does is when it sees this data, it analyzes it and then tells the secret to Nigerian knowledge workers that this is what you need to do. So during my tenure, we tried very, very much or very hard to ensure that we popularize the culture of intellectual property. We want to see patents coming out of universities. We want to see patents coming out of our research institutions. We hold a lot of workshops and seminars on the process of commercialization. So we bring industry, we bring the innovators together in our workshops to talk so that they can be able to see the opportunities to make money from technologies coming from our institutions in form of technology transfer. We even encourage the foreign technology users in our country to share their own platform so that we can also catch up by pushing them to support PhDs, to visit their own facilities, to utilize a bit of our own know-how and so on and so forth. So it's not that we have specifically, this is the technology, we have commercialized it. No, we have generic things. But when we do this, you find that the Nigerian National Board for Technology Incubation improves in its working performance. Why? Because it now understands that for you to establish incubation, you need technology from the research institutions, and NOTAP says this is the way to do, and you have seen them actually grow. We have seen companies that are evolving in Nigeria. For example, Computer Warehouse Group. It is our invention, our intervention that ensured that that company becomes a multinational software company in Africa. They were just in a small cubicle like that.
Wow.
All software that used to come to banks were all foreign. And even the service of the software when they are using it in the bank, Oracle and so on and so forth, it is foreign people that comes to do. NOTAP says, no, we have intelligent IT people. They have graduated from good universities. This maintenance, you must work with them so that they know.
Right.
And we made sure that 60% of the payment for maintenance goes to Nigerians.
Wow.
And then you can manage with the 40 because it's your software. By rubbing shoulders like this, gradually, Computer Warehouse started coming up with a lot of software that are commercialized, not just in Nigeria and elsewhere. They have opened their energy of service delivery in Ghana, in South Africa, in Kenya, and so on. Now it's a big company, courtesy of what NOTAP has done. And in many other small efforts, we're doing that. But this is still not enough. We have to do more. And still, I come back to that secret. The secret is synergy.
Yeah.
Understand what all the people who are doing things relevant to you, and then work with them to be stronger. But you know, maybe because in our country, corruption is very endemic, so everybody wants to capture their resources to make sure that the benefit only comes to them. That is wrong. That is not good. That is not cannot develop a country. We have to relax to make sure that if we are succeeding, all the money you take is about training your children. What about if the universities in Nigeria are very good? You don't need that money. All the money you carry is to carry your wife and children to go to hospitals outside Nigeria. What about if Nigerian hospitals are using Nigerian technology and good doctors to provide you the service? You don't need the money. So this is the concept that we have to understand, that all these things that we do, we distort here and there, can all be solved if our science becomes our technology. If our technology becomes our innovations, creating jobs for our young people, producing products to service us and others, then the whole system will be sanitized. And once you start doing that, people will start respecting you. It's not easy though. Why? Because other people want you to remain like this so that they continue coming to give you service. It's business.
Yeah.
It is not that they hate you.
True.
No, it's an economy. They have a company to make money. And when they see you, I'm sorry to use the word, but they say, oh yeah, that guy is stupid. Let us go and carry his money. So they can come in with their technology, bang you here, bang, 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 bang. Software is not yours. Internet connectivity is not yours. IT things is not yours. And you need it. And therefore they take your money and give you the service.
Sadly.
So you have to also be strategic. So once you have that triple helix, your laws and regulations will reduce that what we call as commercial injury. People can come and injure you commercially if you are not aware. So work together, understand what it is, and draw fantastic policies to make sure that you too, the first target of recognition and development is your country.
All right. Thank you so much, Doctor. So the triple helix is a way out of commercial
That is
injury. I love that. Now, I'd just like you to talk about this commercialization thing very quickly. How do you think the government can better support research and commercialization of our local products? Because we need these things out there. You've spoken about them a lot. But speak to the government now. What do we need to do?
Well, you see, the word commercialization is very simple. It's commerce now. It's about money. It's about creating wealth and sharing.
Right.
So commercialization is taking the technologies that we have internally to make sure that we are creating jobs and wealth for ourselves. Now, sometimes, I mean, it is not like it is easily erodable, but it hurts me when I see our politicians buying massively keke napep, so many sewing machines, so many grinding machines, so many generators and welders from outside in China, in India, or over, and then we are pretending that we are now supporting our constituencies. Those sewing machines should be Nigerian sewing machines.
Right.
The generators should be Nigerian sewing machines. And that is where the commercialization is. I think if we were to have a law to say that all our support for our constituency projects must be Nigerian products, I think our legislators and leaders will now task the knowledge system more to say that, hey, we don't condone this kind of nonsense. You are just doing research anyhow, whatever, and nothing is coming out. Sewing machine is not coming out of it. Generators are not coming. It must. We are giving you 2 years. If it doesn't come, you will be fired.
True.
You have to be aggressive like this to make sure that young people, again, are assembling the generators so that they are good. They are packaged very well. And that is why intellectual property, again, plays. You need a trademark that says Bindr generators. Everybody knows that they work well, they don't consume fuel a lot, they don't make noise, and they produce stable electricity. That branding will mature if I'm pushed. Then you make money, you generate jobs, and then people will respect you. So government is still the triple helix. Government must understand and decide to say that Nigeria is first. When we construct roads, the design and the construction should be Nigerians. When we make trains, that is billions of dollars or whatever, Nigerians should be the designers. We must have workshops everywhere making the cartridges, the rail, the whatever, so that it is made in Nigeria. Our electricity, we can produce any electricity we want. We have the gas. The thing is, the thermal stations are mechanical systems and thermodynamic systems. Nigeria has the intellect to do that. Government should say, no, from today, no more thermal station coming into this country, and we must have it. It's not that no more is coming and everybody will. No. 1, 2, 3, 4, you have faculties of engineering, departments of electrical or mechanical and whatever. We are going to ensure that we put teams all over the place to come up with thermal stations for Nigeria. And I can tell you in 3 to 5 years, you will see that happening. Even if they are small, they are just powering villages and so on, we will grow. So policies must be tied to the love of the country. And it is easier now because you can see countries that are performing very well. And you can see countries that used to be like us that have decided to lead well. Singapore, we were together at the same level. Korea, today everything you see is made in Korea. Our cars, our electric appliances and so on. Why? Because they said no. It must be Korean. You must design it, produce it and market it. And then look for other places where they are not doing. Sell it to them too. Nigeria has to make that decision. And it is only government that can produce or provide this kind of very firm legal and regulatory structures with very close monitoring and evaluation and constant sharing of information to find that it is happening.
All right. Now, thank you so much, Doctor, once more. Very insightful sharing you've been doing so far. Now, my final question to you. What's your final take on how to strengthen innovation and technology in Africa? I'm saying this because I remember that, I just like you also to confirm this, that in 2011, NOTAP was able to save Nigeria about 300 billion, right? Also, okay. So, I mean, with that, NOTAP was able to do that. Now, how can we now strengthen Nigeria and Africa as a globe?
Well, you see, that saving is not really like there is a bag of money. The saving is that when you do technology transfer, the guy who has the technology who is outside Nigeria, says that for this technology to produce this product in Nigeria, to employ Nigerians and do this technology costs this. So the local person who is facilitating for them to invest in Nigeria is sitting here. So they come with technology and they say, sir, for us to be able to design roads and be able to construct the roads, that capacity to design and select the equipment, select the kind of workers is money. You have to pay, let's say, 100 billion naira or 10 billion naira or whatever. Now, this is on paper. They write it as an agreement. So you sign, I sign. When that agreement comes into Nigeria, NOTAP is the one to register it. Because if you don't register it in NOTAP, you cannot go to CBN and buy dollars, okay, and take it back. So NOTAP looks at this agreement to say that, why? Why is it that they are charging you 5 billion? It should only be 1 billion, no? No. So you bring all of them to the table in NOTAP. They say, no, technology owner, this is too expensive. No, you cannot take all that money out of Nigeria. This is it not this and that and that? And so we know, we have capacity. So now you ginger this until you reduce it. But instead of 10 billion, it may become like 6 billion. So you have saved 4 billion.
Okay.
So when you do it to so many companies, you can get more than even 300 billion saving. If you were NOTAP was not there, that $300 billion or naira, whatever, could have left Nigeria through the CBN because we will give them the certificate. So, but then coming back to a question on how Africa can renew its hope using technologies, that is just basic thing. Try to do normal things. Try to ensure that you to your institutions are very good. You know, don't go to university in Nigeria, government university. You see dilapidation. You see grasses all over the place. Donkeys and goats are roaming all over the place. There's no water. There's no electricity. The technology that is going to come out of this will not be superior. You know that. So try to avoid it. The whole Africa should learn from that. When you get the workers, these scientists in Nigeria, most of us that have got PhDs and so on, have gone to those countries to learn to come back. Create an environment for them to work. Don't allow lecturers to be roaming about, you know, so ordinarily. They don't have a good house. There's no electricity in their house. They don't have car. No. Like in those days, make sure that they are working in their university. They can spend 8 hours in their lab and walk back to their houses. Good housing. 3-bedroom is enough. Electricity is flowing. Water is flowing so that they too, their children also can go to good schools. If you do that, you will find that the way they are motivated to work, the system will just start waking up. In fact, the whole redefinition of the Mr. President renewed hope, at least for Nigeria, I think lies in this. The renewal of hope is to ensure that we perform better. We take advantage of our capacity and capability. And in the course of doing that, we also raise the hope of the whole country and maybe the continent so that people can look at you and respect you. When you're self-sufficient, when you're doing things by yourself, people respect you. And in science, technology, and innovation, it's exactly the same thing. So my advice is, let us take our countries very seriously. Let our leaders take our countries very seriously. Let us also follow very, very seriously. And let us understand that this knowledge cannot come down like rain. We are used to rainy season too much. God is just giving us irrigation system for free. You know, rain will come and wet our soil. We just plant and it grows and we harvest. This is not going to happen with everything. There are other things that you have to work very, very hard to be able to do that. So all of us combined should do that, and we should do it in a combined way. Partner, partner, and partner. Help each other and measure whether you are going to, but the ultimate measurement is, as I said before, is this poverty level. Once the poverty level is high, whatever you are doing is not working for your people. But when it is working, you will see that the data is telling you that it's getting out. You will see employment for young people. You will see wealth creation. You will see sanity. And this is my final word, partner to be efficient.
Thank you so much, Dr. Umar Bindi. It was so good to have you. And something that you've said that kept ringing is collaboration, partnership. Nigeria has everything it takes to succeed. Yeah. We only need to work together and collaborate. And I hope that when we invite you again, you will grace us.
I will.
Okay, thank you so much for coming. So this is where we draw the curtains on African innovation landscape. It was so good to have you join us, and I'm sure you've learned a thing or two about the potentials that abide here in Africa. You've learned about the opportunities, the challenges, and everything in between. My name is Chinatoji, and do not forget to share your thoughts on this conversation by visiting our social media platforms. Until we come your way again, stay safe.
Thank you very much for the excellent question. The first thing is that I was lucky to be born into a family that valued intellectual activities. So I really did have the advantage of having special teachers teach me since I was 3 years old. So that brought me into science and made me curious of a lot of the things I heard about, and I was determined to learn more about them when I would come up. Another real situation that helped me was that when I was 5 years old, my father, whom you see there on the wall, is now late, developed a library for me at home. And I had the opportunity to read about the great scientists like Einstein, and many, many others. I also had the opportunity to read the classics too, not just science, but some of the greatest poets and people who were in the literary arena. So I read these things early and they caught my interest. You know that right now in itself, I am in two basic careers. One of them is science, the other one is the humanities. So I'm professor in both fields, and I don't really recognize any boundary between or among fields. But out of intellectual things, I think I would have been in fashion. I really think so, because my mom was in fashion, and earlier on I took a liking to that sector. But we were not encouraged to be there. My mom always said, Hillary, read, 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 and read, because she was my primary school teacher. Yes. Very difficult to choose, because I have been in very extreme parts of the world. I have led U.S. scientific expeditions to the Amazon, and that's in South America, Chinese Academy of Sciences expedition to more than 500 villages in China. I have gone towards the North Pole as being one of the American scientists selected to do expedition with scientists of the Russian Academy of Sciences in the very far northern parts of the world, in Siberia. I have been everywhere, basically. But I think, in direct answer to your question, the most fascinating place I have been in is Nizhny Novgorod in Russia, Siberia, because it was so out of this world, the nature of life in those northern territories of the world. And having to be in a place that was 6 months daylight, that would be followed by 6 months of nighttime continuous, is something that is very strange. But so I would choose Nizhny Novgorod, Russia, near a place called Novosibirsk, as the most the strangest place that I have had to do my scientific work. The personal ones or the ones by all the other folks. Let me have some humility by talking about the breakthroughs by my competitors. Sometimes breakthrough by people who were there before my time. I think one of the the most important one in science, I think, is something that happened a very long time ago. You are even involved in that industry. Capacity to capture a picture here and transmit that picture to another location. That has to be very spiritual, beyond scientific. That is to capture the scenery and then have that scenery play thousands and thousands of miles away. And sometimes it can even be capturing the scenery in space and transmitting it from that space station to some location here on Earth. So we have to look at that as one of the greatest accomplishments in science. Well, let me say that, let me comment about the remark you just made about scientists. Yes, quite some people think that scientists are very queer. Not all the time. I remember science itself is exploration of phenomena around us. There is the formal science that I would go into a laboratory. As I don't know, you may realize I live alone in this place. Workers come and go, but I live alone to think. That's very formal, right? But there is the informal way that scientists also operate. So if I go outside and see some phenomena happen, that may attract my curiosity. So science is sometimes exploration of the things around us. Not necessarily when I sit down and say, okay, now it's time to write the equation between this factor and those other things. There are those other times when things have been tackling for a long time and I'm not able to grasp them. But one day I try to grasp them in a formal way. The answer to such a mystical or a mystique may be when I'm taking a shower. It may be when I'm walking down the street and running. I may suddenly realize the linkages that have avoided me for so long. So science is like that. But in direct answer to your question, what does a person like me do? I listen to jazz music. Sometimes I listen to the blues. Sometimes I even get lost. I don't recognize where I am. I don't remember where I am. That is the truth. Even some people, they say, oh, that man, maybe he's very intelligent. We are not intelligent all the time. I can tell you that sometimes I don't know where I am. I have to be touched. to realize that this is where I'm sitting. I'm still Hillary Young. Yes.
Welcome to the very first episode of Innoventure, the show that celebrates the skilled hands and brilliant minds reshaping our industries with creativity, innovation, and entrepreneurial spirit. I am Cynthia Bassi, and I am thrilled to take you on a journey into the world of innovation in its rawest form. Water is essential for life, a basic necessity for health, sanitation, and well-being. Yet, in many parts of Nigeria, access to clean, affordable drinking water remains a challenge. On today's debut episode, we visit Gwagwalada in the Federal Capital Territory to meet a remarkable entrepreneur who transformed this necessity into a thriving business. Driven by a passion for providing safe, affordable water and lifting her family out of economic hardships, she shares her journey of resilience and innovation while navigating the challenges of local production. In Nigeria, sachet water, popularly called pure water, is a lifeline for millions. The pure water industry is supplying a basic necessity to communities and creating jobs at every level, from production to distribution. Today, we visit Abachini Pure Water Factory in Gwagwalada, one of the businesses powering this industry. What began as a humble idea has grown into a fully operational facility producing thousands of sachets of clean, affordable water daily. At the center of it all is Fatoumike Audu, an entrepreneur driven by purpose. Her mission is to provide clean water in her community and uplift her family's living condition.
2018, when I lost my husband, I just thought the breadwinner of the house is no more. How am I going to cope with the children he left with me? And I discovered that my salary was not much. 100,000 would not be enough, to pay school fees, to help relations. I have my father and mother and my siblings all around here. So I now started thinking, what will I do to add to my income? So I started praying. I said, God help me. I don't want to go out and beg. What will I do to add to my income? So one day I just got up and started thinking. I said, okay, can I start with water? Water. I discovered that they buy water. So I said, oh, how will I sell the water? So okay, let me buy cool room. So I now asked my younger sister if she sees anybody that wants to sell his cool room or her cool room as second hand, because I was thinking I would not be able to buy new one. So it was my younger sister now that got somebody that wanted to sell her cool room, even with her gen and the deep freezer. I said, no, it's only cool room that I wanted. That was how I got the cool room and I started selling pure water. So I started this business from pure water with 60,000 naira because the cool room was 60,000 naira. And I now, they used to go out just like my boys are going out now with water. So I now bought 10 bags. I started with 10 bags from the people selling. So the first day I started selling 600 naira that I got, and I was happy that my income has increased with 600 naira. At least if I want to go to office, I will be able to have transport. Then transport was not up to this amount now. The town, I go to work in town. That was what prompted me. That is, I wanted to cut off poverty. Don't want to beg. That's the reason. Before you start like this, you have to go to CAC, you register with CAC, and you have NAFDAC approval. So by the time you have another approval, then you have to give sample of your water. Then which means you have to have the equipment on ground first. So that was how we got the tanks, the machine, the machine you saw inside, and the ones, the pumping machine outside, and the 2 tanks, and the treatment plants at the back, and the connections of the pipe. So after that, NAFDA will come and assess to see the environment, whether if it's fit for the production of pure water, because it's something that you consume. So they want to see a neat and a good environment. So it was before the approval, you have to pass through the production of sample of the water that you're going to give to the general public. So they took the water to lab in Kaduna. That was where it was tested and it was okay. It was based on the approval and the acceptance of the water in Kaduna lab. Their laboratory is there. That was how they gave us approval on how to start our pure water. Now, sourcing for the material, you have to now go to, they have a particular group of body that produces leather. This Abachini, you are saying, they have a rubber stereo in their lab there where they produce leather. So you give them the name of your water. So, and all the address and whatever thing you want in your pure water. So that is how they put it in their machine. It's from the machine now, anytime we want leather, they will now produce. It's just that the leather at the back of the machine that time, it was almost finishing, but we have big one on the ground. But maybe by now he will fix it after he start the journey again. So it's from there we produce, and you see them cutting it into the shape and the size of 35 cl. I think it's supposed to be 50 cl, 50 cl. That's the size of big bottle water. Then apart from the production letter, we have this white one that we back inside. So we buy them from Suleja. So that is how we get our material. It's from China. It's not Nigeria made, it's from China. Even though I bought it from somebody, because it was from a lecturer that retired and he bought 2. So after he bought 2, I think maybe the business was not booming for him the way he wanted, so he wanted to dispose one. Then it was my consultant that, he was also the one that consulted the team for the man, the business. So he now told me that there's a machine, because I wanted to buy a machine. He said there's a machine for sale that the man bought 2, and he wants to sell one. The one that he has not used, he's using one for now. So that was how I bought it from him. This was chassis.
From boiling water over firewood or using alum to purify it, now to large-scale purification plants, the evolution of water treatment is a testament of human ingenuity. As we walk through the production process, it's clear that innovation drives every step in Abachini Pure Water Factory.
I all started this work 2011 as a bagger. So I started bagging from there. We had an operator, so it was the one putting me through for like almost 2 years. So from there, I learned how to operate. Then initially, I was learning how to fix the roll. You taught me how to fix the roll first. Then then you give me the roll, and I'll fix it through the back of the machine, and I will pass it to the front. So through that, I began to learn how to operate the machine. But I've been an operator for like, let me say, 7 years now. Yes, so I've been doing this operating work for the past 7 years. But I've started the work since 2011. Yeah.
From automated sealing machines to rigorous quality checks, every detail is meticulously managed. The team also prioritizes hygiene, ensuring the facility meets strict standards. And with their clever use of locally sourced materials and efficient energy management, they are finding ways to stay sustainable while meeting demand.
It's called diggly machine, or you can call it diggly packing machinery. So it's used for production of pure water, and you can as well use this for yogurt, depend on the for production of yogurt, depend on the size you put it. So I don't know, this is the dragger, we call it the dragger, and this is the heater. You can also call it block. So it helps to cut the size of the machine, of this sachet, and this is the temperature. So this is what controls the heat of this place. You understand? If this place is not set, then you cannot get your work done. So you use these 2 meters here to control. This is vertical temperature, which is this one is meant for this one, and this is the horizontal, which is for this. So each of these controls those 2 temperatures. So at the back here, or you can call this place the chest. Yeah. So at the back here we have our filter. We have our filter. This is our filter, and this black wire is called carbon. So we take the water from outside down to this very place. This is the first filter. It goes like this, comes like this, goes like this, and this is what this is our UV light. Yes, so this helps to terminate any bacteria inside the water. So it goes like this and comes like this through this pipe, or you can call it hose, through this place. So and comes down like this. So this pumping machine here is the one that helps to bring the water from outside to this place. So if I put it on, you will hear the sound of the pumping machine bringing in water. So if I put it off, the water will stop. So without this pumping machine, I can't get water here. Yes. So that is it.
The pure water industry in Nigeria is valued at over 50 billion naira annually. With an average Nigerian consuming at least 3 sachets daily, demand remains high. Many small-scale businesses and large companies have entered the market, making sachet water a widely available commodity in urban and rural areas. The challenge today is not just purification. So what are the challenges facing this business, and how sustainable is it?
Our challenge is the light issue and water issue, and the only time they really give us light is maybe they will give us from around in the night, then the next morning they carry the light, and we used to produce water. The time we do produce the water is in the morning. So government, they will not give us light in the morning, it's only at night, and we don't have a chance to come and be doing it at night. So that is it. And the issue of water, let me say in a week they do give us water like 4 times in a week, and it's not enough for us because the company is doing very great, and then the supply is big, so we need enough water. And what I want the government to do for us is to let them work our electricity, that our electricity aspect. We need light often, so that is our challenge here.
The work I normally use a pure water. I'm a pure water driver. So actually the challenge we have in the pure water is that our customers always complaining that we are not coming in time, based on at times we don't used to have lights, and again apart from the light issue, then our motor used to get problem at times. Then they always complain that we are not used to supply them in times. Even as I'm even talking right now, there's no even lights. Then we have the challenges of light and challenges of vehicles and stuff like that. Yeah, stuff like that. So what we want if government can help us about motor and can help us about the vehicle and other things like lights that are not stable. And that was our challenge that we have. They said no, they talk good things about the water. They said the water is good, but the only thing is that we cannot meet up. Cannot meet up to the demand based on the light issue and the motor. There are times our motor just get break at the road. So that is the challenges we are having. But if the water, they talk good thing about the water, that the water is good, it's nice. They like the water. Yeah, that's the challenge that we are facing right now. At times, I used to drive from Gwagwalada to Zuba, to Kwali, and to Abaji. People call us on phone that we should bring water for them because the water is good. But the challenges we are having in the water mainly is vehicle. It's the vehicle and again the lights. Then at times we don't used to have lights. So, and again, people call us, we don't used to meet up the demand based on the light issue and the vehicle. That was the challenge we are having in the water. If for the water, but if it's the water is okay. People recommend the water that is okay. Yeah, really, we still have challenges of fuel because the fuel that take us from here to Zuba at times it costs us like 10,000 naira go come. So we have challenges of fuel, and again, if you tell the customer that this is what we sell the water, they will not be able to buy it like that based on what we are facing, based on the challenges of the fuel that we buy. So to sell them costly, they will not be able to buy it based on the fuel issue.
Like now, you people came and you made me using gen. We bought fuel for the two vehicles now, and we bought fuel for the gen. And you discover that the way you are supposed to like gather more money to put into the business, you discover that the money goes back into expenses. The expenses are much. You understand? The expenses are much more than the business. That is why you discover that some businesses have collapsed. Some businesses have collapsed because of all these challenges. Light is another one. No lights. Water, we thank God, water is a little bit better. You discover that among all the bills, water bill is a little bit better. But the leather that we use in this production of water is very expensive because I think the leathers are not produced here in Nigeria. Another challenge again is that when you are selling it to meet up with the high rate of prices of commodity, you see them telling you that your ordinary pure water, you are adding money. They don't know that it's not just the pure water. I was just listening that say it's not just the pure water, but the material that make up the pure water. You don't just face pure water in the cup. It passed through processes. You know, instead of like in some other places now, they are selling pure water 400, 500. But here, even if you say 300, 350, they will say, it's too expensive. Some they will not buy. You know, they prefer to fetch water from the tap now and drink. Except if they are pressed, they are far away from home, they can now buy. So you discover that the sales is not much the way we expected because of lack of money. So I think many people want to enter into business and there is lack of capital and all these challenges. Like as it is, we produce in a large quantity. At times we have 600 bags or 700 bags. Then I manage it, I count my water. And again, if you pack the water before you go out to sell, I come out to count it so that I just want to check losses so that there will be no losses. So we count each trip, like as the carry now is 110 bags. For 10 bags, you give you one for leakage. We give you one for leakage. So, and again, how you in the open market, it depends on how your water tastes. Assuming they take my water, if my water is not good, we discover that next they will not want to buy. And again, we welcome challenges. If at all the water has any taste or leakages, because at times the sealer will not seal well, you discover some of the leathers there. You see me pack them outside there. These are all waste from production. So we pack them like that and keep them for recycling, you know. So that is how we manage. In the open market, it depends on how your water tastes and how good it is. If not, people will not buy it. They will not continue to be buying it. Yes. I started this business without even a vehicle. We were pushing the water in wheelbarrow. So thank God that now we have 2 vehicles carrying the water. And we're believing God for more expansion. How do I do it? I borrowed money from the bank, add to the ones we sell, so that I'll be able to meet up. So now I'm still believing God for another branch and also a Bachini bottled water. So money is the challenge, and also a place. You know, without a place, you will not be able to. It's either you have a place to build or you rent. I'm believing God for an expansion, and money is the key thing. We call friends to say we are selling water, and now it has even helped when somebody needs water, because our signpost is there. And again, since 2018 we have started, and people have got to know about our water, and like they call us, "Madam, we need water, let your boys bring water to us." This it has so much helped us. So many a times we just sit down. Even if they call now, I will now call them directly and say, "This person needs water, go and give to the person." You know, that is how we sell. It's just the phone we use. Phone, and maybe like our WhatsApp statue and other things. I have not advertised it in any other way. It's just the phone. Communication, you know. We communicate through phone. That is the only means we use now. My advice to anyone that wants to start business, even to the ones that don't want to, my advice is that let somebody make a move. Because without business, there's no how you can sustain yourself. Even the white-collar job outside there, the money cannot be able to sustain you. If you are just believing God for that one alone, you will not be able to meet up with standard of living and also to extend helps to others. So my advice to anyone that wants to start, and the one that are not even prepared, bear it in mind to start business, I encourage them to start business, because business is far, far better than white-collar job, just sticking on one. I remember when I was just working without doing any business. In fact, it was like you borrow, when you collect pay, you now clear the debt, you start again. So business is far better. Well, the thing is that people are afraid of starting because the fear of the unknown, and you don't know what to start. You can pray to God. God is the giver of wisdom. He will give you wisdom, and He will give ideas for the direction that you need to take. There are so many businesses outside there that one can do to be able to sustain himself and his family.
The science behind pure water production involves multiple stages, from removing impurities to balancing essential minerals. Abachini Pure Water Factory uses advanced reverse osmosis and UV treatment to ensure every drop is safe.
It's been an eye-opening experience at Abachini Pure Water Factory. Fatu Audu and her team shows us what's possible when innovation and determination meets entrepreneurship. They are not just delivering clean water, they are driving change and creating opportunities. Do you know someone who is reshaping their industry with innovation, or maybe you have a story worth sharing? Connect with us on our social media platforms at Idea Television. We'd love to hear from you. Thank you for watching this episode of InnoVenture. Until next time, keep innovating and inspiring.
because we need to bring these entities together and get them to collaborate. And the essence of Triple Helix in itself is to foster innovation. And without innovation, you can't really have advancement. Today, we didn't know that many years back, our world would be like this today. Today, we're talking of AI, digital technology and all that. Even we don't know what was going to happen tomorrow. So we need to really innovate, especially utilizing our individual, resources as a nation to build homegrown technologies that can work for us as a country. So I believe that this is one of the best things we've done for ourselves. It's a step in the right direction. In fact, they say the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a step. It may not be perfect, but we have started and we are focused. And I believe with time, the industry, the academia, and the government will come together on the same table to see how we can advance the things that we have been doing over the years. Thank you.
For 3 days or so, discussing about Triple Helix, Nigeria. As far as I am concerned, Triple Helix directly means three things. Helix is what we inherit from genes, that they come together for progress. But in our sense, it's for prosperity, it's for success, it's for pushing our people to live well in the country. And these three elements, by standard, is the academia. This is where the knowledge workers are. This is where they do research on things. Their outputs are normally, like we're doing here, are either presented or showcased. And if these things are not useful to our people, then that line is on its own. This line has to be connected to the second component of the hill, which is industry. So industry must find an opening through the results of the academic work so that they can be able to make more money. They can be able to employ people. They can be able to showcase products, goods, and services so that Nigeria can be respected. For these two to work very well, then you look up to the third string that forms the helix, which is the government. If the government is not making the knowledge system to work very well, motivated to produce solutions and so on for the country, it is not going to work. If the government does not make it easy or very comfortable and conducive for industry to utilize the results and make more money and create jobs, it is not going to work. So these three, when they are entangled, that the government is sincere enough, is good enough, is leading politically, is leading economically, is leading morally, and is leading technologically, these good elements will ensure that the universities are working very well. The research institutions are working very well. Our PhDs will become good PhDs that can change the landscape of our country. The students coming out of that will become people who are creative, innovative, can walk straight to industry and start earning money and producing things. And this is what industry wants. So I think this particular conference is very, very important for Nigeria, seeing the challenges we have. We have challenges of poverty. Triple helix, if it is good, poverty will run away. We are having challenges of insecurity. Some of the insecurity we have are very primitive insecurity. Even the people who are killing people, you see that they don't have shoes. They don't have good dress. If the triple helix is working, that kind of insecurity will run away. Why? Because these people will have something to do, they are earning money, and nobody can destroy a functional system. Number three, we are seeing intense corruption in our country. Again, if we are working together, evolving solutions, and industry is pouring its own energy for people to be happy, the corruption will go down. So this conference is fantastic as far as I'm concerned. Yes, this is the maiden conference, but I pray and encourage the organizers. Don't worry about some of the observations if they are lowering your morale. Don't allow your morale to come down. Intensify, I'm sure. The second conference will be a very, very strong one. We hope that we can see government people here. we can see core industry, and your exhibition will even turn out to be a marriage space for industry to be taking results of your research. So I'm so excited, you can tell.
This is the key, actually. As you see me, theoretically and practically, I am a symbol of the triple helix. I'm an engineer by training to start with. I've done a lot of engineering research, a lot of engineering publications. I got promoted to the highest level based on this. So I know the academia very, very well. While within the academics, doing this academic work, I have had patents of inventions and innovations that I have come up with. So I understand intellectual property and also intellectual property rights system and commercialization. So that is now the linkage, the transfer of technology to industry. I've also participated directly as an employee of industry, plus I did a lot of consultancies ensuring that technology moves into industry, particularly through my services at NOTA. So I know connectivity of the academia to industry. So, and while a civil servant, I know policies, I know government, I know how to structure things for the knowledge system to work, to be linked to industry. So putting all these things together, events of this nature, with direct implication of triple helix is actually the way to go. This is the key process. There is no cutting corners. It's either we get this right or we don't. But if we too, as Nigerians or as Africans, want to construct our roads, wants to ensure that we grow more food, to make sure that we are eating well, wants to actually breed our animals so that we are drinking enough milk, eating enough meat, eating fish, and also generating jobs for our young people, triple helix is the key. Unless you are investigating very well to know your onions, unless this intellectual property is moving to industry, to create jobs, to create wealth, and raise your country to the level of being respected, unless this is actually making you to evolve as a united country, peaceful country, progressive country, and this is the definition of triple helix. If we can't do that, then sorry about that. This event is key, and I hope that we can sustain it until we get it right. I think the exciting thing is that there are a lot of young people here who are demonstrating very, very progressive posture in terms of knowing, practicing, and even creating good things for themselves. Secondly, we've seen a lot of academics. So many professors have come here with their own ideas so that they can be able to unleash it, to demonstrate to the young people this is the way to go. There are very few industrial players here that we need to strengthen. But most importantly, there were very, very few policymakers, people who can make it to shake it, to make sure that we now evolve a functional knowledge system in line with our desires. Unless these researchers are researching what can solve our problems, how can our research solve our flooding problem? How can our research solve our food problem? How can our research solve our insecurity problem? The connection is not going to be seamless. So I am sure with the experience of this one, when we go to the next level, we will see more government people. We will see more industry people. And certainly, the young people's energy coming to these kind of functions will actually be unleashed. And I'm very hopeful.
Blending humor with lessons, from thought-provoking conversations to candid opinions, everything you need to know is here at your fingertip. Catch us live on YouTube or any of your favorite podcast platforms by simply searching The Idea Game Changer, and there you find us anytime, any day. The Idea Game Changer, an initiative of the Innovation Television, Idea TV. Hello and welcome to the Idea Game Changer podcast. This is the podcast, an initiative of Idea TV, where we bring science, technology, innovation, entrepreneurship in a fun, engaging way to your views. And of course, we have various segments of this podcast. We have the In My Opinion segment, where we talk about expert opinions on policies, on policies, on rules and regulations. We have Science Chatterbox, we have Share Your Story, and we have the Young Einstein. On this episode today, we are having the In My Opinion, where we talk about the role of free trade in the entrepreneurship landscape in Nigeria and with extension in Africa. I am not alone today. I am here with one of top experts, if I'm permitted, one of the scholars in very knowledgeable about free trade, very knowledgeable about the African market landscape. I'm here with Dr. Olalekan Afolabi. It is a pleasure to have you, sir.
Thank you very much. It's
So, if you will permit me, before you introduce yourself, I will just read a little bit about your bio. So, Dr. Olalekan Olariwaju is Dr. Olalekan Afolabi, I beg your pardon, is a seasoned program manager at the ECOWAS Court of Justice, bringing over 16 years of diverse experience in program development, management, and regional cooperation. Before his current role, he served as the trade policy expert at the ECOWAS Commission, where he coordinated the development of a number of regional trade and investment policies. With a strong commitment to fostering sustainable development and collaboration among West African nations, Dr. Olalekan plays a crucial role in implementing initiatives that drive economic growth and enhance regional integration. In addition to his professional accomplishments, Dr. Olalekan is passionate about networking and empowering others. Dr. Olalekan was a master's degree in public policy analysis and a doctorate degree in mediation and conflict resolution. It's a pleasure to have you, sir. Probably from everything I've discussed, I've not said something about you personally. I would like you to introduce yourself to our viewers.
Just to say thank you for having me on your show.
It's a pleasure, sir.
I am here to discuss with you and discuss with the viewers. So thank you once again.
Yes, so today we want to talk about the role of free market in building sustainable entrepreneurship landscape in Africa. We all know how the market is right now. We all know how Africa particularly, I don't want to say Nigeria now, is taking the initiative of starting their own business, which cuts across continent. So the first question here is, how do you see free trade benefiting entrepreneurship development in Africa in the context of the Nigeria or the Africa we have today?
Thank you very much. And like you rightly said in your intro, entrepreneurship it has been with us for a while and is still with us now. And who do you refer to as the entrepreneur? Is somebody that has identified a challenge or a problem and is solving that problem, based on his ideas, and trading it out for value and for profits.
Right.
That's an entrepreneur. And looking at the landscape of the country, looking at the landscape of the continent, a lot of people are entrepreneurs either by design or by accident. There are no jobs.
So by design or accident?
Or by accident. So there are no jobs, so a lot of people, of course, move into entrepreneurship. But in a capitalist market like Nigeria, what you see is that the laws of demand and supply is always there. So free market involves when you allow the laws of demand and supply to determine what happens. Basically, the principles of free market evolves around freedom of choice between the buyers and the seller. So I can freely go and choose a particular product against another product. I am not being compelled by any government regulations or agency to buy a particular product as against another. So there's freedom of choice. If
there's anybody here who is a medical doctor and is solely a medical doctor and is listening to us right now, I want you to explain to them what free market is, because the path you are going is more deep, and if they don't understand the fundamentals, it might be very difficult.
Okay, thank you. Well, I thought I was taking the basis, but you see, the principle of the free market simply says that demand and supply determines the market. That is what determines what happens in the market. So, and like I said, it has some basic principles, which includes free choice, between the buyers and the seller. Nobody compels you to buy or to sell. You have competition that exists in the market. You have low government intervention, self-interest. So you buy based on your own interest. So those are the principles of free market. But there is nowhere in the world where government do not regulate some aspect of the market. Yes, but whilst the government is regulating, I think what we are pushing for is that the government should not determine prices, price control for certain products, or fix certain prices. And you will see that even in recent times in Nigeria, there have been more move, even towards the regulation of certain products.
Yes.
Before now, there was price control on petroleum PMS, for example. But now the government is saying we are fully deregulating. We are allowing the forces of demand and supply
to determine
the price. Government before was also regulating the currency sector. You see, and that's why the government was providing subsidy for currency sector. Now the government is saying we are removing our hands, we are deregulating that sector. So the principles of free market
is left to the people to decide.
Left to people to decide. So that is the principle of free market.
Okay.
And sometimes where you see these restrictions are also when government is trying to push for the use of a public product or public service. So for example, government is saying, oh, we are producing a particular product, or my country is producing a particular product, like maybe cars, for example, and I want to subsidize that. You know, so
for the people.
When you do that, you are negating the principle of free market. You allow demand and supply, you allow the forces of the market to determine the price and the exchanges.
So speaking of these free markets now, because to me it sounds good, because that basically means that the people determine what they want currently, urgently, and what they want to say, okay, you stay, we don't need you now. Okay, it's Christmas time, we need this urgently. I think that's very cool. But what do you think are the opportunities presented by the free market for Africans, and what are the challenges? Because I don't think anything really comes freely. There will be challenge somehow, somewhat. So what are the opportunities presented? You've mentioned some part, but I want you to reiterate about it and the challenges about this free market.
Okay, thank you. You see, the opportunities are great. They are bound. And a lot of entrepreneurs will tell you that if you are focused on your immediate environment, in selling and in exchanging your goods and your services, then you are not into business. So one of the opportunities that free market offers you is that you are able to sell freely across wider range of people,
right?
You know, across the
no
borders,
restrictions,
across the countries, and that is why institutions and organizations like ECOWAS, which is the Economic Community of West African States, have been able to come together and develop what you call the ECOWAS trade liberalization schemes that allows products of origin of a particular country to move freely into another country without paying tariff. And you can sell. So
is that within the African countries or all over the world?
No, that's within the West African countries.
Okay,
that's within the 15 West African countries of ECOWAS. And the same thing now is being done under the African Continental Free Trade Area. That's the 55 countries within the African continent.
So the AFCFTA is like a broader term of the
ECOWAS. It's
okay.
like a broad. So the AFCFTA is a free trading area for 55 countries of Africa. So that means that you can sell your products, you can make your product available, you can market it, you can appeal to customers and appeal to people that have interest in your product within the 54 countries. That's the opportunities that free market gives. And why we are able to do that is because we believe that countries in those 54 countries or 55 countries of ECOWAS, depending on who you are speaking to, have also, imbibed the culture of free markets and the principles of free markets within their territory. That's why it's easier for you now to move your goods and trade within those countries. In countries where free market is difficult or does not exist, they don't even allow you to trade your goods with them. Yeah, because government determines the price of products, the type of product and everything. So it's difficult to even trade in those countries.
Okay. The challenges. What are the challenges? You haven't spoke about the challenges.
So those are the opportunities. Now you see the challenges, of course, may be lack of greater opportunities for citizens within our countries. So, for example, it's difficult for you to be very competitive from this part of the world if you are having challenges with electricity,
right,
it takes so much for you to produce products. In fact, let me just say this before I move on. It is believed that, or there is a study that shows that 50% of businesses, of startup businesses in Nigeria fails within 1 year.
Within 1 year?
Within the 12 months of startup. And then 90% fails within 5 years.
Wow.
And some of the reasons for the failure includes one, overtaxation. Overtaxation, that the businesses are subjected to. Most of businesses
by their home country.
By their home countries. Most of the businesses in Nigeria pays between 1 to 5 taxes to different, tax bodies. So
for person just struggling up.
Yeah, so that is a major challenge, and major reason why businesses fail. Another major reason in Nigeria, of course, is electricity. Energy is a big issue here.
A very big one at that.
Yeah. So with that, it's more difficult for you to produce or to render a service within this country and compete favorably with countries that have electricity, constant electricity.
Yeah.
So because that will of course increase the cost of your production.
Very correct.
And of course the third challenge that has been alluded to is insecurity. Which of course is a big challenge. So some of those reasons are why it is difficult, even though you have the principles of free markets existing, it may be difficult for you to be competitive. Don't forget that one of the principles of free market is competition.
Yes.
Yeah. So if your cost of production is high and your product is expensive, I go for
a better option.
Yeah, that is cheaper or it's better.
For me.
So those
so
are some of the challenges.
From what you said now, let's say I'm the president of this country, and I put out a policy that this particular product, Nigerians should be put first, or being patriotic first. Does that mean I'm practicing free market? If I put my people first, like, okay, let's do Nigerian first before other people come in. Is that free market or it is not?
No, so and that reminds me of one of the slogan of the newly elected United States President Donald Trump when he was elected. In his previous administration, he always says American first. I don't know. There's a phrase he always says American first. Well, you see, what most government do is that they encourage their entrepreneurs in producing. In fact, some governments have been known to subsidize a particular sector so that the sector is more productive
and more accessible.
Yes, has more fund, is able to produce more. I know the US long time used to subsidize their agricultural products, and so they produce en masse. What typically happens is that when you produce those products after subsidy of government and you export it into another country, what may likely happen is that the product or the prices of that product will go lower than the prices in the country that is exported to, thereby affecting the entrepreneurs in those countries or the farmers in those countries.
Right.
And so that is what in trade palace is called dumping. So your government subsidizes your product, and then you dump the excess of that product in another market.
Country.
Yeah. And when you have that, the country in which is experiencing dumping can of course make appeals to we have the WTO settlement dispute settlement board can make such appeals to that. But what you can do as the president, if you are the president, of course, is to be patriotic by using your country's products. It's your choice. One of the principles of free market is also freedom of choice. As a president, I may say, I want to use Nigerian's products all around me. And when you start doing that,
that doesn't mean other people don't have access.
Yeah, everybody will also start doing that.
Yes.
When the president says, "Oh, I want to use Nigerian's products," you see that every other person follows. When the state governor says, "I want to use this product," every other person follows. But that is one subtle way of doing that.
Well, thank you very much, sir. You come from ECOWAS, and I know that ECOWAS has put a lot of planning, a lot of strategies just to make sure that there is a free flow of trade. I don't want to say free trade now. There is a free flow of trade between West African countries. Now, do you think, or what do you think government and policymakers can do to support free trade to enhance entrepreneurship in Africa? We want to make sure entrepreneurship in Africa is not just determined by the Western country. We are not following their footsteps. We want to create our own. But how do we think free trade can come in? What are the policy governments can put in place? What are the policymakers can do to make sure that this thing actually works? Because for me, I don't know, but for what I've observed so far, looking at it holistically, I think Nigerians always want to follow the white people style. Say, okay, it has worked for them, let's follow this style. And it does not necessarily mean that's the best way. It might work, but that doesn't mean that's the best way. So what do you think the government or policymakers can do to make sure the free trade or free market enhance entrepreneurship landscape in Nigeria?
Okay, thank you. One of the important, or one of the challenges to free trade,
right,
is one, the legal framework, some of the policies that we have, and basically when you go across the border, there's something called, not even only across the border, even within the states, there's something called the non-tariff barriers to trade. So the tariff barriers are the taxes, are the import duties that you pay, the excise duties that you pay, but the non-tariff barriers are more or less in terms of the procedures, the custom procedures, the papers that you fill, the forms that you need to get to be able to export your product to another country. And some of these forms or some of these certificates that you need to get, they are very cumbersome to get. Sometimes in a particular country, you may have to visit like 10, 15 agencies.
Mention Nigeria now.
Yeah, no, we're talking about Africa now.
Okay.
You may have to visit like 10 to 15 agencies to be able to get those
Which
forms.
might be very exhausting.
So that is exhausting, that is expensive, and sometimes
frustrating.
Yeah, it makes your product even stay longer and more costly. So those are some of the things that we are hoping that government can start working on, and streamline the process for getting documentations for products, for exports, So that is the first thing. If the government is able to do that, then it's easier for people to access international markets, and then you make more money from that. And of course also trade infrastructure. We have huge deficit of trade infrastructure in this region. It's cheaper for you to export your products from Nigeria to the west, than to move it from Nigeria, for example, to Kenya, or even to Sierra Leone, that is within the region.
Country.
Yeah, it's so difficult, because if you are taking a ship from here to the US or to the to the west, you are taking a lot of vessels. Some of those ships also dock in some other areas and picks a lot of vessels to the west, and a lot of vessels come from the west to various parts of Africa. But when you are moving from here to Sierra Leone, for example, you may see only 2 or 3 cargoes that are going. And so it's not profitable to move a whole ship down to Sierra Leone directly. But you move it to the west, you get a lot of cargoes there, and you move everything back to Africa. So you see, the same thing even for rail, the same thing for road. Our trade infrastructure is we are in deficit of trade infrastructure. So the government needs to come together, keep working on improving that. I know a lot of work is being done in that regard, but government needs to continue.
Government of various African countries.
Various African countries needs to continue.
It's not a one country thing.
No. Needs to continue to push for that.
Okay, so let's say I want to start a business now. Let's say I want to start a business. Probably maybe I want to be a fashion designer, but I want to put this business of making locally made clothes with it. Let's say I want to start a dire, for example. And what you mentioned something about documentation. What are those things I must have in place? If I have those in place, how can I access free market as just a recent graduate who wants to start localizing our Nigerian stuff and putting it out internationally?
Okay, let me say that, like I said earlier, under the West Africa, design,
right?
If you have a local or locally sourced product, if you can tell us or you can ascertain that this product is sourced locally, there is a protocol that allows you to move that product to another country within the region, within the West African region, without paying any tariff.
Any tariff.
Any tariff.
Okay.
You're not paying any duties. You're just moving it out because it's from here. But you see, so that is within ECOWAS. Within AFCFTA, that's African Continental Free Trade Area, there is also some arrangement on moving some of those products to other parts of Africa with very limited tariff being paid on it, reduced up to I think about 90%, in some cases 97%. Wow. Now, how do you assess this? So one of the things we encourage businesses, entrepreneurs to do is that before you go into any business, you have to understand the market that you are going into. One of the other reasons why businesses fail is that people do not take time to know the market in which they are operating. They
think it's the same for everything.
Yeah, it's not just for me to wake up and say I have cashew nuts. I want to move cashew nuts. No,
I have cocoa.
I have cocoa. I want to move cocoa to one country. No, you need to find out how it is being done. What are the documents that you need? Where do you need to source these documents from? Who are your competitors? Right. Which market are you trying to access? Are they ready to buy your product? Are you sure that your product meets the normal standard, the minimum
people
standard?
Actually need this at this time?
People actually need the product. So those are the information that you need to source for. When you source for those information, and where do you get them? You can. So one of the things we encourage entrepreneurs to do, look for associations. There are business associations that are already set up, that are involved in that business itself. Right. If you go around, you'll see that you have a national association of adire sellers, for example, or adire producers.
These associations, are they the same with those local markets?
They have a lot of their members in the local market.
Oh, right.
Yes. Right. You also have,
because in the market, even if you are selling crayfish, you have
associations.
You have associations.
And the associations are guided by specific rules. And the associations also provide the opportunity to know what is happening in that area. Right. You also have the National Chamber of Commerce and Industry in Nigeria. You have a lot of associations that can really help you, give you this information, tell you where to get things done, and that will help you as a business person to quickly advance in what you're selling.
So, if you are going to rate Africa's approach to free market, what are you going to give it? At the moment,
we are still backward.
Oh wow, that was very.
We are backward, especially in terms of, one, like I said, governments trying to regulate certain aspects of the markets, which, like I said, Nigeria now is also trying to improve on that and deregulating some of the markets. Also, in terms of taxation, one of the
taxes are too much.
Taxation is one big challenge even in free markets. When you go to the free market, the taxes are well structured. You pay tax to government, of course, but well structured.
Well structured.
In Nigeria, you have various layers. The federal government will collect tax based on the Federal Inland Revenue Services. The state government will also collect its own tax. Local government will also collect its own tax. And you can collect all those taxes from one person. In fact, Nigeria has about 60 taxes, official taxes that you pay, and over 200 unofficial taxes. So that is a lot. And you can see an entrepreneur will easily be burdened with this. So the tax system has to be harmonized and simplified. And I think the Nigerian government is also doing something in this light, because there is the tax bill of 2024 that has just been submitted to the National Assembly. And let's hope when this bill becomes an act, hopefully it will help streamline the taxes in the country.
So the last question here before we call it a wrap is, can you provide examples of successful businesses in Africa that have thrived due to the availability of free trade opportunities, or a potential business that you think can thrive under the opportunities provided by the free trade market?
You're just looking for difficult. I'm just pulling your legs. Well, but you see, in Africa and in recent times in Africa, you see a lot of businesses are moving towards digital technology.
Right.
Services is constituting a very important part of our GDP. It's making a huge part of the GDP. And in that services, you see, mostly you are looking at banking services, you are looking at IT services, and stuff like that. Now let's take the banking service for example. Nigerian banks, based after the last recapitalization that was done by the CBN, I think during Sanusi, sorry, let me be guided. Former governor, His Royal Highness Sanusi's administration as a CBN, there was a recapitalization that was done that strengthened the bank. Moved the bank now. I think then you had a bank must have 25 billion naira as the capital before it can operate in Nigeria. I think this current government is also trying to even increase that. So when that was done, you see Nigerian banks now becoming very big, and they are able to access other other markets. And if you go to most of the countries in Africa, most in West Africa and the number in Africa, you would see Nigerian banks there thriving seriously. In fact, in some countries, Nigerian banks are even more than indigenous banks of those countries. So that's one aspect of companies thriving. Most of the Nigerian banks, GT, UBA, a lot of them.
Let's not mention names, so
Yeah,
we don't
sorry.
need people.
Okay,
So before I call it a wrap, actually, is there a way that the free trade can actually inhibit the way product flow in the country? Let me cite an example. So there was a particular time that the former president blocked the border for rice importation. And because of that, we appreciate the local rice. And people start eating local rice. Before we know it, people who have not even eaten it in their life, so I say, oh, I like it, and I think I can do with this. So somehow, somewhat, at that period that the border was closed, the Nigerian rice was appreciated more than the imported rice. But there was no free market because the border was closed. And so that was why I'm asking that question, that is there a way that the free market somehow can inhibit the growth of indigenous products in a country?
Okay, so one thing that I would like to say is that entrepreneurs are known to take opportunities from problems that arises. So wherever there seems to be a challenge or a problem, entrepreneurs are known to find a way around it and make more money for themselves. So like the example you cited, there was a closure of border, rice imported from other countries or rice produced in other countries could not be imported to Nigeria at that time. So local entrepreneurs took advantage of that, and now Nigeria within that time grew its rice self-sufficiency, I think from about 20 to 30% to about 60 to 70% as it is today. So I leave you to answer the question directly.
Okay, so sir, from ECOWAS standpoint, what would you, that's the last question, sir. Don't worry. So from ECOWAS standpoint, what would you say is the progression of Nigerian market at the moment?
Well, I think Nigerian markets, Nigeria, one, is the biggest economy in the region.
In West Africa?
In West Africa.
Okay.
Is the, in fact, it used to be
the largest all over Africa.
It used to be the largest all over Africa, but now I think is the largest in West Africa. Currently is the 5th largest in Africa. So Nigerian market is improving. And we have also seen the World Bank, projection that there will be a growth in the market. The government is also putting in place some measures, though a bit difficult for the citizens now because of the hardship that is being experienced. But some of these measures in the long run are expected to free up cash and use those monies to develop the infrastructure of the country further and place the country in a better position economically.
Right.
But let's hope that will actually pan out very soon.
Wow. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, our audience, for joining us on this wonderful podcast. I hope you've learned about the free market and the importance in developing or sustaining the entrepreneurship landscape in Africa. Don't forget, one of the things Doctor mentioned is that if you have any business at all that you want to start, the first thing to know is your market landscape. Do they want it? Is it going to thrive? Who are your target audience? Who are your target customers? All of these things should be put in place. And don't forget the legal framework too. All of these things are what make you stand out in the competitive market we find ourselves today. Thank you so much for joining us. You are welcome. Doctor, please, if you'd like to introduce yourself again.
Thank you for having me. I would just say that we should continue to thrive. We should always aim high as entrepreneurs. It may be difficult, but aim high. The first thing to do, identify your vision. What is it that you want to do as an entrepreneur? Get to know what you want to do, and then you learn. Take time to know how the market is, how the market operates, what are the regulatory frameworks within the markets, and I'm sure we would all succeed.
Thank you very much, Doctor. And don't forget, this is the Idea Game Changer podcast, an initiative of Idea TV. If you'd like to join us for further conversation, you can follow us across all social media platforms at Idea Television on LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, and X. Or you can as well follow us on YouTube, live stream Idea Television or the Idea Game Changer podcast. And we'd like to have you. If you have any question, shoot us a mail at theideagamechanger@gmail.com. Till next time, I am your host, Olalekan Mandela.
Welcome to the Idea Game Changer podcast, where innovation meets ambition. I am Dearest Mba. On today's episode, we are joined by a passionate agripreneur and a founder of Valo Fami, a thriving poultry enterprise based in Abuja, Nigeria, with a background in international relations and a professional training from the institutions like the U.S. Soy Excellence Center. He's on a mission to fight malnutrition and improve food security through sustainable agribusiness. Tune in as we explore how he's transforming agriculture into a tool for national development and youth empowerment, changing the game in the agricultural sector. On that note, I'm thrilled to introduce today's guest. He is Joshua Iguala. Hello and welcome to the show.
Hi, dearest. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being on the show. A privilege to have you today.
Same here. Thank you.
All right, Joshua. You know what? I always like to start easy. So, can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Wow.
Yes.
See, that question about yourself sometimes is a bit difficult when you're asked on the spot. So, but still, okay. My name is Joshua Iguela. Background from Rivers State.
Yeah.
BSc in International Relations, and currently in the agri space as a poultry farmer. So that's a brief about myself.
All right. I like the fact that you kept it short and simple. That's fine. Anyways, let's talk a little bit still on your background.
Yeah.
So you studied international relations.
Yes.
So what inspired your transition from diplomacy to the agribusiness?
Okay, so I think generally international relations has a way of broadening my perspective of global issues. And one of the thing that stood out for me is food security, because as we tackle other aspects of development, food security is the core of everything. And this is one thing that's prevalent here, especially in Africa, sub-Saharan Africa. We have serious food crises across Africa. And so that aspect of development was what caught my attention. And so this is a lot of, amongst other things, obviously, that led me to, venture into agribusiness and other sustainable practice.
All right.
Yeah.
Tell us about your early days. What sparked the whole idea?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think let's say, after my NYSC, I worked with a consulting development firm. And so most of the work we did was conducting research for international organizations on different aspects of malnutrition, policy, and different development issues. And so working in that sector as a research assistant, I was in the field. I followed up on different issues on ground. And one of the core aspects of things, or one of the core issues that we faced, or I saw in the field here, especially in northern Nigeria, is the issue of malnutrition. And it is very prevalent here in Africa, especially here in Nigeria when you go to the north. I know when you talk about development in Nigeria, most of all development efforts are channeled towards the north, and you find a lot of malnourished children. And one of the aspects of this that causes this malnutrition is protein deficiency. And so this is also a leading cause of malnutrition. So looking at this, and that whole sector, studying about it. So the concept of nutrition was in my heart. So now, judging from, I think last year or 2 years ago, I came in contact with a nutritionist based in the US who produces premix and concentrates, which are what is used to produce feed. And so I established contact with him, got to know more about his product and all that. And then from there, I even signed up to be a distributor for his concentrates. And so based on this whole experience, it made me, curious about, okay, I could actually use this as an avenue to,
make money.
Make money, one.
Feed the nation.
Make money, one, and also achieve or work towards, solving a problem.
Okay.
And so looking at the fact that, okay, if protein deficiency is a cause of malnutrition, then access to high quality protein sources is needed. And so to get that now, you need to be very, very mindful of the feed that these livestock feeds and all that. So that exposure or connection with this nutrition is, sparked up almost just, when you're on a pathway or when you have something in your mind, different things just keep coming in place to lead you to this direction. So meeting these people also encouraged me to now set up my own poultry business. That's where I am now.
Interesting. Well, the whole idea of the show is innovation meets ambition, and game changer, obviously, is talking about people that are making the mark in the society, changing the game in different ways, and you're doing that in the agri-business. So your company is called Valo Farming.
Yeah.
Did you come up with that name, or was it something that happened over?
Okay, initially, I always liked the concept of light.
Okay.
Light is, there's no way you go in this life. Anybody that sees light is always excited. So the idea of light. So I started looking, okay, what other word or what other language can represent light? So I came up with Valo. It's a Finnish word.
Okay.
And so Valo is a Finnish word for light. So Valo Farming. So with the whole CSC, I wanted to just go with Valo Farms. But CSC now could not give me the whole Valo Farm was taken, so I had to go with Valo Farming. Farming is still a Finnish word, so for farm, so I just went with Valo Farming. That's the concept of Valo Farming.
Right, because when I heard the name, I thought that was creative.
Yeah, that was the concept behind the name.
Interesting.
It's light, so more like light farm or something. Yeah.
All right. So how long have you been in this business?
So I've been in it for straight, without break, let's say 2 years, around 3 years now. Okay. Yeah, but on and off on other activities I've been into, but full time 3 years now.
All right. Yeah. But was there an experience that happened that made you realize that, oh, this is what I want to go into?
Well, first, I don't think, we as Nigerians, I don't think there's anything that happens first that wants to make you, when you see an opportunity, you seize it. So that is what I did. Apart from the fact that it was purpose driven, I had this ambition to solve this issue of malnutrition and food security. But the major core of it is the fact that there was an opportunity that presented itself to make money, and I ventured into it.
Interesting. And you're doing well at it. I mean, Valo Farming is fast growing in the country, and we love what you're doing. Like you said, you're trying to solve protein deficiency.
Yes.
All right, interesting one. All right, so when I was reading about your company and all, I noticed you don't just do frozen food, you also do roasted chickens and all.
Yeah.
I love that. I mean,
that's part of adding value to the whole thing. What we are always common with frozen chicken. But I realized that there are also people that prefer this smoke because of the flavor that comes with it. So even me, I prefer it. Most of the time I eat the smoked chicken because once you put it in your meal, it just adds a different flavor to it. So that has.
All right.
That's it.
I mean, I would like to taste that, obviously.
If you informed me on time, I would have brought it.
All right. So you're obviously not the only one in the industry. There are so many people in the poultry industry. Sure. So what makes yours different, and what approach, do you use?
Okay, yeah. Normally, there's nothing you've done or anybody has done or is doing now that nobody has done before. And so the first and the most important thing is about creating quality. That is the most important thing. So quality, you know, it's not just about doing something. You go about doing something, and at the end of the day, it's just like every other person. And so what we try to do now is to, you know, infuse quality into our our chicken production. Also, reducing the amount of chemicals we use to feed or to feed these birds. You know, most of the times people, you go through the whole, which is not bad though, the whole medicine and all that is not bad, because I mean they are recommended medicines for chickens and all that, but still there's still an organic way people try to raise birds to reduce all these chemicals in the body, because at the end of the day we are the ones receiving these chemicals, so we are the ones eating everything at the end of the day. So we try as much as possible to minimize the use of chemicals in our bird production, and so that way I think that is one thing that I know that is quite different from what a lot of people are doing, and reduce the whole growth boosters, anything that all these artificial, we just go fully natural, and that way we are getting ourselves quality.
All right, but going fully natural, I'm sure that's going to cost you a lot when it
yes,
comes
it
to
is, yeah, because
feeding.
not just feeding, because you know it's not common. A lot of people, maybe more common when in the primitive days when people do all this household chicken and all that, but in the commercial space, poultry commercial, a lot of people don't patronize the whole organic method of raising birds, because one, it's still a sector that's improving, although people are doing it and doing it well. Also, you find there are still challenges. I mean,
Sure.
there's no field without challenges. We still record mortalities, but what we just try to achieve is that we don't load our beds with so much chemical. So if they are even loading them with anything, let it be more natural stuff, herbs, bitter leaf, moringa. Most of those are the core of our bed production. Yeah.
All right, that's fine. So how long does it take for a chicken to grow?
So before now, I know when I was little, when you hear chicken, you think it's 4 months, 3 months, and all that. But if you are going commercial, if you are going commercial, 5 to 6 weeks, your chicken is fully ready for consumption.
Would you say that's why people venture into poultry?
That is it, because the fast turnover. So if you start now, you know you're probably budgeting 6 weeks and you're done, and it's widely acceptable by all cultures here in Nigeria. So there's no culture in Nigeria that does not eat chicken. So it's very common, well acceptable, affordable as well compared to other sources of protein. And basically that's it.
All right, that's a good one. Okay, so so how do you ensure quality and sustainability across your production chain?
Well, we take biosecurity very, very important. That is the core of everything, because it begins and starts from there. Because biosecurity is how from the cleaning of our pen to how our staff also, handle the chickens. Because if you miss it at that point, you will suffer. Like you will.
What do you mean? Can you
elaborate on
that?
Biosecurity is just basically before. These are procedures we put in place before, during, and after your production cycle.
Yeah.
So before your production cycle, before you have your day-old chicks coming to the market or coming to your farm, the whole process of fumigating the whole place, cleaning up the place, with disinfecting every single, because chickens are very, very delicate, very, very delicate. One introduction of germ or something can harm your flock easily, because now you're putting them in a space and all of them are joining, are close to each other. So if one is infected, just be rest assured that you had out of 500 you have, don't be sure that at least 20 or 10% is definitely going to go down with that infection. And so once you have your biosecurity right from the beginning, now I mean sometimes you cannot always have it 100%, but at least strive to have it from 80 to 90% right. So you don't, not the same slippers you use to walk, go to the farm, it's not the same you use and enter the pen, because clearly you don't know what you're carrying. Also restricting the number of visitors that come to your farm, because you don't know who went somewhere, picked up something, came to your farm. I've heard of incidents where even vet doctors that work for farms, a vet doctor is not just consulting for one farm, he can be consulting for several farms. So he goes to this farm, deal with an issue here, probably does disinfect himself earlier. He comes here, so drives the same issue that was there to your own farm. So if your biosecurity measures are not strict on your farm, so that doctor coming from there will still bring what is having or solving there to come to this area. So that that is the core of maintaining sustainability, because our biosecurity and constant training of our staff, because now it's a field that is always evolving. Everything is always evolving. So follow up trends and try as much as possible not to be left behind in what is happening. So any new method that is applicable, easy and better for us to maximize profit, we definitely engage with it, not compromising quality either way. So that is our core of everything.
Okay, I love the fact that you always talk about quality, because for me, I feel like if you check the way things are right now, prices of things are going up.
True.
But then the quality is reducing. So I love the fact that you are standing on business, which is,
That. I mean, you just have to find a leverage or something that just makes you better than the other person, because it's common with Nigerians. As places are getting, people find different ways to make things easier and cheap.
Sure.
But still, you do that, we are not solving any problem. The problem we are trying to solve, we are not creating more problems. So if you are saying you are trying to create high protein to solve the issue of protein deficiency, why would you now bring in substandard chickens into the market?
All right. So do you partner with any NGOs or government right now? Like, do you have any
right now, no, but I mean, I recently got in contact with an NGO, but we are still discussing, because I mean, they do a lot in this regard, and so we are just looking for avenues where we can collaborate and see what we can do, community development, especially, but in our own little way, especially in the community where our farm is, try as much as possible to even reduce the price of chickens we sell to the locals around that area. So that way we are not just doing it anyhow and just take. So we do, even the people that work for us right now are from within the the community there. So that way we just try and create a more sustainable way for them to also be a part of what we are doing. So in the long run, once we are able to engage with more collaborations, we'll be able to have a wider reach of different communities.
All right, that's interesting. Well, I'm more interested to know how it all started. So I've seen interviews where people will be like, I started with 20 chickens. And look at me today, I'm making millions, I'm an employer of labor and all. So I'm more interested in your early days, how you started, how much did you start with, and why you chose the location you're right now.
Okay.
Yes.
So when I started, like I said, when I was trying out a new feed, and so I wanted to really know if it was good. And so and that was my first, not like I've done anything in poultry.
So sorry, was this after NYSC, after school, everything?
This was after NYSC.
Okay.
This was after, way long after NYSC. I had worked for a consulting firm before, resigned, then went into starting my own business. And so I started with 50 birds. 50.
So, I mean, the story is...
No, we always have to start small, because anybody that, except you've had an experience before and you want to, but you got to start small, watch the market and watch your growth and all that, then you find your way forward. So I started with 50 birds, and I think that production was really, really nice, because I mean, it was my parents were even surprised that I've not raised anything before. Growing up at home, my junior brother was more of the person who was more interested in raising anything, because he had rabbits then at home.
Oh, wow.
So, he had rabbits then at home, but for me, so mine was just from the business angle of things. So I started with 50. I saw the market, it was productive. I mean, I went to 100. Then once my space could no longer carry, I think my space could carry max 150. I went to that 150. So because the cycle is just short, so you just have it done. Once you sell, you produce. Once you sell, so from 50 to 150 to 200. Before I now moved from, because where I was doing it there was in Dawaki and Abuja.
Okay.
And I moved to Buhari because I now needed a bigger space, because the profit is in the volume. So it's not, I cannot be doing 200 and 150 and be expecting massive profit. So for me to go big, I had to find a space that could accommodate. So I went to 500 from there, then now 1,000. So earlier this year, I was close to entering a partnership with someone to produce at least 5,000. But
chickens?
Chickens, but there was...
Is it like in a month, or...?
No, the way we structured it then, because now the pen we saw could accommodate 1,000 each. And plus my current pen, we can accommodate 1,000, making it 5. So our plan was to develop 1,000 since it takes 6 weeks for every cycle to produce. So this week we put 1,000 here. Next week we put 1,000 there.
Okay.
Then we put 1,000. So that way, every 2 weeks, you are rolling out 1,000 birds, 1,000 chickens going to the market. So yeah, sure of constant supply to your customers and all. So, but we are still in the work for that. it's something that we still look forward to achieving.
All right. So moving to Buhari was because you wanted a bigger space.
Exactly, I wanted a bigger space.
And like you said, bigger production.
Exactly, no, man. You need the profit is in the numbers. If your numbers are, I mean, you see money. If how much did I start with 50? Then it's just that the price of things are just not the same anymore, man.
Yeah.
As before, when I started, Deo Chick was about I can't recall, I think 500 or so, or 400.
For one?
For one, yes.
Okay.
So, but now it fluctuates. There are times I bought Deo Chick for as high as 1,600. So, so many people sometimes don't understand what affects the cost of chicken. You just say, it's not chicken. When you look at how you were buying, how much you were buying chicken, how much you were buying chicken before, you now be wondering, why is chicken so expensive? Someone is selling chicken 10,000. Someone is checking it, but the first is the cost of our production that's making it.
I mean, during the festivities, some of us got chicken for as high as
20,000,
25,000.
And so, Christmas period, because the prices of Deo Chicks were just rising. I think there was a time I wanted to buy Deo Chicks, and I did my maths, and at that point, Deo Chicks was about 470 naira. So I did my maths with the cost of my feed and every single thing, and I was good. So when I was now ready to buy, everything went up to 1,200. So you can imagine the gap. At that moment, I was like, how? So I had to, me that already budgeted for my chicks with 470, I had to now add up to make 1,200. And it was a lot. So we now consider the cost of feed, which is another major challenge we poultry farmers are facing, the cost of feed. I mean, even if you say you want to produce your own feed, now you don't just want to produce anyhow, you also want to get quality in your production. But well, that's just it.
All right, so since you talked about challenges already, whilst you sticking to challenges, what are other challenges you've experienced since you started this poultry business?
So I think, generally, we as young Nigerians, I just feel, one, if there's a way government can make, now agribusiness, we are encouraged to go into the agribusiness.
Yeah.
But still, I feel there's more the government can do, because, if there's a way we can, especially with the market. Now, we know people eat chicken, yes and okay.
Almost all the time.
Exactly. But if you look at now, okay, especially let me just judge from this. This is like the market generally across all board was not the same.
True.
Compared to how it was before, and you would look at the economy, look at the way things are right now in the country. It's hard to get cash. So will I now, if I just get 20,000, will I be thinking of buying 10,000 naira chicken? What will I now use to make the chicken? All that kind of thing.
I can imagine.
And so the price of chicken, and even it's not our fault, because here we are faced with buying feed as high as 30,000 naira per bag, and you have your birds consuming almost 3 bags or 4 bags a day. And so when you consider the amount you're spending every day and throughout the whole 6-week cycle, that is a lot of money gone into feeding. So as in terms of business, it only makes sense to actually make profit out of it. So it's not a way of exploiting, although there are some people that try to exploit me. I try as much as possible. My profit margin, I don't try to be crazy about it. I just peg it in a way that I know that I make money and it's also affordable for people to get. So I don't my chickens don't get to that level where you see me sell chicken 20,000. People do.
I'm happy you said that. So for us that like chicken, we can be able to eat.
No, my chickens are actually affordable.
All right, that's nice.
So that is one challenge. Now another challenge is, I expect that the challenge of feed is a very big issue, because now one of the things that created that is because of the unavailability of maize and soy meal, because farmers now are facing serious insecurity issues. To now go to the farm and farm this thing is difficult. So feed manufacturers have resorted to importing this maize and soy meal from importing into the country. So that has also influenced the high prices of feed. And so if we can solve the problem of insecurity, people go to the farm, and the volume of maize and soy meal that is coming out from the farm is enough to meet the capacity of Nigerians, then I'm sure the price of feed will definitely go down, because feed alone constitutes at least 80% of your.
That's a lot. 80%
of your production cycle. So you can't do without it. And so if the price is high and you're still venturing into it, you just have to. The price of chicken has to reflect in the price of chicken. That's for sure.
Well, so next time you go to the market and they tell you that a chicken is at the rate of 20,000. I hope you understand why, because the amount of feed just chickens consume is a lot. Well, let's keep the conversation going. You can send in your comment across all our social media platforms at Idea Television. How can the government come in to, help small businesses, in your opinion?
Well, my opinion, I would say, first, access to market is very, very important. Access to market. If there's a way government can, just go produce, we buy it from you, and if it's possible to remove that headache of you, sourcing for market. But we cannot always be like government doing everything for us, because
Obviously.
it cannot be like that for us. But at least starting in this direction, when government are saying that, okay, this person has been impacted by this has been impacted by what we are doing. That way we can stand on our own, we can go further and do greater things compared to what we are doing now. So first, access to market, and also funding. Now, because the issue of funding now, everybody says, there's this, the government has created this, but does this money, do you actually come to the actual people?
Grants.
Exactly.
That's the one that's
so
common.
So hearing grants is this, the government has released so money for agriculture, this, that. How many people are benefiting from this? And so I think if the money can actually go, if there's a way the money can actually go to the right set of people, it will go a long way, because when you look at the cost of production, man, we need all the help we can get in terms of finances. We need all the help we can get. So that's another aspect of that. And among that, those are just, immediate things government can do. But the long-term things are the aspect of insecurity. You need to, like I had someone that wanted to come and buy my chicken from Niger State over the weekend. The person was telling me he's scared of the road, he's scared of the road. They used to kidnap people here, they kidnap people for here. I waited for this guy from around 8 till 4.
Yeah.
All he was just telling me is they kidnap. And so you look at all those kind of factors. I have something I want to sell, you have something you want to buy, but you're scared of
how
this.
Can you?
So all those things now are things that affect businesses. You have chicken that is ready for sale. Someone is not telling I'm coming to buy it, and now you're now faced with the fact that this person is scared of his own life coming to your own farm. And so, what's the distance? How bad can it be that you now say you cannot transport yourself easily from one place to the other? And so, the aspect of security is a very, very big, very critical factor of all of this. Very critical. If we can solve that, if the government can solve that problem,
to go a long way,
especially with the aspect of food production, it will go a long way. Farmers will be able to go to their farm. Harvest is coming in. People are producing a whole lot, because look at the vast land in the north. Everywhere is empty. How many people are farming? People are scared of going to the farm because they are scared they'll get attacked. And so all that is very, very, for me to even witness that firsthand, that someone is coming to buy my product and is scared of insecurity, of insecurity. It's affecting business. So who knows the money he would have given me that day? But now, because of that fear, he could not come to me. So I've lost that kind of. So if the aspect of security, it needs to be fixed, because it will go a long way to better the lives of a lot of Nigerians.
Not just even in the agri sector.
Everywhere.
In everywhere. Society.
Everywhere.
All right. We already discussed challenges. How do you handle challenges?
First, I think when you're purpose driven, almost anything that comes your way, you will definitely surmount it. And so that is one of them. That's my fuel. So when I look at what is fueling this motive or fueling this ambition, it almost feels like nothing is impossible at that point, because any moment, anything I say, I almost have to find a way to come around it, because it's just a burden in me that I have to achieve. And so that's the best way to handle challenge. If there's no purpose to what you're doing, it is difficult, because you can face these challenges and fall out. There are a lot of farmers who have left the business because of how expensive and how difficult it is. But in as much as people are living, there's still enough room for people to make money, because the opportunity is there. Someone has left the sector, there's still void. There's a void there, and so someone has to fill that void. And so for me, I'm just driven by purpose, and so with that, any obstacle, any challenge, nothing.
You're good.
I'm good. I just have to face it head on. Nigeria will obviously be a better place with a lot of people like me.
That's the prayer. Hopefully.
Yeah.
All right. Would you advise someone who wants to start this business to take a loan and start the business?
Now it depends on yes, I will. It depends. I will, because You know, there's what a lot of banks do, and not many people are. Now, you can take a loan, but it's difficult first to actually say you want to just go to a bank and pick up a loan to do something, because one, you need to have a proof of concept. Like, okay, this is what I do. I did this, I put this, and it came out. Now, for someone like me now, I believe I can approach a bank easily because now I have a proof of concept that, oh, in 6 weeks, this is what I have done.
Yeah.
This is so that way now the bank can trust that if I give this man 5 million today, they are very sure that anyhow he's going to turn over. And so, but if you are just starting, just try as much as possible to minimize your risk. You know, don't go too big, don't go, I mean, always start small. Once you start small, if you can get 50 beds or even half carton, from there you grow. That way now, once you have an established proof of concept, it's easy for you to walk into any bank and get facilities.
All right. So because earlier when we were talking, it just took me back to one time I got chicken, but I didn't know it was already a dead chicken, right?
That's a very big
And you talked about when all the chickens are in an enclosed space together, what affects one obviously might affect the rest of the chickens.
Yeah.
And when I got that chicken, you know, I wouldn't know because I had already cut everything. I took it home and I realized that there was something wrong. A situation like that, when it happens, let's say all the chickens are affected, do you go on to sell to people?
No,
how do you handle that
no.
situation?
I mean, chickens are just like, what I've noticed over time is just that chickens are almost like human beings.
Okay.
So it's just like we fall sick, we take treatment and we are good. And so how I approach my chickens, even when I tell my farmer, I approach these chicks or chickens like the way you approach yourself.
Yeah.
So if you will not, you know, if you will not eat like this, don't give chickens food like this. Do you understand? So if you will not want to be handled this way, don't handle this chicken like this. So if you know that if you are staying here right now, sun is don't like the effect of the heat on you, you will move. So the same way these chickens are also. So you move them, or you move their water, you move their food from direct sunlight as well. So what we do is that once we identify any sick bird among us, we separate them.
Okay, so you can identify.
Yeah, I can identify. There are different ways you just view their behavior. Just like when you are sick, you are calm, so you can just find those traits among your chickens. We separate them immediately, and so that way now we focus more on treating these sick ones than the other ones. You know, there are some just like they build resistance because of they're more like the kingpins in the pen. So those ones now build resistance and they can move along easily. So, but once we identify, it's not that we just allow all of them to, you know, they require close monitoring. Just like a baby now, you cannot leave a baby here and go away. You follow up any small sound the baby is making, you are concerned. And so this is what we do. So we don't just, so I don't know, as farmers, it's so unfortunate for what experience you had, you know, getting dead chickens. A lot of people do it and I don't know why. Like, if the chicken is dead, it's dead.
I feel like the fact that everybody wants to just make gain. Make money, and they're not considering people consuming this. And I feel like most people into the livestock business, the agri-business, should always, you know, think about the people consuming this thing first. Because
we are all here. I mean, that's like when Buhari came, like he was saying change begins with you. I mean, if you need change, like, the change that you desire, create that change. I mean, you cannot be saying you are expecting change. We will not be happy if someone is selling a dead chicken. I mean, why would you not sell someone dead chicken? I mean, we need to create cultivate that habit of creating, doing what we will expect, or create the kind of country we want to see. That way now, everybody knows that, okay, if Mr. A is doing this, Mr. B is doing this, it's consistency. We are all doing the right things per time, not because anybody is putting guns on our head or watching us and telling us do this, do that. At least that way, small, little by little, we are changing the narrative and things are getting better.
All right. Okay, so let me ask you this question. I'm meaning to. We had a conversation earlier about it. So you talked about the fact that you're passionate about tackling protein deficiency in the country. What inspired that? What happened? Was this something that happened, an event, or?
No, not necessarily. I think, okay, like I said, when I worked with this consulting firm, I conducted a lot of interviews, and I even went to the field severally, and I saw the level you see children is terrible. Those kind of sites is not what you expect from a country that is this wealthy. You go here and you see certain things that just makes your heart melt. Because why should you as a Nigerian be suffering from food, like food? I'm not seeing anybody that has ever been unhappy when food is in front of them. Never.
I mean, so, I'm always happy when I see food.
There's no way you see food and you'll not be. And so why can't everybody have access to quality nutrition, not just I eat food and there's no source of protein and whatnot, because it aids your development, it aids growth, especially in young children. And so when you see them malnourished and all that, and it's a very sad sight. So looking at that, I mean, not necessarily going to go and open an NGO and say, okay, you want to be female, but I mean, there are other aspects we can also contribute. So this is my own way of doing my own quota to, you know, at least address the issue of protein deficiency.
All right, that means like the words of was it the former president when he said change begins with you. Yeah, I think I get it now. Sure. It starts with us. The little we can contribute to the society can go a long way.
Facts.
Do you think someone going into this business should have like a formal education, or just to know about this industry before going into it? Or can you just like have money? Oh, I have money. What can I invest my money into? Boom, poultry business.
So I feel generally, gone are the days where people just feel agribusiness generally is just for people maybe uneducated or have not found a way to make it in life and whatnot. I think right now, with the way the trend is going, the agribusiness need, you know, educated people, tech-savvy people, because this is what is going to change the game in the agri space. And so the more we have more educated people coming, the faster things, you know, just like the way technology is making rapid progress everywhere. And so you have people coming, educated, like-minded, tech-savvy people coming to the poultry or agri-business as a whole. The narrative is changing, trends are moving faster.
Yeah.
We are now getting, you know, the whole industry now is just, you're blowing it open. I mean, now it's not just the whole primitive way of doing things, because now technology now comes and make it easier. That way you're now reaching people faster. I mean, not compromising quality either ways, but I mean, you just have a way of, technology has a way of, you know, speeding up things and making things readily and easily accessible to a lot of people. And so I feel not necessarily you need to, at least especially for us young entrepreneurs, I believe that aspect of education is really important, because now what an educated person will do now will be quite different from someone who is not educated is doing it, because that way the difference is clear. You can easily spot this guy goes school, and this one is just still learning on the job. Although you can still come in, if you have money, you can come in the field, but I mean, strive as possible to hire educated people. That way, there's just a difference. There's a whole lot education does, and we should never ever take that for granted.
All right, for those who have the opinion that education or going to school is a major scam, you've heard it. In every aspect of life, you just need some, you know, just a little bit of education, at least to be able to tackle situations and all. Let's talk about innovation. Let's still stick with innovation and all. So you had you went for a professional training with the US Soil Excellence Center.
Yeah.
So what shaped your business? Did it shape your business in a way?
Yeah.
Attending that?
A whole lot. Like, there's one thing knowledge can always do for you, because it improves your level of understanding of issues and things. And so we here in this part of the world, sometimes we tend to compromise knowledge. We just feel practical. We know how to do it now. We do it this way. We've done it before. We did it here in 1960. It worked like this. But the world is changing, and so it's knowledge that helps you keep up with trends of what is happening. And so learning, being a part of this program it contributed a whole lot. And I mean a whole lot, because there are things that I thought I knew, but hearing from people, industry experts who have not just in Nigeria, people abroad in the US and all that, and I've done this for a long time. And it was a mind opener, because now certain practices I was used to, I had to change now to be relevant, or to be constant with the new trends of things. And so in the aspect of biosecurity, and a lot, because before now, I didn't even know that the height of your bed can also affect the level of growth. And I didn't know that people actually measure the height of your bed, so they put the bed down, and so from day old chick. So a lot. I mean, it opened my mind to a whole lot, and that particular training, I cannot take it for granted. If there's an opportunity for another one, I'll definitely venture into it. It's something that really helped me a lot.
I mean, like they say, education is something you do until the day you leave this earth. So yes, no knowledge will ever be wasted. All right. How has technology helped your business?
So I think the aspect of technology for us right now, you know, in the poultry sector, I know there are people that are actually doing it big and, you know, incorporating different ways of hatching their eggs, getting their eggs and all that. But for me, we are still growing to that phase. But I think the aspect of technology that has helped us a lot is social media. Social media, I mean, it's just a different world on its own, because if you look at how, let's still cast our mind back to people that were doing this business before, how were they selling their beds? It was mostly word of mouth. Oh, I have chicken, or this, come and buy.
Or referrals.
You know.
Yeah.
Although those traditional ways still work,
obviously,
but now social media gives you a wider reach. And so the advantage for us young people is that we understand these things and we are able to key in, and that way the difference between what our parents or forefathers did is massive, because you can be here at this point, and because through social media you're able to connect with someone in Lagos and you're already supplying it without even seeing the person. And so the part of social media is one part of maybe the aspect of technology that has benefited me a lot, and probably other farmers actually.
So would you say value farming is value farming today because social media helped?
I know, definitely. Social media has also been a very, apart from other background forms, but social media has also been a great influence to the success of value farming.
All right. If you've been enjoying the conversation I've been having with my guest, Joshua Iguela, do not forget to send messages across all our social media platforms at Idea Television. I think I asked you this earlier, but then I still want to, know more about that. Do you think lack of funds is the reason why so many people are not venturing into, business, especially for young entrepreneurs? Would you say lack of funds is the major challenge when it comes to starting up a business?
Yes, it is. Because I myself experienced it.
Okay.
Lack of funds, but how did I? So at the end of the day, we are always faced with these issues. Especially we as Nigerians, we don't have access to credit like that. And so when you find us, or young Nigerians trying to venture into businesses, everyone is always saying money, 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 money. But one thing I realized, especially because I have passed through it, is that never underestimate the power of starting small. Because even the Bible will say, though your beginning is small, your latter will be good. So the Bible already gave us a template. So start small, because it's not like I had all the money to even do anything by getting 50 beds. How much did it cost me to get 50 beds? Then I think about 50-something thousand. So with that, bought the feed little by little, little by little. So just persistency. You start small, be true to what you are doing, and with time, I know there are facilities available. There are different government grants and all that. But the whole concept of funds is a very big issue for a lot of young Nigerians trying to start business. Is a very big issue, and so if there's a way funds can be readily available and easily access to funds, it will go a lot of way, because a lot of Nigerians, we are very industrious. You find how many businesses, because I think I listened to Pastor Poju one time was talking about the average Nigerian and thinking about leaving Nigeria. He talked about a medical doctor, how much will it cost you to go through medical school here in Nigeria. He just gave a figure, but maybe not the exact figure, but pretty low compared to what you pay to study medicine in the UK or in the US. And so you look at and the same quality of education you're getting here, you can start peer-to-peer with someone in the US, or someone in the US and someone in the UK. And so you look at that aspect first. Now you look at the fact that even as a young Nigerian, you can start any business. Like the way the country is configured is easy. If you just are able to navigate the terrain, it's easy for you to start something and be successful at it. See people sell wigs. You see someone selling wig of 400, 700,000, and people are buying.
Yes.
And so you buy that, and so there's just a way like we Nigerians can easily adapt, because Nigeria is out there to favor Nigerians. Someone coming from abroad will be different for us to get it right here. But we as Nigerians, we've passed through this system. And so if you just find a way, just understand the terrain, look for a way you can be smart about it, not necessarily illegal, but find a way to be smart about the whole system. Very important. Find a way to be smart about the system. Honestly speaking, Nigeria is a very industrial state, because there's nothing you want to start now that you will not make money. Even if it is, you say you want to sell bag, you will find someone that will buy your bag. You want to sell wig, you find someone that will sell your wig. So Yeah, funds is an issue, but I mean, just start. Like, just start. You never know the extent where God wants to take it. So just start.
I love that. Just to buttress what you said,
Yeah.
my dad, there's something my dad always say. He said, if you go to any country and you don't find Nigerians there, please run.
Run.
I mean, it's a testament to the fact
True.
that Nigerians are very industrious people. Right. Now, you said so many people started this business, but some people stopped along the way. Why do you think they stopped, and why do you think you are going to continue? You talked about passion, right?
Yeah.
Passion is one thing, but showing up for your business, people don't talk about that enough.
True.
So what, fuels yours, aside from maybe the fact that you love what you're doing? Is there any other thing that drives you, that you cannot quit because of that?
Well, I think one factor will be, I mean, irrespective of the challenges, I believe I just trust God too much not to fail.
All right, a typical Nigerian.
No, not just a typical. I understand. Maybe the way Nigeria has shaped us and made us more dependent on God. But I mean, we can never eliminate the God factor in all of these things. Because I've seen videos of people, even when their chicks come, you see them kneel down and say, "Oh God, please help us," all that kind of thing. So, but I mean, you can never eliminate the God factor because. I think that's, aside from all of this, just the fact that God will say He will prosper the work of my hand. This is what I table before you, God, to prosper it for me. And so even if I want to go into another business today, it's still the God factor that will keep making me go there, or keep keeping me there. And so aside from maybe the challenges we face and all that, I mean, I'm not saying other people don't have the God factor, but there's an extent to what you believe, and this, what I believe, I mean, it always works for me.
I mean, your faith can move mountains.
Exactly.
So stick to what works for you.
Facts.
Now, our time is already fast spent, but let's just sum it up. Okay. Looking at the agribusiness in Nigeria, how would you, in 5 years' time, where do you see the business going
to? It's untapped. Honestly speaking, when you look at the level of inflation in Nigeria, what constitutes the highest percentage of inflation is food. True. And so, looking at food, the opportunity is there. So everybody wants food. Everybody needs food. Food is like the fuel that engages all the energy you see that is making people make impact in every aspect of life in this country. Is food that is also helping them. And so you look at that vacuum, you look at that void. That margin just shows you there's an opportunity there. So with the level of inflation we have in food, if a lot of young Nigerians can come in and say, okay, venture into agribusiness, the agri space is wide, is vast. Like I'm not sure we will exhaust it to the end, but in 5 years' time, it's a lot. I can't project higher, but I know that it's massive. It's massive. So I encourage anybody wanting to do it. I think it's the easiest form of any business you can venture in and make money, because food is important. Everybody will eat food. So even if you have a little garden, you're doing something there, you want to sell it, people will buy from you. And so the agribusiness in the next 5 years is going to be very massive. It's going to be on a massive scale.
We can only watch and see. But if you have to do this business all over again, let's say looking at the state of the economy now, compared to when you started, would you still do it?
Wow, looking at the state of the economy now, it can be very discouraging, honestly. If maybe I'm starting now,
yes, you might not have.
Except the level, maybe the level of passion or purpose driven. But aside looking at the state of things, it's good, it's profitable, but I mean, you need to be, your mind needs to be strong to say, okay, this is really what I want to do. Not just this business, I mean, the other businesses that you will probably have, maybe if you started it before, you'll be good now, but starting now with the high cost of production, high cost of things in the market and all that, it could discourage you from not even starting at all. So, but at the end of the day, it's just what fuels your interest that you obviously follow.
All right, you've heard it all. What fuels your interest, please follow it. So, Joshua, do you have any advice for people watching you right now that want to venture into this business, or maybe they are thinking about it, or they have money but they don't know what to invest their money on? Do you have any advice for our viewers?
Well, anybody that's interested, if you have money, you can bring the money to me. I'm sure I can help you. I can help you. I mean, there are a lot of people that don't have the heart to go into businesses, but they can fund businesses. So, I mean, if you have money, maybe you don't have this, you can find Joshua, and Joshua will help you put your money where. Well, aside from that, if anybody really wants to enter the business, I mean, the poultry business is vast. the time frame is short, your turnover is short, and so if you're looking to make quick money with a sense of purpose, not just you come in and because you want to make quick money, you compromise quality, you compromise every single standard. So if you make quick money and easy, clean, you bring your money to the poultry business. Yes, there are challenges, but still, the profit or the advantages supersedes the challenges. And just like every business has its own challenges, and so you just come face it head on, and for sure, you'll be successful.
All right, thank you so much for that. It's been an amazing time with you, Joshua.
Thank you, same here.
I mean, I'm sure if I allow you, you still have a lot to say, right?
Yeah.
But then our time is fast spent, and we have to call it a wrap. But are there any final words from you before I let you go?
Well, like we all discuss on this show, they say change begins with us. So let's just strive to at least make a difference wherever we are, whatever we are doing. Just try to be different from the. Let's not allow what our forefathers in this country have done to always affect our mindset and make us feel that we find ourselves here, we will follow their trend. Let's just try to be different. Let's do things differently. That way, little by little, we'll be creating the change that we desire.
All right. Thank you so much, Joshua
Thank
Iguala.
Thank you very much.
An amazing time I've had with you. And like he said, change begins with you. So instead of waiting for someone to come, maybe put food on your table, you can come up with ideas that can change the game in so many ways and in other industry, not just in the agri sector. I hope you've enjoyed this particular episode, because I did. And if you love what we do here, please do not forget to follow us across all our social media platforms at Idea Television. I am Dear Estaba. Until next time, stay happy and stay blessed. Bye for now.
What exactly is science? And what do you understand by technology?
Is it AI is taking over?
And I wonder, how did we get here?
AI.
What is the future of science and what is the next big bang? Who are these people? Who are these change makers driving change in the science and technology industry? All the answers are here at the Idea Game Changer podcast. Blending humor with lessons, from thought-provoking conversations to candid opinions, everything you need to know is here at your fingertip. Catch us live on YouTube or any of your favorite podcast platforms by simply searching The Idea Game Changer and boom, there you find us anytime, any day. The Idea Game Changer, an initiative of the Innovation Television, Idea TV.
lovely viewers, welcome to Ladies Talk Tech. This program is designed to advocate for gender inclusion in the tech world, and I'm your host, Favor Adeboye. Yes, this is a new year, Happy New Year, and it's a pleasure to talk about the involvement of women in technology again today. Last year, we had amazing time with our admirable tech sisters who are making waves in the tech world, and today I have a boss lady with me in the powerhouse, Cynthia Bassi. Remember when I said tech sisters do not only do coding, development, and UI UX? Well, I'll prove that to you guys today. Hi, Cynthia. This is Ladies Talk Tech, and you're welcome to our show.
Thank you very much.
It's nice to meet you.
Thank you
Can
for
we
having
meet
me.
you?
Hello, people. My name is Cynthia Bassi, and I am a tech sis.
Okay, so what basically do you do?
It's still new for me somehow, but I'm getting used to
Okay.
it. I'm a tech sis. I am into the digital marketing space. I am a content writer. Let me just wrap it up. I'm a digital marketer.
Oh, wow, that's nice. So Cynthia here is a digital marketer. And like she said, she is a tech sis. I'm glad to hear that.
Still new.
So that brings me to saying that those that write online too are contacted are their tech sis as well, I beg your pardon?
Yes.
Tech
Yes, they are.
sis.
Yes.
Oh, wow, that is great. It's nice to have you today.
Thank you.
So what do you do basically aside from digital marketing and content writing?
Wow. I like to just think of myself or call myself a creative. I do not like to extend it because when I begin to unravel and say a lot of things,
It's a
it's a
lot.
lot of things I am involved in, but I can just, for maybe my customers may be out there, my clients may be out there, okay, I write, I am a content writer. I own a small writing business called Dashboard Professional.
Small writing
Small
business.
Small
Why
writing.
are you calling it small?
Very
Cynthia,
small.
I've been seeing you online.
A very small writing business called
Okay.
Dashboard Professional Writing. I write CVs for people. I write business plan. I write business proposals for people. I develop content for people. I optimize LinkedIn.
Oh, wow.
I do a lot of things surrounding writing. Yes. So if you
that's
have a
to-
writing needs, you can always give me a call.
Okay, so that's to say that those that write to are tech sis.
So I heard.
I realized that. So most of you heard. I actually saw that on myself because
I think that's why I'm here
I was
today.
like, if you write online and text about being on the internet, so then you're tech sis.
I'll claim it.
Don't claim it. You are a tech
Okay, I
sis.
am a tech sis.
Okay, so guys, that's just a snippet about who Cynthia is. We go on a break right now. When we come back, she'll give us the details about what she is truly and really into. Wait, I will come back.
We are moving.
Yes, we are transforming.
And it is time for change. Want to know what is going on in science, technology, and innovation landscape?
We bring to you fresh content and programs from our studio.
Join us on Limex for latest updates in science, technology, innovation, invention, research, and STEM education.
Follow us on YouTube and across all social media platforms at Idea Television.
Idea Television, the innovation television.
Welcome back. We're joining us today, this Ladies Talk Tech, and we're diving into another aspect of what taxis do. And yes, you are not late. We just getting started with what Cynthia said she's doing, right? Okay, so Cynthia, what exactly do you do? Like, I said we give us details when we come back. So we are back. What do you do basically?
Okay, so I am a digital marketer. What I do basically is that I solve people's problems. I solve problems of brands. I offer solutions to brands that needs visibility. That's just simply what I do in the digital marketing space.
So it's about your journey into digital marketing. How do you transition? Because I'm sure you didn't just wake up one day and say, I want to be this.
Exactly.
There has to be something that pushed you to do this digital marketing. So what is that transition?
Okay, so digital marketing started for me. Let me go back. I do not know what digital marketing
is about before.
I didn't know. I just knew I had a potential.
Oh, wow.
I can write. And growing up, I was not really acquainted or familiar with having a computer of my own. We just go to school, schools then, we just go to school, we just learn, those kind of teaching that they'll say one person, maybe the most brilliant student in the class should come and put on the computer and all of those things. So I was really scared of computers. But as I grew older, I learned computer myself, and then before I registered for just a computer appreciation classes. And then entering into the university was where I really explored my potential, I didn't have the skill, like I said before. I just had the potential. I knew I could write. I was studying English back then in school, so I just felt, okay, how I love to solve people's problem, especially when it comes to writing and all of those stuff. So I looked at myself, okay, you can do this thing. As at then, during my diploma days, I was writing for people, doing assignments for people. I was then in my degree days, same thing, but then I will see my course rep making money with this thing. I was like, I can make money with this thing too. First, it was like, oh, I can make money with this thing, but I'm not the type that can ask somebody for money. But I came to notice that for you to put value in what you have to monetize it small. Just give it somehow just give it a value, whether through money or through whatever you value. So I decided to monetize it coming out of the university. When I look here, no daddy, no mommy again. So that was how I started writing CVs for people. Of course, I test-run it with myself, and most of my CVs were aced and all of those things. So I started writing CVs for people, business proposals for people, assignments, theses, speeches, a whole lot of things. And then I saw that it is one thing to have a skill, or a potential rather, it is another thing to build it. So that was when I started taking courses online from Udemy, Coursera, and some of the others like that, and just building myself. And then I got a chance to work with a prop tech company.
That's interesting.
Yes. So that was where I was an assistant digital marketer and a communications and strategist. So
now I get
I
it.
built, I built my skills, but like I told you, I have a small writing company where I offer these services to people.
So basically, what sparked your interest is your passion for writing?
What sparked my interest is my passion for communication. Not just writing, my passion for communication. I always like people to not just listen, not just hear. I want people to comprehend. Let me use a simpler word. I want people, because I like to, for me, digital marketing for me is simplifying communication for people, for audiences, for people to bridge the gap between communication, between understanding, between knowing, between knowledge, between information for brands and their audiences. So it was communication, first of all, so effective communication, to put it rightly.
So from writing to digital marketing strictly. So what do you do in digital marketing aside from writing content?
Okay, yes, thank you for asking that. So it's not just about writing content. Digital marketing has different aspects.
Okay.
Yes, it has different aspects. Because when people are always scared when they hear tech. I was scared before. When people say taxis, don't call me that.
I'm one of those ladies that
The
are always scared
taxis
of
and all of those
technology.
things,
But
exactly.
why? Sorry to digress from the question.
Yeah.
Why were you scared?
It's too big a word for me, like taxis.
Because that's the aim of this program. Why are women scared to
It's
explore the tech
sophisticated
world?
because I think when I hear taxis, I think I have to press computers. I have to, like I always tell people, if I see a computer, I'll say,
So the
I
device
can't,
scares
like,
you away?
I don't want to touch anything that has to do with technology, electronic, just things
But
around.
your phone is your best friend. I'm very sure of that.
Yes.
It's technology too.
I mostly use my phone to work. I think I can navigate that better.
Than your laptop. So you write more with your phone than your laptop?
I work better. Not like I work more, I work better with my phone. It's swift.
This fair is another level because most people rather use a system to work than their phone because it makes things way easier, like it's way easier to navigate, and it gives a bigger picture of what you're doing.
You see, what a lot of people have done when it comes to different, not just in tech, in different aspects of life, people tend to stereotype things. People tend to, there's a word I'm looking for.
Misconceptions?
Not just even the misconceptions. People put a standard to things. These certain things must be done in certain kind of ways, and it's not like that. I believe in expressing yourself the way you can. It's just like when you are drawing, because I draw as well. When you are drawing, people will tell you, you start from the nose and start from anywhere you can.
Artists have where they start from.
And some people will say start from the nose. Maybe, or use grid lines, use rulers and all of that. I do not use anything.
Okay.
I do not use anything.
It comes, just
I cannot look at you and draw. I have to use your picture, but I do not have to start using grid lines to get your nose shape or length correctly. Okay. I just flow freely, and that also applies to writing. And every other aspect of life, just flow freely. I'm a Libra. I'm a Libra person. I'm a Libra person.
That. You're creative in entirety because you paint, you write, digital marketing as well. Like, okay, now digital marketing. Let's talk about that because I believe digital marketing is about online campaigns, advertisements, and all of that.
Okay, I was coming to that.
But okay, maybe you're coming to that because I've been reading since that writing, digital marketing. Because I know digital marketers do a lot of writing because to create that copy requires your brain. You need to think, you need to craft something out. But the campaign aspect, because I asked someone earlier and I asked him, he said digital marketing is just about selling online. Selling online. Okay, I looked at him. Okay, my guest today is digital marketer. I need to come and watch the show and learn from her because if digital marketing is only about selling online, what happened to the campaigns and advertisements?
Campaigns and advertisements are done online as well.
Yeah.
So I was coming to explain the different aspects or facets of digital marketing.
Just give us a broad.
Digital marketing has different aspects or different facets. So you can choose which you want to leverage on. There is social media. And social media, in social media, it has to do with how you use social media platforms or social mediums to communicate, to create content. And then there's email marketing. There's data analytics. Email marketing.
Under the same breath.
Yes, email marketing is just building like a relationship with your audience to build that trust. For example, you have a business, you should have the email addresses of your clients. So what we in digital marketing do, we make it in a way when people register, they register, you must have registered for a lot of things. When people register, they put their emails. So those emails, you think they just fly in the air, they do not fly. We keep them, and those that's how we reach out to our audience. We communicate with them. If you have new product, if you have new ideas, if you have new services to offer, you can reach out to them. So there's data analytics. There are so many aspects of digital marketing. Many aspects.
A quick one, just because of our audience. Because this world is a small world. Cybersecurity is one thing everyone's always cared about. Now, if I meet you as a client, I didn't apply to get your service. I just saw your profile on social media, and I entered your DM, Alpha, open with this, open with that. How do you get my email address?
You have input your email address.
No, I didn't.
You didn't
I
input
just
your...
came to your Facebook page or something and sent you a direct message that please end your service.
Sometimes you will be asked to provide your email address.
So I don't have to like just say my name.
It depends on the way the app or whatever medium you are using to reach out to these people is built.
Okay.
You get so most of them are built in a way that you have to provide, because you cannot go against the copyright laws. You can't just carry somebody's email address without the person's. There's no way you can even get it. That's infringement, so there's no way you can get it. So you will be asked to provide it. Okay. And then that's the way the brand or whatever organization is going to reach out to you.
Okay, so in this career line now, what you do majorly is content writing aspect of digital marketing? I do social media. Management as well?
So I just like to, it's social media management basically for me. So I do not like to term it as one thing, because for me, like I told you before, is infusing three different things, which is creativity, strategy, and technology.
Oh, wow.
That's it for me.
And that's what makes you creative?
Yes. So I just want to know how to use data to make data-driven decisions. That's digital marketing for me. So it's not one thing for me. It's writing, it's creating content. I create a lot of content, not for myself, for clients. It's creating content, whichever way I'm going to meet the audience where they are. That's digital marketing.
Okay. So what are some projects or campaigns you've worked on that you think are very notable? Can you mention a few?
Okay, so like I mentioned before, most of the ones I've been involved in are usually under a body.
Okay.
They're usually me working
for someone,
for people, and providing services for people. So I cannot really like throw that out, because I was paid and I signed. I was working for companies, so some companies, and so I signed not to. But I've worked for some. I've worked for a company, and then I've worked for different. Okay, let me give you an example with working for. I am an advocate. I work in the social development space as well. So I manage a youth groups, social media platforms. So that's like the notable one I've done. Activista.
Wow.
FCT, yes.
That's nice. Okay, so basically, how do you manage your schedule? You know, when it comes to you working online, you have other things you do in your life as well. You can't just focus on your whole career, your life on digital marketing alone. How do you manage your schedule? How do you do that?
So everywhere I go, people know me with one thing. People always call me media girl, because it's a thing. Anywhere I go, it has to be talked about. If I'm not talking about social development, I'm talking about media, I'm talking about communication. So so anywhere I find myself, I always find a way to bring communication. How am I going to use communication? How am I going to use what I know how to do to solve a problem? How am I going to infuse it in what I am doing? That's it for me. So I think there's always that balance for me, because I know how to prioritize my interests and
schedule and all of that. Okay, so are there some obstacles you've encountered along the way? Because I know it has not been smoothly easy for you. How have you been able to overcome these challenges?
Challenges.
There are none, because it's like you.
No. There's nothing you do that you won't encounter challenges. There's nothing you do. I mean, I don't want to throw my beloved country under the bus.
Okay.
Nigeria is a challenge. Our economic situation is our economic situation is a challenge. We have to do with, light issues, power supply. Let me put it the way they'll understand. Power supply issues. Yes, mostly power supply issues, cost of data. And clients will not understand.
They won't understand.
When you
charge, project delivered.
When you charge, they think you are overcharging because you want to exploit them or something. But they do not know that some of the tools, the digital tools we use, are being paid for.
Oh.
Because we have to give you.
Can you mention some of these tools?
Okay, people
for
like
our
me.
audience?
Let me just mention the easiest. We all know CapCut.
Yes.
We all know Canva.
Yes.
Even if we do not know Canva, there is Canva, there is Adobe Suite, and it depends on what you want to use them for. Some of them are for creating and editing videos. Some of them are for creating flyers. Some of them are for there's ChatGPT. ChatGPT, for me, I recommend it. I use ChatGPT. So it's not a bad thing to me. I don't know if people are saying it's going to take over creativity
I
and
think
all of it.
ChatGPT is about how you manage
It
it, how you
enhances,
see it.
exactly. I give it instructions, so I think it enhances my creativity and complements it. That's just what it does for me. So those are some of the
challenges
tools I
you
can
faced.
use.
Okay, so basically you mentioned your clients, you said when you charge them, they won't understand.
They won't.
So how do you get them to see reasons that I'm working and you have to pay me for my energy, my sweat, and the issues I pass through as well?
That's where sentiments comes in for me sometimes. I'm a straightforward person.
Okay.
But first of all, I'm very big on education.
Oh, wow.
So what I do is that I try to educate my clients. Like an instance from last 2 weeks, I was writing, somebody referred the client to me, and she stayed in Azerbaijan, if I get that rightly, not I think Ajakistan.
Okay.
I think it should be Ajakistan, something like that, a country. And she is, I think she's an English teacher there. So I wrote a CV for her, and then the person that referred her to me claims he writes CVs as well. So he was like, this person wants it this way. And I said, this person cannot have it this way. Why? Because this is the correct way to do it. What you are supposed to do is to educate your clients. Why is it done this way? After delivering a work, I always tell you, give me your check for mistakes, give me feedbacks, and then ask any questions. Whatever you are confused about, I can clarify. So that's how I always do. I like to educate people and tell you, this is how it is. This is why this one is written this way. So you understand what you are paying for. That's how I like to educate people. I like people, I want people to understand what they are doing. And you can even pay for consultations. And even next time, you don't even need to pay money for it. So it's not really about money for me.
Okay.
It's mostly about
the value
the value I give. I feel very, very fulfilled when I get a feedback, and then I get, this work is very good, or I got the job, or I got the grant, or and whatever.
That's like Evans. So, based on your experience so far in the tech world, what are some stereotypes that people have against women? Like, women are this, that, and do they affect you? Or do you feel they affect other women in this same field?
I would say so many stereotypes, so many. But now it's not that prevalent, like
because misconceptions
compared to
really
yes, it's not that prevalent compared to before.
Oh.
Women have been stereotyped, not by the society.
In the tech world?
Yes, by the society, women have been stereotyped. Like I gave an instance in school. I don't know if it happened in your time, but usually in school, like in secondary school, primary school, it's like they see boys as the most intelligent ones in the class.
Oh, wow.
Yes, while I was still in secondary school, primary school, it's as if boys are more intelligent than girls, those type of things. Or tech is for men, not for women. And even if tech is for women, coming to now, okay, women are venturing into tech.
Exactly.
But check the tech space and see what women are venturing into in the different aspects of tech. It's usually social media management. Social media management. Why? Because they are seeing women
that's
as
easier.
We possess soft skills, like soft in quotes. We are soft.
Okay, I want to come in there.
Okay.
I really need to come in there. In secondary school, men are seen as the brilliant ones.
Most times.
And they get the accolades. So no girl ever tried to break their legs like...
Some of us are trying. That's why we are here.
Exactly, because someone has to change that narrative.
But it's usually like that in the society. Men are usually, even when it comes to education, like I told you, I work in the social development space until now. So some of the communities we go to educate people, you still see that they do not send girls to school. So there's lack of awareness. Some girls do not even know that, so many girls do not even know that such things exist. And those that know are too scared. I told you I was scared before to even touch a computer.
Yes.
I was really scared because
yes.
I will always tell myself that I don't want to, if I press any button there, everything will just go on fire. I'll set it ablaze. So women have been stereotyped by the society. And then our traditional conservative beliefs do not only limit, it's not only as a limitation that comes from the society, it's as a limitation that comes from our own mindset as well. Because I will still hold the society for that, because it's how we were groomed. We were given these roles. This is what a woman should do. This is what a man should do. So those gender roles have been holding us back. And then we are not that aware about these things. There are few women in this space. Thank God for now, a lot of women are showing up in this space. So I think we are combating that one step at a time.
And what I noticed about that tech thing, you said there is this belief of women are soft.
Yes.
They possess soft skills.
Yes.
And I don't know, I don't want to differ, because I myself have seen people that, even on LinkedIn, when you check all these texts profile, what you see there is UI, UX, gender management. I'm like, what happened to coding? What happened to software development? What happened to all these things? Why do you have to
it's even good now that they are tilting towards UI, UX, and all of those things. It's usually social media management, social media handler, social, because they feel that, like I said in quotes, soft skills. Those are simple, small things you people can do. And then women shy away from this other part, like especially data analytics. But people don't know that when you hear auditors, those accountants and all, it's still data analytics somehow in the financial world. And it's still tech. They have a lot of apps now you can use to check, you can use to run data analysis. So like I said, I'm happy that we are combating that one step at a time. So.
And I want to ask one last question before we wrap up. You possess some skills, right? When you were still like new in the industry, you possess some skills, right? Now, anytime I check online, I see some things like people saying that Excel sheets, before you can do it, no Excel sheet. And I'll be like, Excel sheets, even a child can do Excel sheets. Is that also a tech thing?
It's a tech thing. Kudos to technology. Technology has simplified a whole lot of things. I don't want to hear Excel before. But I think spreadsheets and the rest of them are doing the work of Excel.
Exactly.
You can just download them, and then you can anything you tap in another app or another website, it will appear in your spreadsheet as if you link it there and all of those things. So technology has been doing a lot. So everything has been simplified. So spreadsheets, all of those things, more like Excel. And you know, I have a friend that applied for a job, and then this whole criteria thing were listed, PowerPoint, Excel, and all of those things. And I was like, I know they do again.
Oh, wow.
I will not do because of those things, that these things are too sophisticated. And I was like, these things are not sophisticated. Once you carry your computer or your phone, any gadget you have, and start using it, I think there's this thing that talk about 100 hours of practice. 10,000 hours rather of practice. It's not like 10,000 hours that you are mindful of the 10,000 hours.
Okay.
When you get the chance, you dabble into the things you like to do.
And just practice.
Learn more. When you see new things, you get go over and over again.
Okay. So the very last question for you: are there any role models or mentors who have inspired you in your career?
Wow.
Let's give kudos to them.
Okay.
We need to.
I do not keep role models.
Okay.
I do. It's good to have mentors, but I just pick my mentors online. Not like I have mentors. I just look at people doing great things on the internet, and then I learn from them. Like kudos to Adeoye.
Okay.
I think she owns a small digital marketing space agency or so, where she helps young women remote work her. That's it, remote worker.
I think I've heard of her before. I know about that.
Yes, you should know her.
I know her.
And I've forgotten this other person's name, Ajibare. I've forgotten her name. That's the social media orga. Those girls are doing good works, and I like what they do. You know, there's a thing with people in this part of the world, sorry, Nigerians, we like to hoard information, but I like what these girls are doing.
Yeah.
You can go on their Instagram page and learn how to become a social media manager.
Without even taking any course
Without even taking any serious course, and then in the long run you go take a course, but you can go on their social media page and learn 1 or 2 things and apply it in your own, and you are good to go. So they dish out informations, they help people get jobs online, they help people, I mean, they give a whole lot of information, and they are doing a good work.
That's amazing.
Yes, and I'm happy that they are especially Ade is getting the recognition for what she does.
What she's doing. That's nice. That's really nice. Kudos to her. So may I ask, why don't you have a role model?
I don't have okay, I see myself as my own.
So.
Where I want to be, the person I envision myself to be is my role model. So that's it for me. I don't have a role model.
That's impressive. That's impressive. That's really, really, really impressive. Wow. Now that is a lot. A young lady, you have a lot to explore the tech world. And you know, this year is for, you know, the orientation. This year is for you to tap into these roles, because these tech cities are really doing amazingly well. And they are into real, they have the money. Trust me, she is rich. Amazingly rich. She is rich. And I believe you learned something new, because I have personally. And I'm sure Cynthia has said everything you need to know to make you take those baby steps. Remember, you'll never be 100% ready, but just for a motivation, just act. Just do that thing, act. Yeah, and that brings us to the end of this episode of Ladies Talk Tech. Thank you so much, Cynthia, for an invitation. It's nice you having this today. Like, that was really, really insightful. I didn't want to end this episode at all, because you keep going on and on, sharing lessons and all of that. It's really impressive.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so, but before we go, I would just like to hear from you one more time. Just a short piece of advice for us.
Okay, like I tell you, I'm not all about the big grammar, big sophisticated and those kind of things.
Yeah.
I like to simplify things. Tech is not one big thing. It's nothing you should be scared about. Just look at what you can do and see how technology can be infused in it and do it. Leave fear. Just leave fear. Think about creativity. There is no human being that is not creative. Think about your creative aspect and then strategize. And then we are in a technological world now. You cannot do away with technology no matter how you try. So think creativity, infuse strategy, and then use technology.
That is amazing. Now that is a wrap. Cynthia has said everything I need to say. Thanks for staying with us, dear viewers. This is Ladies Talk Tech, and I am your host, Favor Adeboye. We bring the best of the best in the tech world to you. See you on Friday by 2 p.m. and Sunday by 9 a.m. Bye for now.
I mean, the first thing is that, I mean, like you see, there are 3 legs. The academia, whether it's university, polytechnic, research institutes, colleges of education. Then there's the industry. Then you also have a government. Each of those 3 legs of the tripod, they should be able to bring something to the table I mean, of course, it's good for us to collaborate, but if you have nothing to offer, then you will not be relevant. So the people in academia, they are supposed to conduct research, for example. If a university exists and it's not carrying out any research, then it's not any different from a glorified secondary school. So carrying out research is a remit of a university. That's the main purpose why universities are set up, to be able to provide solutions to the problem confronting the society. In Nigeria, just like maybe other parts of the world, we have issues, whether it's security, health, agriculture, low productivity, and also universities should be able to provide solutions. But in doing that, they need to be aware of what are the problems. If you don't know the problem that exists, how do you now provide solution? That's why it's relevant for them to relate with industry, maybe water supply, for example. So if you have a Ministry of Water Resources or the Water Board, then they can contact the relevant department or faculty in the university that we have this issue. How can you assist us? Both the lecturers, the professors, and their students can then see how they can assist. Then of course, government is their government. We have to set up the conducive environment in terms of providing research funds. Of course, industry to the private sector, they can also supply research funds. So if you have that kind of collaboration between the academia, the industry, and government, then because the idea is that research is very central to what we are talking about, and it's not just to conduct research for research's sake. It should be able to lead to improvement in the quality of life of society. I mean, all of us are carrying cell phone. 40 years ago, I'm sure there was no mobile phone, for example. So as it has made life a lot easier, or you use your Microsoft Word. I mean, so it's not by magic. So this thing developed gradually, and that's why in America, the people talk of Silicon Valley, which revolves around Stanford University in California. So the university cannot exist in isolation of the industry and the government. So that is the idea. So I mean, this situation, there has to be collaboration, synergy between university or academia, industry, as well as government. Yeah, definitely. If we cooperate, I'm sure our research output and productivity will increase. I mean, we have the people who can do the work, but if the enabling environment has to be, I mean, you can say even as we have been here for the past 3 days, there's been issue with power supply. Nobody is complaining, but we are aware of the problem, and that's part of what the people in the universities can also provide solution to, whether it's renewable energy, wind, whatever, or tidal energy. I mean, just to complement what we get from the national grid. So that has been the idea, that we need to collaborate the more to solve those existential problems that stare us in the face. I mean, there are problems. They may have solved it in America, or in Canada, or in Australia, but here those problems are still affecting us. But that is infant mortality, or whatever it is. So it's for us to be able to work towards providing solution on a sustainable basis.
Welcome once again, viewers, to the Idea Game Changer. Idea Game Changer is an initiative of Idea Television here at Obasanjo Space Center. You know how we do it here on the Idea Game Changer? We talk about the trending topics in science, technology, entrepreneurship, and innovation. Today I have a very interesting topic that has been in the mouth of every young entrepreneur, topic that has been in the mind of people. It is quite controversial. People are saying, is this going to take over my job? Is this going to be the end? What is going to be the end product of this? How long is technology going to keep amazing us? My name is Olalekan Mandela, and I'm your host for the Idea Game Changer. I've brought a very interesting guest who is going to talk about AI. AI, the role of AI in nation building and the future of tech industry. What is AI? Where are we going to with AI in the next 20 years? Is something bigger than AI going to come? How is it happening? Is there some people's jobs that are going to be displaced with AI? All of those questions are going to be answered today. And I'm not alone, like I said. I have an interesting guest. Mr. David, it's a pleasure to have you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Hey.
Pleasure to be here.
He's a big man, oh. Don't try to be humble. He's a very, very big man, and it's a pleasure. It's a privilege to have you. Out of your busy schedule, you created time to come to the Idea Game Changer podcast. We do not take it for granted. So we have a couple of questions here. But before that, I would like to read your bio, if you don't mind.
No problem.
Mr. David Mogaji is a visionary entrepreneur and an engineer with a passion for AI, blockchain, and financial technology. Emphasis on the financial. So if you need money, make sure you watch it to the end so that you can get his contact details. Bill him. As the founder of Kando Web, is the one in charge of using AI to make cryptocurrency trading simple, efficient, and profitable, and user-friendly. So if you don't know much about cryptocurrency, there is an AI that has been put in place, trained to help you earn money even while you are sleeping. He thrives on innovation, constantly seeking new ways to educate people and empower people, particularly in the blockchain space, with a hands-on approach and clear focus on solving real-world problems. He is driven by the belief that technology can create meaningful opportunities for financial independence and growth for Africans. It is a pleasure to have you once again. Thank you so much. So that is the bio. I want you to introduce yourself to the audience.
Oh yeah, I think you said it all. My name is David Mogaji. I'm an entrepreneur, right? But I think at my core, right, I would rather choose to identify myself as a software engineer.
Software engineer.
Yeah, yeah. I kind of like programming, right? So I've been programming since 2011, right? Yeah, and I've played around with a couple of programming languages, technologies, blockchain, and now AI, right? And for me, I think one of the things that would really help us here in Africa, right, would be our investment in technology. Right?
Investment in technology,
yes.
right? So before I go deep into my questions, and is for our viewers right now, is what is AI in the most layman term? What should people expect from it? Because right now, a lot of people are kind of like giving this negative approach, not because they want to, but they believe that machine cannot take my job, or machine cannot take the job of a writer, or machine cannot take the job of a this. But we know what AI are doing. In fact, we have AI presenters, we have AI writers, we have AI speaker. You can have AI to translate a whole paragraph of sentence for you. So we have gotten to that moment where AI, or let me say technology, is taking most of the hard work humans did back then. Technology and AI is already taking over, making work easier, but at the same time, displacing some roles unconventionally. So what is AI, and what should people expect from using AI?
Yeah, I think to see what AI is, I try as much as possible, right, to not bore people with the jargons, right? So I think AI basically at its core is basically machines being able to make decisions, just like the way, for example, while you were coming here, you decided on what to eat, what to wear, and all of that, right? So it's just the ability of machines being able to make human decisions, right, based on data,
Right.
based on data. Then about job displacements, right? I think that's one of the things that people discuss the most, right? Everybody's bothered about losing their jobs.
Right.
But I think just the same way when computers came about, right? A lot of people were worried, right, that they were going to lose their jobs and all of that. But what we've seen is, as much as some jobs kind of went extinct, right? We had new roles, right?
Because 10 years ago there was nothing like AI.
Exactly, exactly. And now look at it with the whole computer age and everything. You have people that are graphic designers. You have people that are motion designers. You have AutoCAD, all of
animation,
those stuff.
all of those things.
You still have people like front-end developers, back-end engineers. You have DevOps. You have different roles, right? So as much as a lot of jobs were kind of
going into extinction, new ones
are coming in. So I think that's the same thing we're going to see with AI, right? So for me, I think instead of people to be scared of the technology, right, and then feel like it's not going to be able to replace them, they should learn about the technology, right? Let's say, for example, if I'm a writer now, right, I could look at, okay, how can I use AI, right, to improve my writing, right? So, for example,
based on existing data that you mentioned.
Exactly. So if I want to write an article now, instead of me having to think so much about the entire stuff, I could easily tell, let's say I'm using ChatGPT, right? I could easily tell ChatGPT, okay, this is what I want to write about. This is my line of thought, right? Help me write a draft.
But if you are using ChatGPT to write as a writer, doesn't it reduce the flow of creativity? Because I was once a copywriter, and we had to write everything from scratch. So sometimes I can even be going on the road and I'll just see somebody and say, oh, this thing is captivating, let me write it down for like something like a test shot for my next writing. But if I'm asking ChatGPT to write all of those things for me, don't you think it reduces my own place of independent thinking? Doesn't it make me rely on a machine to get what I want?
Well, I wouldn't lie, right? There is room that this technology can actually make you lazy, so to say, right? But it depends on use, right? Like if you have what I said earlier, I said you create a draft. So your draft is not your final copy, right? So let me use the same example you gave, right? So you're moving along a road, and then you see, let's say, a signpost or something, and then it's, you have that flash of creativity, or spark of creativity rather, right? And then you want to write about it. You're thinking about it and all of that. Now, it's possible that if you don't have a pen and paper with you there, or you don't write it on your phone, you most likely forget.
Right. Very
But
correct.
you can use something like ChatGPT or maybe Gemini, right? Let's say they have like the voice interaction now, right? And you just tell that, okay, this is what I saw, this is what I'm thinking about. What do you think I can make out of this? What is your own thought on this? It's like you're having a conversation with a fellow colleague.
With a fellow copywriter.
Yes, exactly.
But you are the one in charge,
Exactly, you're the one in charge, right? And then since you're currently on the move, you could easily have several conversations with it, and it can even write out drafts for you that you can actually listen to on the go, which can even improve your own creativity, kind of, right? Like building ideas upon ideas and all of that. So for me, I don't think it's about machines replacing people. I think it's about people being able to use machines to be able to improve their own skills and creativity and productivity at the end of the day.
Smartness. So you were saying, you mentioned something. I didn't want to cut you. I didn't want to interrupt you. You mentioned something about there are some jobs, or there are some things that were not around that were around now. For example, you mentioned AI, motion graphics, AutoCAD. 20 years, 30 years, they might be around, but they are not as conversant as we have them now.
Very true.
So do you think that in years to come that AI might be displaced or advanced to something which is unknown yet, with the way technology is moving? Because I'm very sure 40 years ago, the people that write our stories in newspaper 40 years, 50 years ago never thought that that would be a machine, or that would be a technology that will write a full story for you based on prompts that you give them. So do you think that in the future AI can be displaced with an advanced technology and the world should get ready for it, or what is your thought on that?
Yeah, I think for now we're just seeing the beginning of this technology. AI is not new. It's actually been around for a very long time. I think since the 1970s or thereabouts. Yeah, it's been around. I think started with the perceptrons and the rest of them. But the thing is, most of this technology has been used mostly by scientists, mathematicians, right? They're just experimenting, right? It's just recently with the advancements in deep networks and all of that, right, and neural nets, right, that this whole thing became very, very more popular. And then thanks to companies like OpenAI, right, with ChatGPT, that made it even much more mainstream, right? But when it comes to AI evolving, I think AI is going to evolve into a lot of things, right? So currently, most of the AIs we have out there are basically narrow and context AI, right? But a lot of people are talking about AGI, that's artificial general intelligence, right? Something that is capable of being as good as not just one human professor, but several.
Wow.
Right? So the idea is going to be smarter than most human beings, or all humans. So it's going to be like a super intelligence. So imagine it like a digital god, kind of, right? Yeah.
I'm already scared watching this. So does that mean that regardless of but my question based on this DGI or AGI that you mentioned, artificial general intelligence, based on these things are you trying to say that they are going to be like a go-to platform to see what is right or what is fact and what is not fact? Because why I'm asking these questions is, we know the kind of world we live in. We know humans. Regardless of how we call this thing AGI, someone is operating it. Someone is in charge. Someone is in charge of the displacement and what it brings out to the audience. Someone is at the back of programming these things. So don't you think we are already moving towards the world where we are giving power to someone behind this AGI? I don't know if you get what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, I do. I think what you're talking about is where things like regulations and policies come in, right? So for me, I believe that every government should start looking into the regulations and policies to be put in place because of this. Because for me personally, I believe no technology is bad, but the way it's used can make it look bad.
Right. Very
Right?
correct. Very
So
correct.
there are people who learn programming because of the fact that they want to create softwares that can help people. There are people who learn programming because of the fact that they want to hack this or hack that and steal funds and all of that, right? So it's
Right.
usage, right? So for me, I believe governments bodies need to start putting up regulations, discussing with experts in the field,
Yeah.
right, for them to be able to come up with a policy that most of these
Don't do this,
companies,
don't do
yeah,
this.
would have to follow,
So that they
right?
won't abuse that thing.
Exactly, exactly. Because this is a technology that is possible of being biased.
Yes,
Right?
very
Yeah,
correct.
it's possible because a lot of research have shown that for people that are using for HR purposes, right, they've noticed that there's a lot of bias when it comes to the amount of women, right, that get employed over the amount of men, right? It's most AI is kind of favor the men the most, right? And then again, I mean, it's data, right? Just the same way some AI systems don't really favor people of color, right? It's still the data, right? So a lot of all these things. So for me, I just believe that the government needs to step in, right, and have policies and regulations around these things, especially to protect Africans.
All right, so let's talk about CandleWeb. You are the founder and CEO of CandleWeb. So when I was checking through candleweb.io, just for information sake, he is the founder, CandleWeb. If you want to improve your cryptocurrency trading, you can always meet with Mr. David. You are in safe hands. So moving forward, CandleWeb uses AI to help people gain passive income through trading and cryptocurrency. I wanted to ask, you're a programmer, so how does this thing actually work? Because and they don't know that it is always based off on existing data. So I want you to talk on that and put emphasis on that. Talking using CandleWeb as a case study and talking about generally how AI judge things.
All right. So first off, as I mentioned, AI basically is just a machine making decisions based off data that it has been trained on and the data that it's receiving, right? Now, for CandleWeb, what we do at CandleWeb basically is very simple, right? We use AI, that's artificial intelligence, to make crypto trading simple and profitable for Africans, right? And the way this is done is we actually built AI systems that automated the entire trading process, right? So for you to be able to trade cryptocurrency or stocks or all of those, right, there's certain things that you need to be conversant about. There are certain things you need to be knowledgeable about, right? You need to, depending on how you choose to trade, right? But there are certain key analysis that you need to put into consideration.
Okay.
Things like sentimental analysis, um, um, technical analysis, right? And then fundamental analysis as well. So these are things that, all these things are basically data.
See me nodding my head, not like I really know, but continue.
Right. All of these things are data, right? And your ability to be able to go through this data, understand what it's saying, right? For you to know if, okay, yes, is there an opportunity,
Right.
right? For you
Right.
to be able to enter a market or for you to exit the market, right? Which is for you to be able to make profits, right? These are things you have to be able to do, right? But where that's as a human being, but where machines are able to do this much more better is because of the fact that it's easier for a machine to make such kind of computation or calculations, right? It's just, for example, if I ask you what is 1 billion times 128, it's
1
probably
billion, that's 128 billion.
right.
Yes.
But if I change that number now to something like, let's say 182 million times 125, it takes you a while.
Yes, it
Right?
does.
But it is something that with a computer system, is that
Straight
fast,
up, okay.
right? Is that fast. So because of that, this computers are able to analyze data way more faster than human beings, right? Now, if it's a machine now like AI that's capable of making decisions, right? It's able to analyze that data quickly and then make decision off of that, right? And then you talked about if people think about AI, they just think it's just all positive. It's not always all, positive, right? If you look at the likes of LLMs, that's large language models, which is what ChatGPT is, you would see that a lot of time they have all this, they call it hallucinations, right? Whereby they come up with information that they give to the user, right? And they express this information as facts. Meanwhile, they are not actually facts.
Alternative fact.
Yeah, you could call it that, right? They are not exactly facts, right? So if you're someone who don't exactly have domain knowledge about what you have, the conversation you have with the LLM, you'll be misled, right? Which is where the idea of humans working harmoniously with AI systems comes into play, right? Whereby, like, sometimes there have been times that I'm using ChatGPT, for example, right? And then I ask it a question and then it tells me something, right? Maybe I'm programming and let's say I sent it the code, right? So, okay, check this code for me. There are times that it says certain things and then it returns it to me. But because of the fact that, okay, I'm a programmer, I understand this stuff, I'll be like, this is wrong. If you give me this code, this would produce this. This is not what I told you to do. That's going to now be like, okay, yes, you're correct. So imagine if I had no knowledge, I would have just taken that code or whatever and just dump it there.
So, from what you said now is that before you even use AI, you must have knowledge of what you want to use the AI for.
Yes, it pays. Not that you necessarily, right, but it pays for you to have some knowledge about what you're trying to do, right? Which is where
because it still always be a machine.
Exactly. So until AI has gotten to that level where it doesn't hallucinate anymore, or this companies have been able to fight things like hallucinations, right? It's always best that there is a human supervisor, right? Which brings me back to CandleWeb, right? So for CandleWeb, I always tell a lot of our customers, right? I was discussing one on my way here, and where she was telling me about how she wants to trade, that how much can she make in a day, and all of that.
Not tell her that
right?
it's investment.
Right. So I told her that the thing is this, right? A lot of people think trading, whether cryptocurrency or the stock market, right, or forex, they think it's the absence of losses, but that is wrong, right? Trading is not the absence of losses, right? It's the presence of losses, right, while ensuring that your profit is more than your losses. So that is what makes you a profitable trader. When your profit is more than your losses.
It's not that you're not going to lose,
not that you're not going
but
to
what
lose.
you are going to gain is going to be more than what you
Exactly,
lose.
right? So for that now, right, and around the idea of hallucination, right, at CandleWeb, we still have the human factor, right? We have in-house analysts that supervise these AIs, that monitor them to see what they are doing, right? And then when they are hallucinating, right, or they're throwing out wrong facts, our analysts, human analysts, can fact check these things and be able to still make sure that these AIs are able to make optimal decisions, right, to make sure that our users are profitable, right? So generally, I believe it's humans working with AI, not AI eliminating humans.
Okay.
Generally.
So now AI is the adoption of AI in Nigeria now is not so great. We still want to go through the orthodox way. We still want to go through the, I won't say it's the conventional way because the world has really moved past what we consider normal here. So what do you think are the opportunities Nigeria will find if they adopt AI? What are the challenges you think Nigeria as a country or Africa as a continent is facing in adoption of AI?
Yeah. So I think one of the biggest issue that Africa, using Nigeria as an example, why a lot of people are not adopting AI is the limited education around it. Yeah, limited education. So very few people know about it, right? Very few people know about it.
I don't even think they talk about it in universities these days.
Oh yes, they don't exactly talk about it, right? So for me, I believe that if we're going to tackle the issue of adoption, right, it's something we need to build into our school curriculums, right? Starting from as I think let's say something like primary 3, right? From primary school, primary 3, primary 4, or at most, let's say JS1, that's junior secondary, right? They should start teaching people about AI because this is a technology that would change the way we do things as a society, not just in Africa but around the world.
I think some companies are already making move about that. Before they onboard their staff, they make them go through some trainings, AI training, LinkedIn optimization, branding, and all of those things. So I get where you're coming from.
We just need to educate the population, especially the youths, right? Especially the youths, because they are the ones who would be impacted the most by this, right? One of the things we're looking at doing at Camp the Web is for us to start educating youths through National Youth Service, that's NYSC, right? Yes, we're trying to see how we can educate them because those are the people who are going into the labor markets, right? And I mean, being in the labor market is not the easiest, right? You face a lot of challenges.
It's not.
I have a friend who got a job as a data analyst, right, with some company abroad. Before he could get this, he had to send about 300 applications.
300.
Yeah, 300 applications before he could get his first job. And the first job he even got was as an intern, right?
Intern.
As an intern,
Whoa.
right? And now, if you look at what's happening around the world, especially abroad, you see that a lot of companies are looking at having lean teams. In startup world, they call it lean teams, where you have a big company like Google, right? And they have very few number of staff. I think companies like Telegram is practicing that lean team. I think Telegram don't have more than 30 staff.
How?
Exactly, right? And AI is going to kind of make it kind of worse because with AI now you can automate a whole lot of processes, right? So it's best for African youths for them to be knowledgeable about this technology, right? Understand how they can use it to their own advantage, so that when they are applying for jobs abroad, right, or even locally,
They will leverage that.
yes, they'll leverage their knowledge that, okay, yes, I know about this, I can do this, I can do that. Because most of these people, what they are looking at is what you can do. The world have moved past
What
papers,
is your certificate?
qualification.
What can you
Yeah,
do? What
you
are
do?
the results you can produce?
Exactly, right? So that's what most people are concerned about now. What can you do? Especially when it comes to roles that have to do with technological spaces or job roles,
Right.
It's what can you do over certification and all of that.
So opportunities is Nigerian can leverage this AI to get a better chance in the labor market, and the challenges is lack of education is bringing Nigerian down. So you use AI as one of your main source of income, if I can put it that way. So what can you say are the job opportunities if I am a graduate, if I'm a graduate today and I want to leverage AI? I don't know anything about AI, but I love the sound. I want to leverage on it. What are the best things I can do? What are the things I can look out for? What are the things I can start looking, start checking out to say I want to leverage on this. I want to start this.
Okay, so I think it's quite easy, right? People think it's complicated, but it's not.
I thought
it's not. Yeah, a lot of people always think AI tools because of the whole idea of AI to be very complicated. You have to it's like rocket science, but that's not the case, right? So I would answer your question with an example.
Sure.
Right.
Please.
So I can't remember this guy's name, but I think he's Indian or something. He wrote a book. Is it Barbie and the Robot or something? Right. Now this dude wrote this book completely, including the cover page and everything, using AI.
Artificial intelligence.
Yes. I think he used ChatGPT for the content, right, of the book, right, and then for the cover page and graphics within the book. Is a children's book, right, and then for the graphics and all of those things that were used, he used all those AI systems that generate images like Midjourney, and this guy was able to make $23,000 from this book.
$23,000.
Yes, he didn't spend any money on printing. He didn't spend any money on getting a copywriter. He didn't spend any money on getting a graphic designer. Nothing.
Just write the book and upload it on Amazon, or
I think it was Amazon KDB. He uploaded it to. I think it was all this KDB, right? And then he made about $23,000. A lot of people were buying those books.
That's a lot of money.
Exactly, right? That's an example of that. Look at another one that has kind of broken the internet recently. I don't know if you heard about Truth Terminal on Twitter.
Tell me about it.
Truth Terminal. So this is a guy who got a bunch of LLMs. Let's say LLMs is that's large language models. They are the fundamental technology under technologies like ChatGPT, for example, right? So imagine a bunch of ChatGPTs. You just put them in one place and then they just get chatting and talking, right? And that's how these LLMs are able to form a sort of religion of some sort, right? In cryptocurrency,
it's going to be like a tribe.
More like it, right? And then from that, they started talking about a meme culture that existed, I think, in the early years of the internet. I think around 2000 or thereabouts. And then from there, I think maybe it was the person who created these LLMs that created an account on Twitter and give the AI free access to it. The AI went on Twitter and started talking about a meme coin and how it wants to break free and whatever. Then there's this guy, I can't remember his name, who gave the LLM, that's the AI now, some money. I think about between 100 to $500,000 or so. And then there's this coin, I think it's Good C Maximus or something, that launched, right? And then this MMM kind of, these LLMs rather, kind of invested in that coin. Now, so far so good. The money that particular AI has grown in millions. In fact, it is being said now that that's the first AI millionaire ever, right? So there are a lot of ways people can take advantage.
So AI has more money than me like this. This is not fair.
Right? So I think it just pays to understand these things, right? You can leverage things like candle web, for example, right? So you want to make money and all of that, you can easily go through the access of crypto trading. And okay, you don't have knowledge about trading crypto, right?
There are even experts on CandleWeb that can help you.
Exactly, right? The next thing you can do is you can put your money in CandleWeb and our AI will trade for you, right? You're not conducting any form of analysis. Yours is just to sit back, right? Every day you just check your accounts.
Emphasis on sleep while you're making money.
Oh yeah. Recently I was chatting with one of our customers. That was early this morning while I was at home, I think before I showered. And the guy started, because we started a promo, right, where you can use $100, right? Our minimum normally is $200. That's what our AI would trade for you. But we started a promo where you can use $100. This guy started trading with us on today's Friday. He started trading with us on Wednesday. And currently, as I'm speaking with you, the guy already is on profit of about $6.
Where's my next salary? So I will just,
Right?
I will just put
Right?
it in candle.
And he was like, he's going to be referring his friend by Sunday and all of that, right? Because he's a pharmacist, right? And he's very busy. Like, he is very, very busy. He barely even have the time to even check his phone. Sometimes I'm the one that asks him, okay, like this morning I was the one that
Have you
chat
checked
him
your
up.
dashboard?
Yeah, have you checked your dashboard? How is it looking? What do you think about the experience? Because we're concerned about getting user feedback and all of that. And then he showed me his wallet and all of that. He's just
He's
excited.
a big man.
Yeah,
You
he's
should
just
carry
excited.
me to Ibro Fisher.
He's excited. So, yeah.
That's very nice. I think AI is one of the things that I personally, I always feel like any job can be displaced with the way things are going. The only thing I feel cannot be displaced are things that has to do with practical things. For example, something like a teacher. A human teacher will always be different. A teacher, someone like a speaker, someone like actor, someone like a coach. I feel like all of these people might, who knows, anything can happen with the way technology, but at the moment I don't think they can be displaced, because this one's has to do with humanly kind of work, psychologist. It has to do with mind work. I mean, I can't say a drug addict now, I should put it in front of AI that please, make this person sober. I don't think AI can really do AI can do the job, but it won't do the great job like a psychologist will sit down and take track with you. Oh, you are doing this right, you are doing this wrong. So I love AI, but I just feel like with the way the world is going, I think like people have to add to their tentacles. People have to add to the existing skills they have. If you're a teacher, if you're a videographer, you should know that ordinary carrying the camera is not enough. We have AI now that you don't need to be panning. Sam, you don't need to be panning up and down. You just, there is AI. For example, now Sam is here. Sam understands some of these AI cameras that will just go along as you're talking. All of these things, like you mentioned, there's always be a need for a human supervision too. So I completely feel what you're talking about. So if you are going to tell any Nigerian out now, what is your advice to them about AI? Should they leave what they are doing and go and pursue AI, or or what is your take on that?
Yeah. I think I'll start with what you mentioned first about certain roles that can't be displaced
Or better still, you can
eliminated.
just tell us the initiative or strategies they can imbibe to improve AI in their daily living.
Nice. Well, for me, I don't think they should leave their jobs, right? I think it's something that they could do while they're still working, right? They can easily just take a course, very simple course on AI, right? You don't have to take anything very serious, right? Sometimes 3, 4, 5 videos on YouTube, right, is good, depending on how technical you want to get, right, around the technology. But having a fundamental knowledge around the technology is very, very, very crucial, right? So, for example, if you're a teacher, for example, you mentioned teachers not being replaced by AI, right? So, for example, if you're a teacher, instead of you feeling like you wouldn't be replaced, I think it's best to start looking at AI learning platforms like the one this guy's built, Khan Academy. I think they call it Camigo, right?
What does
Whereby,
that do?
yeah, it's an AI learning platform whereby teachers can be able to utilize AI to be able to provide much more personalized learning to students, right? And what do I mean by that? If you have a class of 20 students, everybody there have their weaknesses and strengths, right? The way each person learns
The way
is
they
different.
conceive knowledge,
Yes,
yeah,
it's
is
different from the
different.
other person, right? Some persons want they are the kind of persons whereby you teach them something, they want to question it, they want to take their own routes, right? But as a teacher, teaching is stressful, right?
It is.
Yeah,
Very, very.
teaching is stressful. So as a teacher who is probably maybe you're already stressed and then you have 20 students and this one is here, auntie, this question, this one, right? At some point you might just be like, just copy what I have on the board.
No
Right?
disturb me, I don't
Yeah,
tire.
right. But with AI now, you can be able to provide much more personalized teaching to the students. There was one that I think was the CEO of Khan Academy that was talking about an example. I think it was with his daughter or something, right, or someone else. That the child was, I've forgotten the subject they were talking about, right? And then the AI said something about a particular concept around that subject, right? But then the child said something entirely different, right? Now, as I said, a teacher with 20 students would not be able to pay particular attention to you to follow your own
Because you're not
train
the
of
only one here.
exactly, right? But as this child had this line of thought, instead of the AI to kind of move along from that question or just just say whatever, the AI was like, okay, I would like to know why you think like this.
Okay.
After the child expressed her own opinion on this, the AI was like, okay, yes, I get your line of thoughts. However, this is how it's done. These are your own concepts that you talked about. This is how it's applicable to this, but this is actually the standard that is being followed to solve this problem.
The child was actually asking a harmless question.
Exactly, right? I think I remember one time when I was in, I think that was primary 4 or so, right? And then they gave us a mass assignment, a mass quiz, and then we're solving it. I think the final, if memory serves me correctly, I think the final answer was 23, right? Now I came up with the final answer, 23.
So what happened?
Right? A lot of other people did. Then when this child looked at my work, she was like, "No, you got it wrong." Right? Because of what? My formula, my approach to solving the problem.
Okay.
And I was like, well, auntie, I got the answer correctly.
Yeah, I followed the formula. I didn't follow.
Do you understand?
I got
the answer correctly. You get me? She was like, no, you have to follow. I said, why? She didn't answer me. She was like, David, just move. Let me answer someone else.
Wow.
Because we're many.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
But if it was an AI now, an AI would have probably said, okay, explain my own concepts to me and probably tell me why my concept is wrong. Or we can even put put minds together to see if I'm given another problem and I use the same approach I used in solving my own problem, if it's still going to give me the right answer. That way I understand if my own concept works or it doesn't. Right? So for me, I feel people in different sectors, right, walks of life should see how they can get educated about these things and see how they can adopt it in their day-to-day lives. Because it's here to stay.
It's not going anywhere. So
Yeah.
if there is any platform for people to learn about this, apart from YouTube, now you were mentioned Gemini.ai, apart from ChatGPT and maybe Opus, which I use for maybe video short form content editing and all of those things. I don't think I use Adobe AI with audio enhancer. I use all of those things. But apart from those regular ones, I don't think there is anyone I've known per se. And there are a lot of them. In fact, I even hear that there is AI that can make you look like you, like make a old picture look like a brand new, make a old picture talk, make a slide for you, like a Google slide. A lot of them. So do we have like a website or do we have like a platform where we can get all of these things? And my final question, that's the first one. And my final question is, you use AI in your business as an entrepreneur. Are there some policies put in place that is actually affecting your business as an entrepreneur that you feel like government need to do something about this policy or do something about this regulation that they put in place? So how were you able to manage that, and what do you think government should do so that people that want to dive into something like this, to maybe use AI in their business, or they want to start a techpreneur journey using AI, that government policy will not be an hinder for them to thrive. So what is your take on that?
All right. So please repeat
The first one,
question.
okay, the first question was, is there any platform where people can access all
this
of this
information.
and AI information?
Okay. Yeah, I think for the resources, I think it's as easy as Googling it.
Okay.
Right? So it's not like I don't know if there's any, but I don't think there's this single website where you go down there and you see all the AI tools that exist. Right?
Okay,
Even if
so
you should do if there's one.
So I'll just go to Google and just type Google how to write Google slide with AI, and it's going to bring the
Simple.
relevant.
Exactly. You can write AI for creating Google Slides, AI for creating presentation, right? You can write AI for image generation, AI for video generation, right? And you see different options, right? I think now these days you'd even see many, right?
Wow.
So it's just for you to choose the
Which
one
one
you want
works
to
best
use,
for you?
right? Yes, but it's just easy. You just Google it and then you'll get it. Then when it comes to learning, then when it comes to the aspect of learning, I think there are some places you can start from. I think platforms like Coursera have some kind of fundamental courses that anyone can take, right? I think even Google offers some for free, right? Offers some for free. I think I remember in 2021 or thereabouts, I took one like that. That's Google had that Google had in partnership with University of Helsinki, Finland, right? Which is an amazing course, right? It was a very amazing course. Zero code, you're not writing code and all of that, but it will be able to get you to understand how this technology really works, the mathematics behind it, and all of that. And then when it comes to policies and other things that the government can do to help the development of AI, I think governments need to start having conversation or laying the groundwork to have physical infrastructures where both private companies, right, and government-based institutions can be able to carry out research. Right?
Research.
Yes, where they can be able to carry out research, because a lot of the infrastructures that is there now is, if you're not a big company, right, you can't access them, right? Like for example, ChatGPT. If you know the amount of money that it takes to keep ChatGPT online every day, you'd be you'd be wowed, right? That's like
and it is available freely for everyone.
Right. So that's the thing. So I think government needs to provide more funding, right? It goes beyond just funding startups, right? It goes beyond just funding
Seeing
startups.
that it's right.
Yes, it goes beyond just funding startups. Having the underlying infrastructure, right, where startups can be able to carry out research, institutions can be able to carry out research, right, whereby they can test around, play around with all these LLMs, right, be creative, come up with their own approaches to be able to achieve AGI, right? Even carry out research on even how to combat AGI. I think
the
that's
artificial general intelligence.
yes. I think that's one thing that Africa especially should pay critical attention to.
Sincerely, because when you mentioned AGI, artificial general intelligence, is it Africa that they are scared of the regular AI? AGI will come now, and AGI will tell you that this is GAM, this is the fact, or everything you are learning is nonsense. Wouldn't that be a battle? And you can't be battling with inanimate thing. I mean,
exactly.
So I understand what you are saying, that Africa should take note of that part.
Yeah. And when I say combating AGI, I don't mean just combating the technology, right? I mean there's
understanding it and using it for your own good.
Yes, but then again, also being prepared for. I mean, if you check right from a lot of movies from iRobot, Terminator 1, 2, 3, like that, you will see, you see there's this prophecy of doomsday where AI goes rogue, right? It goes crazy and then it start ruining a lot of things, right? So I think Africa needs to have a plan, right? Maybe start building some infrastructures whereby if at all AI should go rogue, right? And then it's kind of goes against Africans' interests, right? They can find a way to limit the kind of ruin that this technology can cause.
Love that.
Right?
I love that. Love that.
So that's
Africa should be prepared. Because something happened of recent from what you mentioned. So I don't know if you are very conversant on Instagram. African Stream was pulled down by Meta. And excuses Meta gave was that African stream were propagating Russian whatever, and you know how US and Russia are just loggerheads. And Africa was just trying to be African, telling African stories. US, what you did to us is not right, though. And we are putting it out to the public that this is what you did that is not right. I think it doesn't really align with them, even though it's the right thing, and they pull it down. I feel like what you just said, if Africa has put enough infrastructure in place, maybe having our own even social media platform, maybe it will have been easier and no country will be able to shut up Africa when Africa is trying to say the truth. So let's take, for example, now that we have this AI and the AI is trying to do something that does not align with African values, and we are trying to stand up for ourselves. And you as are saying, because you stand up for yourself, we have to shut you up. I think Africa needs to put something in place that will replace this thing when they are no more, or when they are trying to do too much. So that's I really love that. Thank you very much. That is a lot. So we are wrapping up. I don't want to bore you with a lot of questions, but before then, I want you to introduce yourself again. Tell us about CandleWeb. Tell us about what to do, and tell us about what people should prepare about AI.
All right, yeah. So once again, my name is David Mogaji. Right, I'm the CEO and founder of CandleWeb, and what we do at CandleWeb is basically we use AI to automate the entire trading process for our users, right, in a way that is simple and profitable, right? So one of the things we've noticed in the past is a lot of people want to make money into through crypto. A lot of people want to get into the industry. They want to trade. They want to stake. They want to do whatever, right? But the issue has always been the issue of knowledge.
How?
Right, exactly how. And some of them, when you even show them how, like I personally in the past, I've had a lot of people that they say, okay, they want to trade, and I'm like, okay, I wouldn't be able to make out time to teach you because I'm very busy, but I can give you resources. I give some of these people resources, right? A month, 2 months later, I'm like, what's up? They'll be like, bros, I've been no get time more. Right? All of that. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to build a system, or we've built a system, we're still improving it. We built a system whereby it eliminates the need for that concrete knowledge about the technology, right? So you don't need to understand how to trade cryptocurrency fully. You don't really need to understand cryptocurrency fully, right? All you have to do is first just understand some basic things. What is crypto? What is a coin? What is a wallet? What is an exchange? Right? With this fundamental knowledge, right, you can be able to use our platform and make profits, right? So a lot of our users, this is their first interaction with crypto. Like prior to now, they've stayed away from it, right? One was like, I'm on me. The last time I do, and I read, I was like, okay, what happened the last time? See, one of my friends said, make I buy one coin, right? And then when he told me the coin and we had a discussion, he understood. I made him understand why he had that loss, right? Because one of the things that we take very, very seriously at CandleWeb, right, is risk management, right? So before our AI even makes a trade or takes a trade on behalf of a user, right, the risk for that particular trade has already been analyzed, right, for us to be able to know that, okay, is this something that works with our investment policy or not, and all of that, right? So for us, basically, it's about helping Africans achieve financial freedom through AI.
That's beautiful. And the last question of what the world should be expecting about AI.
Well, I think for that one I have a lot to say, right?
Just keep it short.
Yeah, I have a lot to say. I think we're only going to see AI advance over time, right? I think the only thing that can halt the improvement or advancement of AI is human extinction, which is not going to happen anytime soon. Right? Yeah, which is not going to happen anytime soon. So I think we're going to see AGI, we're going to see artificial general super intelligence as well. And I think one other technology that I think a lot are focusing on AI, but I think one thing people to look at is the idea of neural link. That's things around computer human interfaces, right? So I think over time we're going to be seeing humans connected to a artificial intelligence, connected to these machines, right? When I mean connected, I don't mean you using your phone. I mean like you and AI being one, right? Whereby humanity kind of moved from being humans to a kind of new species, right? the way we move from Neanderthals and all of those, right? We become like a new species whereby we're infused with AI, right? We're one with AI. Because, I mean, when it comes to things around knowledge, right? A lot of neuroscientists will tell you that the idea of knowledge is basically has to do with your neural paths, right? Neural pathways,
Yeah.
whereby the more you read and all of that, the more your neural pathways expand.
Mm.
So now imagine a human being now being able to be connected to an AI system that help them to be able to increase their neural pathways, whereby you want to say something, think of something like, let's say how to create an app, right? And then just by thinking about it, you already have an AI agent or an AI system that is a part of you. That you're just thinking about that, it looks like it's your original idea, but it's the AI that's giving you those information instantly. And everybody in the world becomes like an Einstein, right? Or whatever.
Hey!
And I think beyond that, but I think beyond that, I think another phase that humanity might go through the advancement of AI is when it comes to brain upload. Yeah, brain upload, where humans would be able to human consciousness. Although we're still trying to understand what consciousness is, right? So where human consciousness will be able to be represented in a digital form and be uploaded.
So something like abstract things like feelings.
Yes, aside from even feelings, right now there's a company, I can't remember their name, that has currently worked on a technology whereby through AI, right, you can actually have a digital scent of something. So imagine I can send you a picture on your phone or whatever device,
And you can
right,
smell
and
it.
you can produce the scent of that flower that I've sent to you. Right?
How?
Exactly. So I think it's just going to be one advancement to the other,
another.
right? And it's not just this thing is not just happening in AI.
Something is telling me that with time, I will just be making video call and the person will just come out, sit down with me, talk, and enter back.
Oh yeah.
Maybe it will just be like an hologram or something.
It could be augmented reality, right? It could be augmented reality, it could be virtual reality, it could be any of those things, right? And as I said, it's not just AI. There are different industries, right? Look at things like DNA storage that people are talking about, where you can store information in DNA. So imagine storing information in a tree, right? Talking about things like biotechnology, right? Biotechnology now, where you can kind of literally modify the way you look, right? Look at things like CRISPR, what they are already doing, right? I mean, there's this stuff that happened, I think, in 2011, right? Where this doctor kind of had this kind of operation whereby they had 3 people that came together to make a single baby, 2 women and 1 man. Right, that's biotechnology. So we're going to be seeing a lot of stuff in the future. It's not just AI; it's happening all over. It's just that the issue with AI is that
AI is the loud one.
Yeah, it's the loud one, and it's more like electricity. It's a general purpose technology, right? The way you can use electricity for whatever is the same thing that we're going to be seeing with artificial intelligence.
Wow, that's amazing. Right, ladies and gentlemen, and you listen from Mr. David Mogaji about AI. AI is here to stay, and the earlier we embrace it, the better for us. Don't be scared of it. Try to gain skills, try to get AI skills with what you are learning at the moment, because this thing is here to stay and there's nothing we can do. So thank you so much, Mr. David, for sparing your time to talk about AI. I personally have learned a lot. I learned about the artificial general intelligence. I'm really looking forward to that, because it's going to be like the Einstein we run to when we are confused about anything. So thank you very much. Once again, this is the Idea Game Changer, and it is a initiative of Idea Television here at Obasanjo Space Center, FCT, Abuja. Thank you for joining us. If you'd like to contact our resource person, or you'd like to contact the Idea TV, do it to send the message to the number on the social media handle displayed on the screen, or you can follow us across all social media platforms as Idea TV, Idea Television across all social media platforms, or shoot us a mail at ideatelevision@gmail.com or the Idea Game Changer podcast @gmail.com, and we do it to answer you. Till we meet again next time in My Opinion podcast here at the Idea Game Changer podcast. My name is Olalik Mandela. Till we meet again, please have a wonderful day.
Lessons, from thought-provoking conversations to candid opinions, everything you need to know is here at your fingertips. Catch us live on YouTube or any of your favorite podcast platforms by simply searching The Idea Game Changer. There you find us anytime, any day. The Idea Game Changer, an initiative of the Innovation Television, Idea TV.
Hello and welcome to the Idea Game Changer podcast, where we explore the dynamic world of science and technology. My name is Olaleko Mandela and I'm your host for this podcast. The Idea Game Changer podcast is an initiative of Idea TV, where we dive into the latest innovation and invention happening in Africa, also discussing with brilliant minds that are shaping the future of science and technology industry. Get ready to be informed, inspired, and entertained as I invite you, or as I introduce to you, my guest, Mr. Obiejisi Chinwike, the product manager or country manager of TechieByte Media and the co-founder of a fintech company, Sendbit. Sir, it's a pleasure having you.
Thank you so much. I'm
Yeah,
honored to
so
be here.
perhaps my introduction is not enough. It is not giving what it's supposed to give. I would like you to introduce yourself to our audience.
Well, I think you actually did a good job there. I think you actually did
thank
your
you.
research.
I will add that to my CV.
Yeah, okay. So I am the product manager for TechieByte Media and also the founders, and then the co-founder for Sendbit. Sendbit is a product under TechieByte. So TechieByte is a software agency, and we have a lot of products, and Sendbit is one of them. So basically, that's it.
Okay, so TechieByte Media is like the parent company.
Exactly.
Then Sendbit is like a subsidiary.
Exactly.
Very perfect. So,
Exactly.
before we go further, I would like you to give me to introduce how you started. What is the story behind Sendbit? Would you join TechieByte first, then Sendbit comes after, or you've envisioned Sendbit then?
All right. I think I have to maybe find a way to just combine the both.
Right.
So we started Sendbit as a process of struggle we had.
Wow.
Where when I say we, it's my partner and myself. My co-founder is in the United States, and he used to be my classmate when we were in school in Akure. So it happens to be struggles we have receiving payments when we do jobs, right? So
As a freelancer,
yeah,
then?
exactly.
Oh, right.
So when I was in Lagos, that was 2019, 2020. So I used to work with some international companies in Australia and in UK. So, but most times receiving payment is always a hassle. Sometimes I have to search around different people I might use as intermediary to just receive my money, and it's always very difficult. So at some point, Dami, who is my co-founder and also my classmate, is in US at the time. So I have to use him to receive the money and he send it back home to me.
The middleman thing.
Exactly. So at some point, I was talking to him over a video call and said, can we just find a way we can, do something if he's, building a platform where freelancers can, create invoices or, have an intermediary where they can actually.
What job were you doing as a freelancer?
So then I was a front-end developer.
Front-end developer, right.
So I was doing the front end and I was also doing technical writing. So I was writing for Rug Rockets and also Geek Flare. So most of them I was writing.
Ladies and
for them.
gentlemen, I'm seated with a very talented man here.
So it was that moment. So but then TechieByte is actually something we started while we were in school. So while in school we were doing some projects in school, building apps for people, building websites for people, and it's also me and Dami. Me and Dami have gone a long way.
Wow.
So it's always myself and him. So then we build for people, and then at some point I told him, let's just form an agency so we can actually use it to actually get more projects and all. So that was all.
That's how the whole thing skyrocketed to what it is today.
Exactly.
I am very proud of your success story. And at the Young Einstein segment of the Idea Game Changer, we talk about the struggles young founders often go through to birth the idea, to birth that idea. Everybody can conceive an idea. Everybody can come up with something, but to implement it and bring it to life, that's where the problem is. So if we have 90 people conceiving an idea, we can only have maybe 30%, 30% or 20% just bringing those ideas to life.
Exactly.
So it is not always easy. But my question right now is, You founded the Zenbit, a fintech company.
Yeah.
We have so many fintech companies,
Yeah.
and we know what it means. We have Cowrywise, we
Mm.
have Paystack, we have Flutterwave,
Mhm.
we even have these money saving. We
There,
have
there are lots of them.
there are a
Actually.
lot of them.
Yeah.
Now, what do you think set your own company apart? Because if we keep doing the same thing, we will achieve the same goal.
Yeah.
So, what exactly are we doing, or you are doing differently that you think is going to make your own company stand out amongst others?
Well, I could say one thing. We are not focused on everybody. We are focused on freelancers.
Just freelancers.
Yeah. So because those were our struggle at the time, and if I could actually find some platforms that were allowing me to actually do those things, then we wouldn't have ventured into it.
Correct.
So it is our pain we wanted to target. And at some point, when we built that system, we found out that there are many other people that share in this same pain. So this is actually how I think we were, kind of set apart from every other person, what every other person is doing. Most persons are, into savings, and we don't do that. We just want to help you get your money back home,
The
right?
money you worked for.
Exactly, money you work for, without having, to have somebody who is going to be receiving it for you somewhere and then sending it back
Who's
home.
going to be also charging
So
you at the
exactly.
process?
So all those stuff we are, things I would say that actually set us apart from every other person. People that are using our application are more digital nomads, like freelancers, software developers, graphic designers that do international jobs for people. Those are the people that use our platform majorly. So that's it.
That's right. Mr. Chinwe. Can I call you Chinwe?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
That's fine.
Mr. Chinwe, there, there was a policy that comes with financial technology companies. And for example, there was a time that the CBN released the policy of if you want to be a fintech company in Nigeria, especially sending and receiving international funds,
Yeah.
you need to have like 100 million,
Mhm.
all of those things. All of this Nigerian policy to the financial technology space, how does it affect you, and how were you able to manage it?
Well, this is what happens where we are in a third world country. So there is always, clash of policies and all.
Very correct.
And it's why we are also on a stable economy, because our policy is not yet stable. So for us, we are not going through those routes. So we reach out to bigger companies in the game. We reach out to Flutterwave or Fincra, and some of them we partner with them to use their license, right? So because as young as we are, we cannot afford those money CBN or every other agency is asking of us. We cannot afford it. So what we do is send out a message to Flutterwave, Finca. There are lots of them. I can't be mentioning them here, and we have to use their license. They allow us to partner to use their license. So and
I
then
think that's creative.
exactly. So what we are also doing is, when we are doing that part, we are also giving them, kind of access to see who our users are, because they want to know if you have users that are going to be committing fraud and all the rest of them. So they want to know because you're using their license, right? So all those stuff are what is in there. But to be very honest with you, it's not that easy. It's quite challenging,
Very, very.
because some of them is going to turn you down,
Yes.
and
Rejection.
exactly. So all those stuff, and it is what it is.
So let's focus on Sendbit for now. How does Sendbit get their revenue? Because I know of platforms whereby if you use their platform to get your money, international money, they receive some certain percentage, maybe 5%, 3%, 10%, depending.
Yeah.
So Sendbit, does this percentage stuff, or how do you get your own revenue?
So it's almost the same way. So how we do it is, when we individuals create an invoice, right? And let's say they are sending an invoice of about $200 or so. So we have an amount. It's not like a percentage. Like maybe we have about $5 fee for, let's say, $500 or something like that. So it's just like that, and that's how we actually make money. It's kind of a tiny thing, and that's why we have a very small team, because we cannot afford to have, because we want to give the people using our platform that opportunity to actually get their home money. So we don't want to charge
Without
them so
stress.
yeah. We don't want to charge them so much, and they are looking at, okay,
This is ridiculous. I can't do this.
stuff like that. So maybe you're sending an invoice of $200, and then we are charging you about $10 or 20. It's quite ridiculous,
quite a
and
lot.
it's process that I have seen, and it's something I share with, and I can't allow that on my own.
And we have a lot of freelancers in Nigeria.
Exactly.
So let's excuse me. Let's go back a little bit down the memory lane. Do you study software development in school?
So I did computer science.
Computer science.
Yeah.
So what led to software development? Because you could have opted for another thing. I want you to know that what we are today is shaped by our experiences and our choices. Whatever, for me, for example, your host, me speaking, I study biology, but now I'm into journalism and broadcasting.
That's nice.
So, and that's the people that, okay, I want to go through this path.
To be very honest with you, I never knew computer science ever existed. I think that was in my SS2, and I think miraculously, I don't know how that happened, and our governor at the time was Peter Obi, and he gave us about 60 laptops
for free.
So yeah, so that was how I actually, started getting that so much interested in what is happening in the computer world. So at that time, I would spend so much time in the computer lab, and the man who is our teacher, computer science teacher, but data processing, I they call it at that time, is from my hometown. So he allowed me have like about 3 hours on the lab. So that was where I developed the interest. So and he used to motivate me with Mark Zuckerberg at the time. So at the time I wanted to do medicine. So he told me
every Nigerian wanted
exactly,
to do medicine.
Exactly. So I wanted to do medicine. So but he told me to do computer science. I never knew what it was. And my dad never.
But it sounds pleasing.
Yeah. But my dad also never wanted it, because he was like, "What are you going to do if you do computer science? So if you finish, what are you going to do?"
African
So
parent.
stuff like that. So but then I was so fortunate. I did it, and it came out well for me, and here I am.
From there,
Yeah.
wow, that's a very, very beautiful story.
Yeah.
So, what should people expect from Sendbit now? Now that the world is, we know the kind of world that we find ourselves in. We have AI shaping things. We have people automating things. We know that the technology we have today is evolving to something we don't even know. So, what should people expect from Sendbit moving forward?
Oh, they should expect innovation, more innovation, because we at every single day, me and myself, we are always thinking of the best way to make things more simpler, more easier. So at every single day, even before I came out here, we had a meeting before I came out. So
wow.
he's also idea driven, and the same thing applies for myself. So it's innovation all the way. So we are trying to see how we can, bring in whatever system and technology we are going to imbue on our system that is going to allow our users have seamless transaction space for themselves. And we're looking forward to also a better policies surrounding Nigeria. If we have more better policies, there are a lot of things we can do, a lot of things, but we are limited by what's happening, because you don't want to shoot yourself by the leg.
Yeah, I noticed that you really love Sendbit. I can see you even wearing
Oh,
the shirt.
okay, yeah.
So, was there a time when you were starting Sendbit and it all looks all crashing down, that you were about to give up? But what was your lesson then? What was your experience like then? What was the lesson you taught, and how were you able to pick yourself up?
So I would say that point was even I think this year.
Wow. Well, let's what?
Yeah. So this year, mid this year. So we are experiencing a lot of chargeback rates. And that was exactly
from the people you partner with.
No, from our users.
Oh.
Now and that was when we were just being so too lenient.
Something must be wrong.
Exactly. So I think we had loopholes and fraudsters. So when they do their thing, they want to just charge back again and do another one and charge back. And okay, so this is Nigeria, so you have to be tough. So I have to understand that where we are, you might have the best intention in mind, but then
Yes, there's always the Nigerian factor.
exactly. So those were the moment. At that point, to be very honest with you, to be very frank, I was like, I'm done. Like, damn you, let's do another thing, right? Because we were experiencing lots of chargeback, and it was heartbreaking. That okay, you're trying to build something that is going to be
You're trying to
very,
build a solution. People are
and
not
then
saying it.
and then they're trying to play games with it. So at that point, I think that's one of the things. But we were able to, I was able to consult with some big people, and they told me, okay, this is what you're going to do. This is tighten up your KYC, do this, do this, do this. So we were able to do all those stuff, and then we went back into business. So that's it.
Oh, that's very impressive. So if you are going to give any advice to, if there is going to be any advice you are going to give to our audience right now about starting a business, probably a fintech company, what's the first thing they need to put in place? What's the first thing they should look out for?
Well, I would say I would say fintech space is so depressing. I would say that. I would say that.
Depressing.
I would
Wow.
tell you. I would tell you because it's a lot of challenge at that space. Because you are fighting different forces. You're fighting users. You are fighting regulators.